Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 56, Tsukumo and Tsunade vs. B. Kazuki scanned the chaotic scene, where some Kumo ninjas were attempting to break through the root's blockade and charged towards him. A smirk appeared on his lips as his three-tomo Sharingan slowly appeared in his eyes. He drew the sword of the Thunder God from his waist and dashed towards a Jonin. The sword of the Thunder God in his hand glowed golden as he thrust it at the Kumo ninja. His sudden attack momentarily stunned the enemy, who hadn't expected a child to have the courage to counterattack. One must know that children like this often can't even lift a weapon during missions. However, they were quickly taken aback. A three-tomo Sharingan. Had he awakened the three-tomo at such a young age? Or was this child in front of them not a child at all, but a dwarf? Compared to believing he was a child, they were more willing to believe this young man was actually a dwarf. Otherwise, how could a child awaken a three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age? Kumogakure had always been wary of the Uchiha Kagami had also proven to be troublesome for them in the past. The three-tomo Sharingan was practically the lifelong pinnacle for most Uchiha. The leading Kumo ninjas momentarily fell into a trance the moment they met Kazuki's Sharingan. To dare to see eye to eye with a Sharingan in battle against an Uchiha, how little did they think of the Uchiha. Kazuki's ocular power was far superior to that of an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. He wasn't like Sasuke, who only knew how to brute force with ocular power, possessing only power with no technique whatsoever. Kazuki was different, he received a proper Uchiha education. Every day after finishing his studies with Tsunade, he would go to Tatsuya to receive his instruction. Not only Kazuki, but even Kagami had received instruction from him in the past. Furthermore, Kazuki's home contained many of Kagami's insights, at least a third of which were related to genjutsu training. Kagami was undoubtedly the top genjutsu user before, and his son, Shisui, would also be the top genjutsu user in the future. Kazuki's talent in genjutsu was also quite exceptional, which was perhaps hereditary. Kazuki had never stopped training in genjutsu. He didn't know how much his genjutsu had grown, but it was quite formidable. There were probably still a few Uchiha stronger than him. However, there were probably very few who were better at genjutsu than him. Just a moment of trance was enough to be fatal. The yellow glowing sword of the Thunder God had already slit their throats. Beware of his genjutsu. Don't look into his eyes. This Kumo ninja squad was truly the elite of the elite. They immediately detected the genjutsu problem and quickly warned their other teammates. However, a strong killing intent surged in their hearts towards Kazuki. This child was terrifyingly powerful and absolutely could not be left alive. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they had to keep this Uchiha here, or else he would become another Kagami. Am I being targeted? Kazuki's face broke into an excited smile. Then, do you wish to dance? Damn it. Tsunade and B exchanged a punch, both retreating several steps. However, Tsunade's retreat was noticeably further than B's. This was the first time she had encountered someone with so much more strength than her. As expected of this generation's B, his strength was not to be underestimated. His power was greater than hers, and his speed was vastly superior. If Tsukumo weren't here, she would be no match for him and would likely fall here. However, it was rare to encounter a ninja whose speed surpassed Tsukumo's. In the current Konoha, excluding Kazuki's Flying Thunder God technique, Tsukumo could be considered the fastest ninja in Konoha, while Tsunade was the strongest ninja. Now, a ninja whose speed surpassed Tsukumo's and whose strength was greater than Tsunade's, had appeared, which had led them into a bitter struggle. Konoha's White Fang, and Hashirama's granddaughter Tsunade, quite interesting. B twisted his neck, a sinister smile on his face. Kumogakure were already preparing for war with Konoha. If these two could be eliminated, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha. That depends on whether you have the ability. Tsunade snorted softly, her gaze subtly drifting towards Kazuki's battlefield in the distance, her expression calming. Kazuki's situation was good, and he was performing better than she had initially imagined. Once they dealt with all of B's subordinates, they could then gang up on B. Tsunade didn't believe B could withstand so many people. She didn't particularly like Danzo, but she wouldn't deny his importance to Konoha. Many dirty deeds were carried out by Danzo. And the root was also an important component of Konoha's combat strength. Tsunade would not allow anyone close to her to join the root. Once they joined the root, these ninjas were no longer people, but tools. These tools, conversely, were the most dangerous kind. If B were killed, Kumogakure would suffer a crippling blow, but war could also erupt at any time because of it. But they had already come knocking, would they truly not wage war on Konoha if B wasn't killed? Tsukumo didn't say much more to B, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Since he was an enemy, then they had to find a way to kill him. Anyone who opposed Konoha was his enemy. The opponent deserved to die. Tsunade also cooperated with Tsukumo. She still had a trump card she hadn't used. But then again, Kushina and Rinka should be fine, right? Thinking of the contingency her grandmother had left on Kushina, Tsunade's heart felt much more at ease. Damn it, why didn't Grandma leave a contingency for me? It's one thing for me not to have one, but Nawaki didn't have one either. But Grandma was always so good to them. Could it be that those contingencies weren't for her, weren't for Nawaki, but only for Kushina? Soon, Tsunade felt relieved. It seemed very likely to be true, it was probably the Ninetales' chakra. She recalled how Kushina was brought to Konoha, initially as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Her chakra could suppress the Ninetales. Perhaps that was the key reason Mito left that trump card. Chapter 57, B's Extraordinary Defense. About 3 kilometers from the battlefield, hundreds of samurai stood ready, guarding the nobles. Kushina and Rinka watched the distant battlefield with immense tension. Rinka then turned to Kushina and asked, "How is it going?" An ordinary Byakugan can see within a 1-kilometer radius, but Rinka's Byakugan can see 2 kilometers away. This was already quite remarkable. Within the Hyuga clan, Rinka was undoubtedly a standout. However, with the battle 3 kilometers away, Rinka could still vaguely see some things, but not as clearly as Kushina's perception. Even Rinka began to envy Kushina's sensory abilities. If her Byakugan could see that far, her strength might also improve. She thought of Kazuki and Tsunade fighting a powerful enemy outside, while she and Kushina could only wait here. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists. She had once heard the story of Kazuki's Konoha at 4 in the morning, and it seemed she wasn't working hard enough. After returning to Konoha, she would need to work even harder. From now on, she would sleep 2 hours less each day, wake up at 4 every morning to practice her fists, and if her body couldn't take it, she could take an hour-long nap at noon. Kushina sensed the aura from that side, remaining somewhat silent. What? Is the situation not good? Rinka frowned. This was not a good sign. If Kazuki and the others couldn't hold them back, then they would be in danger. Of course, what concerned Rinka the most was that she couldn't participate in such a battle. Could it be that the Byakugan was truly inferior to the Sharingan? Kazuki is doing well, he has already killed many enemies, but Tsunade Nizan and the others are at a disadvantage. Kushina's expression grew anxious. This was the first time Kushina had seen Tsunade in such a disadvantageous position. Then what should we do? Rinka was also startled, wondering if the opponent was truly so powerful as to be insurmountable. Tsunade's strength was immense. Even the Hyuga clan's strongest might not be stronger than her, yet a stronger one emerged from the Kimogakure side. What should they do now? No, I must go help. Suddenly, Kushina spoke abruptly. You. Wait, Kushina, don't be reckless. Rinka was shocked and quickly urged Kushina not to be impulsive. If you go over there, you'll only distract Tsunade-sensei and Kazuki. Kushina's strength was inferior to her own. Rinka wasn't sure if Kushina could surpass her in the future. But the current Kushina was too naive. Not everyone at 7 or 8 years old could achieve what Kazuki had. To be precise, before Kazuki, no 7 or 8-year-old youth had ever achieved such accomplishments. No, I have a plan. Kushina caressed her abdomen, and under Rinka's incredulous gaze, Kushina's body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, and her aura increased by more than 1 level. This aura. Rinka instantly became dumbfounded. At this moment, the aura from Kushina was even stronger than Tsunade's. However, very quickly, Rinka's expression changed again. Not only had Kushina's aura changed, but her demeanor also became different, her eyes changing from their original clear foolishness to a familiar and gentle look. This was a familiar gaze, no, this was Mito's aura. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Kushina instructed Rinka, her figure transforming into a golden light and heading towards B. Wah. Tsunade was sent flying by B's punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but she quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and charged at B again. Tsunade's situation wasn't very good, but she still needed to hold back B. Tsukumo's situation was no better than hers. The short sword cut into B's body, but it couldn't cause any damage to him, which was unprecedented. As Tsunade approached B, she took a deep breath and silently chanted. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration. This was the first time Tsunade had used the ninja art, mitotic regeneration during a battle. Almost instantly, the surging chakra Tsunade had stored flowed into her limbs and bones. Her original injuries instantly recovered at that moment. Tsunade attacked B recklessly, while loudly saying to Tsukumo, "Senpai, I'll be the main attacker." Tsukumo gave Tsunade a deep look, and then cooperated with her. B was momentarily stunned to see Tsunade once again as she was at the beginning of the battle, then he resumed his fierce assault on her. However, what B didn't expect was that Tsunade had changed significantly. Her speed and strength had improved considerably. Her speed could barely keep up with his, and her strength, in particular, was comparable to his own. What exactly was going on? Soon, B realized that this might be some special ninjutsu. Most importantly, she seemed to have become more and more resilient. She was like a madwoman. He had finally managed to send her flying, but she showed no injuries and immediately charged back to fight him to the death. He knew that Tsunade's state certainly couldn't last long, although her attacks would also cause him a slight backlash. However, being able to kill Tsunade and Tsukumo was worth it. Since Tsunade was a bit tricky, then targeting Tsukumo shouldn't be a problem, right? Tsukumo couldn't possibly be like Tsunade, could he? Thus, Tsukumo was deliberately targeted by B, and he suffered immensely for a time. On the other side, Kazuki continuously fought the Kumo ninjas while observing the battles of Tsunade, Tsukumo, and B. He couldn't help but sigh. A Kage-level expert was indeed a Kage-level expert. B's strength, if it were a one-on-one fight, would probably be stronger than Danzo's. Even if Danzo was Konoha's strongest wind release user, wanting to fight B would be a long shot. Kazuki was ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique at any time to help Tsunade. But he didn't think he could make a difference. Their biggest problem was being unable to break through B's defenses. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 58, Possessed Kushina. Even Kazuki had to admit that lightning chakra was very troublesome, and this B, in particular, was probably no weaker than the future fourth Raikage. His speed might not be as good as the fourth Raikage, but in terms of defense, he was stronger than the fourth Raikage. Kazuki knew how to deal with this so-called strongest shield. His Sharingan's observation ability was not inferior to Naruto's when he used Sage Mode. It was just that his strength was not comparable to Naruto's at that time. He could try to replicate Naruto's fighting style against the third Raikage, but it wasn't a sure thing. Chidori was useless, and as for Raiznon, it hadn't been developed by him yet. It wasn't that Kazuki didn't know how to create Raiznon. In reality, the development of Raiznon was much simpler than Chidori's. The training process of Raiznon appeared in the anime. With Kazuki's current understanding of ninjutsu, it wouldn't be difficult to develop Raiznon, but it didn't have a proper origin. Minato developed Raiznon based on the Tailed Beast Bomb, but Kazuki had never seen a Tailed Beast Bomb, so how could he develop Raiznon? Could it be that the Uchiha ancestors had information about the Tailed Beast Bomb? Before, Kazuki was too busy researching other ninjutsu. How could he have time to research Raiznon? After returning this time, he would need to research Raiznon. Just as Kazuki was hesitating whether to help Tsunade and the others deal with B or to fight the Kumo ninjas with Root, he sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching them. This chakra made him pause. As he pondered, a golden, petite figure had already appeared not far from them. Is this Ninetales chakra mode? Kazuki's heart was in a daze as he looked at the golden Kushina. Then, his expression changed again. This was not Kushina, but Mito. Good heavens, Mito had possessed Kushina. Kushina's physical condition was not good, but there was a way to temporarily enhance her strength. Ninetales chakra mode allowed her to possess strength surpassing Tsunade's. Kushina's combat experience was insufficient, but now that the old grandmother had possessed her, how could that experience be compared to that of an ordinary ninja? Mito had also fought her way through the Sengoku era, even clashing with Hashirama. During the First Great Ninja War, she played a huge role, and it could even be said that she suppressed many strong individuals. Using Kushina's body, even if she couldn't match B, she probably wasn't far off. Mito arrived at the scene and first looked at Kazuki, finding that he was displaying ease. This little fellow's strength had already reached Jonin level, and he was probably not far from an ordinary elite Jonin. Letting him experience such a battle had its benefits. Then, she turned her gaze to Tsunade, who was being suppressed, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Clearly, at this moment, Tsunade was fighting for her life, but with the massive consumption of chakra, her condition was slowly declining. If it went on for too long, she might be in danger. Mito didn't know much about B, but she was very familiar with lightning release chakra mode. She had beaten the second Raikage herself back then. Fighting a Raikage in lightning release chakra mode wasn't that difficult. Once Ninetales chakra mode was activated, she would slowly find the opponent's weak points during the battle, then slap them, use sealing jutsu, and the opponent wouldn't even be able to use lightning release chakra mode. As long as they couldn't use lightning release chakra mode, the opponent would no longer be a threat. Just like that, the opponent could be easily dealt with. As Hashirama's wife and a super genius of the Uzumaki clan, even without the Ninetales, Mito's strength was not inferior to Tobarama's, and with the Ninetales, her strength had already surpassed the 5 Kage level. In the public eye, Mito was currently the strongest person in the ninja world. She naturally had the right to say such words. Unfortunately, Tsunade usually hadn't studied sealing jutsu properly. Otherwise, a taijutsu ninja like B would be very easy to deal with. Kushina transformed into a golden light and arrived in front of Tsunade, clasping her arms together to block the attack for Tsunade. B's massive fist landed on Kushina, causing both sides to retreat several steps, but this time, B's retreat steps were no less than Kushina. Kushina. Tsunade saw Kushina arrive and immediately became anxious. This is not a battle you can participate in. Tsunade, watch closely. However, Kushina had no intention of leaving and instead transformed into a golden light, engaging B in battle. B and Kushina fought, and the more they fought, the more shocked B became. What was going on with this little girl? Her physical condition was clearly not as good as his, yet she was making him tremble with fear. What exactly was going on in Konoha? Where did all these geniuses come from? Grandma. Tsunade looked blankly at Kushina fighting B, muttering. She was very sure that this was definitely not Kushina, but her grandmother, Mito. Tsunade, what's going on? Tsukumo, with his left arm dangling, quickly retreated to Tsunade's side and asked anxiously. In the previous battle, he had also fought desperately. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably have to lie down for a few months after returning to Konoha. But how could that girl named Kushina be so powerful? This isn't Kushina, it's my grandma acting as a substitute. Tsunade smiled. It was true that she couldn't defeat B, but she had her grandma. Grandma was indeed grandma. Even when using Kushina's body, she still subtly held the upper hand against B. Mito-sama. Tsukumo was startled by the words. He thought of how Mito had turned the tide in a previous battle. Apparently, she also emitted such golden light at that time. Then he also let out a sigh of relief. Since Mito had arrived, he no longer needed to worry, and an unprecedented sense of exhaustion permeated his entire body. Grandma left a contingency plan on Kushina's body, and I guess this is it. Tsunade smiled, sat down casually, and began to heal herself. After the mitotic regeneration ended, she felt an unprecedented throbbing pain in her chakra pathways. It would be better not to use it if possible in the future. Chapter 59, Mito defeats B. Tsunade had full confidence in Mito. With her there, all problems could be resolved. If she had known earlier that Kushina possessed such a trump card, she wouldn't have needed to fight B so desperately. I didn't expect Grandma Mito to have such a backup plan. Kazuki said, appearing beside Tsunade and Tsukumo at some point. Seeing Tsukumo's miserable state, he began to treat him with his shallow medical ninjutsu. Kazuki's medical ninjutsu momentarily stunned Tsukumo. He hadn't expected Kazuki to possess such a skill. This young man, at such a tender age, already had such strength and impressive medical ninjutsu. Was he even human? A son should be like Kazuki. If his own child in the future could achieve what Kazuki had, he would die content. I didn't think your strength was so remarkable. Tsukumo said with a sigh of emotion. Kazuki humbly said, actually, it's not much. It's just that the period of rapid strength growth came a bit early, and I also had guidance from Tsunade-sensei and Mito-sama. I just got lucky. Tsukumo chuckled self-deprecatingly, that's still commendable. Without talent and diligent training, you wouldn't have grown to this point. But this time, it's truly a mess. I didn't expect this B to be so strong. However, he's no match for Mito-sama. Kazuki said, gazing at Mito's battle. The battle hadn't even started for long, and B had already lost. Every time Mito clashed with B, she left a mark on him. In other words, Mito was performing sealing jutsu while fighting B. Tsunade said confidently, after all, she's Grandma Mito. Not to mention B, even if the Reikage came, he wouldn't be a match for her. Grandma doesn't even need to act personally, Kushina's body is enough. By the way, let's deal with all those Kyumo ninjas first. The news about Kushina cannot be spread. As she spoke, Tsunade's expression grew serious. Tsunade was not ignorant of politics. She had been with Tobirama since childhood, and through immersion, she had learned many things. She simply didn't want to expend her energy on such matters. Kazuki's situation was manageable, but information about Kushina absolutely could not be exposed. Kazuki actually possessed some self-preservation ability now. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he probably wouldn't die. But Kushina was different. Without the Nine Tails' chakra, what was Kushina? If it were exposed, Kushina would definitely become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Even without the Nine Tails, couldn't other tailed beasts be placed inside Kushina's body to make her display astonishing strength? Alright. Kazuki instantly understood, holding the sword of the Thunder God and swiftly charging towards the remaining Kyumo ninjas. At the same time, Tsukumo and Tsunade also began to encircle the Kyumo ninjas. Although their current condition wasn't very good, and they had considerable injuries, they were more than enough to deal with these Kyumo ninjas. Tsunade, Tsukumo, and these ninjas were now considered the elite of Konoha. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, B revealed a ferocious expression. These were all his subordinates. Kumo ninjas were very loyal, especially after the Kinkaku and Ginkaku incident. Kumogakure's internal unity was clearly much stronger than before. At least their strong individuals were willing to protect their subordinates. You could say Kumo ninjas were a group of bandits who wanted to snatch anything they saw, but they were genuinely good to their subordinates. Otherwise, the future third Raikage wouldn't have sacrificed his own life to cover his subordinates' retreat. Undoubtedly, the third Raikage was a very charismatic person, and the fourth Raikage treated his own people similarly. In Konoha, the Hokage is addressed as Hokage-sama, while in Kimogakure, the Raikage is addressed as boss. When going out on this mission, he had considered the possibility of encountering strong enemies, that this might be a trap, but he was confident in completing the mission. Could Hiruzen really come out personally to protect Tsunade and the others? As for others, like Danzo, he didn't take them seriously at all. If Danzo really came, he was confident he could ensure Danzo would not return. Everyone held intense hostility towards Danzo, that troublemaker of the ninja world. The current Danzo was not yet that two-faced individual who was a master of internal conflict but inept in external battles, taking anyone with talent for his own use or eliminating them. Of course, it's not like there were no internal issues within Kimogakure. They simply learned from their mistakes, and the internal atmosphere of Kimogakure was much better. Damn it. Seeing his subordinates fall one by one, he grew increasingly anxious, but the more anxious he became, the more he was unable to leave. Since he had brought these subordinates here, if he were to sneak away by himself, how could he continue to operate in the future? Are you angry? But there's nothing you can do. Kushina said, sensing B's emotions but not caring much, speaking calmly. What? Just as B sensed something, he was surprised to find that his chakra flow suddenly became obstructed, and the terrifying lightning chakra on his body quickly dissipated. He could no longer use lightning release chakra mode. B looked at his abdomen in disbelief, realizing that at some unknown point, a sealing jutsu had been placed on his body. How was this possible? Before B could do anything, Kushina's fist smashed into his abdomen, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the ground. He has been subjected to sealing jutsu and cannot use chakra. You all capture him and bring him to me. I will place a sealing jutsu in his mind. Kushina said, looking at Kazuki, Tsunade, and the others who had finished their battles nearby. Afterward, the golden chakra light on her body dissipated, and she collapsed onto the ground. Kushina. Kazuki immediately stepped forward and helped her up. Tsunade walked over and examined Kushina's condition. Chapter 60, Tsukumo's loyalty to Hiruzen. The Ninetails' chakra was too powerful, and Kushina's too young to perfectly withstand it. Her chakra pathways were overstimulated and stretched, some even torn. She probably won't be able to use chakra for several months. Tsunade let out a slight sigh of relief. A few months without chakra was nothing in her eyes. It was better than losing her life. Kushina was still too young and not suitable for missions yet. She could recuperate well in Konoha, repair her chakra pathways, and with subsequent rehabilitation, it would take at least a year. During this time, Kushina should focus on her studies at the academy. Senpai, you need to clean up the mess here. Tsunade turned to Tsukumo, then paused and continued, come over later, I'll treat you. No need, we need to bring B back immediately. Tsukumo said without hesitation. After speaking, he looked at the root members. Tsukumo's emotions towards these root members were very subtle. He was from Umbu, not Root, but most of those who came out on this mission with him were Root. Originally, Tsukumo didn't care about such things. But when he left Konoha, the third Hokage had instructed him that if there were any captives, he must hand them over to him. Understood. Be careful not to let them kill B. Tsunade swept her gaze over the remaining Root members and said, B is very important. We can use him to trade with the Raikage. Tsukumo instantly understood what Tsunade meant. Although his political sense wasn't very sharp, he wasn't foolish. The second great ninja war could erupt at any moment now. If B were killed, it would certainly cripple Kimogakure, but Kimogakure would likely initiate war with Konoha. It was better to use B to trade with the Raikage. I understand. Tsukumo stepped forward, hoisted B onto his back, and headed towards Konoha. The other Root members exchanged glances and followed Tsukumo's footsteps. Kazuki watched the scene with a pensive expression. What's wrong? Are you worried? Tsunade seemed to sense Kazuki's emotions and asked. I'm worried those Root members will harm B. Kazuki said, then looked worriedly at Kushina in his arms. Exposing such an ability might not be a good thing for Kushina. Don't worry, Grandma would never let anything happen to Kushina. Tsunade naturally understood what Kazuki was saying and reassured him dismissively. Later, you, I, and Nawaki will be enough to protect Kushina. Although she didn't want to face the possibility of Mito's death, as a ninja, Tsunade easily confronted death. Moreover, Mito was already quite old, so even if she passed away, there wouldn't be too much to grieve over. Kazuki pursed his lips. If not for Kushina this time, we might have really been in trouble. To be honest, I haven't thought of an effective way to deal with B yet. Do you think I have one? Tsunade glared fiercely at Kazuki. This was the first time she had felt such a complete crushing defeat since becoming famous. Her strength was at best similar, and in terms of speed, B was even superior to her. Most importantly, his defensive capabilities were far beyond hers. She couldn't even break his defense. Her fists couldn't do it, Tsukumo's wind release and sword techniques couldn't, and Kazuki's flying thunder god technique and lightning release certainly couldn't. Although Chidori was powerful, it couldn't compare to lightning release chakra mode. Tsunade recognized her own weakness. She had originally thought that with the Een seal and strength of 100 seal, her strength was sufficient to face many experts. But this battle gave her a rude awakening. Her strength was still insufficient, she needed to continue working hard. Otherwise, would she be unable to protect those around her in the future, forced to watch them die? Most importantly, Kazuki's strength was growing rapidly. Now Kazuki was already complaining about her. If his strength surpassed hers in the future, wouldn't she be bullied by this brat, Kazuki? Let's go, and meet up with Rinka first. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Kazuki to follow her. The nobles breathed a huge sigh of relief when they saw Tsunade and Kazuki arrive safely. They didn't ask what had happened, or who Tsunade had been fighting. After getting Tsunade's permission, they resumed their journey, though this time their speed was incomparably faster than before. The leisurely sightseeing feeling was gone. While Tsunade and her group were taking care of Kushina and heading towards the daimyo's mansion, Tsukumo had already returned to Konoha with B. Hiruzen had already learned what had happened through special channels, but when he saw the captured B, his heart still churned with turbulent waves. Even he, at his current strength, would have difficulty dealing with B, yet now he was brought into his office. He had never even dared to imagine such a thing before. Then, when Hiruzen heard from Tsukumo how B was defeated, he fell silent even more. Why did such a thing feel so fantastical? B was, after all, a top expert from Kimogakure, yet he was captured by Kushina. More accurately, he was captured by Mito possessing Kushina. This left Hiruzen at a loss for what to do. Thinking darkly, Hiruzen even considered that if Mito could possess Kushina, then Konoha could still be invincible in the future. Fortunately, he knew that Mito was not such a person, and the will of fire in his heart would not allow him to do such a thing. Hiruzen took a couple of draws from his pipe, and his gaze deepened. Capturing B was definitely a good thing for Konoha. Oh, Mito-sama said she wants me to bring B to her, probably to delete his memories. Tsukumo then added. A glint flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Mito told Tsukumo to bring B to her, but Tsukumo came to him first. It seems he still prioritized his attitude. He is a good ninja. Chapter 61, Restricting Kazuki. Hiruzen didn't know if Tsukumo understood the significance behind this matter, but at least his gaze towards him became increasingly cordial. Mito had told Tsukumo to bring B to her first, but Tsukumo came to him first, which proved that in Tsukumo's heart, the Hokage was above all else. Although Hiruzen, as the Hokage, would still have to take B to Mito later, this was a matter of attitude. Mito generally wouldn't make an appearance, but once she did, he, as the Hokage, had to give her face. He also understood what Mito was going to do, and he had no intention of stopping her. If possible, Hiruzen wanted Mito to extract all the information from B's mind. Send him to Mito-sama, and thank Mito-sama for me. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, you don't need to come back right away, go heal your injuries first. Don't leave any hidden injuries. Yes, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo's heart warmed. Hokage-sama was truly too good. After Tsukumo left with B, Hiruzen began puffing on his dry pipe in the Hokage office again. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, the Hokage office door was violently pushed open. Danzo walked in, slammed the door shut, and immediately said, Hiruzen, give me that B. I will definitely get all the information out of his mind. Then, while Mito-sama still has the strength to fight, we'll first destroy the land of lightning. By then, we'll be in an invincible position. Hiruzen shivered at his words. He had only wanted to use B to negotiate with Kimogakure and perhaps reach a peace agreement. Any Kage-level expert is extremely important to a village, unless that Kage-level expert is not one of the village's own Kage or poses a great threat to the village. But now, Danzo actually wanted to destroy the land of lightning. It truly is you, Danzo. The one country, one village system was a rule set by the first Hokage and the daimyo back then, Danzo, don't forget that. Hiruzen looked at Danzo sternly. Moreover, Konoha currently doesn't have the ability to challenge 4 villages simultaneously. We must ensure that Kimogakure at least doesn't help anyone. Kimogakure also suffered significant losses in that coup d'état, and they haven't recovered after all these years. They cannot afford to lose B. It's precisely because Kimogakure hasn't recovered that we need to destroy Kimogakure. This might be our only chance. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with burning eyes. Danzo, no one will support you in destroying the land of lightning. Hiruzen paused, then added, unless Konoha has the ability to take on all other countries alone. Mito-sama is not first Hokage-sama and is not in her prime. We are also not Tobirama-sensei from back then. Danzo fell silent. Indeed, neither he nor Hiruzen could compare to Hashirama, and even Tobirama was above them. But he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Hiruzen said earnestly to Danzo, according to the information I've received, the Land of Rain is already preparing provisions. War could erupt at any time, and you should know that once they declare war, the most likely scenario is that they will fight us. The Land of Fire is the most fertile. Mito-sama might still have the strength for one fight, but that would likely be her last. This power is meant to protect Konoha. Hiruzen paused again and continued, you also need to consider the current situation. As long as Mito-sama is still here, even if other villages reach the village gates, we will have the power to retaliate. Moreover, Mito-sama is old, and the destruction of the Uzumaki clan is already something we owe Mito-sama. Are we really going to force her to her death? No one can bear the responsibility for such a thing. Danzo immediately fell silent. If Mito were to die because of this matter, then he would be permanently disqualified from the position of Hokage. This was something he could never accept. B must live. He is more valuable alive than dead. Hiruzen then added. All right, you're the Hokage. Danzo snorted coldly, but he didn't continue to quarrel with Hiruzen. Instead, he brought up Kazuki. Kazuki displayed Jonin-level strength in battle, he must be properly controlled. He's a genius, isn't he? Hiruzen shook his head slightly. I believe Mito-sama will guide him well. Humph. Danzo instantly fell silent. Kazuki was a young man favored by Mito. Anyone who wanted to harm Kazuki would have to get Mito's permission first. They could act in secret, but there was no guarantee that Mito wouldn't uncover something. Danzo didn't even dare to see Mito now. Mito was like a great mountain pressing before them, making them dare not act rashly. Unable to do anything about B and Kazuki, Danzo chose to leave. As for Kushina, he ignored her. Even if he demanded Kushina, Hiruzen would not give her to him. Mito, it's all Mito. Danzo slammed the door shut and left. Hiruzen sighed softly, alas, Danzo, you understand nothing. He did indeed have the intention of suppressing Kazuki, but as long as Kazuki didn't become Hokage, that was fine. With the Uchiha's problems, Kazuki would not be able to become Hokage, and other clans would not recognize him. The Uchiha would not be a help to Kazuki, only an obstacle. Using the Uchiha to restrict Kazuki was the method Hiruzen thought of, and at the same time, using Kazuki to deal with the Uchiha. Balance was important. If there were no conflicts, they could be created. However, that would all be after the Great Ninja War. 10 days later, Kazuki and the others delivered the noble to the daimyo's mansion. After resting for a night at the daimyo's mansion, they quickly headed back towards Konoha, taking 2 days to finally return to Konoha. As soon as they returned to Konoha, Tsunade had Kazuki and Rinka take Kushina home, while she herself headed towards the Hokage office. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Hiruzen's face flashed with surprise when he saw Tsunade enter with a sour expression. Chapter 62, Mito's Suspicion. This mission was too dangerous. Tsunade glared at Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. If Grandma Mito hadn't been there, I, Kushina, Kazuki, and Rinka could have all died there. At that point, Konoha might have fallen into internal chaos even without the enemy attacking. Hiruzen felt a blush of shame upon hearing this and smiled apologetically. I apologize, that was my oversight. I also didn't expect them to send B to execute this mission. Otherwise, I would have personally intervened. In fact, at first, Hiruzen had considered going himself, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he was stopped by Hamura and Koharu. Unless there was a major emergency, the Hokage could not leave Konoha. This was to prevent a repeat of what had happened with the second Hokage. The sacrifice of the second Hokage had almost plunged Konoha into civil war. Now, Hiruzen regretted it. He should have gone himself. Fortunately, Mito had left a contingency on Kushina, otherwise, this time, the trouble would have been immense. No one was a fool. Kazuki, Tsunade, Rinka, and Kushina were clearly sent as bait. However, these individuals had special identities, and if something had truly happened to them, internal conflict might have erupted, as many in Konoha still did not fully accept him as the third Hokage. Forget it. Tsunade rubbed her temples. She pulled out a storage scroll and threw it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen took the storage scroll with a hint of suspicion, but out of trust in Tsunade, he accepted it. He then opened the scroll and, upon seeing a few white zetsu, looked at Tsunade with renewed confusion. They were just white figures. Hiruzen had seen all sorts of things over the years. There were even people in the land of water who looked like sharks. Compared to that, these white fellows at least looked somewhat normal. carefully sensed the aura on them. Tsunade crossed her arms and snorted coldly. That Danzo fellow is getting more and more out of line, actually using the products of would-release experiments to monitor us. Moreover, their stealth ability is too great. Even the Byakugan couldn't detect them. If it weren't for the Ninetales' chakra, we wouldn't have noticed their existence at all. I don't believe there isn't one of these around you. What? Would-release experimental subjects. Hiruzen shuddered. He looked at the white Zetsu's bodies in disbelief, carefully sensing the aura on them. He felt a trace of would-release chakra, and a shiver ran down his spine. It really was would-release. Could it be that the would-release experiment had already succeeded, and Danzo just hadn't told him? But he was the Hokage. Even the funding for the would-release experiment came from his own frugal savings to support it. Now, would-release experimental subjects had appeared, and Danzo hadn't even told him. Thinking about Danzo's character, Hiruzen was 120% suspicious of him. Besides you all, no one else could get my grandfather's cells, right? Tsunade snorted softly. If it's not you all, then could it be my granduncle's experimental subjects from back then? All right, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm going home first. I hope you can resolve this matter properly, otherwise, your intelligence might be exposed to others without you even knowing. Hiruzen fell silent. He understood what Tsunade meant. If the enemy truly possessed such powerful stealth abilities, it would indeed be very dangerous. As for whether they were the second Hokage's experimental subjects, Hiruzen felt it wasn't impossible, as they still highly respected Tobirama's abilities. If he hadn't died so suddenly, perhaps the would-release experiment could have truly succeeded. Grandma Mito, we're back. Kushina excitedly headed towards Mito as soon as she entered the house. Kazuki and the others quickly discovered that Mito was currently teaching Makoto and Nawaki. As for Hisashi, he didn't receive such treatment, or rather, it wasn't that Hisashi didn't receive such treatment, but rather that the Hyuga clan did not support Hisashi coming to Mito for training. After all, Hisashi had a genuine caged bird curse seal on his head. Who was the person in the ninja world most likely to break the caged bird curse seal at present? That would undoubtedly be Mito. Hisashi couldn't possibly not want to break the caged bird curse seal. Even if Mito only had a 1% chance of breaking the caged bird curse seal, the Hyuga clan would still guard against such an event. Oh. You're back. Mito motioned for them to sit down. She grabbed Kushina's hand and, after carefully sensing it, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You've recovered quite a bit. You still need to rest a lot during this time." "Yes, I know." Kushina quite liked the feeling of being injured. Kazuki had carried her the entire way, and he took care of her in various ways, which made her feel very at ease. If possible, she wished she could stay on Kazuki's back forever. Since she would be resting, Kazuki should also be resting. This kind of life seemed quite good. It was too dangerous outside. Even Tsunade encountered danger, so it was better not to go out on missions. Mito nodded in satisfaction, then turned her gaze to Kazuki beside her. "You don't seem surprised at all." Kazuki said, "After all, you are a master of sealing jutsu, and chakra is a very mysterious energy, nothing should feel strange. Moreover, second Hokage-sama researched all sorts of strange ninjutsu, so it's hard to say there isn't a similar ninjutsu." Kazuki sometimes maliciously suspected Tobirama. He wondered if Tobirama had researched the Uchiha properly when he trained Kagami. If he could possess Kagami, Tobirama would probably not refuse. Perhaps Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation jutsu was something Tobirama had similar thoughts about. Tobirama might strongly dislike the Uchiha bloodline, believing himself to be contaminated. However, through Kagami's body, he would be confident in suppressing the Uchiha. To solve the Uchiha problem with an Uchiha, Tobirama would absolutely not refuse such a thing from happening. The evil Tobirama would likely not refuse such a thing from happening. For that purpose, he might even consider reincarnating as an Uchiha. Chapter 63, Who will be the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Mito felt a trace of malice from Kazuki, but it wasn't directed at her, it was directed at Tobirama, so she didn't pay it any mind. After all, Tobirama had indeed researched things in that area, so Kazuki having such thoughts wasn't really slandering Tobirama. Such minor emotions couldn't affect the big picture. The more she understood Tobirama, the more Mito felt that no matter how much the Uchiha clan resented Tobirama, it wouldn't be excessive. However, the Uchiha clan should also be grateful to Tobirama, because after he became Hokage, he stood from the Hokage's perspective, wanting the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha. Of course, during the period when Hashirama was Hokage, Tobirama did many things targeting the Uchiha clan. One could say that Tobirama before becoming Hokage and after becoming Hokage were practically two different people. "What did you feel from this outing?" Mito then asked. "My strength is still not enough. B's lightning release is far above mine. If I were to encounter B, I wouldn't even have the slightest power to resist." Of course, Kazuki was being humble. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could now guarantee his invincibility. The lightning release chakra mode indeed has its own advantages. Mito sighed helplessly. Before, it's not that I hadn't thought of helping you obtain the lightning release chakra mode training method from B. Unfortunately, he has a corresponding sealing jutsu in his mind. If I try to forcibly break it, his mind will be instantly destroyed by terrifying lightning chakra. Moreover, if you were to master the lightning release chakra mode, the Reikage on the other side would probably go insane and want to kill you at all costs. Kazuki chuckled, I know, and the lightning release chakra mode might not actually be suitable for me. The path he wanted to take definitely had to follow in the footsteps of Sasuke and Madara. Developing the Sharingan was key. As for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kazuki didn't think about it. For now, no one had given him a pair of compatible Mangekyo Sharingan. He could only hope that the combat arena could help him fuse other Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if it didn't appear, Kazuki still wanted to obtain the kind of Mangekyo Sharingan that wouldn't cause blindness, like Indra's. Seeing Kazuki's reaction, Mito nodded slightly. Actually, if sealing jutsu is trained to a certain level, dealing with the lightning release chakra mode is not difficult. You actually have a little talent for sealing jutsu. You can research more in this area later. I understand. Then I'll trouble you, Mito-sama. Following that, Kazuki brought up the matter of white zetsu, which made Mito fall silent. After a long silence, she finally said, these white guys should have nothing to do with Hiruzen and Danzo. Oh. Kazuki looked at Mito in surprise. Originally, he had wanted to put a bad word in for Danzo in front of Mito. Although Danzo hadn't done anything to him yet, history told him that he absolutely couldn't trust Danzo. Whoever trusted Danzo was doomed. Speaking of which, the extinction of the Uchiha clan was the result of multiple factors. Danzo was fanning the flames, but for Konoha ninjas who weren't looking from a god's perspective, hating the Uchiha clan seemed to be a reasonable thing. In the end, they were tricked by Obito. The Nine-Tails' eyes reflected the Sharingan, that alone was enough. If they didn't hate the Uchiha clan, who would they hate? Kazuki wondered if it was his status as a dead last that made Obito's treatment within the Uchiha clan very poor, thus planting the seed of the Uchiha clan's destruction. Of course, more than that, Obito lacked confidence in himself and was worried that the Uchiha would produce a Mangekyo Sharingan user that he couldn't control, so he might as well eliminate the Uchiha clan entirely. They don't have the ability to research these things. Mito paused and then continued to add, moreover, these things first appeared during the First Great Ninja War. I captured some back then and originally wanted Tobirama to research them, but I didn't expect him not to return. Is that so? Kazuki showed a look of realization upon hearing this. Obito and his group knew about the Nine-Tails' chakra's ability to distinguish between good and evil, so clearly Black Zetsu or Madara had told him about it. So how did they know? Mito became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after Madara and Hashirama's decisive battle. So Mito had already discovered White Zetsu. Kazuki then thought about how neither Kabuto nor Orochimaru later used Edo Tensei Jutsu on Mito. Was it because Mito's strength wasn't enough? Definitely not. She is currently the undisputed #1 in the ninja world. Was Mito's body no longer there? With Orochimaru's ability, he could definitely find it. Ultimately, Mito was simply too dangerous. With Mito's methods, if one tried to control her with the Edo Tensei Jutsu, it would be good if she didn't end up controlling them instead. Those guys are simply not human. Mito sighed with emotion when bringing up this matter. In the future, you all must also be careful. They not only have powerful stealth abilities, but they can also disguise themselves. Ordinary ninjas, even the Hyuga, probably can't see through their disguises. At this point, Mito again looked at Kushina. Actually, deep down, Mito still hoped that Kushina would become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as this would also be a form of protection for Kushina. As long as those white monsters still existed, Konoha would need a Jinchuriki who could control the Nine-Tails' chakra. Of course, if Hiruzen and their would-release experiments succeeded, Mito would also be happy to see it happen. Others, like Kazuki, were actually also suitable to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Given Kazuki's current situation, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future was almost a certainty. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan had drawbacks, and Mito also didn't want this to affect Kazuki. But if Kazuki could suppress the Nine-Tails with his Sharingan, then he would also be a candidate to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, making Kazuki the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would also be quite difficult. Mito could indeed make the direct decision, but the respect due to Hiruzen still had to be given. The Uchiha side would similarly not allow Kazuki to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 64, Terrifying Hidden Force. There's a terrifying force hidden in the ninja world. I suspect that the rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, and the battles between Kirigakure and Iwagakure might all be related to this force. Mito said with a serious expression. Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Kazuki thought of the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage. To be honest, during the first Great Ninja War, it was unexpected that those two would fight. After all, the land of water is in the southeast and the land of earth is in the northwest. These two countries could be described as poles apart. Yet, during the Great Ninja War, these two countries fought to the death, relentlessly, and the reason for their conflict seemed baffling, but they indeed fought. Initially, Kazuki suspected that Tobirama had instigated the conflict between the two countries, as Tobirama had done many disgusting things. After all, in that era, if anything conspiratorial happened, Kazuki's first suspect was Tobirama. It was just like how, in the future, whenever something happened, Kazuki would suspect Danzo. Yes. These white Zetsu can clearly impersonate others perfectly. Mito sighed with emotion. But don't worry, there are no white Zetsu in Konoha. You don't need to worry about the people in the village, but once you go outside, you must be careful of everything out there. Before, I thought it was just an isolated incident, but now it seems they are making a comeback. They've even targeted you. Mito was now unwilling to let Kushina go out again. Kazuki could protect himself, but Kushina absolutely could not. And Nawaki also needed to be restrained. If anything happened to Nawaki, it was hard to guarantee that the people below wouldn't erupt. Both Tsunade and Nawaki could trigger the Second Great Ninja War. Even though they had been trying to weaken the Senju clan's influence on Konoha over the years, Nawaki was the first Hokage's grandson and an object of much attention. Their birth destined them to be extraordinary. Unless one day they stopped being ninja. Mito saw this very clearly. Nawaki, this child, constantly clamored about wanting to become Hokage. Mito had hinted at it more than once, but Nawaki, unlike Tsunade, was in many ways like Hashirama, a bit naive. Unfortunately, Nawaki did not have Hashirama's excellent talent, and was even slightly inferior to Tsunade. In the future, he might become a pillar of Konoha, but wanting to become Hokage would make it difficult to gain widespread support. Especially after Kazuki's sudden rise, it would be difficult for anyone in the younger generation to gain widespread support as Hokage, and Kazuki himself was politically unlikely to become Hokage. However, these were matters for after her death. Being Hokage had its advantages, but not being Hokage didn't prove anything. Hashirama had been very detached about it back then. If Tobirama hadn't constantly caused trouble, perhaps the first Hokage would have been Madara. Grandma Mito, don't worry, I'll stay in the village from now on. Kushina, sensing Mito's concern, immediately promised. Kushina is a good child. Mito stroked Kushina's red hair, then glanced at Nawaki, who was curiously listening to the story but showed no reaction, and sighed inwardly. She could only try to guide her foolish grandson a little. As they were talking, Tsunade returned home, looking exhausted. She sat down unceremoniously, picked up a pastry, and began to eat. Mito didn't scold Tsunade. She was quite satisfied with this granddaughter. She was intelligent and didn't want to be Hokage. Her talent was excellent. Although she couldn't become a true top-tier powerhouse, she was first-rate in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was the most talented medical ninja Mito had ever seen. Becoming the ninja world's top medical ninja in the future could give Tsunade the ability to protect herself. After Tsunade swallowed a pastry, she asked Mito, "Grandma, did that brat Kazuki tell you about those white Zetsu?" He did. Mito glanced at Kazuki, and Kazuki, understanding, repeated what Mito had said earlier. This made Tsunade's expression turn grim. There was such a hidden force in the ninja world. This was definitely not good for Konoha. You guys, do you think this matter might be targeting Mito-sama? Kazuki suddenly asked. Everyone else turned to look at Kazuki. The matters of the Uzumaki clan are very likely related to that mastermind. This could be targeting Konoha, or it could be targeting you, Mito-sama. If it truly comes down to it, you would have to act, and once you do, the situation afterward wouldn't be too good. Kazuki's words did not anger Mito. Instead, she looked at Kazuki with a loving expression, signaling him to continue. Kazuki spoke eloquently, "Once something happens to you, Mito-sama, no one will be able to control the Ninetales' power, at least temporarily. That way, those white Zetsu can enter Konoha and continue to lurk among us, and no one will be able to detect their existence. However, we still need to guard against the hidden mastermind, as there are some overt schemes that we cannot avoid." Kazuki had been thinking during this time why there were so many white Zetsu around them. After much thought, he realized that Kushina might have been targeted, but the most crucial target was still Mito. The target was probably the only existence Madara currently deemed worthy of his attention. "Kazuki, you are even more excellent than I imagined." Mito praised Kazuki with satisfaction. She then turned her gaze to Tsunade and said, "You can tell Hiruzen about this when you have time. Tell him to be prepared. The Great Ninja War could begin at any time." "I understand." Tsunade picked up 2 more pastries from the table and hurried towards the Hokage office. However, Hiruzen was not in the Hokage office at this moment. After Tsunade left, he carefully observed the white Zetsu, then called the Umbu to take the white Zetsu corpse, and hurried towards the root base. Even Hiruzen was quite unfamiliar with the root base, he rarely paid attention to root matters. This was not only because he trusted Danzo, but also because Danzo had his own power base in Konoha. While the Hokage was the leader of Konoha, it was not to the extent of being able to dictate everything. Hashirama and Tobirama might have been able to, but Hiruzen could not. To stabilize Konoha's situation, Hiruzen was destined to delegate some authority. Chapter 65, Danzo is innocent for once. Is Danzo in there? Hiruzen arrived at the root base and directly entered with a group of Umbu, giving Danzo no chance to react. Facing Hiruzen's aggressive demeanor, the root members guarding the perimeter were startled, but instinctively tried to intercept him. Hiruzen, who had originally intended to have a good talk with Danzo, was enraged when these roots intercepted him. He had allowed Danzo to establish root and granted him a high degree of autonomy, but what was going on now? It was one thing for root not to report, but to actually intercept him. Were they really not taking him seriously anymore? He was the Hokage. Originally, Hiruzen was skeptical that the white Zetsu were arranged by Danzo, almost not believing it was Danzo's doing, but now Root's actions made him unable to help but suspect that Danzo had some secret he didn't know about. Could it be that those white guys were really Danzo's experimental subjects? Thinking of this possibility, Hiruzen's anger flared, and he coldly shouted, "Take them all down." With that, Hiruzen took the lead and charged into the root base. During this time, there were ninjas who tried to stop Hiruzen, but they were easily subdued by him as soon as they began their obstruction. Root was currently at its weakest point. The battle at the Land of Whirlpools had caused Root heavy losses, and they hadn't recovered yet. Most of their personnel had been dispatched by Danzo, so Hiruzen easily broke in. Well, in this day and age, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to mess with Root, huh? Did they really think he, Danzo, was easy to bully? But when Danzo saw that it was Hiruzen, he was dumbfounded. Why was it Hiruzen? Immediately, he said in a cold, furious voice, "Hiruzen, what is the meaning of this?" They were partners who grew up together since childhood. They knew each other even earlier than Hamura and others. They had always been the best of friends and rivals. When Hiruzen became Hokage, Danzo, despite his unwillingness, sincerely assisted Hiruzen. But now Hiruzen had actually broken into his root, and they were fighting. This made Danzo furious. Did Hiruzen really think he was easy to bully? What meaning? I should be asking you what meaning. Hiruzen waved his hand, instructing an Umbu to throw a white Zetsu corpse in front of Danzo. You feel the aura on it yourself. Since the wood release experiment has a successful case, why didn't you tell me? The wood release experiment has a successful case. Danzo was somewhat bewildered. He felt the aura on the white Zetsu and his heart tightened. Good heavens, there really was a wood release aura, but when did their experiment have a successful case? Why did he, the person in charge, know nothing about it? You're saying this is a wood release experimental subject? Danzo asked Hiruzen with a frown. Could it be fake? You can't possibly not sense the wood release aura on it, can you? Hiruzen laughed in anger. As disciples of Tobirama, they often went to the Senju clan before, and Hashirama often guided and looked after them. Logically speaking, they shouldn't mistake the wood release aura. Danzo fell silent. He felt the aura on it, and it really seemed to be wood release. Although it was vastly different from Hashirama's, it was indeed wood release. He pointed to the root members beside him and said, "Quick, call the relevant experimental personnel over." "No need, we'll go together." Hiruzen snorted lightly and walked directly inside. The wood release experiment could not be exposed, and it was being pushed by Danzo, so the experimental base was within the root base. He needed to know the progress of the wood release plan. "Hiruzen, you don't trust me." Danzo he had his own schemes, but he was very good to Hiruzen, and the two could be considered the best of friends. Which time had he not cooperated wholeheartedly with Hiruzen? But now Hiruzen was actually suspecting him. Danzo felt his sincere efforts were wasted. At this moment, his mindset changed. Indeed, even Hiruzen was unreliable. He still had to become Hokage himself. "It's not that I don't trust you." As if sensing Danzo's emotions, Hiruzen calmed his mind. "Danzo, you should understand that the wood release experiment is of great importance. We must understand where these white guys came from. Did they accidentally escape from your experiment, or were there problems before?" There was one thing Hiruzen couldn't understand. Why were these guys targeting Tsunade and the others? Because of this, Hiruzen began to suspect Danzo. After all, if these were Tobirama's experimental products, they wouldn't be targeting Tsunade and the others. "Humph, if you want to see, then let's go together." Danzo snorted coldly, then looked at the white Zetsu. Where did these guys come from? Could it be Tobirama's experimental results from back then? Nevertheless, through these guys, they could conduct research on wood release. As Hiruzen broke into root, Tsunade also rushed to the Hokage office. When she learned that Hiruzen had gone to the root base, Tsunade's eyelid twitched, and she quickly headed towards the root base. For most people in Konoha, the root base was a secret, even the clan heads didn't know about it. But Tsunade knew. Soon, she sensed the aura of battle, and she felt uneasy. Could her teacher and Danzo be fighting? Her first thought after seeing the white Zetsu was that Danzo had created them, and now her teacher had directly stormed into root. After learning part of the truth from her grandmother, Tsunade knew that the white Zetsu matter had nothing to do with Danzo. But now he seemed to be taking the blame. Tsunade mourned for Danzo for a moment. Indeed, prejudice in people's hearts is like a great mountain. At this time, no one would believe Danzo. Even her teacher was no exception. Chapter 66, Born to be the Scapegoat. It seemed like she had caused trouble. Just as Tsunade was hesitating whether to go in, many people also sensed the aura of battle and came to the root base entrance. Seeing Tsunade standing at the door, indecisive, most of the astute ninjas knew that something big had probably happened inside, and it was not something they could get involved in. However, some ninjas were different. For example, after Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances, they directly entered the root base. They actually wanted to ask Tsunade what was going on, but there were too many people present, so it wasn't a good time to ask. It was better to go inside first and try to persuade the two. The Great Ninja War couldn't possibly erupt internally before it even started, could it? Tsunade, what's going on? Orochimaru walked over and asked Tsunade. A few days ago, Orochimaru was worried about Tsunade, and during that time, he even thought about going to help deal with those threats. However, Hiruzen stopped him. According to Hiruzen, he had already sent Tsukumo over and told Orochimaru not to worry, suggesting that he should spend more time with Nawaki instead. When B's information came, Orochimaru was startled, not expecting Tsunade to have confronted B. Fortunately, no problems arose this time. Otherwise, at least at this stage, Orochimaru still cared deeply about Tsunade and Jiraiya, his companions who had grown up with him since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Nawaki as a disciple, even treating him like a younger brother. Something happened. Sensei seems to have gotten into a fight with Danzo. But it's not a big problem. Come to my house later, and I'll show you something, then you'll understand. Tsunade didn't give all the white Zetsu to Hiruzen, she planned to take some back for research. Thinking of Orochimaru, who enjoyed doing all sorts of strange research, she decided to give a portion of the white Zetsu corpses to Orochimaru as well. As for human experimentation, Tsunade was quite open-minded about it. After all, having grown up by Tobirama's side, if she couldn't be open-minded, she would have gone mad long ago. Moreover, researching medical ninjutsu, doesn't that also require human experimentation? As long as it's not used on one's own people, it's fine. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, then chuckled and said, Nawaki learned second Hokage-sama's water release, water dragon bullet a few days ago. Orochimaru was quite satisfied with his disciple, Nawaki. He had a simple personality, was diligent, eager to learn, and his talent was also quite good. He learned water release, water dragon bullet. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. This was no ordinary water release. For Nawaki to be able to use water dragon bullet, his control over chakra was clearly on another level. It seemed that Nawaki had already reached the strength of a Chunin. However, thinking of Kazuki, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Nawaki was already very outstanding, but compared to Kazuki, the gap was not just a little. Even the Flying Thunder God technique had been mastered by Kazuki. Next, as long as Kazuki integrates the Flying Thunder God technique into combat, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Even without the Flying Thunder God technique, as long as Kazuki's body begins to develop and enters a period of rapid progress, his strength will probably directly surpass hers. There are differences between geniuses. So-called geniuses like Nawaki are only just beginning to have the opportunity to witness Kazuki. Of course, Tsunade was still proud of Nawaki in her heart. Hiruzen, Danzo, what happened? Hamura and Koharu went straight into the root base. Normally, they couldn't enter here directly, but Hiruzen had given his permission, allowing them to enter. In reality, Hiruzen had realized that he might have truly wronged Danzo in this matter, and he wanted to use these two to ease the relationship. Look at this. Hiruzen said coldly, pointing at the white Zetsu. The two looked at the white Zetsu, and feeling the aura emanating from it, they both cast suspicious glances at Danzo. Danzo was annoyed by their gazes. What kind of look is that? This has nothing to do with me, at least not with my experiments. Why did everyone suspect that this matter was related to him? Was he really so untrustworthy? Everything he did was for Konoha. If he had such experimental results, how could he not reveal them? What exactly happened? Hamura and Koharu were momentarily embarrassed by Danzo's roar, but they still asked. It's like this. Hiruzen recounted what Tsunade had told him, and at this, the two once again looked suspiciously at Danzo. There was no other way. Such a thing seemed to be something only Danzo could do. It's not me. Danzo crossed his arms and snorted coldly. If I really wanted to monitor Tsunade and Kushina, I wouldn't let these guys do it. I would have root members openly monitor them. After all, my people were there to protect them. Danzo already knew about the previous battle's information. He hadn't expected the Ninetales' chakra could be used in such a way. This made Danzo increasingly interested in the Ninetales. If he could become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, wouldn't he be invincible? Even if he couldn't become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he needed the future Ninetales Jinchuriki to be under his control. If he controlled the Jinchuriki, not to mention annihilating other countries, even the Hokage position was something he could consider. In Danzo's mind at this stage, the priority of annihilating other countries was even higher than becoming Hokage. Tsunade is outside, she seems to have something to say. Why don't we let her in? At this moment, Koharu suggested. Yes, let her in. Previously, Hiruzen had investigated this laboratory and understood the research information from Danzo's side. He found that although Danzo's would release experiments had begun, there were no research results. This suggested it wasn't Danzo's, so whose was it? Could it really be related to Tobirama? Soon, Tsunade brought Orochimaru inside. A hint of apology flashed in her eyes as she looked at Danzo. Then she spoke to Hiruzen. Sensei, I told Grandma about these guys. Grandma said that during the first Great Ninja War, such monsters appeared in the village, and they later disappeared. She thought they had all been dealt with. She didn't expect them to appear again. Chapter 67, The Third Raikage's Thoughts. Tsunade's words made Hiruzen and the others look at each other in dismay. Such creatures had existed since the first Great Ninja War. So, is this related to Lord Second? Koharu stammered, asking. They naturally didn't have the guts to question Mito why such an important matter hadn't been told to them. After all, Mito had already said that there were no such white Zetsu in Konoha now, and she hadn't left Konoha for more than 10 years, so it would be strange if she knew about things outside Konoha. Everyone else's heart sank. If this matter was truly related to Tobirama, then it would be an even trickier situation, as these would release experimental subjects might have already lost control. Grandma said this has nothing to do with him. Would-release experiments were indeed conducted back then, but they weren't assisted by human experimentation. Tsunade shook her head slightly. On this point, Granduncle wouldn't hide anything from Grandma. At this, the others looked at each other even more bewildered. Not related to Tobirama. Then who is it? Tsunade, are you saying that someone else might have completed the would-release experiments? Danzo asked in a low voice. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Probably. Of course, it's also possible that others awakened would release themselves. Everyone knows that would release is my grandfather's Kekkei Genkai, but in reality, my grandfather was an exception. Before him, our Senju clan doesn't seem to have had a would release user, at least not that I know of. It's also possible that someone else accidentally awakened would release. I don't know the specific situation. This made the others' expressions even more grim. No matter how you look at it, this matter is difficult to handle. And Grandma also said there's an unseen hand behind the ninja world. Tsunade then relayed Mito's speculation. At this, everyone lost their composure. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances. They knew that Kagami had been easily defeated, even killed, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was likely in the hands of this mastermind, which would further enhance their strength. After all, that's a Mangekyo Sharingan. This is definitely not a good thing for Konoha. Considering that this force is likely secretly instigating conflicts between various countries, it's clear without even thinking that they might be trying to incite the Second Great Ninja War again. How about we expose this force? Koharu suggested hesitantly. Impossible. Even if we tell them, others won't believe it. Danzo flatly denied. He was still fuming. Hiruzen had barged into the route without a word, suspecting him of this and that. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, but Danzo still felt annoyed. What could he do? Blame Mito? Impossible. Ultimately, it was Hiruzen's lack of trust in him. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen and Hamura sighed helplessly. They both understood what Danzo meant. Indeed, no one would believe it. We should prepare more supplies as quickly as possible, then be ready for war at any time, and notify the Raikage to come to Konoha. Hiruzen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Danzo opened his mouth. He really wanted to take this opportunity to kill B, then have the third Raikage come to the Land of Fire, ambush him halfway, and then they would occupy the Land of Lightning. But then he remembered that someone, who could easily kill Kagami, was currently eyeing them from the shadows. Even someone like him dared not act rashly. Sensei, can I examine this white thing? Orochimaru looked at the white Zetsu next to him and asked. Yes, go ahead and look. Hiruzen did not refuse. Orochimaru was, after all, his most satisfactory disciple, who loved to research all sorts of strange things. Since he was interested, let him research it. In Kumogakure, the third Raikage quickly received the notification from Konoha. He furiously smashed his desk and shouted, "Damn Konoha, damn Hiruzen. What does he mean? Does he want to start a war with Kumogakure? Please calm down." The young Darui next to him quickly advised. Although still young, he was highly regarded by the third Raikage and was being personally mentored. Humph. The third Raikage snorted lightly, calming his emotions. Prepare for me, accompany me to Konoha. Could this be a trap? Darui asked cautiously. The second Hokage of Konoha had died when he came to sign a peace treaty with them. Aside from the first 5 Kage summit, there had been no instances of a Kage from one village traveling to another. The first time was during Hashirama's era. They didn't need to worry about such issues at all, as Hashirama didn't need to resort to such schemes, he could simply act directly. He was a being who had suppressed an entire era. Since they've sent an invitation, we'll go. The third Raikage said gruffly. There was no other way, who let be captured. That was his brother. Kumogakure couldn't afford to lose him. He paused, then continued, mobilize personnel and arrange them along the Land of Lightning's border. If anything happens to me, declare war on Konoha immediately. Although the third Raikage was confident in his strength, he knew that he was not invincible, and Mito was not to be underestimated. In the current situation, Kumogakure could no longer initiate war with Konoha, so he needed to secure some benefits for himself. Due to his muscular build, he seems like a reckless man. But in reality, he was not foolish at all. Grandma Mito, do you have any suggestions regarding chakra shape transformation? No matter how the ninja world changed, it had nothing to do with Kazuki. He still went to Mito's house every day as usual. Ever since Kushina was injured, their squad had been semi-disbanded. Tsunade also had no time or energy to manage them. In fact, not only them, but even Orochimaru's squad was currently in a semi-rest state. It wasn't that someone in their squad was injured, but that Orochimaru was busy and had no time to lead them out on missions. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 68, Researching Tailed Beast Bomb. Chakra Shape Transformation. You also practiced shape transformation when you were training Chidori, right? Are you going to create a new ninjutsu? Mito never doubted Kazuki's creative ability. Compared to Madara, Mito felt that Kazuki was more like Tobirama. Well, although I didn't fight B before, I clearly found the flaws in Chidori, and with my current ability, I can't improve Chidori any further for now. Moreover, I have already learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and next, I need to integrate the Flying Thunder God technique into my combat system. Chidori is more or less like something that's not worth keeping or discarding. Kazuki was a bit uncertain as he said this. He had actually thought about developing Kakashi's future purple electricity before. Purple electricity is also a ninjutsu without hand seals. Although it lacks the piercing ability of Raikiri, it is still very powerful. However, in terms of its upper limit, Kazuki believed it couldn't compare to Reiznon. He thought about how Naruto would eventually create various forms of Reiznon in the future. With his current abundant chakra, he was considering developing Reiznon. Of course, relatively speaking, lightning release is more suitable for him, but who says lightning release can't be incorporated into Reiznon? Kazuki will definitely continue to research Chidori, but it's also time to develop Reiznon. The advantages of Chidori are its piercing ability and speed, but it's indeed not very compatible with the Flying Thunder God technique. Mito nodded thoughtfully. Back then, Tobirama did consider using explosive tags to solve it, or using swordsmanship to perform the Flying Thunder God slash. Mito already knew that Kazuki had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. She was very pleased, and did not feel that this would be a threat. At least for Kushina, Kazuki mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is a good thing. Is it second Hokage-sama's mutually multiplying explosive tags? Kazuki seemed to have thought of something and asked. Yes, actually, the mutually multiplying explosive tags was initially meant to be used with other ninjutsu, but it can also be used in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. Mito paused and added, it's just a bit dangerous. Kazuki nodded thoughtfully and said, I'll research it when the time comes. But I still want to research a ninjutsu without hand seals that can be used instantly. By the way, Grandma Mito, can you show me the legendary Tailed Beast Bomb? Are you trying to research a ninjutsu similar to the Tailed Beast Bomb? The Tailed Beast Bomb can indeed be considered the ultimate product of chakra shape transformation, but it is composed of yin and yang release chakra. It's almost impossible for humans to use this kind of ninjutsu. Despite saying this, Mito still extended her hand, and in her palm appeared a black energy ball the size of a peanut. This is a miniature Tailed Beast Bomb. Don't underestimate it, it actually contains chakra equivalent to that of an ordinary jonin. Goodness, an ordinary jonin's entire chakra reserve has become a unit of chakra. Unfortunately, Kakashi hasn't appeared yet, and Mito doesn't understand the meaning of one Kakashi. However, this is indeed a tailed beast bomb. This extremely compressed chakra gave Kazuki a huge sense of threat. I don't have that kind of yin-yang release, but I can research such a ninjutsu using other chakra. Kazuki unconsciously activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his gaze burning as he looked at the ultra-miniature tailed beast bomb in Mito's hand. Although very small, the chakra contained within it was extremely deadly. Kazuki felt that if he were hit by it, he would be pulverized. I'm also very curious about what kind of ninjutsu you can create. Mito looked at Kazuki with a smile. She now completely treated Kazuki as her own junior. His talent is outstanding, comparable to Madara in his prime. It's a pity that Kazuki doesn't have a brother like Izuna, otherwise his eyes wouldn't have gone blind. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is enough to compensate for many things, and his ninjutsu creative ability is in no way inferior to Tobirama. It seems that reaching Tobirama's level in the future is not a problem at all. And as a grandmother, what she can do is teach Kazuki how to live and provide him with help before he grows up. Although Mito rarely left her home, she could still feel the turbulent changes in the outside world. Leaving aside the affairs of other villages, Konoha itself is not peaceful. The last time Hiruzen and Danzo had a conflict, it seemed to have been suppressed, but everyone could see that the relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen could never return to what it once was. The Uchiha clan is also restless. If it weren't for Tatsuya leading the way and her protecting him, it wouldn't be easy for Kazuki to train and get stronger so peacefully. As for why Kazuki knew about the tailed beast bomb, Mito didn't care. She had used the tailed beast bomb during the First Great Ninja War. Moreover, before she became the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki and Hashirama captured all the other tailed beasts. The Uchiha clan was the most knowledgeable about tailed beasts. The Uchiha had controlled tailed beasts in combat before. I roughly understand what the tailed beast bomb is about. Thank you, Grandma Mito. Kazuki looked at Mito with gratitude. Regardless of why Mito took such good care of him, her care for him over the past year has been evident. Kazuki was not an ungrateful person. In the future, he will do his best to help take care of Tsunade and Nawaki. After the Reiznan is developed, he can also teach it to Nawaki, as this ninjutsu is quite suitable for Nawaki. Not just Nawaki, but the Senju and Uzumaki are actually also quite compatible. If the Reiznan had been created 100 years earlier, perhaps both clans would have been creating Reiznan by hand. You're welcome. I'm also very much looking forward to what kind of ninjutsu you can research. Mito smiled and put away the tailed beast bomb. Kazuki stared blankly at Mito's hand. It's not easy to retract such terrifying chakra, but Mito did it effortlessly. This shows that her control over chakra far exceeded Kazuki's imagination, and of course, it also had to do with her terrifying mastery of sealing jutsu. Chapter 69, Amagekyu's Reckless Actions. Once your control over chakra improves to a certain degree, achieving this won't be difficult. Mito seemed to sense Kazuki's shock and softly explained, although people with more chakra rarely meticulously manage their chakra, chakra is ultimately finite. Even Hashirama experienced situations where his chakra was completely depleted. Training your chakra control regularly will not harm you. Yes, I understand, Grandma Mito. Kazuki thought of the final battle between Hashirama and Madara. This battle has been memed by many, and the manga didn't show many details, at least not a scene where Hashirama easily crushed Madara and the Nine Tails. When he said, "Nine Tails, you're too dangerous, I'm going to seal you," he was almost completely exhausted. Perhaps a single Nine Tails could be restrained or even crushed by Hashirama, but Madara plus the Nine Tails would not fear Hashirama. The facts also prove that in that battle, Hashirama overexerted his chakra and died not long after. It could be said that Hashirama's sage art, would release, true several thousand hands was a life-draining ninjutsu, even Hashirama only used it once. If one were to take the anime version as the true ninja world, they would surely be misled to their death by this ninja world. Just like in the anime, Otsutsuki Kagaya marries a noble, but in reality, how could a member of the Otsutsuki clan possibly fancy a mortal? For the proud Otsutsuki clan, the mortals are no different from a monkey, how could she possibly fall in love with him? This is nothing more than fawning over the emperor. After all, there is an imperial family in Japan, and sometimes, creative works are inevitably influenced by them. The Sage of Six Paths is the child of the emperor, and the so-called goddess is the emperor's woman. Don't you think that's amazing? But could such a thing really happen? Even the infinite Tsukuyomi would not make such a thing possible. Hashirama and Madara both had good control over their chakra. Kazuki didn't think his future chakra would be less than theirs, but he still needed to train what needed training. In the following days, Kazuki entered seclusion to develop the Reiznan. He already knew the learning process for the Reiznan, and now that he had personally seen a tailed beast bomb, developing the Reiznan was well deserved, and the difficulty was not too small. However, Kazuki still needed to be somewhat low-key. It couldn't be that he saw the tailed beast bomb today and developed it the next day, right? While Kazuki was in seclusion researching the Reisnon, the third Reikage arrived in Konoha. This time, the third Reikage did not come discreetly. Instead, he came with great fanfare, which attracted the attention of the ninja world. Welcome, Reikage. The last time we met was during the First Great Ninja War, wasn't it? Hiruzen, wearing his Hokage robe and a straw hat, shook hands with the third Reikage and greeted him with a smile. I don't want to meet you guys. It's never anything good. The third Reikage grumbled. Even after arriving in Konoha, the third Reikage was still full of dissatisfaction. Hiruzen smiled noncommittally at the third Reikage's displeasure. Let him complain, he just needs to get the benefits. Anyway, he was getting more benefits, so if the other party wanted to complain a few times, he would just let them. Hiruzen said with a smile, if possible, I hope we can meet often, as the ninja world is not peaceful at all right now. Many things can be resolved through conversation, so there's no need for fighting and killing, right? How could the third Reikage not understand Hiruzen's hidden meaning? He took a deep breath and snorted softly, but he did not deny Hiruzen's words. When B was captured, the third Reikage knew that his side was destined to suffer a loss. As for sacrificing B, that was impossible. It could be said that as long as Hiruzen's side wasn't too excessive, his side could accept it. Of course, on the surface, he still had to be tough, indicating that he didn't mind going to war with Konoha. Kumogakure might not be able to contend with Konoha alone, but the other villages would not stand by and watch. The third Reikage and Hiruzen were negotiating in the Hokage office conference room. Just then, an Umbu hurried into the office and whispered something into Hiruzen's ear, which caused his expression to change slightly. Then Hiruzen looked at the third Reikage with a serious expression and said, Reikage, the land of rain and the land of iron have declared war. What? The third Reikage was stunned. The land of rain had been making frequent moves lately, seemingly showing signs of war. Originally, the third Reikage had analyzed that the land of rain might declare war on Konoha, and then they could take advantage of the situation. However, what the third Reikage didn't expect was that the land of rain would brazenly invade the land of iron. Reikage, you should understand what the land of iron represents, right? Hiruzen stared at the Reikage and said in a deep voice. It's a permanently neutral country, and it's protected by the 5 great nations. This was personally promised by the daimyos of the 5 great nations. The third Reikage snorted coldly. At this moment, he wanted to beat Hanzo up. If you want to fight, go fight Konoha, why the land of iron? I'm afraid it won't be long before the daimyo's mansion demands that we send troops to the land of rain. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief internally. Hanzo must have been desperate. The samurai of the land of iron were acknowledged by samurai and the daimyos of various countries. For samurai, the land of iron was their own people. The land of iron was inextricably linked with the daimyos of various countries. Although ninjas have basically replaced samurai now, in the hearts of the daimyos, samurai are their true people. Hanzo's actions were actually favored by the 5 great ninja villages but not permitted by the daimyos. Anyway, for Konoha, this was a good thing. The land of iron has large quantities of minerals and is rich in weapons. If the land of rain annexes the land of iron, then the land of rain will become the 6th great nation. The third Reikage sighed helplessly. If the land of rain had declared war on the land of fire at this time, he could have easily gotten B out. But now, he probably had no choice but to pay some benefits. This is something no one wants to see, Reikage, let's cooperate. Hiruzen extended his hand to the third Reikage and said, if possible, I hope for an alliance. Our last alliance almost succeeded, but then an accident occurred. This time, I hope it can succeed. Chapter 70, Alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure. Humph. The third Reikage snorted, but he didn't refuse. The initial idea of a lightning strike on Konoha to gain benefits for Kumogakure was their original plan, but he wasn't opposed to cooperating with Konoha to fight against other villages. The other party could even capture B, so their strength was clearly not weak. Being allies with such a village seemed like a good idea. However, the third Reikage hadn't expected that Kumogakure would still end up uniting, and even forming an alliance, with Konoha after all the twists and turns. Hopefully, there won't be any problems this time. Seeing that the third Reikage didn't refuse, Hiruzen smiled knowingly. Hanzo was actually quite good. Scolding and blaming Hanzo still had to be done, but when fighting him, he could put in minimal effort, as long as the land of rain couldn't annex the land of iron. The alliance between Konoha and the Kumogakure was announced quickly, with the basic framework finalized on the same day. The next step was to discuss the specific details. Konoha and Kumogakure have allied. Kushina's face crumpled when she heard the news. She had no good feelings for Kumogakure. The villain they caught recently was from Kumogakure. Furthermore, she had heard before that Kumogakure might have been involved in the downfall of the Uzumaki clan, and not just them, but other villages seemed to be involved as well. How did Konoha end up allied with Kimogakure? This is a political relationship. Kazuki pondered for a moment before speaking to comfort her. For the current Konoha, cooperating with Kimogakure is the best choice. Konoha doesn't have the confidence to challenge all other villages alone. Kushina pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but no words came out. The destruction of Uchiha back then, Kimogakure was likely involved, but other villages were also involved. Just see it as dogs biting dogs. Seeing Kushina looking down, Kazuki spoke to comfort her. Who talks like that? Kushina instantly burst into laughter and tears. Only Kazuki would treat Kimogakure ninjas as dogs. If those people knew how Kazuki evaluated them, Kazuki would probably be seen as a thorn in their side. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. Between nations, there are no eternal allies. It's almost impossible for Konoha and Kimogakure to cooperate long-term. Kimogakure is also unwilling to be Konoha's sidekick for long. Kazuki stroked Kushina's beautiful hair, softly comforting her. Instead of worrying about these things, it's better to recover from your injuries and train well. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance to go to war with Kimogakure. After a pause, Kazuki leaned closer to Kushina's ear and whispered, "We'll investigate who was involved back then and find an opportunity to eliminate them." Kushina's eyes instantly widened, looking at Kazuki in disbelief. She hadn't expected Kazuki to propose such a suggestion. Actually, we can also post a mission here in Konoha to search for Uzumaki clansmen scattered throughout the ninja world. As long as the bounty is high enough, I imagine the higher-ups won't refuse. I don't believe the Uzumaki clan was truly completely wiped out. Kazuki paused again and continued, however, even if these people return to Konoha, they might still be monitored afterward, as there might be some spies from other villages. That's possible. Kushina instantly became excited. Uchiha was destroyed, their home was gone, and the best-case scenario for those clan members was a wandering life. If it were more tragic, Kushina couldn't even imagine such a life. You can try it. Go ask Grandma Mito. Mito was very good to Kazuki, and Kushina's relationship with him went without saying. Kazuki knew that both of them cared deeply about the Uzumaki clan. He also thought of another Uzumaki clansman seemingly in the Land of Grass, Keirin's mother. He would find an opportunity to steal her out later. The Uzumaki clan shouldn't be so tragic. If the Uzumaki clan were still intact and joined Konoha, it would likely displease other clans, as this wasn't the founding stage of Konoha, and the Uzumaki clan's addition would affect their interests. But the current Uzumaki clan poses no threat to Konoha's various clans. Even if they were to become a clan, it would be impossible without decades, or even a century. By that time, Mito's influence would have long vanished. Moreover, in Kazuki's opinion, Hiruzen would not refuse. As long as they could be saved, Hiruzen would be their benefactor. The political significance goes without saying. Konoha chose not to abandon the annihilated Uzumaki clan, so what about other allies? Okay, I'll go ask Grandma right now. Kushina quickly ran towards Mito. Is that really okay? Mikoto asked with some concern. I just suggested it. It should be fine. Grandma Mito probably wants this too. She didn't have the chance before, isn't this a good opportunity now? Kazuki paused again and continued, actually, Grandma Mito could have used B to trade for Uzumaki clansmen from Kimogakure earlier, as they should have some, but she didn't do that. Perhaps for Mito, Konoha's interests had already surpassed those of the Uzumaki clan. However, Kazuki would not voice such thoughts. Kushina's existence had already compensated for Mito's regret, and Konoha had indeed put in effort, but a dark hand had annihilated the Uzumaki clan, and Kagami had even sacrificed himself. Even Mito couldn't say anything. In reality, how could Mito not bear some responsibility for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan? If Hashirama hadn't distributed the tailed beasts, other villages wouldn't have wanted Jinchuriki. If Mito hadn't displayed strength far exceeding ordinary Kage, other villages wouldn't have set their sights on the Uzumaki clan. It could be said that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan was entirely caused by this couple. Of course, other daimyos also disliked them. If a ninja became a daimyo, how would other ninjas view them? Grandma Mito is truly great. Mikoto suddenly realized something and said, oh, by the way, Kazuki, can you teach me Chidori? Chidori? Of course, you also have lightning chakra nature, but without the Sharingan, it's difficult to control Chidori well. Kazuki agreed without even thinking. Chapter 71, Mito's Departure. However, just as Kazuki's words fell, Mikoto's double Tomo Sharingan entered Kazuki's vision. To be precise, Mikoto's Sharingan was one single Tomo and one double Tomo, which made Kazuki gasp. Good heavens, so Sasuke's one single Tomo Sharingan and one double Tomo Sharingan were inherited from Mikoto. Sasuke not only inherited Mikoto's good looks but also her Sharingan, so Fugaku's genes might really be polluting Mikoto. Of course, Fugaku was actually quite good. If Kazuki had not appeared, he would have been the Uchiha clan's top genius. The 13-year-old Fugaku had already awakened his double Tomo Sharingan and was also an outstanding talent among his peers. However, encountering Kazuki, Fugaku's brilliance was overshadowed. Did something happen to you? Kazuki frowned, looking at Mikoto nervously. Awakening the Sharingan was not necessarily a good thing. Recently, Mikoto's family did not seem to have any problems, right? It's all because of Nawaki. Mikoto's expression became subtle. Not long ago, when we went out on a mission, Nawaki stepped on an explosive tag trap. If Orochimaru-sensei hadn't reacted in time, Nawaki would at least be missing an arm or a leg now. I was so startled that I awakened these eyes. Kazuki. Putting aside Mikoto awakening her Sharingan, such a thing did not seem impossible within the Uchiha clan. After all, Mikoto's bloodline was quite good. It wouldn't be impossible for her to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan someday in the future. If he were to tell her one day that he was going to marry Kushina, Kazuki felt that she might really awaken her eyes. Cough cough, of course, he would not do such a thing. Only children make choices, adults want it all. How could he not feel Mikoto and Kushina's feelings for him? It was too early to say anything now, and besides, as long as his strength was sufficient, who else would have a say? The ninja world had no mandatory regulations for monogamy, and there wasn't even a so-called marriage certificate. However, did Nawaki really like stepping on explosive tags that much? Did he have an innate explosive tag stepping physique? Why haven't I heard about this before? Kazuki looked at Mikoto with a subtle expression. Nawaki didn't want us to tell anyone, but Orochimaru-sensei should tell Tsunade-ne-san. Mikoto then explained, I'm hesitant whether or not to tell Grandpa about the Sharingan. I haven't told anyone but you. Before, everyone was worried about Nawaki and didn't notice that I awakened my eyes. As for Grandpa, I'm worried he'll worry about me. Tell him if you want to, or don't if you don't. It's not a particularly big problem, after all, you're already over 10 years old, and awakening the Sharingan isn't unacceptable. Kazuki then thought of Fugaku. It seemed the clan head had recently started looking for a child bride for Fugaku, hoping for someone with outstanding talent. Mikoto's talent was excellent, and now that she had awakened the Sharingan, she would probably be targeted, right? However, Tatsuya was not to be trifled with, and Kazuki was currently the Uchiha clan's nominal #1 genius. If the clan head dared to cause trouble, Kazuki would directly involve Hiruzen. He imagined Hiruzen and Danzo would not refuse an opportunity to get involved in Uchiha internal affairs. I plan to hide it for a while. Ordinary missions don't require the Sharingan, and besides, aren't you going to teach me how to use the Sharingan? Mikoto smiled gently, seemingly unaffected by the awakening of her Sharingan. Alright, next, I'll teach you how to use the Sharingan and also teach you the Chidori. Kazuki did not refuse. Anyway, besides researching the Raise-non recently, he didn't seem to have anything else to do, so teaching Mikoto was not a problem. With Kazuki's current strength, guiding Mikoto was no problem. Okay. Mikoto said with a sweet smile. You mean, put a bounty on the Uzumaki clansmen and bring them to Konoha? Mito's expression became dazed upon hearing Kushina's words. She still felt indebted to the Uzumaki clan. If she hadn't become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki clan probably wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved disaster. Of course, other great nations did indeed dislike the Uzumaki clan. Now hearing Kushina say this, Mito was tempted, but at her status, one move affected everything, and she couldn't just move on a whim. However, looking at Kushina's eager expression, she sighed softly. Don't worry about this for now. I will speak with the Hokage. Thank you, Grandma. Kushina immediately called out sweetly. After a moment of hesitation, Mito stood up. Since the end of the First Great Ninja War, it was the first time she had walked out of her small courtyard and headed towards the Hokage building. Mito's actions instantly attracted countless people's attention. No one expected the stabilizing force of Konoha to act at this time. Could it be that Konoha and Kimogakure were forming an alliance, and Mito couldn't stand it? Upon learning of Mito's arrival, Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances. They also couldn't understand Mito's purpose, but they still stood up to welcome Mito. Mito-sama. Even Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had to be respectful when facing Mito. They were uneasy inside. Could it be that Mito was dissatisfied with their actions? Mito entered a room and dismissed everyone except Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Once there were only 5 people present, she spoke, Konoha and Kimogakure allied. Yes. The other 3 all looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen reported with a stiff upper lip, although the incident back then led to Sensei's sacrifice, this is currently the best option. As the Hokage, I must set aside my personal feelings. Chapter 72, Saving the Uzumaki. Mito stared at Hiruzen for a long time, and Hiruzen likewise met Mito's gaze without subservience or arrogance. After a long time, Mito let out a soft chuckle and said, "Monkey, you finally look like an excellent Hokage." Forming an alliance with Kimogakure was not the wrong choice. After a pause, Mito continued, "However, this old woman has something to ask for your help." With the serious matter at hand, Hiruzen quickly said, "Mito-sama, please speak. When Uchiha was destroyed, I didn't know if any members of the Uzumaki clan were wandering outside. I want to ask you to search for those wandering Uzumaki clansmen and bring them to Konoha. Of course, you don't need to worry about subsequent problems. Even if there are some, there aren't many left, so they won't cause any impact on Konoha." Mito stared at the four of them and said in a deep voice, "What if they are Uzumaki clansmen who have joined other villages?" Danzo asked abruptly. Mito gave Danzo a deep look before speaking, "Just bring back those who are willing to return to Konoha. This can be considered my way of tracing back our origins, and for Konoha, it should only bring benefits, not too many disadvantages." Hiruzen agreed without a second thought. Just as Kazuki and Mito had thought, if the entire Uzumaki clan were to join Konoha, Hiruzen and the other great clans would find it very difficult to allow. However, a small number of Uzumaki clansmen would indeed be a huge supplement for Konoha, almost entirely beneficial with no harm. Even Danzo would not obstruct this point. He even wondered if he should go find those Uzumaki clansmen and bring them all to Root. Root currently needed this kind of talent. "Well, I'll trouble you with this matter." Mito finished speaking and then stood up and left. Hiruzen and the other three were left looking at each other. After a long time, Koharu finally asked, "What do you think Mito-sama meant by this?" For something like this, she only needed to say it casually. Why did she wait a year after Uchiha destruction to bring it up? Perhaps she wanted to test our attitude. Hamura said uncertainly. Regardless, bringing those Uzumaki clansmen to Konoha really isn't a problem. If those people have issues, Mito-sama can detect them. Danzo's expression was full of envy when he brought this up, wishing he also had such sensory abilities. "Forget it, let's send some people to help Mito-sama search for the Uzumaki clansmen." Hiruzen sighed helplessly, "It doesn't affect us. We just need to do our best." The other three did not refuse either. They were worried that Mito would demand that they retrieve those Uzumaki clansmen who had been captured, and they could imagine the fate the Uzumaki clansmen would face after being captured by other villages. But if it was just about finding those wandering outside, they could certainly do their best for that. However, why Mito had waited so long to do this, the four of them couldn't figure it out for a while. Little did they know that before this, Mito had felt that if there truly were clan members living outside, becoming ordinary people and letting the Uzumaki clan disappear from then on might not be a bad thing at all. Ninja were not necessarily better than civilians. The sudden attack by the Land of Rain on the Land of Iron was something none of the five great nations had expected. As expected, the five great nations all came forward to condemn Hanzo, demanding that he withdraw his troops from the Land of Iron. However, what they didn't expect was that Hanzo and the Omegakure ninja not only didn't retreat but instead accelerated their offensive against the Land of Iron. Kazuki learned about the front-line situation from Tsunade every day and somewhat understood that the reason the five villages didn't act immediately was probably to test the daimyo's attitude. After all, the Land of Iron was essentially under the daimyo, and no matter how harmonious the relationship between the villages and the daimyo, there were still some underlying conflicts. It was not impossible that Hanzo had already reached a consensus with certain Kage before dispatching his troops. If the Land of Iron were truly to be destroyed, it would be hard to guarantee that some villages wouldn't make a move against the daimyo's mansion. Kazuki quietly ate popcorn every day, then developed the Raise-non under Mito's guidance, or taught Mikoto how to use the Sharingan and Chidori. His days were quite pleasant. Soon, half a month passed, and the combat arena refreshed. Fourth Great Ninja War, Gaara. Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Shisui. Akatsuki, Daibutsu. Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. When Kazuki saw these four names, he was somewhat silent. Itachi from the Akatsuki period, the current Kazuki knew he couldn't beat him no matter what. He was still very far from Kage-level strength. Gaara from the Fourth Great Ninja World War period. Without the one tail, his strength seemed to have decreased on the surface. But thinking about Gaara's battle with Deidara compared to his battle with Raza, it seemed that without the one tail, Gaara's strength hadn't decreased much. Instead, it had subtly increased. For Gaara, the one tail was more like a hidden danger. Of course, it was also possible that during Gaara's battle with Deidara, he was held back by Suna ninjas and couldn't fully display his true strength. As for the so-called Akatsuki elder, Kazuki didn't pay him any mind. He was just cannon fodder, lucky to even have Jonin-level strength. As an Uchiha, he certainly had the right to look down on ninjas from other small nations. As for Shisui, the body flicker, Kazuki admitted that he couldn't beat Shisui at his peak, but Shisui from the Third Great Ninja War period. Wasn't that like a father fighting his son? The facts proved this to be true. Although Shisui's strength during the Third Great Ninja War period was decent, there was still a significant gap compared to Kazuki. In terms of genjutsu, Kazuki's ocular power was stronger than his. In terms of body flicker technique, both their body flicker techniques were identical, but Kazuki understood these body flicker techniques better than Shisui. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique and other abilities, Kazuki was significantly stronger than Shisui. After killing Shisui, Kazuki gained Shisui's 3-tomo ocular power, which significantly boosted his ocular power, but still, the Mangekyo Sharingan remained a distant goal. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 73, Reiznan. The gap between an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan and a Mangekyo Sharingan is not small. A 3-tomo Sharingan is already quite rare. However, out of 100 3-tomo Sharingan, not even one pair might evolve into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki highly suspected that the Uchiha clan in Konoha currently doesn't even have a single Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't know if the clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was highly probable he hadn't. What Kazuki can do now is accumulate his ocular power as much as possible. He has suspected that the Mangekyo Sharingan was actually a product of bloodline degeneration. Hagoromo's ocular power, when he had the 3-tomo Sharingan, already reached the level of a Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan type. When Indra awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could use the complete Susanoo, which was a sign of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But later, the Uchiha developed a distinction between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is solid proof of bloodline regression. Indra seemingly only inherited the Sage Eye, but if Indra were compared to the so-called Sage Body users in the current ninja world, he would resemble a Sage Body more. This is certain, as Indra, at the end of the day, was Hagoromo's son. As anticipated, it was difficult for Kazuki to defeat Gaara head-on. He is now gradually incorporating the Flying Thunder God technique into his combat. Theoretically, he, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, seems to hold an undefeated position. If he can't win, he can just leave. However, the battlefield in the combat arena has a spatial limit, and Gaara's forte is area of effect attacks. Kazuki struggled, but ultimately lost to Gaara. A Kage is indeed a Kage. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kazuki still couldn't defeat Gaara for now. And when facing Itachi, he struggled, but Itachi's overall strength was even greater than Gaara's, so Kazuki ultimately lost. Kazuki was not disheartened by this. Before the battles, he had already anticipated that he was not yet their opponent. However, fighting against 2 Kage-level experts was a good training experience for him. He indeed learned a lot from his battle with Itachi. If he can fully digest these learnings, his strength will improve significantly. Grandma Mito, this is the Reiznan I created based on the tailed beast bomb. Kazuki, in front of Mito, Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, and others, formed a Reiznan with one hand. This scene made everyone turn their heads in surprise. Kazuki really did manage to research it, and it only took him a little over a month, by all accounts. When did creating ninjutsu become so simple? This is almost the ultimate result of chakra-shaped transformation. Mito's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light upon seeing it. The compression of chakra is incredibly powerful. The chakra consumption of the Reiznan is even higher than that of Chidori. Plus, it's a hand-seal-less, instant ninjutsu. This is another A-rank ninjutsu. Another A-rank ninjutsu. Tsunade was at a loss for words, not knowing how to react. When did A-rank ninjutsu become so easy to create? And it only took a little over a month from the start of creating this A-rank ninjutsu to its completion. If Granduncle saw you, he would be very happy. Tsunade looked at Kazuki with complex emotions. Tsunade actually felt that Kazuki was quite similar to Tobirama. Both were geniuses, both possessed political wisdom, both could use the Flying Thunder God technique, and both were skilled at creating ninjutsu. Indeed, Kazuki was the successor to her granduncle. However, Tsunade's words caused a subtle shift in the hearts of Mito and Kazuki. If Tobirama were to know about this, he would probably be so angry he'd rise directly from his grave, wouldn't he? After all, Kazuki was still an Uchiha. It would be miraculous if Tobirama could be happy about it. If Tobirama had truly treated the Uchiha fairly, then the one to inherit the third Hokage position would very likely have been Kagami, not Hiruzen. Perhaps, but the ninjutsu isn't completely finished yet. This is just an incomplete ninjutsu. Kazuki said, adding more chakra into the Reiznan. In an instant, the Reiznan grew from fist-sized to basketball-sized. This is the giant Reiznan after increasing the chakra input. Don't just look at the increase in size. In reality, the chakra consumption and the requirements for chakra control are extremely strict. Kazuki sighed. Sakura's chakra control talent was truly excellent. I probably couldn't even handle that much chakra. Nawaki's face turned pale as he looked at the giant Reiznan. His chakra reserves were actually considered excellent among his peers, but seeing the giant Reiznan, Nawaki knew that he couldn't handle it at his current level. Most ninjas indeed cannot use it. Even if your chakra is sufficient, your chakra control is still far from meeting the requirements. Mito looked at Nawaki with a hint of disappointment. The Raiznan, and so on, was the most suitable ninjutsu for Nawaki at the moment, but Nawaki's chakra control was just a little bit lacking. Why wasn't Kazuki her grandson? If he were, she could probably die with a smile. With Kazuki, Konoha could be guaranteed to be problem-free for decades. Of course, all of this was predicated on resolving the hidden mastermind. Otherwise, unless Kazuki grew to Madara's level, it wouldn't be enough. Although Kagami was not as strong as Izuna back then, his strength was still considerable, yet he was still killed by the opponent. Even if it meant fighting to the death, she had to eliminate this unstable factor. Kid, try the power of this ninjutsu. Tsunade found a dummy from the warehouse, placed it not far from Kazuki, and motioned for Kazuki to use the giant Raiznan on it. The giant Raiznan was pressed against the dummy, and in a blink of an eye, the dummy was smashed to pieces, turning into fragments. A very good ninjutsu. Tsunade remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. The dummy's strength was even greater than that of a real human body. Kazuki destroyed the dummy, which showed the power of this ninjutsu. Chapter 74, Hiruzen becomes a combat power measurement unit. At this moment, Tsunade also acknowledged the power of the Raiznan. Of course, she wouldn't learn the Raiznan. For her, the Raiznan was neither particularly useful nor entirely discardable. Her own punch, empowered by her monstrous strength, might not be any worse than the Raiznan. She even thought that Kazuki probably didn't need to research the Raiznan at all. Why not just smash them with a punch? There was no need for the sword of the Thunder God. Solving problems directly with fists would be much better. For example, using the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind an opponent, then smashing a fist into their spine, directly killing them or at least leaving them half-paralyzed. Why would one need a Raiznan for that? However, Tsunade did support Nawaki and Kushina practicing the Raiznan, as not everyone was suited for using chakra-enhanced strength. The process of training the Raiznan could also hone their chakra control. Even if the Raiznan wasn't suitable for them, training chakra-enhanced strength in the future would be much easier. But, this Raiznan isn't perfected yet, is it? Mito looked at the destruction caused by the giant Raiznan with satisfaction, but she could sense that this was not the Rasengan's final form. Compared to Chidori, Mito now favored the Raiznan more. Of course, the same ninjutsu would have different effects when used by different people. Just like chakra-enhanced strength, Tsunade's use of it was much more powerful than Kazuki's. Yes, I can incorporate other elemental chakras into the Raiznan later, but that's very difficult. It's not something I can do right now. Kazuki thought of Naruto's various Raizanans in the future with a sigh. For him now, the Raiznan was a ninjutsu to be used in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Raiznan could almost be considered Minato's signature move in the future. Of course, besides these, Minato's most outstanding quality was his excellent combat analysis. In terms of combat thinking, Minato was top tier in the ninja world. Kazuki felt that if he continued to grow and became more proficient with the Flying Thunder God technique, his strength would also be quite formidable. He possessed many abilities that Minato did not. Indeed, this requires very high chakra control. A rapidly spinning Raiznan had already appeared in Mito's hand. Kazuki was not surprised by this, as this was Mito, after all. She had even formed Tailed Beast Bomb, and she knew the principles of the Raiznan. For her to form a Raiznan directly now was entirely reasonable. Kazuki could clearly feel that Mito seemed to be trying to infuse other chakra into the Raiznan. After the Rasengan's color changed constantly for a moment, Mito finally dispelled it. She looked at Kazuki with a serious expression and said, "The Raiznan is indeed an incomplete ninjutsu. If other elemental chakras are infused into the Raiznan, its destructive power will increase exponentially. I've calculated that if you successfully infuse Wine Chakra into it, you could destroy something like B's lightning release chakra mode." At this, even Tsunade couldn't remain calm. Her previous battle with B was still vivid in her memory. At that time, she had exerted all her strength but still couldn't defeat B. But now Mito said that a Raiznan infused with Wind Chakra could destroy the lightning release chakra mode. How could Tsunade not be excited? However, destroying the Raikage would be somewhat difficult. Following that, Mito continued to add, "The current Raikage is very strong. In terms of one-on-one combat ability, he might even surpass Monkey." Kazuki narrowed his eyes and reminded her, "Hokage-sama's 5-element ninjutsu is also top-notch in the ninja world. If it's about facing many powerful ninjas, I would actually favor Hokage-sama more." Hee hee. Mito glanced at Kazuki with a half-smile and then added, "Monkey, as a ninja, is almost a perfect ninja. His 5-element ninjutsu, combining various multi-element ninjutsu, can often unleash destructive power far exceeding that of single-element ninjutsu. He is also very skilled in other areas such as taijutsu, sealing jutsu, and genjutsu. You can hardly find any flaws in him. If it really came down to a desperate fight, Monkey is actually not inferior to the third Raikage. His strength is immense, and combined with his summons, he might not be much worse than the third Raikage. Plus, his 5-element ninjutsu, his ability to seize opportunities in battle, and his sense of rhythm are all his strengths. It's hard to say how a fight between them would turn out. You should have confidence in your Hokage. Kazuki thought of the elderly Hiruzen in Edo Tensei, wielding his staff to save Naruto from the Ten Tails. Those were the Ten Tails branches, which no ordinary ninja could resist. Yet Hiruzen swept them all away with one swing of his staff. That was a highlight moment for Hiruzen. What about Hanzo? He has been hyped up as very strong recently, with some even bestowing the title of demigod upon him. Tsunade quickly asked Mito. If anyone was most displeased by the so-called demigod, it was Tsunade. After all, her grandfather was the god of shinobi, Hashirama. Hanzo being called a demigod, did that mean he could challenge her grandfather? Hanzo, huh? I don't know, but if he can be called a demigod, then his strength certainly shouldn't be underestimated. Mito looked at Tsunade with a half-smile. In truth, she herself didn't care much for such titles, but patiently explained, however, I have seen his intelligence reports. His kenjutsu and body flicker technique are both excellent. Of course, the most unique thing is his salamander poison. If one cannot deal with it, then Hanzo is indeed lethal. To ordinary people, Hanzo is as deadly as Hashirama. But if one can deal with the salamander's poison, Hanzo should not be able to compare to Monkey. Of course, this is just my speculation. Without having fought him, I don't know his true strength. So, our Hokage-sama has become a unit of combat power comparison. Kushina blinked and asked curiously. She didn't really know much about Hiruzen's strength, but since he was the Hokage, he should be one of Konoha's best, right? There were so many powerful individuals outside. She still needed to get stronger quickly, otherwise, both she and Kazuki could accidentally be eliminated. After all, Sensei is the Hokage, and he is certainly capable of protecting Konoha. Tsunade didn't think there was anything wrong with using Hiruzen to analyze the combat power of others. On the contrary, it allowed her to better understand the intel of those strong individuals. If not Hiruzen, would they use Danzo for comparison instead? Wouldn't that mean there would be many people stronger than him? Hiruzen, the third Raikage, Hanzo, which one isn't stronger than Danzo? If Hanzo couldn't even defeat Danzo, he wouldn't be hyped up as a demigod. There are still many Kage stronger than Danzo. In any case, the third Tsuchikage and the third Kazekage are both stronger than Danzo. As for the third Mizukage, Danzo should be able to fight him to a draw. Chapter 75, Subtly Suppressing Kazuki. If Danzo knew that in Tsunade's heart, he didn't even have the qualifications to be compared with the Kage of other villages, he would probably burst into tears. He believed he had been diligent in his work for Konoha. But now, he didn't even have the qualifications to be compared with a Kage. Danzo would have a lot to say and a lot of grievances to air. If he didn't have this qualification, he would not be able to become Hokage in the future, unless he eliminated everyone who was better than him. As a ninja, as long as he doesn't encounter special individuals like Hashirama and Madara, Hiruzen is considered the pinnacle. Mito said with great approval. Although he couldn't compare to Hashirama, and his current strength seemed to be slightly inferior to Tobirama, he was indeed very outstanding. Most importantly, Hiruzen possessed the will of fire, and most of the time, he considered problems from the perspective of Konoha's overall interests. If it was for Konoha, Hiruzen would be willing to sacrifice his life, and that was enough. Grandpa and Madara are still stronger. Actually, I'm very curious about what level of power they reached. Nawaki said, full of curiosity about Hashirama's affairs. He only knew that the first Hokage was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong he was. At their level, the number of ninjas no longer poses a threat to them. Mito said, stroking Nawaki's head. Before them, no one would have imagined that ninjas could achieve that much. It can be said that if you take all the 5 Kage who have appeared in the ninja world so far, excluding Hashirama, and put them together, they still wouldn't be a match for either of them. That powerful. Hearing Mito's words, everyone except Kazuki gasped. The position of Kage had already been passed down to the third generation. Besides the first Hokage Hashirama, that was 14 Kage-level ninjas. Was that something an ordinary person could contend with? Among them were top powerhouses like Tobirama and the third Raikage, but in Mito's words, they seemed to be far from a match for Hashirama and Madara. The gap between them seemed to be extraordinary. Susanoo combined with would release, 2 people destroying 4 nations. If they had been ruthless, there wouldn't be so many countries in the ninja world today, nor so much war. Kazuki paused, then added, of course, the environment of the ninja world before didn't support them doing that. Ninjas are indeed not good at governing countries. Moreover, even if the ninja world was unified, there would still be internal strife within the village. At that time, new battles between families could break out at any moment. Wouldn't that just revert to the Sengoku era? Kazuki often complained that Hashirama was a fool, asking why he couldn't just achieve a grand unification. But upon closer thought, it wasn't Hashirama's fault. After all, he hadn't even attended elementary school, so how could he have such thoughts? Ultimately, ninjas were just tools for killing. How could they possess the corresponding wisdom? Moreover, the Sengoku era was, in the end, a struggle between families. If there was a grand unification, what would ninjas do? Would they all become soldiers? But who would be in charge, who would gain more power? Without external pressure, what motivation would ninjas have to become stronger? These were all problems that needed to be faced. It was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't once again turn into a struggle between clans. Wouldn't that just be the Sengoku era again? No wonder the future Madara would rather pursue the infinite Tsukuyomi than deal with these practical problems. Madara's mind was a bit extreme, but there was nothing wrong with his intellect. Who told you about Susanoo combined with would release? If that got out, people would say it's slander against Hashirama. Mito said, giving Kazuki an annoyed look. It was hard to guarantee that people wouldn't think Hashirama was a violent person, and even other villages would become nervous, believing Konoha was too threatening. Hee. Kazuki smiled but didn't explain. This was no joke, but a consensus in the hearts of countless people. Oh, by the way, Tsunade-sensei, have you researched that salamander poison? The land of rain is causing trouble right now. You could actually prepare the antidote in advance for emergencies. Even if Hanzo isn't planning anything against Konoha, you can still sell these antidotes to supplement your household expenses. As if he had thought of something, Kazuki suggested to Tsunade. Don't be fooled by Hanzo currently attacking the Land of Iron, seemingly about to be finished. In reality, the Land of Iron had little power to resist when facing the Land of Rain. The 5 great nations were also gradually becoming restless. They couldn't just stand by and watch the Land of Rain annex the Land of Iron. Recently, Hiruzen had received a notification from the daimyo, demanding that they declare war on the Land of Rain. Konoha naturally had to show respect to the daimyo, but the 5 great ninja villages were only discussing how much effort each needed to put in. Tsunade's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Good idea. Originally, seeing Hanzo walk to his own death, I thought there was no need to continue making the antidote, but now that I think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Even if we don't use it ourselves, we can sell it. Tsunade was still very short on money. With Mito overseeing things, she didn't dare to sell off the family property. Otherwise, who knew how much of the Senju clan's assets would remain? Mito didn't say much upon seeing this, she just watched with a smile. For an elder, wasn't this exactly what she hoped for? In the following days, the various ninja villages responded, sending their armies to the Land of Rain. For example, Konoha's forces were led by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Clearly, this was an opportunity for Hiruzen to build their reputation. No one believed that facing the pressure of the 5 great nations, the Land of Rain would still dare to continue attacking the Land of Iron or disrespect them. To some extent, the Land of Rain brought about its own demise. At first, Kazuki thought he might have to go to the battlefield as well. Although he was young, his strength was already good. Going to the battlefield to gain experience and enhance combat skills was something he urgently needed at the moment. However, Hiruzen seemed to have no intention of letting him go to the battlefield. Kazuki naturally wouldn't say much about this. This also gave him time to continue getting stronger. Clearly, between letting Kazuki continue to perform missions and quickly get stronger, and letting Kazuki develop in the village, Hiruzen chose the latter. Chapter 76, Kazuki's Chakra equals 3 Tsunade unit. Kazuki naturally didn't know that Hiruzen had already begun to subtly suppress him. After all, on the surface, Hiruzen was still good to him, even giving him some training notes to read. Of course, Hiruzen wasn't so utterly deranged. If he were more ruthless, he could have sent Kazuki to the battlefield right now and assigned him some difficult missions, allowing Kazuki to die without anyone knowing. But he wasn't that black-hearted, and even if he was, he wouldn't be so ruthless while Mito was still alive. Instead of letting Kazuki go out on missions and rapidly grow stronger in combat, it was better to keep Kazuki in the village. If Kazuki could still grow stronger quickly in such an environment, he would accept it. After all, Kazuki staying in the village was perfectly legitimate. Although he had already graduated, he was still just a genin, and only 8 years old. Arbitrarily sending an 8-year-old child to the battlefield was indefensible no matter how one looked at it. Just like that, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Many things happened during these 2 years. Hanzo, pressured by the harassment of the other 5 great ninja villages, brazenly declared war on the 5 great nations, only to be soundly beaten and flee back to the Land of Rain with his subordinates, looking utterly dejected. But no sooner had the battered Hanzo returned to the Land of Rain than, for some unknown reason, Sunagakure suddenly declared war on Konoha. The two sides inexplicably began fighting in the Land of Rain, which became the battlefield for Konoha and Sunagakure. This led to widespread destitution among the people of the Land of Rain. In his fury, Hanzo once again declared war on Konoha and Sunagakure, making any Konoha or Suna ninja who entered the Land of Rain targets of his attacks. How could the habitually arrogant Sunagakure and Konoha tolerate a small country jumping out? Dare to babble, and they'd beat you too. Thus, Konoha fought Sunagakure in the Land of Rain, Sunagakure fought Konoha in the Land of Rain, and then the Land of Rain was soundly beaten by two countries. While these three nations were embroiled in chaos on the Land of Rain, other countries were not idle either. Kumogakure and Iwagakure were also engaged in chaotic warfare. It seemed only the Land of Water, isolated overseas, did not participate in the Great Ninja War, seemingly adopting a policy of isolation. However, according to intelligence from Root in the Land of Water, it could be seen that Kirigakure was not very peaceful either, with the conflict between clans and the village intensifying. Huff huff huff, Kazuki, you're getting stronger and stronger. We're no match for you at all. Nawaki lied on the ground, panting heavily, his face still bruised. Nawaki, now 12 years old, was already quite strong, even subtly stronger than the Nawaki Kazuki encountered in the combat arena. Evidently, driven by Kazuki as a formidable rival, Nawaki felt significant pressure, and his strength improved at a pace no slower than fighting on the front lines. 10-year-old Kazuki was already more than half a head taller than Nawaki. He had now exceeded 1.6 meters, taller than everyone else in the courtyard. And in these 2 years, Kazuki had quietly been getting stronger. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra control had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. Not only had he integrated the Flying Thunder God technique and Raiznon tactics, but he could also clearly grasp fast-moving Flying Thunder God markers, which meant he had mastered the so-called Flying Thunder God technique Stage 2. With Flying Thunder God technique Stage 2, along with various sealing jutsu taught by Mito, and excellent taijutsu, Kazuki felt that he should be no weaker than Minato during the 4th Hokage's era. Many people would think that having chakra engraved strength meant greater power and formidable taijutsu. In reality, there's a certain paradox here. Chakra-enhanced strength is a special chakra burst technique. It allows Kazuki to unleash stronger power, but if Kazuki were to punch Tsunade, he would probably be beaten to death. From a certain perspective, the greater one's own strength and the better one's chakra control, the stronger the power unleashed by chakra-enhanced strength. As Kazuki's body grew stronger, his taijutsu naturally also improved. And in these 2 years, he had not failed to encounter strong opponents in the combat arena, and he had also acquired many good things. Mikoto's ocular power, Yugo's ability to sense natural energy, Kahaku's ocular power, Setsuna's fire release mastery, Inabi and Tekka's ocular power, Anoka's physique, the dark movement technique exploded from Senju Tuka, Senju Kawarama's physique, Hinata's physique. As Kazuki's strength grew increasingly powerful, the rewards he got from the combat arena also increased, and he became more and more like a monster, evolving towards the Otsutsuki. He had already acquired the physiques of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Senju clan. Even if 1 or 2 bloodline concentrations were not enough, then 2 or 3 should suffice. Coupled with Indra Chakra, even though Kazuki had not obtained Asura Chakra, his physique was still progressing rapidly. Sometimes, he would even think that if he continued to grow like this, he wouldn't need to go out on missions. He could just stop being human and become an Otsutsuki. And besides becoming more and more like an Otsutsuki, he also obtained various abilities and ninjutsu through the combat arena, such as Tsunade's gambling skills, Asuma's fire release, ash pile burning, Darui's lightning release, Black Panther, Chiriku's welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. These things also compensated for Kazuki's shortcomings. Ahem, excluding Tsunade's gambling skills. Her gambling skills only hold one back. 10-year-old Kazuki didn't know what level his strength was at. Anyway, when fighting Madara during the Valley of the End period, he was severely beaten. When fighting Pain's Six Paths during the Konoha invasion arc, he was still beaten. But against Tsunade during the 5th Hokage's period, he won, which meant that he now possessed Kage-level strength. Even without the Flying Thunder God technique, he still has the strength to contend with the Kage. And his chakra reserves were also rapidly increasing. If 2 years ago, his chakra reserves were subtly more than Tsunade's, now he has 3 times Tsunade's chakra reserves. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 77, Countering Spacetime Ninjutsu. Tsunade has a considerable amount of chakra, and in the current Konoha, her chakra reserves are definitely among the highest. Although the Book of Ninja states that Tsunade's chakra is only 8, that refers to Tsunade in her middle age, when she needed to expend a large amount of chakra to maintain her appearance. Putting those factors aside, Tsunade's chakra is absolutely not small. She, who hasn't fully matured yet, already has chakra reserves not much less than Hiruzen. It seems understandable that she would surpass Hiruzen in the future. Kazuki's current chakra reserves have reached 3 times that of Tsunade. At just 10 years old, he possesses over 10 units of chakra. It can be said that currently, among the ninjas in Konoha with more chakra than Kazuki, only Mito remains. And Mito also has to expend a large amount of chakra to suppress the Nine Tails. When Mito realized this, she didn't find it strange. After all, Madara's chakra reserves were considerable back then, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to fight Hashirama. Now, Kazuki displaying more chakra than Madara at the same age also seems understandable. Nawaki, you still need to train more. If you keep this up, let alone fighting Kazuki, you probably won't even be able to defeat that little blondie, Minato. Kushina said, gloating, as she looked at the exhausted Nawaki. Minato. Hearing Kushina mention Minato, Nawaki's expression stiffened. Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. Now that Jiraiya is at the front line, Minato often comes to train with them. With guidance from Mito and Kazuki, coupled with Minato's own efforts and talent, Minato has been growing rapidly. His strength has reached the stage where he can graduate early, but Minato didn't intend to graduate. Jiraiya is at the front line, and if he graduates, there will be no one to lead him on missions. Why not use this time to diligently get stronger? I admit he's excellent, but to compare with me, he's still far off. Although Nawaki also admitted Minato's genius, he still wouldn't admit that he would be caught up by Minato. He was several years older than Minato, and he wasn't bad either. As long as it wasn't a comparison with Kazuki, Nawaki stated that he feared no one. When he usually fought against Mikoto, didn't he have wins and losses? But he's already not much weaker than when you graduated. And, sooner or later, I will surpass you too. Kushina said with full confidence, clenching her fists. The current Kushina is not only practicing sealing jutsu, she is also training in taijutsu and chakra-enhanced strength. Even Reiznan, Kushina can already use. Although Nawaki can also use Reiznan, the time he spent on it was longer than Kushina, which gave Kushina something to be proud of in front of Nawaki. I won't lose. Nawaki said with a determined expression. Minato can improve, so why can't he? Losing to Kazuki is acceptable, but losing to Minato is not. If that happened, wouldn't he be the weakest among everyone around him? Minato is very talented. His learning ability is great, his chakra reserves are not small, his reaction speed is excellent, and his combat thinking is top tier. If he had spatial talent, he might even be able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Kazuki said, speaking up for Minato. It wasn't that he wanted to discourage Nawaki, but rather that the current Minato was already displaying that level of strength. Even if he didn't say anything, Minato, who had already caught Hiruzen's eye, would sooner or later gain access to better resources. Flying Thunder God technique. Nawaki's expression stiffened upon hearing this. He had seen Kazuki use the Flying Thunder God technique before. If Kazuki were to use it against him, he would probably be instantly killed. If Minato could master the Flying Thunder God technique, he might truly be inferior to him. Nawaki hadn't failed to get access to the Flying Thunder God technique before, but unfortunately, he lacked the so-called spatial talent and couldn't learn it, which greatly frustrated him. It was a ninjutsu created by his granduncle, but why could Kazuki, an Uchiha, learn it, and Minato could also learn it, yet he couldn't? Did you hear that? Nawaki, you need to work harder from now on, otherwise you won't even be able to compare to Minato. Kushina teased Nawaki, gloating. What about you? Nawaki gave Kushina an exasperated look and said, once Minato learns the Flying Thunder God technique, you won't be his opponent either. What's there to be proud of? However, to his surprise, Kushina said with a proud expression, the Flying Thunder God technique isn't omnipotent. Recently, Grandma has been researching sealing jutsu specifically targeting spacetime ninjutsu. As soon as Grandma develops it, I can learn it. And you, without much talent in sealing jutsu, even if it's developed, you won't be able to learn it. Nawaki's expression stiffened as he said, why is Grandma researching this kind of sealing jutsu? Is she going to target Kazuki or something? That's not it. Since the Flying Thunder God technique exists, it's hard to guarantee that other spacetime ninjutsu won't appear. We can't underestimate the abilities of other ninja. Researching sealing jutsu or barriers that prohibit spacetime ninjutsu is very necessary. Kushina explained, shaking her finger. There is indeed a need for that. Kazuki thought of Obito in the future. If Konoha had such sealing jutsu, Obito wouldn't be able to act so cocky. As for whether such sealing jutsu can be developed, Kazuki was very optimistic, but the difficulty might be unusually great, perhaps even harder than learning the Flying Thunder God technique. All right. Nawaki scratched his head and sighed helplessly. By the way, how are my sister and them doing? There hasn't been any news from the front line for over a month. If you want, you can use Katsuyu to transmit information. Kazuki glanced at Nawaki, and then added, Hanzo's strength is very formidable, but it's also not easy to defeat the three of them. Moreover, he also has to consider the subsequent situation. Once Hokage-sama enters the fray, it will definitely be a disaster for the Land of Rain. Kazuki's gaze deepened as he said, actually, if possible, I would really like to meet the demigod. Kazuki hadn't fought Hanzo yet. If there was a chance, it would definitely be very interesting. In the current ninja world, Kazuki fears no one except Mito and Madara. Having stayed in the village for 2 years, he needed to make a name for himself, otherwise some people in the Uchiha clan would start causing trouble. Chapter 78, Who Wants to be Blind? Kazuki originally didn't want to be too high profile. With Madara still alive and Black Zetsu lurking like a tiger eyeing its prey, he didn't want to make waves. The Jonin-level strength he displayed earlier was already exaggerated enough. If Madara were to know that his 10-year-old self already possessed Kage-level strength, and wasn't even following the traditional Uchiha path but had learned Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique, who knew if Madara would jump out and eliminate him, the traitor? The Flying Thunder God technique is strong, but it's not invincible. Even if Kazuki could protect himself, he couldn't guarantee that Madara wouldn't target him specifically because of his Flying Thunder God technique, or perhaps kidnap someone he cared about, forcing him to appear. That would be the most dangerous scenario. He didn't doubt that Madara was capable of such things. Madara is definitely not a simple-minded brute who only likes to solve problems with his fists. On the contrary, various schemes and tricks are commonly used by him. To scheme against Obito, Madara resorted to every possible means. Kazuki's ocular power has been continuously increasing, having already fused the ocular power of several 3-tomo Sharingan, but it still hasn't reached the level to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no comparison between an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan and a Mangekyo Sharingan. As for when he will be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he himself didn't know. His physique is sufficient, so he won't experience his body failing to keep up after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, leading to a Kekkei Genkai illness like Itachi. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan isn't something that can just be awakened. He needs a stimulus to awaken it. It's also unknown whether his current physique will lead to blindness after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki initially wanted to stay in Konoha for a few more years, not just because he wasn't going to the front line, but also because Kushina, Nawaki, Mikoto, Rinka, and Hisashi weren't going either. For them, this was clearly a form of protection. However, he has been too low-key recently, and internal affairs within the Uchiha clan have gradually become restless. Some people have started to build momentum for Fugaku. He must do something. He's not without ambitions for the position of Uchiha clan head, and undermining Fugaku's prestige is also crucial. Grandma Mito, how is the front line recently? Kazuki sought out Mito alone to ask. Still the same. Mito sighed with emotion when mentioning this matter. Hanzo's strength is not weak, and both Sunagakure and Konoha are trying to cripple the land of rain while also ensuring their own strength. After all, the second great ninja war hasn't truly begun yet. When Hashirama was still alive, all those villages were very well behaved, but then Hashirama died, and the first great ninja war erupted. From that moment on, Mito knew that Hashirama's dream of peace was shattered. Now, the second great ninja war has, in fact, already begun, and it could escalate at any time. However, the current scale of the war is still a little less than that of the first great ninja war. Who would have thought that in the era of ninja villages, when wars don't start, they are already far more terrifying in scale than during the Sengoku era once they do. Grandma Mito also believes the war will continue to escalate. Kazuki looked at Mito with a hint of surprise. That's inevitable, the land of wind is too poor. Mito sighed helplessly. Konoha occupies the most fertile land, so when we don't have the absolute power to protect this land, they will naturally move. Actually, the land of wind isn't the most dangerous, the land of earth is, but fortunately, the land of lightning is tying up the land of earth. Kazuki nodded slightly, it indeed seemed to be the case. In the future Third Great Ninja War, Konoha not only fought against Sunagakure but also against Iwagakure, and even against Kirigakure and Kimogakure. Even if Konoha had a large foundation, fighting all those battles would surely take a heavy toll. It's no wonder Konoha hadn't recovered even more than 10 years after the Third Great Ninja War. Of course, the subsequent Nine-Tails attack on the village and the destruction of the Uchiha clan further worsened Konoha's already poor situation. Grandma Mito, I want to go to the front line. After a moment of hesitation, Kazuki still expressed his thoughts. You want to go to the front line? Mito's gaze deepened, staring intently at Kazuki. May I know why? You are only 10 years old, and your body is just beginning to develop. This will be your period of rapid growth, and staying in the village will allow you to grow more safely. She didn't know why Hiruzen wanted to keep Kazuki and his group in Konoha, but she still supported it internally. Didn't Hashirama establish Konoha precisely because he didn't want children to go to the front line? What would it mean for Kazuki and his friends to go to the front line? In Mito's opinion, anyone under 15 years old was a child and should not be on the front line. I know, but my current strength is in an awkward position, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan seems far off. Kazuki sighed softly. Furthermore, I also need some practical experience and to fight against strong individuals of similar caliber. Mito fell silent. Kazuki's strength was actually very good. At least, Madara and Hashirama at the same age were far from as strong as Kazuki is now. Which 10-year-old child could possess Kage-level strength? Of course, the Flying Thunder God technique played no small part in this, but Kazuki was also quite excellent in other aspects. Sometimes Mito even wondered if Hiruzen could defeat Kazuki if they fought. It seemed he couldn't, right? Mangekyo Sharingan. Those eyes are cursed eyes, which may not be a good thing for you. Besides, haven't you grown even without the Mangekyo Sharingan? Mito didn't think Kazuki necessarily needed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, once familiarized with, could also allow one to reach the Kage level. But Kazuki had already reached that level. The Mangekyo Sharingan might help Kazuki progress further, but it was still quite lacking. Moreover, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a flawed eye, and Mito certainly didn't want Kazuki to go blind. Why would he want to become blind for no good reason? Chapter 79, Tobirama's Evil Experiment. Of course, the most crucial point was that Mito was very uneasy about Kazuki awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki's mental state was normal now, but who could guarantee it would remain so after he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan? According to Tobirama, no Uchiha's mental state remained normal after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? You say Kagami's mental state was very normal? He always protected Konoha. But Kagami was also extremely obsessive. His concern for Konoha and his comrades exceeded Mito's imagination. Mito had recently been trying to avoid Kazuki awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping he could live a normal life. Kazuki hesitated for a moment and said, "The Uchiha clan's situation hasn't been very good lately. Many people want to gain more benefits, especially after the war began. Moreover, the current Uchiha clan head has started to build momentum for Fugaku, and I also need some reputation." Mito looked at Kazuki, somewhat speechless. Given his current strength, if the Uchiha clan knew, who knew what would happen? Perhaps they would go crazy. After pondering for a moment, Mito still spoke, "To be honest, I don't really want you to go to the battlefield, at least not yet. Perhaps when the war with the Land of Wind fully breaks out, that will be your time to shine. The current Uchiha clan head can at least hold on for a few more years. The more Fugaku is praised, the more difficult it will be for him to recover when you display your strength later." Mito didn't believe Fugaku was qualified to compare with Kazuki. Could Fugaku awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan at his age? Even if he did awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, he might not be Kazuki's match. Of course, an Uchiha who has awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan would have different influence within the Uchiha clan. I understand. Kazuki nodded slightly. He was only 10 years old, so he could take his time. He was just a little worried about Tsunade and the others' safety. In the original plot, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru barely held off Hanzo, and were eventually spared by Hanzo and given the title of the legendary Sannin. But this was the real world. If he kept adhering to the original plot, he wouldn't even know how he would die. There was no guarantee Hanzo wouldn't lose his mind and try to kill them. If you really want to get stronger, I do have a good suggestion here. Would you like to try it? Mito seemed to have thought of something and offered a suggestion to Kazuki. Oh. Kazuki hadn't known what to train these past few days, mostly relying on natural growth. If he wanted to research wind release, Rasen Shuriken, his physical fitness was still insufficient. Kazuki had picked up lightning release again, attempting to copy lightning release chakra mode. Sage mode, have you heard of it? Mito's eyes deepened. Sage mode. I've heard of it. Jiraiya-sama seems to be researching Sage mode. According to him, he's been training for over a year and has only grasped a tiny bit. It seems that learning Sage mode has extremely high requirements, right? Kazuki's heart stirred when he heard Mito's suggestion. He was naturally tempted by Sage mode, but ultimately, he was still too young. He wasn't sure if he could learn Sage mode. Originally, he planned to master Sage mode after turning 15. He had no problem sensing natural energy. He had previously gained Yugo's ability, and at the same time, he had also acquired a ninjutsu called Welcoming Approach, Thousand-Armed Murder. This technique also involved using natural energy, and he also wanted to research his own Sage mode through Welcoming Approach, Thousand-Armed Murder. But how could Sage mode be so easy to create? One wrong move, and it would be over. Now that Mito actually brought up Sage mode, Kazuki couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that Mito was going to help him learn Sage mode? To learn Sage mode, one needs a vast amount of chakra. Although you are young, your chakra volume is not much less than mine. You already have the foundation to learn Sage mode. Mito's expression was a bit subtle when she spoke of this. Kazuki didn't seem like a normal Uchiha at all. His chakra volume was even more than Tobirama's. Sometimes, Mito couldn't help but wonder if Tobirama had done something to Kagami without her knowing, making his child possess the traits of the Senju clan. Otherwise, she would really find it difficult to explain why Kazuki had so much chakra and also possessed the temperament of the Senju clan. And it's not impossible, given Tobirama's personality, he really might have done something like that, using the Senju clan's bloodline to influence the Uchiha's bloodline. If Kazuki could become the Uchiha clan head, then it would mean the Senju clan's bloodline had contaminated the Uchiha, which would definitely be a victory for Tobirama. It might even be more satisfying for Tobirama than defeating Izuna. It just so happened that Tobirama was still alive when Kazuki was conceived. Mito felt she might have found the truth. All of this was very likely Tobirama's scheme. Besides that, it's about chakra control and sensing abilities. You are very proficient in all of these. Mito then continued to add. Second Hokage-sama also possessed these things, but I didn't know he was good at Sage Mode. Kazuki became curious. Could it be that Tobirama couldn't learn Sage Mode? Actually, besides these, one also needs to be able to calm their mind and require a lot of time for training. And Tobirama never had that time. Mito began to reminisce here and said, actually, Hashirama was inferior to Tobirama in many aspects. The affairs of the Senju clan all needed Tobirama to handle. Even after Hashirama became Hokage, most of the affairs were handled by Tobirama, not to mention he also needed time to research ninjutsu. Naturally, he had no time to learn Sage Mode, and he wasn't able to calm his mind to delve into Sage Mode. Kazuki also understood Mito's subtext, which was that the evil Tobirama's heart was impure, and he couldn't calm his mind to learn Sage Mode. Of course, it wasn't that Tobirama truly couldn't learn it, it was just that it would be more difficult. Chapter 80, Learning Sage Mode. As expected, that evil old Tobirama is truly despicable. You already signed a summoning contract with Katsuyu before, so if you want to learn Sage Mode, you can train with Katsuyu. It's just that the process is a bit awkward, but I believe you can handle it. Mito's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness as she said, Hashirama also modified Sage Mode back then. I can give you his training notes. If you master Sage Mode, there probably won't be many people in the ninja world who can stand against you. Even if she herself were gone in the future, Kazuki would have the power to protect himself and Konoha. Kazuki's current strength has reached the standard Kage level, and if he masters Sage Mode, he might grow to be even stronger than a typical Kage. Just like Hashirama back then, when Madara still had the Mangekyo Sharingan, their strengths were comparable. However, after Madara obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama happened to learn Sage Mode, which perfectly suppressed Madara's increased strength. It was from that time onwards that Hashirama completely distanced himself from other ninja. It's just that those so-called opponents usually weren't worthy of Hashirama using Sage Mode. Sage Mode, you say? I am indeed very interested. Kazuki's face also showed a hint of a smile. He was just wondering how to continue getting stronger, and Sage Mode is very useful, even effective against 6 paths level opponents. Prepare yourself. Shikatsu Forest isn't Konoha, there's no food there. Mito then reminded Kazuki. Thank you for the reminder. Kazuki, having received Mito's permission, felt emotional. Becoming Tsunade's disciple back then brought immense benefits. Indeed, Tsunade wasn't the most suitable teacher for him, and Kazuki becoming Tsunade's disciple even caused a stir within the Uchiha clan, with many proud Uchiha expressing dissatisfaction towards Kazuki, believing he had lost his backbone and was unworthy of being an Uchiha. But in reality, after becoming Tsunade's disciple, Kazuki had everything. If he hadn't become Tsunade's disciple, could he have obtained the Flying Thunder God technique? Even if Kazuki acted like a Konoha fanatic and was Kagami's son, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. If he didn't become one of the Hokage faction's own, it would have been good enough not to be suppressed. Moreover, who said Tsunade's combat system wasn't suitable for him? The chakra-enhanced strength was also integrated by Kazuki into his own combat system, and learning medical ninjutsu is better than not learning it, it can save lives at critical moments. Now Kazuki's strength has surpassed Tsunade's, yet he still has Mito instructing him. To be precise, Mito could be considered his true teacher. She taught him more than Tsunade did. And Mito is now also considered his protective umbrella. Mito lovingly waved her hand at Kazuki, signaling that he could leave. After Kazuki left, a fox-like pupil flashed in Mito's eyes. Mito frowned slightly, and quickly suppressed this anomaly. Mito stroked her abdomen, muttering softly, "Nine Tails, settle down." Evidently, as Mito aged, the Nine Tails began to become restless, and she needed to expend more effort to suppress the Nine Tails. Kazuki returned to the main hall and, in front of everyone else, summoned Katsuyu. "Kazuki, is there something you need to summon me for?" Katsuyu asked Kazuki in a soft, gentle voice. Aside from Kazuki, only Kushina had signed a contract with Katsuyu. As for Nawaki, he planned to sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave. If his strength wasn't insufficient, fearing he would be looked down upon and retaliated against by the snakes, he would have signed the contract long ago. "Katsuyu, I want to learn Sage Mode." Kazuki stated his request. Sage mode. Katsuyu sensed Kazuki's chakra volume and said, "Oh, your chakra volume is actually this large. It already meets the requirements for learning Sage mode, and you can try learning it, but I must warn you, it is very dangerous." Very dangerous? Kushina quickly asked. In Kushina's opinion, Kazuki was already strong enough and didn't need to risk learning Sage mode. Could it be that if he couldn't master the so-called Sage mode, Kazuki's strength wouldn't be able to improve? Katsuyu patiently explained, natural energy is very volatile and difficult to control. Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest all have their respective Sage mode. If one fails to learn Mount Myaboku's Sage mode, they will undergo petrification and eventually turn into a stone toad. If one fails at Ryuchi Cave, they will turn into a stone snake, though usually, they are devoured by those large snakes before failing completely. What? Then if Kazuki fails, will he turn into a stone slug? Kushina looked at Kazuki with a tense face. At this, not only Kushina, but also Mikoto, Nawaki, and Rinka all turned their gaze towards Kazuki. I think, Katsuyu should have a way to help me solve the problem of natural energy going out of control, right? Kazuki had no doubt that he could learn Sage mode. He was currently regressing towards the Otsutsuki clan. He only worried that Katsuyu and the others might be wary of his growth and try to harm him, but he wasn't worried about being unable to control Sage mode. Fortunately, it seemed that Katsuyu and the others hadn't discovered his secret yet. Yes, it's possible. I can help you absorb the natural energy from your body, but it will also draw out a portion of your blood in the process. Even my main body would find it difficult to perfectly separate natural energy and blood. To be precise, I will let the natural energy in your body enter that part of your blood, and then absorb both the blood and the natural energy along with it. Katsuyu seemed worried about Kazuki misunderstanding and continued to explain, Hashirama also learned Sage mode this way back then. Is that so? Kazuki thought of the situations at Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave, and then thought of Hashirama. He felt that Hashirama's Sage mode seemed better. Chapter 81, Limitations of Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. Hashirama can instantly absorb a large amount of natural energy and enter Sage mode. This is indeed very impressive. Naruto initially couldn't directly enter Sage mode, he needed a period of accumulation. To solve this problem, he focused on Shadow Clone. Later, Ninetales acknowledged Naruto, and Naruto relied on Ninetales for Sage mode. After losing Ninetales, Naruto's Sage mode still seemed not very proficient. He still needed time to prepare before entering Sage mode. Perhaps Mount Myaboku's Sage mode was always like this. Kabuto, in order to enter Sage mode, tortured himself into a state that was neither human nor ghost. However, Hashirama's Sage mode seems to be the best. He can instantly enter Sage mode, and his facial changes are minimal. This also made Kazuki more interested in Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. Absorb blood. Will it be a lot? Kazuki frowned. If learning Sage mode meant losing a lot of blood, then the Sage mode might as well not be learned. Kazuki highly suspected that Katsuyu would absorb his blood to help itself become stronger. Of course, it would teach him Sage mode, help him get stronger, and could even assist him in battle when needed. Isn't it reasonable for it to gain some benefits? Mutual benefit is what makes a relationship last. It can't always be Kazuki gaining benefits from Katsuyu without any pay on his part, right? It won't be much, it depends on your chakra volume. With your current chakra volume, each time it might absorb about 100 milliliters of blood. Katsuyu mused for a moment before continuing, you can prepare some blood-replenishing medicine to bring to Shikatsu Forest. 100 milliliters at a time. Kazuki's expression froze. In his previous life, the blood donation law stipulated that a blood donor's blood collection volume is generally 200 milliliters, with a maximum of 400 milliliters, and the interval between two blood collections should be no less than 6 months. This is for adults, of course. The physical quality of ninjas is different from ordinary people, especially ninjas with 6 paths bloodline like the Uchiha and Senju, their physical condition is no longer human. It is well known that ninjas in the ninja world have 130 trillion cells in their bodies, a number far greater than that of normal humans. Losing some blood was nothing to Kazuki. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't continuously learn Sage mode. Kushina quickly reminded Kazuki. Besides learning sealing jutsu and taijutsu, she usually researched medical ninjutsu, thinking that if Kazuki got injured during future missions, she could help treat him. Kushina's talent is naturally suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, she also usually reads Tsunade's medical books. Kushina was aware of the importance of blood. Kazuki said with a sigh, I finally understand why Sage mode is so difficult to learn. Perhaps after a few failures, you need to rest for several months before continuing to learn, and this will also affect your combat strength. No wonder Tsunade didn't learn Sage mode. If he wasn't idle and clearly knew the power of Sage mode, he wouldn't want to learn Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. There is also a reward for the effort. Once Sage Mode is successfully learned, your strength will greatly increase. Katsuyu said softly. Alright, let's go. Kazuki didn't refuse upon hearing this. In fact, he could perceive natural energy and knew that Sage Mode required combining the absorbed natural energy with his own physical energy and spiritual energy, balancing the three energies in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. However, the specific operation still needed to be carried out under Katsuyu's guidance. Moreover, Kazuki also hoped to research a Sage Mode suitable for himself based on Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. Ultimately, whether it's Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, or Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode, none are suitable for humans to learn. Their Sage Mode was developed based on their own animal bodies. How could humans be the same as summoned beasts? Kazuki then turned to Kushina and said, I'm going to Shikatsu Forest. Kushina, please bring me food every day. Okay, leave it to me. Kushina agreed without hesitation. If anything happens, remember to inform me at any time. Kazuki then looked at Katsuyu beside him. Slug Sage, please summon me to Shikatsu Forest. Yes, I understand. Katsuyu's tentacles twitched slightly. About half a minute later, Kazuki's figure disappeared from the scene. I feel like the gap between us and Kazuki is getting bigger and bigger. Nawaki said with a sigh when he saw this. In fact, he had made significant progress recently, but Kazuki had already gone to Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode. Once Kazuki successfully learns Sage Mode, he will become Konoha's top-tier powerhouse. And Kazuki is only 10 years old now. Why is the gap between people so big? The most crucial point is that Kazuki is younger than him, and they all train together. We also need to continue to work hard to get stronger. Rinka glanced at Nawaki indifferently, then continued training. Rinka didn't have any particular fondness for Nawaki. At least, their interactions were always lukewarm. Even towards Kazuki, Rinka didn't show excessive enthusiasm on the surface. We'll have to train even harder from now on. Kushina clenched her small fist. Don't compare yourself to Kazuki, just being stronger than our past selves is enough. Also, don't just think about getting stronger. You also need to pay attention to other aspects, so you don't accidentally step on an explosive tag and disappear. Teased by Kushina, Nawaki's face flushed. I told you, that was just an accident, and how could I disappear because of an explosive tag? I've never heard of anyone being blown to death by an explosive tag. You just need to understand. Kushina snorted lightly. This wasn't Kushina deliberately trying to go against Nawaki. She was genuinely worried that Nawaki would die because of explosive tags. After all, he is too careless. Bang. A puff of white smoke flashed, and Kazuki appeared in Shikatsu Forest. Looking at the enormous Katsuyu, which was like a mountain, even Kazuki became startled. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 82, Katsuyu's Speculation. Kazuki knew that Katsuyu's true form was massive, but upon truly seeing it, Kazuki felt that his previous understanding had been narrow. Even the current Ninetales probably couldn't compare to Katsuyu in terms of sheer size. Unless he activated his perfect Susanoo, it would be difficult to surpass Katsuyu in physical stature. Slug Sage, I'll be troubling you next. Kazuki surveyed his surroundings, silently perceiving for a moment, and found that the natural energy within Shikatsu Forest was almost 5 times that of the outside world, and Katsuyu contained a vast amount of natural chakra within it. Previously, Kazuki had fought One Tail in the combat arena, and he could clearly feel that the chakra on Katsuyu's body even surpassed One Tail's. Perhaps not comparable to Nine Tails, but the chakra on its body already surpassed most tailed beasts. Truly one of the 3 great sages. You should already be aware of the conditions for Sage Mode. Although your chakra reserves can't compare to Hashirama's, you are already one of the humans with the most chakra I've ever seen. The key is that you're only 10 years old. It's hard to imagine how much chakra you'll have in the future. To be honest, Katsuyu was somewhat bewildered at this moment. It naturally understood Hashirama's situation. He was the reincarnation of Asura's chakra, wasn't it reasonable for him to possess such vast chakra? But what about Kazuki? Although his chakra still lagged far behind Hashirama's, it was already much more than many people's, even surpassing that of ordinary Senju and Uzumaki clansmen in terms of chakra reserves. If it were a Senju or Uzumaki, Katsuyu could still understand, but Kazuki was an Uchiha. While the Uchiha's chakra reserves were considerably more than those of an average ninja, they still fell a bit short when compared to the Uzumaki and Senju. Soon, it had some conjectures. Could it be that Kazuki was this generation's Indra? Only an Indra reincarnation could satisfy this point. It couldn't be that Asura reincarnated into the Uchiha clan to stop Indra, could it? This made Katsuyu take him seriously. Although Indra failed when facing Asura, and Indra Chakra reincarnations have always lost to Asura Chakra reincarnations, every generation of Indra Chakra reincarnations has been one of the ninja world's top powerhouses. Some Indra reincarnations were even stronger than Asura Chakra reincarnations, only to inexplicably fail in the end. It was impossible to say there was no trickery involved. However, now both the Senju and Uchiha are in Konoha, and Kazuki's mental state is also good. The Indra Chakra reincarnation will likely no longer oppose the Asura Chakra reincarnation, so there's no problem in investing in Kazuki. Never before has an Indra Chakra reincarnation learned Sage mode, and Katsuyu was also very curious if Kazuki could succeed, and to what extent Sage Eyes combined with Sage mode will reach. Slug Sage, you flatter me. Kazuki observed Katsuyu for a long time before saying, compared to Slug Sage, I'm still far behind. Let's assume young Naruto, after suppressing the Ninetales' chakra, could use 4 units of chakra. If his own chakra plus the Ninetales' chakra amounted to 100 units, it meant Naruto and the young Ninetales' chakra was 100 units, then adding the Een Ninetales' chakra, it would be at least 150 units or more. The Ninetales' overall chakra reserve should be 100 units or more. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the evil old Senju ghost once said that Naruto's chakra combined with the young Ninetales' was equivalent to Hashirama's. Naruto grew from around 12 to 16 years old, during which his chakra reserves would also significantly increase. In fact, until around 18 years old, chakra reserves will see a significant increase. And a tailed beast like One Tail has chakra reserves of about 30 units, which is also more than Kazuki, but not by too much. Someone like Katsuyu should have over 100 units of chakra. Perhaps in the future, your chakra reserves won't be less than mine. The antennae on Katsuyu's head twitched, and it said to Kazuki, may I feel your chakra? Oh. Please do. Kazuki placed his hand on Katsuyu's body, transferring some of his chakra into its body. The matter of Indra Chakra would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to be proactive. In fact, Kazuki could clearly feel that although he hadn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Indra Chakra had begun to manifest, and his ocular power was growing stronger and stronger. He just felt that the Mangekyo Sharingan was very close to him, yet also very far away. This feeling, diametrically opposed to Asura Chakra, must be Indra Chakra without a doubt. So, where is this generation's Asura reincarnation? Katsuyu's heart was filled with curiosity. Logically speaking, the Asura Chakra reincarnation should be in the Senju clan, but now the Senju clan has disbanded, with most members having integrated into Konoha. The most outstanding individuals of this generation are Tsunade and Nawaki, but they fail to meet the standards of an Asura Chakra reincarnation. Could it be other Senju clan members who integrated into Konoha, or did Asura reincarnate into the Uzumaki clan? But Uzushigakure has already been destroyed, and the Uzumaki clan has also been scattered across the world, with some possibly having been abducted by other villages. Katsuyu has no village allegiance. Since it has already formed a contract with Kazuki, and considering Kazuki's current status, it seems it must help Kazuki get stronger. Katsuyu carefully phrased her question. Have you noticed another special kind of chakra within your body? I have a little, but it doesn't affect me much, and it's even increasing my strength. Kazuki knew that Katsuyu had noticed and didn't hide it. Then have you found anyone similar to you in Konoha? Indra reincarnations and Asura reincarnations generally aren't too far apart in age. If they were in Konoha, Kazuki should know them. I haven't encountered anyone. However, Kazuki's answer disappointed Katsuyu. Perhaps the Asura reincarnation situation wasn't very good. Fortunately, there's no need to worry about the Asura reincarnation having any strange thoughts. Instead, it's the Indra Chakra reincarnation that needs careful guidance. Is that so? Then let's begin training Sage mode. Katsuyu looked towards a small lake nearby. Chapter 83, Monster Among Monsters. Kazuki looked at the small pond not far away, a pond full of viscous liquid, containing a very rich natural energy. This is a specialty of Shikatsu forest. You can take some back when you leave. After diluting it, it can be used for beauty, with whitening and moisturizing effects. It's a good gift for girls. Tsunade often takes some away. Katsuyu said generously, then paused, and continued, actually, theoretically, these liquids can help improve one's physique, but not many people can bear it. Tsunade also thought about how to utilize these liquids before, but she was too busy and didn't have time to do it. She probably wanted to help Nawaki improve his physique. Kazuki smiled. Nawaki's talent was actually very good. He had mastered quite a few of Tobirama's water-release ninjutsu and was considered a genius in Konoha. After all, not every genius can become a jonin at the age of 12. As for Kazuki, he was purely cheating. If Nawaki developed steadily, becoming an elite jonin in the future would not be a problem, and reaching a weaker Kage level was not impossible. But Tsunade was not satisfied with this. She wanted Nawaki to become stronger so that she wouldn't have to worry about his safety in the future. Kazuki was stronger than Nawaki, Kushina's talent was greater than Nawaki's, Mikoto's talent was also subtly greater than Nawaki's, and even Rinka's talent seemed to be no less than Nawaki's. Later, there was also Minato eyeing him. If this continued, Tsunade suspected Nawaki would doubt himself. If I have time, I'll also do some research. Kazuki walked near the pond. He suspected that these liquids might be related to Katsuyu. After all, slugs themselves are sticky. But for a ninja, as long as it can improve strength, some sacrifice is worth it. For example, if the Nine Tails were to defecate, if Kazuki announced that eating the Nine Tails as feces could increase strength, there would be many people in the ninja world who would want to eat it, and perhaps Danzo would also want a bite. You can rub some on your arm and see if you can sense natural energy. Katsuyu suggested to Kazuki. Slug Sage, are you referring to the special energy that permeates the air? If so, I can actually sense it without these liquids. Kazuki raised his hand and said weakly. Katsuyu. Even Hashirama back then couldn't directly sense natural energy. Could it be that this generation's Indra Chakra reincarnation is so monstrous? Speaking of which, Indra showed amazing talent from a young age, far superior to Asura. If the Sage of Six Paths hadn't been biased, Asura would not have been able to grow stronger than Indra. This was the first time Katsuyu had come into contact with an Indra Chakra reincarnation, and he suspected that this might be the truth. Indra's talent was better than Asura's, but the resources he received were far less than Asura's. Thinking about it carefully, Madara back then should have been qualified to practice Sage Mode. If he had practiced Sage Mode, combined with the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Nine Tails, he might really have been able to defeat Hashirama. Or rather, is Kazuki not Indra's reincarnation but Hagoromo's reincarnation? Can you really sense it? Katsuyu asked with surprise and uncertainty. To learn Sage Mode, you can't fake it like this. You must be truthful, as this concerns your life safety. Don't worry, this concerns my life, and I don't want to die so early. Kazuki chuckled and said. I think I should learn how to absorb natural energy into my body, then enter Sage Mode, and then maintain Sage Mode. Katsuyu hesitated for a moment, then separated a small Katsuyu from her massive body. It came to Kazuki's arm and said softly, next, I will guide natural energy into your body. Feel it carefully, and if there are any problems, remember to tell me. Okay, I'll trouble you then. On the other side, Tsunade had just finished her complicated treatment work and ran into the main tent, collapsing on the ground. She looked at Orochimaru, who was still handling official business in the main seat not far away, her eyes flickering slightly. In this major battle in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen did not lead the team himself, nor did he let the current mainstays, such as Danzo and Akimichi Torafu, lead the team. Instead, he let the three of them take the job, with Orochimaru as the main leader, clearly to cultivate them and establish their reputation. This is not to say that Hiruzen sacrificed Konoha's interests for their reputation. The current war in the Land of Rain is still a small skirmish compared to future major wars, and this can also be seen as a way to help them adapt to future wars more quickly. And Orochimaru deeply trusted Hiruzen, and it was obvious that he received more training. If Orochimaru became Hokage in the future, she would also support him. However, Tsukumo was hidden away. If at first, Tsukumo needed to recover from injuries and couldn't come to the front line, Tsunade could understand. Now, the war had been going on for 2 years, and Tsukumo was still performing missions in the Umbu. Although those missions were also very important, he missed the opportunity to accumulate fame. Currently, Orochimaru's reputation within Konoha had gradually surpassed Tsukumo's. Shaking her head, Tsunade stopped thinking about it. Tsukumo's personality and ability were only suitable for being a ninja, not a Hokage. This was also quite good, not being famous was also a form of protection for Tsukumo. The Hokage's position was very deep. Madara back then seemed to have been slandered by her granduncle with all sorts of rumors, saying he dug out his brother's eyes for himself and so on. When Hiruzen became Hokage, he also made many dirty political deals at first. Tsukumo was not suitable for these things, he was just a pure ninja. Where's Jiraiya? Tsunade picked up a pastry idly and began to eat. Although she was on the front line, Tsunade's treatment was still quite good. From time to time, she would use summoning ninjutsu through Katsuyu to have Kushina and Mikoto send her food. Normally, Orochimaru and Jiraiya would also freeload some food from her. Chapter 84, Jiraiya's 2.5 years of training. Orochimaru signed his name on a document, set it aside, and then said, that idiot went out to scout the area. Recently, Omega-Kure ninjas have been constantly probing nearby. Tsunade didn't think much of it. She was responsible for treating injured ninjas, and Orochimaru had to handle the paperwork. Naturally, Jiraiya would take care of those missions. That child Kazuki wanted to come to the front line, but Grandma stopped him. Tsunade continued after eating a pastry. Kazuki. I haven't seen him in 2 years. 2 years ago, he already had the strength of a jonin. Now, his strength has probably advanced even further. As a genius, Orochimaru had his own arrogance, but when it came to Kazuki, even he felt inferior. The most crucial thing was that Kazuki didn't rely on a Kekkei Genkai like the Sharingan. Instead, he researched ninjutsu himself and then learned the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. According to Orochimaru's observations, even without the Sharingan, it wouldn't hinder Kazuki from becoming a strong individual. His greatest strengths were his chakra control and learning ability. Orochimaru had never seen a monster with a learning ability like Kazuki's before. Perhaps his strength is even greater than mine, Tsunade said, not knowing whether to be happy or sad at this point. Ultimately, Kazuki was her disciple, and being surpassed by a disciple felt a bit embarrassing for her as a teacher. However, a brilliant disciple was also a source of pride. When it came to teaching disciples, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not as good as her, even though her grandmother taught this disciple most of the time. Sometimes, having an overly excellent disciple was also a happy problem. Tsunade's words startled Orochimaru. His strength has surpassed yours. Orochimaru prided himself on his strength not being much greater than Tsunade's. If Kazuki surpassed Tsunade, wouldn't he also surpass him? Kazuki was only 10 years old. Who knows? You know, the Flying Thunder God technique is very tricky, and Kazuki also created the Rasengan to complement the Flying Thunder God technique. Just that one move is enough to render most ninja helpless. Tsunade shrugged. Anyway, I can't do anything to him. Grandma specially sent him to Shikatsu Forest to train in Sage Mode so he wouldn't go to the front line. Sage Mode. Orochimaru felt a bit wistful at the mention. Yes, the 3 Sage regions all have Sage Mode. My grandfather defeated Madara and the Ninetales using Sage Mode and would release. I've also researched Sage Mode before, but it's too difficult and time-consuming, so I temporarily gave up. Tsunade sighed lightly. If that kid really learned Sage Mode, even Sarutobi-sensei might not be Kazuki's match. Is Sage Mode that powerful? Orochimaru was thoroughly shocked. That idiot Jiraiya had been bragging about Sage Mode before, and even though he hadn't learned that so-called Sage Mode after 2.5 years of practice, Orochimaru hadn't taken it seriously. But now that Tsunade said so, he was tempted. If Sage Mode was really that powerful, after the war ended, he might go to Ryuchi Cave to take a look. As one of the 3 Sage regions, Ryuchi Cave also had Sage Mode. However, it seemed that Sage Mode was very difficult to learn. Tsunade couldn't learn it, so what about him? Of course it's powerful. Once learned, one's strength can be elevated by a whole level. Moreover, I heard that the Sage of Six Paths also practiced Sage Mode back then. Tsunade said mysteriously. Is it the Senju clan's inheritance? Orochimaru instantly became interested. Even if it wasn't for increasing his strength, the matter of the Sage of Six Paths alone was enough to excite him. That was the Sage of Six Paths. It seemed the Senju clan had the most records of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Uchiha clan also had many. No, Jiraiya said it. He said that the Sage of Six Paths learned Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku and then became the Sage of Six Paths. Afterward, I went to ask Katsuyu, and Katsuyu didn't deny it. So it's probably true. Tsunade pulled out a bottle of soda from somewhere, opened it, and took a sip. Too bad there's no sake, I can only drink soda. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. The 3 Sage regions had existed for a very long time, so it was normal for them to know the secrets from 1,000 years ago. He hadn't expected Mount Myaboku to be related to the Sage of Six Paths. What about Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode? After he learned Sage Mode, can he compare to the so-called sages? Do you think Kazuki can learn Sage Mode? Following that, Orochimaru became curious. Orochimaru didn't have any ill feelings towards Kazuki, he felt that Kazuki was actually quite similar to him. Orochimaru wasn't thinking about the Hokage position for now. After all, Kazuki was much younger than him and was his junior. Even if Kazuki's strength surpassed his, the Hokage position couldn't possibly skip their generation and choose Kazuki's generation, could it? If that were the case, what would they be considered? Could it be that he, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, were that incompetent? Orochimaru believed Hiruzen wouldn't do such a thing. Kazuki would only ascend at least 10 years after him, so there was no conflict between them. On the contrary, Orochimaru felt he could get along well with Kazuki. Kazuki's desire to go to the front line was probably not just for his reputation in Konoha, but more for his reputation within the Uchiha clan. If Kazuki's strength was truly great, and he cooperated with him, Kazuki would gain prestige, and he would gain political achievements. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As long as Kazuki was under his command, no matter how much credit Kazuki received, at least 1/3 would go to him as the commander. If it were before, I wouldn't believe anyone could learn Sage Mode. After all, it's too difficult. Tsunade rubbed her cheek and said, anyway, I feel that even if I tried hard to learn Sage Mode, I probably wouldn't learn it in less than 10 years. But if it's the kid Kazuki, he might actually be able to learn it. No one had learned the Flying Thunder God technique before. That's certainly interesting. I hope he can learn Sage Mode quickly. Then I can also observe Sage Mode. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. Just then, Jiraiya swaggered into the tent and said, Sage Mode. Don't worry, this great Jiraiya will learn Sage Mode very soon. You, Orochimaru, prepare to be amazed. It will definitely exceed your imagination. Chapter 85, Tsunade and Jiraiya's Bet. We're not talking about you, we're talking about Kazuki. Orochimaru glared at Jiraiya in annoyance and said, You always say how strong Sage Mode is, but if you're so capable, why don't you use it? What? Kazuki. You're saying he is practicing Sage Mode. Jiraiya connected the pieces of information he had heard, asking in disbelief. Jiraiya knew Kazuki was a genius. Not long ago, Tsunade had used Rinnegan in front of him, which made him incredibly envious. He felt that this ninjutsu was very suitable for him, but ultimately, this ninjutsu was developed by Kazuki, and without Kazuki's permission, Tsunade couldn't teach him this ninjutsu. Would Jiraiya, of all people, go ask a junior to teach him Rinnegan? Sorry, it seems Jiraiya actually would. It's just that time doesn't permit it now. He'll have to wait until they return to Konoha. But now, learning that Kazuki was training in Sage Mode was good news for Jiraiya. Currently, in Konoha, when it comes to who understands Sage Mode the most, Jiraiya is undoubtedly the first. He could exchange his insights on Sage Mode for Rinnegan with Kazuki. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's heart eased. Yes, Grandma sent Kazuki to Shikatsu Forest to train in Sage Mode. Tsunade nodded slightly, then looked at Jiraiya with disdain. You've apparently trained for over 2 years, haven't you? How about we make a bet? Who between you and Kazuki will successfully learn Sage Mode first? Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Tsunade's luck with gambling wasn't great. Could it be that Kazuki would really learn Sage Mode later than Jiraiya? Little did they know, Tsunade wanted to use this opportunity to break her streak of losing every bet. Tsunade had absolute confidence in Kazuki. Even if Jiraiya had encountered Sage Mode earlier than Kazuki, she didn't believe Kazuki would fall behind Jiraiya. Moreover, who knew how long the war would last? There was plenty of time for Kazuki to learn Sage Mode. A bet is a bet. What if I learn Sage Mode before Kazuki? Jiraiya was confident he could learn Sage Mode before turning 30. His seniors had told him they had a way for him to cheat his way into Sage Mode, provided he first achieved a preliminary grasp of it. Could it be that even with cheating, he couldn't beat Kazuki? If you learn Sage Mode earlier, I'll persuade him to teach you Rinnegan, how about that? Tsunade crossed her arms and sneered. If you lose, all my gambling expenses for 1 month after returning to Konoha will be your responsibility. Jiraiya's face stiffened at Tsunade's words. Rinnegan was indeed worth the price. If he could get the training method for Rinnegan from Kazuki, Jiraiya felt he would profit. But if it was Tsunade's gambling expenses for a month, Jiraiya admitted he might not be able to handle it. As an excellent ninja of the younger generation, Jiraiya had a good amount of money. Although he spent a lot of it on alcohol and young women, he had accumulated a considerable amount of savings over the years. Ninjas like them who went to the battlefield actually received money for their missions. Part of this money was dispersed during the war, and the rest was distributed by the village. Jiraiya hadn't had a chance to use this money yet. There was no place on the war front for him to find young women. Clearly, Tsunade had her eyes on Jiraiya's small fortune. Finally, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, All right, if you win, after the war, I'll cover your gambling expenses for a month. Tsunade hummed lightly and looked at Orochimaru not far away. Orochimaru, you'll be our witness. No problem. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Putting aside Tsunade's bizarre luck, he actually favored Kazuki more. Where would the current Jiraiya find time to train in Sage Mode? He also wanted to see Jiraiya in a predicament. If Jiraiya won, Tsunade wouldn't suffer too great a loss. He believed Tsunade and Jiraiya wouldn't treat Kazuki unfairly. Orochimaru was well aware of this. He was very curious, how would Tsunade possibly lose this bet? Kazuki, are you alright? Do you need me to help you absorb the natural energy? Katsuyu looked at Kazuki with concern, or more precisely, at Kazuki's arm. It had injected part of its natural energy into Kazuki's left arm, attempting to let him familiarize himself with natural energy first, and then help Kazuki grasp the essence of Sage Mode. After the natural energy was injected, Kazuki's arm became soft and boneless, like a rubber person. Katsuyu originally wanted to help Kazuki solve this problem, because if Kazuki accidentally messed up, wouldn't it be its fault? However, an Indra Chakra reincarnation shouldn't fail and perish just from training in Sage Mode, right? The only one who could defeat an Indra Chakra reincarnation was an Asura Chakra reincarnation. But there had been no Indra reincarnation who had learned Sage Mode before, so it was uncertain if it was truly possible to learn. Wait a little longer, I need time to adapt. I can still hold on for now. Kazuki silently sensed the natural energy in his left arm. His 3-tomo Sharingan had activated at some point and was spinning at an extremely fast rate. His chakra control was quite good, definitely not something the future Naruto could compare to. He had also fused with Yugo's natural energy sensing talent. He didn't have the Nine Tails to help him cheat, but he himself was a cheat. What Kazuki hadn't expected was that his Sharingan, which had shown little reaction for a long time, began to change due to his Sage Mode training. There was a slight repulsive reaction between the Sharingan and Sage Mode. To be precise, it wasn't a complete repulsion. He wasn't like Naruto, who just needed to maintain a balance of the three energies. He needed to integrate the power of the Sharingan, as the Uchiha spiritual energy was unstable, and problems with spiritual energy were fatal for Sage Mode training. Perhaps Hagoromo encountered similar problems when he trained in Sage Mode, but he must have had it much easier than himself. But Kazuki could feel that if he solved this problem, his Sage Mode would exceed his imagination. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 86, Susanoo. Of course, Kazuki's acceptance of natural energy was also better than initially expected. Perhaps this was related to Kazuki becoming more and more like a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Although his arm softened after natural energy was injected, appearing as if the natural energy had gone wild, it was still barely within his acceptable range. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he could ensure he wouldn't be affected by this natural energy. One could even say that he no longer needed Katsuyu to give him specific guidance, and besides, Katsuyu had never guided Kazuki in learning Sage Mode before. Sharingan was an unstable factor for Sage Mode. Kazuki had maintained this state for over 3 months. During these 3 months, he had been researching natural energy almost constantly, apart from his usual eating, sleeping, and resting. He had thought about using the combat arena to extract the Sage Mode of Naruto, Hashirama, and Kabuto. Unfortunately, the opponents recently spawned in the combat arena weren't very strong. Even if he defeated those relatively powerful opponents, he only obtained 1 or 2 of their ninjutsu. For the current Kazuki, ordinary ninjutsu could no longer significantly increase his strength, though his chakra had increased by 3 units due to the combat arena. This scene made Katsuyu silent. Such a rapid growth in chakra was a bit fast. However, as the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, wasn't it normal for Kazuki to have such growth? Boom. Kazuki's 3-tomo Sharingan spun faster and faster, and the chakra fluctuations around him intensified, making it impossible for Katsuyu to relax about Kazuki for even a moment. It always felt that Kazuki was playing with fire. Was natural energy that easy to familiarize oneself with? Since Sage Mode couldn't be learned in a short time, natural energy was problematic after all. If any accident occurred, he could die. Who would learn Sage Mode by constantly adapting their body to natural energy? In Katsuyu's view, this was a crazy idea, but if truly considered, it did have some theoretical feasibility. It was just that no one had ever succeeded before, as it demanded too much from the learner. Finally, Kazuki's body began to change. His Sharingan became more enchanting, and a skeleton made of chakra appeared around him. Is this Susanoo? Katsuyu was shocked. It wasn't that it hadn't seen Susanoo before. When the Uchiha clan and Senju clan fought, it often participated. After all, Katsuyu's summoning scroll was passed down through generations of the Senju clan. Even Madara's Susanoo, Katsuyu stated that its clones had been hit by it. Don't think that Madara's Susanoo is very powerful and it couldn't kill it. Katsuyu stated that it could fight Madara for a whole day. As for the so-called genjutsu control, Katsuyu wasn't worried at all. Okay. It had plenty of clones, could Madara control all of them? But what was going on with Kazuki? Activating Susanoo with a 3-tomo Sharingan, even if it was only the first stage of Susanoo, made Katsuyu think of a legendary figure. It had seen the other party back then, and that person had saved the ninja world. Unfortunately, its connection with that person wasn't deep, mainly because Mount Myaboku and Hagoromo had a good relationship. However, Katsuyu had a good relationship with Asura and had always maintained a good relationship with the Senju clan afterward. After 3 months of interaction, Katsuyu also discovered that Kazuki's bloodline might have already begun to revert to its ancestral form. He faintly had a trace of Asura's bloodline aura. It wouldn't suspect that Kazuki had a special cheat that allowed him to possess the physique of the Senju clan and Uzumaki clan. Such an example had never appeared before. Instead, the phenomenon of bloodline reversion occasionally appeared in other clans, it's just that this was the first time it had appeared in the Uchiha clan. Considering this was the first time such a situation had appeared in the Uchiha clan, and Kazuki was also the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, Katsuyu was full of expectations for Kazuki. Perhaps Kazuki would surpass Madara in the future. It seems to be Susanoo, but I don't seem to have awakened any other dojutsu. Kazuki looked at the pond water beside him, and through the reflection, he saw that his eyes were still 3-tomo Sharingan. He was clearly stunned for a moment. Can I activate Susanoo without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kazuki could clearly feel that his ocular power had significantly improved, but he still didn't seem to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor had he acquired any Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu. However, Susanoo was indeed activated, so what did this mean? A half-step Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after activating Susanoo, he didn't have the full-body soreness that Sasuke mentioned. His eyes had a slight ache, but he felt that his ocular power hadn't decreased. Was this because he had absorbed too much ocular power and his physique, under the nourishment of natural energy, had become like Hagoromo? Kazuki's mind stirred. He tried to make his Susanoo grow and transform into the second stage, but in just an instant, he gave up. He could activate it, but it would be very strenuous and might even damage his eyes. It would be better to wait until his ocular power was stronger in the future before activating a higher stage. Actually, there was no such thing as the Mangekyo Sharingan initially, but I didn't expect you to be able to activate the Susanoo without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is not a bad thing, no need to worry. Katsuyu observed Kazuki for a while before speaking. Moreover, your Sharingan is linked to your in-release chakra. If your in-release chakra is too vast and far stronger than your physical strength, it might cause damage to your body. Your current body is already much stronger than many adult Uchiha, but you are still only 10 years old, so there is no need to urgently upgrade your Sharingan. I understand. Thank you. Kazuki thought of the future Itachi, who developed a Kekkei Genkai illness because he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early. Many people said that Itachi held back a lot, but in reality, at that time, even if Itachi didn't hold back, could he unleash his full strength? He even had difficulty dodging shuriken. It was already a struggle to exert 50 or 60% of his power. Can you expect a person who is terminally ill to unleash their full strength? Chapter 87, Kazuki Sage Mode. Of course, Sasuke's strength was actually not bad. Under normal circumstances, the 3 Tomo Sharingan indeed couldn't defeat the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Itachi was in poor condition, critically ill. Sasuke himself had mastered the power of the Cursed Seal, which was a simplified version of Sage Mode. Coupled with Itachi's deliberate holding back, defeating Itachi didn't seem impossible. Sasuke, who had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, might not have been stronger than Cursed Seal Sasuke, as he was no longer able to use the power of the Cursed Seal at that time. Now that Katsuyu said he couldn't directly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, possibly as a protection for his body, Kazuki could understand. He prided himself on the fact that his ocular power was already no less than that of Kagami with his Mangekyo Sharingan back then. If it continued to grow, his physique might not be able to keep up. Theoretically, each upgrade of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan brings an increase in strength, and their chakra volume also increases. This is a physical growth driven by the Sharingan, but continuous enhancement in a short period may not be beneficial for the body. Being able to use Susanoo was also a good thing for Kazuki. Although it was only the first stage of Susanoo, wasn't it a good start? The color of his Susanoo was blue-purple. He wondered if it was influenced by Indra Chakra, but Kazuki was quite satisfied with this color. And after being able to use Susanoo, Kazuki felt that his mental state had stabilized a lot. With a thought, he retracted Susanoo and then began to actively absorb natural energy. Wait, Kazuki, don't be reckless. Seeing this, Katsuyu wanted to stop him, but soon, it couldn't utter a word. After the natural energy entered Kazuki's body, it did not cause any damage to him. Instead, it was perfectly controlled by Kazuki, and some changes also appeared on Kazuki's body, with several Tomo shapes appearing on his clothes. Sage's Tomo. Katsuyu widened its eyes. Kazuki seemed to have successfully mastered Sage Mode. Was it that fast? Katsuyu had seen such Tomo on the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, and Asura. As for Asura's descendants, Katsuyu had never seen them even on the inheritors of Ninshu. It didn't know why those Tomo appeared on Indra's clothes. Anyway, the Sage of Six Paths seemed to have those Tomo only after successfully learning Sage Mode, and Asura had indeed learned Sage Mode. Perhaps Indra's was a heritage from his father's side. It was unexpected that Kazuki, after successfully learning Sage Mode, would have those Tomo belonging to a sage. Kazuki's Sage Mode might be even more perfect than Hashirama's. After a long while, Kazuki finally opened his eyes. He found that his attire had changed from the traditional Uchiha clan clothing. Under the influence of special Senjutsu chakra, several Tomo appeared, faintly emitting a white light. Kazuki was already accustomed to the fact that his attire would change after learning Sage Mode. Wasn't Naruto's Six Paths Mode also called the Sage of Six Paths Senjutsu by Madara? Kazuki was not an ordinary Uchiha, he had already begun to revert to the Otsutsuki. No markings appeared on his face, but marks appeared on his clothes. Wasn't this reasonable? Kazuki was quite satisfied with this. Kazuki. Have you learned Sage Mode? Katsuyu was so shocked that it couldn't speak clearly. It had estimated that Kazuki could learn Sage Mode and believed that he would eventually succeed, but it hadn't expected Kazuki to master Sage Mode so quickly, and so perfectly. This was a bit too unbelievable. I've temporarily mastered Sage Mode, but it will still take some time to get familiar with it. Kazuki felt his own condition, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. However, after entering Sage Mode, my strength is not merely a little bit stronger than usual. 2 years ago, I met a strong person named B. I feel that it wouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him now. Katsuyu sighed with emotion. You are already very strong. Hashirama at this age was far from comparable to you. Even a 20-year-old Hashirama couldn't compare to you. Next, I will teach you how to use sage art, mainly to research how to infuse Senjutsu chakra into ninjutsu. We also need to see how long your sage mode can be maintained and how much time it takes to enter sage mode. Even Hashirama cannot directly enter sage mode. Ah. I remember first Hokage-sama could instantly enter sage mode, couldn't he? Kazuki was surprised. Didn't Hashirama just clap his hands, absorb all the natural energy into his body, and directly enter sage mode? Could it be that his memory was wrong? Both Naruto and Hashirama were Asura Chakra reincarnations. Wasn't the difference too great? Haven't you read the records of Hashirama's sage mode training? He used his wood release to absorb natural energy. Wood release has a natural advantage in this regard, but Hashirama's own control over chakra is also very great. Katsuyu paused and added, however, this also benefits from Hashirama's strong physique. An ordinary person's physique cannot incorporate so much natural energy. Neither the chakra pathways nor the human cells can withstand it. Hashirama's early death should be related to his battle with Madara, excessive consumption of chakra and life force, and also related to this kind of sage mode. You must not learn from Hashirama. Kazuki nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. This was understandable. After all, Hashirama needed to absorb terrifying amounts of natural energy to enter sage mode. Hashirama's chakra was at an astronomical level, and no one could withstand such a large amount of natural energy pouring in at once. Let alone Hashirama, even if Hagoromo came, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. That so-called instant entry into sage mode was probably the so-called life-draining mode. Theoretically, this is reasonable. Chapter 88, Sage Art, Susanoo. Usually, the best way to absorb natural energy is to sit still. The more chakra you have, the stronger your sage mode will naturally be, but the preparation time will also be longer. Katsuyu continued to persuade Kazuki, seemingly worried that he would imitate Hashirama's actions. You are still young and far from your peak. Once you reach adulthood, your chakra might not be less than mine. And if you want to enter sage mode directly, it will probably take a long time. Kazuki pondered for a moment, then asked, since the human body cannot integrate a large amount of natural energy at once, what about Susanoo? Katsuyu. The words you're saying, I know all of them, but why do I not understand what you're talking about? Kazuki sensed Katsuyu's confusion and explained, Susanoo is a very special technique. It can contain special energy and can be regarded as an extension of the body. Since Hashirama can absorb natural energy through wood release, then can I absorb natural energy through Susanoo, and create a sage art, Susanoo? Kazuki remembered that in the future, Sasuke played around with Susanoo. The Susanoo that absorbed the tailed beast's chakra in the future was considered by the Nine Tails to have a level of integration with tailed beast chakra comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. In the later stages of Naruto, it's often praised as being comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Just like Obito in his Ten Tails Jinchuriki state, he proclaimed himself comparable to the Sage of Six Paths Madara, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was called comparable to Kagaya by the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, Kagaya is definitely stronger than Madara, there's no doubt about that. But Kagaya's sense of oppression seemed to be less than Madara's. Madara had too many foils, as he displayed his strength by stepping on the Ninja Alliance and the Five Kage. What about Kagaya? She finally appeared in the ninja world, but only took Obito's head, and in the end, even Black Zetsu was sealed. She achieved a record of 1-2 with 0 assists. On the surface, her sense of oppression indeed seemed to be inferior to Madara. But how many people did Kagaya meet? Only Naruto's team and Obito. Others didn't even have the qualifications to meet her. Even Naruto and Sasuke said that Kagaya was a lot stronger than Madara. Looking at it from another angle, with Kagaya's lacking combat skills and experience, she could still perform better than Madara. Does that mean her stats are a lot greater than Madara's? Leaving aside Sasuke's Susanoo that absorbed tailed beast chakra in the future, even using Yugo's cursed seal to enter sage art state was commendable. However, that ultimately borrowed Yugo's power, and Yugo's own strength was still a bit lacking. If Naruto were to supplement Sasuke with Senjutsu chakra, that would be more appropriate. Kazuki planned to start working on sage art, Susanoo once he became familiar with sage mode. I don't have Susanoo, so I don't know, but if you want to try, you can give it a shot. After a long silence, Katsuyu finally spoke. It felt that Kazuki was indeed the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, just like Indra back then, simply too intelligent. Next, I'll need you, Katsuyu, to help me learn Senjutsu. Kazuki didn't ask Katsuyu if it could help him enter sage mode. Those two toad sages could, so Katsuyu could also do it. But since he had already managed to acquire perfect sage mode, why would he change himself? Look at what those tricky sage modes look like. Jiraiya's entire face almost turned into a toad's, and Kabuto even transformed himself into something that was neither human nor snake. Afterward, Kazuki just needs to slowly develop his own sage mode. What if he develops a permanent sage mode? Katsuyu, the great toad sage, white snake sage, they can all do it, so why can't he? He, Kazuki, can also become a sage. Next, he needs to master sage mode, become familiar with Susanoo, and also figure out wind release, Rasen Shuriken. It would be even better if he could research a lightning release Rasengan. Jiraiya, a bet's a bet. Get the money ready. That day, Tsunade, who had routinely summoned Katsuyu to bring her food, learned that Kazuki had initially mastered sage mode. She then excitedly stormed into the main tent, shouting at Jiraiya, who was bothering Orochimaru while he worked. What? Jiraiya didn't react at first, but quickly remembered his bet with Tsunade. What did you say? That kid earned sage mode. Indeed. Katsuyu just told me. You wouldn't think Katsuyu would deceive me, would you? Or deceive you? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a half-smile. If Jiraiya were to express doubt, it would be questioning Katsuyu, and Jiraiya didn't have the guts to do that. Questioning a sage, even Jiraiya couldn't do it. Tsunade's heart was delighted. Although Katsuyu didn't tell her immediately after Kazuki first controlled sage mode, but after he had initially stably controlled it, it didn't matter much. Anyway, she won, and that's all that mattered. She, Tsunade, finally won against Jiraiya once and was no longer the person who always lost her bets. For Tsunade, this was far more interesting than having Jiraiya pay for her. No, that's not what I meant. Jiraiya waved his hands repeatedly. How could I possibly question Katsuyu? Jiraiya couldn't bear that responsibility. But did Kazuki really learn sage mode? Jiraiya then asked again. Orochimaru also perked up his ears and listened carefully. He was also very interested in sage mode. It had been less than half a year since Kazuki began learning sage mode, counting everything. Is sage mode that simple? Then, he thought about how Jiraiya had trained at Mount Myaboka for 2.5 years. Was Jiraiya too stupid, or was Kazuki too smart? 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 89, Tsunade's Bad Luck. Yes, he has already received Katsuyu's approval. Tsunade nodded slightly. Furthermore, he can now skillfully enter sage mode and use Senjutsu chakra in his ninjutsu. I think you understand what that means. Jiraiya's expression changed repeatedly. How could he not understand what Tsunade meant? This was something he currently yearned for but couldn't achieve. Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something and looked at Tsunade eagerly, as if trying to find a loophole in their bet, and quickly asked, did he use a trick to enter sage mode through the Katsuyu? Sage mode can be tricked. This time, before Tsunade could reply, Orochimaru became curious. If it was possible, he would have to learn it too. How could that be? Do you think that Kazuki, that brat, needs to resort to tricks? That brat is very smart and very proud. If he achieved sage mode by cheating, do you think he would have Katsuyu notify me? Tsunade sneered. She glanced at Jiraiya again, a look of disdain on her face. It seems Mount Myaboku's sage mode still has ways to cut corners. It's just that a certain someone, even with shortcuts, can't learn sage mode. How embarrassing. I originally thought sage mode was extremely difficult to learn and the fault didn't lie with you, but Kazuki only needed less than half a year to learn it. Tsunade was actually a bit guilty about that last sentence. She also hadn't learned sage mode. If she could learn sage mode, she wouldn't have researched the Int seal and then used the strength of 100 seal technique. However, this didn't stop her from making fun of Jiraiya. Her disciple learned sage mode, but Jiraiya didn't. Jiraiya couldn't even compare to her disciple. How embarrassing. As for her strength being surpassed by Kazuki, would she be unhappy? What's there to be unhappy about? Her disciple is amazing. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something, an Umbu rushed into the main tent, instantly drawing the displeasure of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. But very quickly, the Umbu handed a scroll to Orochimaru, who was seated in the main seat. Orochimaru's heart sank, and he quickly opened the scroll to read it, his expression instantly becoming serious. Big trouble. Sunagakure and the Land of Rain have formed an alliance and are preparing to deal with Konoha together, at least targeting us first. Currently, Hanzo has already led the Land of Rain's army towards us. What? Tsunade was shocked. How is this possible? How did Hanzo ally with Sunagakure? Why was there no word at all? Even if they were to ally, it should be with us. What does Sunagakure have? Moreover, Sunagakure is not easy to deal with. Doesn't Hanzo worry about being tricked by Sunagakure? Orochimaru sighed deeply and said, it's precisely because Sunagakure has nothing that Hanzo would ally with Sunagakure to attack Konoha, right? This sentence immediately enlightened Tsunade. Most of the land of wind is desert. Although there are large quantities of minerals underground, due to the desert and the difficulty of extraction, ordinary people simply cannot mine those minerals. So even if they defeat Sunagakure, the land of rain won't gain any benefits. But our land of fire is different. As she spoke, Tsunade's heart sank. The land of fire, being too rich, had always been a thorn in the side of other countries. There wasn't a single country that didn't want to bite off a piece of the land of fire. Once the Great Ninja War began, it would already be good if Konoha wasn't surrounded and attacked by other villages. The war might escalate further. But Tsunade's heart wasn't happy. She had a bad premonition. She rarely won at gambling in her life. The first time she won, Madara brought the Nine Tails back to Konoha and fought a great battle with her grandfather. In that battle, Madara displayed astonishing strength, but he still couldn't compare to her grandfather. Although Hashirama defeated Madara, he died not long after. To be precise, Hashirama did indeed die because of Madara. The second time she won money, her granduncle, Tobirama, who was supposed to be in Kimogakure to form an alliance treaty with the Raikage, faced an internal rebellion in Kimogakure. Tobirama chose to stay behind alone to protect others, sacrificing himself to protect others. The ninja world's fastest, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, died because of it. The third time she won money was related to Nawaki. Nawaki was simply useless. Despite being a genius of the younger generation, he actually stepped on an explosive tag. If Orochimaru hadn't been watching nearby and reacted quickly, she probably wouldn't have a younger brother. Tsunade wondered, could her gambling be a law of causality? As long as she lost money gambling, everything would develop smoothly, but if she won, then the situation would become different, and someone close to her would always suffer misfortune. Now she had won against Jiraiya, and as a result, the Land of Rain declared war on Konoha. But such a thing is something many people would pray for. Who said Tsunade cannot get money? For example, at a casino, she could totally bet in reverse. If Hanzo really comes, you two lead the others away. He's very troublesome, his strength is not inferior to Sensei's. Orochimaru instructed Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although Orochimaru was very confident in his own strength, he was still a little short of that level. No, Orochimaru, we'll face him together. You alone can't be Hanzo's match, and besides, I also want to see those strong individuals. Tsunade shook her fist. Since she had dealt with the salamander poison, it no longer posed any threat. Of course, Hanzo's strength was still very great. Orochimaru, how could I abandon you? Let's face the strong enemy together. Jiraiya promised without thinking. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya with disdain. This guy was really stupid. However, his heart also felt warm. Having Jiraiya as a friend was a good thing. With the strength of the three of us, even if we can't defeat the Land of Rain, holding back the remaining people shouldn't be a big problem. Tsunade said. Besides, I'm not completely without a trump card. That guy should be very much looking forward to it, right? Chapter 90, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. That guy. Orochimaru instantly understood what Tsunade meant. He frowned and asked, you want Kazuki to go to the battlefield? But he is nominally still in the village. He usually trains in Shikatsu Forest, and no one cares. But if he is arranged to come here, then he would be leaving the village without cause, which would not look good. Besides, he is still just a child. Orochimaru didn't doubt Kazuki's strength. He might even be stronger than him. With such strength, Orochimaru didn't know what to say about him not going to the battlefield. There's nothing wrong with protecting children and the potential of the new generation, but is Kazuki a normal child? If he were called to the battlefield, even if it helped them, it would cause a lot of trouble for Kazuki. Some ninja taboos must be handled carefully. Tsunade gave Orochimaru an exasperated look and said, what's there to be afraid of? Is Sarutobi-sensei going to say anything? With you, me, and Jiraiya vouching for him, how could there be a problem? To be precise, I'm having Katsuyu reverse summon Kazuki here. Is Kazuki a ninja of Konoha? No, he is my summoning beast. At this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were dumbfounded. Good heavens, could it be calculated like that? However, considering the current situation, neither of them said much. Orochimaru scribbled a few words on a scroll, then summoned a small white snake, tied the scroll to its body, and the small white snake disappeared from the tent. He had left some contingencies in Konoha, and necessary information could be transmitted through this channel. This was all he could do for now. He trusted that Hiruzen would not disappoint him. Let's go. We should head over first. Orochimaru took a deep breath and looked at Tsunade. Hanzo and Sunagakure uniting had caught them off guard. It's not that these two villages couldn't unite, but the Land of Rain's previous actions touched upon the interests of the daimyo. For Sunagakure not to deal with the Land of Rain, and now to unite with them, were they trying to invite trouble from the daimyo? Sunagakure must be desperate for money, right? They really would stop at nothing for a bit of profit. Orochimaru recalled what Hiruzen had privately complained to them about Tsunagakure before. It was said that Tsunagakure got its start by being unscrupulous. During the first 5 Kage summit, other countries, including Konoha, were disgusted by the first Kazekage. Just Hanzo alone was enough to make them feel tricky. He hoped that Kazuki wouldn't mess up. In Shikatsu Forest, a Raiznon filled with dense wind chakra landed on a large mountain, instantly reducing a large section of the mountaintop. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the mountaintop, Katsuyu knew that Kazuki's sage art was complete. Hashirama possessed would release, which was his unique ability, primarily a result of the Asura Chakra within him. Katsuyu knew that what was strong was not the would release itself, but Hashirama's would release. His terrifying yang release chakra was the key. Kazuki was not Hashirama. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a reincarnation of Indra Chakra, mastering the Sharingan was actually the path he should have taken. Susanoo was a jutsu with a very high upper limit, and during this time, Katsuyu's understanding was constantly being refreshed by Kazuki. Kazuki truly mastered Susanoo. Speaking of which, it is said that Kagaya's Ten Tails was fought by Hagoromo using Susanoo. This shows that Susanoo's upper limit is much higher than most people imagine. If truly developed to its extreme, it would not be weaker than would release. And Kazuki's incorporation of Senjutsu Chakra into the Raiznon also greatly enhanced his strength. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken, it's pretty much successful. Kazuki looked at the destruction caused by Sage Art, Wind release, Rasen Shuriken and nodded with satisfaction. Although Naruto would have more powerful Raiznon in the future, in the mid-stage, Sage Art, Wind release, Rasen Shuriken definitely possessed immense destructive power, even Kazuki was very satisfied with it. He would slowly develop subsequent Raiznon later. Kazuki took a deep breath, and a large amount of natural energy surged in. The previously consumed Senjutsu Chakra replenished. During this time, Kazuki had been diligently familiarizing himself with and perfecting his Sage Mode. He temporarily found it difficult to maintain Sage Mode permanently. At least at his current stage, with his chakra control, he couldn't do it. After all, when he slept, he couldn't control natural energy. He still couldn't make the act of creating Senjutsu Chakra an instinct. However, he could now enter Sage Mode relatively easily, unlike Naruto, who could only maintain Sage Mode for 5 minutes and later needed Shadow Clone to absorb natural energy. He could absorb natural energy during battle. To others, this might seem distracting, but Kazuki was different. After entering Sage Mode, his already excellent sensory abilities were elevated, and his Sharingan also received a boost. Even if he needed to divert some mental focus to absorb natural energy, his mental engagement was much higher than in his normal state. This is actually similar to Jiraiya relying on the two-toed sages, and Naruto relying on the Nine Tails to absorb natural energy and create Senjutsu Chakra, but they rely on external forces, while Kazuki relies entirely on himself. Kazuki felt that the Uchiha clan seemed suited for Sage Mode. Of course, the prerequisite was to control the unstable factor of the Sharingan, which would exclude nearly 99.99% of the Uchiha, but once successful, the benefits would be enormous. After entering Sage Mode, his Susanoo could be activated to the second stage. This was also a qualitative improvement. Unfortunately, the Susanoo he initially envisioned had not yet been developed. The plan to use Sage Art, Susanoo without entering Sage Mode had temporarily fallen through. He would have to wait until the Sharingan continued to develop for the superiority of this Susanoo to be displayed. If he didn't master this move, entering Sage Mode in the future, then activating Susanoo, and then activating Sage Art, Susanoo to fight, would put an immense burden on him. Chapter 91, Konoha's 3 Sannin. Kazuki didn't want to fight overloaded in Sage Mode like Hashirama. A person's body is limited, and this applies to both Hashirama and Kazuki. Before becoming an Otsutsuki and ceasing to be human, Kazuki still needed to find ways to avoid certain flaws. Sasuke relied on Yugo for Senjutsu Susanoo, but Yugo's Sage Mode itself was a super simplified version. This only allowed Sasuke to become stronger and use Senjutsu Chakra, and it didn't significantly boost Susanoo's power. This was determined by the situation at the time. At that time, only Sage Art could harm Obito, who had entered Ten Tails Jinchuriki mode. As for how much it improved, Sasuke didn't need to care. Being able to use Sage Art was enough. Oh, right, Kazuki, Tsunade has run into trouble. You might need to be summoned over to help later. Katsuyu said suddenly, its large tentacles swaying as it spoke to Kazuki. Tsunade's in trouble. Is there a problem on the front line? Kazuki was startled by the news. He didn't care if going to the front line without the village's permission would cause him trouble, Mito would resolve the issue. Moreover, his normal combat power was already stronger than average Kage level, and with Sage Mode, he considered his strength to be superior to Kage level. Currently, in the ninja world, only Mito was stronger than him, but Mito was his teacher, his non-blood-related grandmother. With Mito around, he didn't need to worry. Furthermore, he was ostensibly part of the Hokage faction, and he was going to save Hiruzen's 3 disciples. No matter what, Hiruzen had to step up and take the blame for him, otherwise, the morale of his faction would collapse, and he wouldn't be able to lead them in the future. Most importantly, now that his strength was sufficient, he didn't need to be as cautious as before when doing things. He didn't even mind being called the next Madara. The next Madara it is. If you've got the guts, come fight me. Yes, it seems she's up against Hanzo. Tsunade is no match for Hanzo. Katsuyu said with a sigh. Tsunade's talent was actually quite good and Katsuyu was good to Tsunade. Among all its past successors, Tsunade's abilities were the most compatible with it. Her strength indeed couldn't compare to Hashirama, but she was the most suitable person for Katsuyu. Given the right conditions, Katsuyu, combined with Tsunade, could perform hundreds or thousands of simultaneous treatments. However, Tsunade hadn't fully matured yet, so it seemed reasonable that she couldn't defeat Hanzo. As for Nawaki, he surprisingly didn't sign a contract with Katsuyu. This generation of Senju couldn't compare to the Uchiha. However, with Kazuki's talent, even if Hashirama were reborn, he would find it difficult to rival Kazuki. Katsuyu highly suspected that Indra Chakra, in its previous life, during Madara's time, was beaten so badly by Asura Chakra's reincarnation, Hashirama, that it learned from the pain, making this generation's reincarnation stronger, even causing its physique to revert to an ancestral state. Is that so? Hanzo is a good opponent. A look of excitement appeared on Kazuki's face. He urgently needed powerful enemies as opponents. Kazuki didn't want to seek out Madara yet. He didn't know if the current Madara still had the Rinnegan, but he wasn't someone he could easily provoke. Even without the Rinnegan, he could still use Susanoo. Mito, Kazuki would even less likely seek out. Mito usually took care of him like a biological grandmother, helped him get stronger, protected his growth, and escorted him. Regardless of her initial intentions, he indeed benefited. Kazuki couldn't be like Obito, nor was he so heartless. Now Mito was old. If she fought him, she would probably end up bedridden, so there was absolutely no need for it. Therefore, Hiruzen, 3rd Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, or Hanzo were his primary choices for battle. Now that Hanzo had suddenly appeared, it was time to fight them. He just wondered if Madara would turn his attention to him. Alright, then I'll tell Tsunade. Damn it, how can Hanzo be so strong? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru confronted Hanzo and began fighting him. Although Tsunade and the others had somewhat gotten stronger than their original counterparts at this particular time frame, they were still no match for Hanzo. Originally, when Hanzo fought Tsunade and the others, he would hold back somewhat. After all, once he killed the 3 of them, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha. If Konoha unleashed its wrath, the Land of Rain wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now, he had reached an agreement with the 3rd Kazekage. Tsunagakure had agreed to fully engage Konoha on other front lines and withdraw from the Land of Rain. He also needed to make some contributions here. This was the premise for both sides to achieve their goals. Hanzo didn't want to completely enrage Konoha, but for the sake of the Land of Rain, he had no choice but to do so. This country, which had always been crying, should not continue to be a battlefield. At the same time, he also desired the rich land of the Land of Fire. Since he would offend Konoha sooner or later, he might as well just offend them directly. After all, he's the man called Hanzo. Even without salamander poison, his strength is not inferior to Sensei's. Orochimaru's expression was not very good. Before, he thought Hanzo was overhyped, and that without his poison, his strength would decline. He hadn't expected Hanzo's taijutsu to be so excellent. Even with the 3 of them combined, they were no match. There wasn't much problem in stalling for time, but defeating Hanzo was almost impossible. One careless mistake could lead to severe injury, or even death. This man was too dangerous. You are too strong. If it were normal times, I might have let you go and bestowed upon you the title of Konoha's 3 Sannin, by my name, Hanzo. But you are too dangerous, I must keep you here. Hanzo stared at the 3, his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he said coldly. Konoha was truly a land of outstanding talents. It was only normal for these 3 to grow to Kage level in the future, they absolutely had to be kept here. Chapter 92, and, do you want to dance too? Hanzo cherished geniuses, but unfortunately, these people were not from the Land of Rain, they were from Konoha. If they were allowed to stay, they would eventually become a grave threat. He could defeat them now, but it was hard to guarantee that in a few years, he wouldn't be suppressed by them in return. By then, the Land of Rain would be beyond saving. Thinking of this, Hanzo raised the scythe in his hand. In the upcoming battle, he would spare no effort. Heh, the Sannin. What right do you have to bestow titles upon us? You should defeat my disciple first. Faced with Hanzo's arrogant behavior, Tsunade was so angered she laughed. It wasn't just her, even Jiraiya was ready to fight Hanzo to the death, and even Orochimaru, with his usually calm demeanor, was visibly upset. After Tsunade finished speaking, she bit her right thumb, quickly formed hand signs, and slammed her hand on the ground. After the white smoke cleared, Kazuki, with a small Katsuyu on his shoulder, appeared not far from Tsunade. A brat. Hanzo was also angered to the point of laughter. He was Hanzo the demigod, yet Tsunade's tone suggested he wasn't this kid's match. From the looks of it, the opponent was definitely no older than 13 or 14. Was this a suicide mission? Could it be that the other party, at such a young age, had already reached Kage level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Hashirama couldn't achieve this step back then. Moreover, as someone who had never met Hashirama, Hanzo didn't believe he was much worse than Hashirama. If Hashirama was really that powerful, why didn't he unify all the countries? God of Shinobi. He was just a hypocrite who had been hyped up, that's all. Hanzo now had absolute confidence in himself. Is the target Hanzo this time? A look of excitement appeared on Kazuki's face. His gaze met Tsunade's for a moment, and Tsunade, understanding instinctively, threw a vial of medicine to Kazuki. It can guarantee you won't be poisoned for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's enough. Leave this to me. You all go support elsewhere. Kazuki injected the antidote into his shoulder, then looked at Hanzo not far away. So, do you also wish to dance, you ant? Don't you need help? Jiraiya asked, feeling the almost solidified killing intent emanating from Hanzo. He could feel that Kazuki had entered Sage mode, but was Kazuki in Sage mode truly a match for Hanzo? If the four of them could deal with Hanzo, it would be a devastating blow to the Land of Rain, practically annihilating it. By then, they wouldn't need to worry about the Land of Rain and could focus on Sunagakure. But Kazuki's words were a bit too arrogant. Kid, you're good. The scythe in Hanzo's hand rushed towards Kazuki. Kazuki drew the sword of the Thunder God from his back, flashed a golden light, and blocked the scythe's attack. The moment the sword of the Thunder God collided with the scythe, pulled by the chain at its handle, swept towards Kazuki's neck at an extremely tricky angle. However, the sword of the Thunder God in Kazuki's hand produced several slashes, skillfully blocking Hanzo's attack. Watching Kazuki handle it with ease, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya not far away and said, Jiraiya, let's go provide support. Tsunade, you stay here and provide backup. Orochimaru had already discerned that Kazuki's strength should be no less than Hanzo's, but Kazuki was still a child and rarely undertook missions outside, so his combat experience wasn't extensive. He might be tricked by Hanzo, so having Tsunade provide backup was crucial. Moreover, Tsunade was a medical ninja, and if the antidote failed, Tsunade could help immediately. Alright. Jiraiya saw Kazuki and Hanzo's battle. In an instant, they had exchanged over a dozen blows. He knew that Kazuki's strength had once again greatly improved, so he followed Orochimaru and left. Their other comrades needed their help. Clang. 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 Kazuki and Hanzo's figures constantly flickered, and the clashing of their weapons was incessant. As time passed, Hanzo became increasingly alarmed. The opponent's taijutsu and body flicker technique were in no way inferior to his own. How was this possible? This was just a child. Hanzo was confident in his sword skills and even more confident in his body flicker technique. After all, his initial nickname was Body Flicker Hanzo. Yet, this young man was not inferior to him in body flicker technique. How did he train? No, he must be kept here. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. Someone told me you were strong, but your strength has disappointed me. Hanzo, do you know? To step over an ant without crushing it, the force is very difficult to control. The chakra-enhanced strength in Kazuki's hand instantly erupted. This sudden action sent Hanzo flying. Hanzo's legs continuously retreated on the ground. Hearing Kazuki's words, he became even more furious. Ant. This was the first time he had been called that. This brat was very strong, but he had no respect for his elders. Was Konoha's education that poor? However, thinking of the Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan in the opponent's eyes, he realized that it was an Uchiha. It seemed reasonable for an Uchiha to say such arrogant words. Reasonable my ass. Hanzo, at this moment, truly wanted to kill Kazuki. When had he ever been so humiliated? Without thinking, he went all out, launching a further attack on Kazuki. Tsunade watched Kazuki and Hanzo's battle, her eyes flashing. Indeed, Kazuki's strength did not disappoint her. Having mastered Sage mode, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. However, during the battle, he kept spouting provocative remarks. Who did he learn these from? These words made Tsunade clench her fists. Although she knew Kazuki was using words to provoke Hanzo and make his fighting erratic, Hanzo had been suppressing them earlier. If Hanzo was an ant, what were the three of them? Even worse than ants. However, Kazuki, this brat, was getting stronger and stronger. He hadn't even used the Flying Thunder God technique yet, and Hanzo was already starting to be suppressed. When the scythe and the sword of the Thunder God collided once again, the sword of the Thunder God in Kazuki's hand emitted a dense electric light. Sage Art, Chidori Current. This sudden electric current caught Hanzo somewhat off guard. One-handed hand signs. Hanzo almost swore out loud. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 93, Defeating Hanzo. If it were possible, Hanzo would want to curse Kazuki at this moment. Kazuki's mouth was full of words like ants and scum, seemingly looking down on Hanzo, yet his strength had earned Hanzo's recognition. At this age, to achieve such power, Kazuki indeed had the right to be arrogant. However, this young man was also a cunning old fox, secretly forming hand seals with one hand. Sure enough, there isn't a ninja who isn't devious. The terrifying lightning numbed Hanzo, but fortunately, he reacted extremely quickly, dropping the scythe in his hand in an instant and retreating rapidly, while simultaneously forming hand seals, sending countless explosive tags to envelop Kazuki. Fire release, exploding flame formation. In the previous battle, Hanzo had already prepared a large number of explosive tags on the ground, and now he used them against Kazuki. In the original story, Hanzo would use this move against Nagato, severely injuring Nagato's legs and turning him into a cripple. However, this move was useless against Kazuki. His figure flashed, and he was already out of the attack range of fire release, exploding flame formation. This speed. Hanzo's pupils contracted. As a master of body flicker technique, Hanzo could clearly feel that the body flicker technique Kazuki used was incomparably faster than before. He couldn't even discern Kazuki's movement trajectory. Kazuki had already displayed terrifying body flicker technique and speed before, but this time, it made Hanzo begin to feel anxious. It's about time. Kazuki's lips curved into a playful smile. A Raise-Non first appeared in his right hand, then a dense wind chakra was injected, and in an instant, Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken formed. At this moment, Hanzo felt a deadly crisis. If this attack landed on him, even he would die. After all, he was just flesh and blood, not a brute like the third Raikage. He absolutely could not let this move land on him. But before he could do anything, the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken in Kazuki's hand vanished. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? The moment Hanzo reacted, a sharp pain came from his right arm. He quickly looked and found that the Rasen Shuriken had appeared on his arm, where a clear mark was visible. The terrifying wind chakra began to rage in his arm, threatening to spread from his arm and consume his entire body. Hanzo gritted his teeth and quickly fled into the distance. Did he escape? With his Sharingan and Sage mode, Kazuki's sensory abilities were extremely terrifying. He sensed that Hanzo had escaped the explosion range of the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. It seems the spread speed of Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken was still a bit slow, but this was understandable. It needed to maintain stability in his hand and couldn't explode the moment it hit the target. Of course, Kazuki could also throw the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, like Naruto, but for some fast ninjas, it could still be dodged. This time, Kazuki used the Flying Thunder God technique to directly teleport the ninjutsu to Hanzo's side. Relatively speaking, this was easier to hit. As for how he should use it in battle, it would depend on the current situation of the battle, to be used according to circumstances. As the storm caused by Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken dispersed, not far from him, Hanzo knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His entire right arm had vanished, and his body was covered in numerous wounds torn by the wind chakra. Hanzo looked at Kazuki not far away with lingering fear, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. Just now, he had almost died. You are very good. You actually dodged it, but next time, you won't have this chance. Kazuki said, staring at Hanzo. Wait, Kazuki, don't kill Hanzo. At this moment, Tsunade, who had been watching in stunned silence, recovered her senses and quickly spoke to stop Kazuki from killing Hanzo. Tsunade had watched the previous battle with trepidation. Kazuki, after entering Sage mode, subtly suppressed Hanzo in taijutsu, speed, and body flicker technique, which had already shocked her. But now, Kazuki, by combining the Flying Thunder God technique with an upgraded Raise-Non, had crippled Hanzo, which was almost unbelievable even for Tsunade. This was Hanzo, the Hanzo who had previously suppressed her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, yet he was defeated by Kazuki. So, could Kazuki also easily deal with the three of them? Her disciple, it seems there was no one in the ninja world who could be his opponent, right? Kazuki instantly understood what Tsunade was getting at. He looked at Hanzo and said, Hanzo, you lost. Surrender now, and you can live. The Land of Rain also has hope to continue existing. I don't think you want the Land of Rain to be bullied by other countries, do you? Hanzo posed no threat to Kazuki, except for his relatively tricky poison. But in reality, even without the antidote from Tsunade, he could protect himself. Sage mode gave him considerable resistance to poison. Hanzo trying to use that against him was useless, and furthermore, without his right arm, Hanzo's strength would be greatly diminished. Not to mention Kazuki, it wouldn't be long before Tsunade and the others could also stand shoulder to shoulder with Hanzo. Hanzo's eyes stared fixedly at Kazuki, filled with anger, hatred, and fear. He knew what Kazuki meant. The Land of Rain was already crippled. If he himself were gone, the Land of Rain would become a vulnerable target for anyone to manipulate. At least if he was still alive, the Land of Rain would still have a glimmer of hope. No matter how much he resented Kazuki, no matter how vast his ambitions were, Hanzo realized at this moment that he had reached a point where he had no choice but to compromise. Unless he wanted the entire Land of Rain to be buried with him. If he died, the Land of Rain would completely lose hope, and Konoha might even consider eradicating them. If he survived, there was still a sliver of hope. What do you want me to do? Hanzo quickly made his decision, asking with a bitter tone. Have your subordinates deal with those Suna ninjas. Kazuki said indifferently, with an unrefusable tone. Chapter 94, Bloodthirsty Kazuki. Damn Sunagakure. Jiraiya, cooperating with Orochimaru, wiped out a Sunagakure Jonin squad, and then cursed, his words full of worry. Compared to Sunagakure, Konoha's preparations were somewhat insufficient. Konoha had too many villages to guard against. Even if they went to war with Sunagakure in the Land of Rain, they couldn't immediately dispatch too many troops to the Land of Rain. Usually, just enough was fine. However, they didn't expect that Sunagakure would ally with the Land of Rain, then dispatch a large number of powerful individuals, which caught Orochimaru and the others completely off guard. If things went wrong, Konoha might suffer heavy losses this time. Of course, what concerned them most was whether Kazuki could defeat Hanzo. If he could defeat Hanzo, then there would be room for maneuver. If he couldn't, then everyone would be in danger this time. It just depended on whether Kazuki's strength was as formidable as Tsunade claimed. Orochimaru unconsciously looked towards the previous battlefield, wondering how the battle there was progressing. Kazuki had the Flying Thunder God technique, so even if he couldn't defeat Hanzo, self-preservation shouldn't be an issue. If it came down to it, he could definitely take Tsunade and leave. This was the fallback Orochimaru had prepared. At least Tsunade's safety could be guaranteed. At this moment, Orochimaru could be said to be a successor of the Will of Fire, valuing his teammates highly. Of course, if you really think about it, the future Orochimaru also possesses the Will of Fire. Just think about the so-called Konoha Crush plan. Sunagakure suffered the most casualties. Fearing that the Kazekage would cause destruction to Konoha, he killed the 4th Kazekage midway. If Orochimaru truly wanted to completely crush Konoha, the 4th Kazekage would also be a good combat force. Of course, Orochimaru also had to worry about the Kazekage turning against him. He felt that Hiruzen's existence was hindering Konoha's development, so he took action to send Hiruzen on his way, initially shattering the Konoha Council's rule over Konoha, giving Tsunade a chance to return to the village. Of course, this was just one possibility. However, Kazuki was still willing to believe that Orochimaru had genuine feelings for Konoha. His betrayal of Konoha itself involved some helplessness. While he acted inhumanly, Hiruzen and Danzo also had significant problems. If it really doesn't work, Orochimaru, let's take our people and retreat, shall we? If we save them, we'll have a chance to counterattack later. Jiraiya said to Orochimaru, taking a deep breath. At that time, just say I acted on my own initiative, and you had no time to stop me. A trace of emotion flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He knew that he might have to take the blame for this incident, which would be detrimental to his future as Hokage. Jiraiya clearly saw this, so he chose to take the blame voluntarily. This idiot, though seemingly clumsy, actually seemed quite decent. Suddenly, a powerful wind release aura came from afar, instantly attracting Orochimaru and Jiraiya's attention. Even they had never felt such a terrifying wind release aura. Could it be that the 3rd Kazekage had arrived? But the 3rd Kazekage didn't seem to be skilled in wind release, he used iron sand. It is well known that the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage were not skilled in using fire release, and successive Kazekage were also not skilled in using wind release. The 1st Kazekage even used puppet ninjutsu. So what exactly was going on? Could it be Kazuki? But wasn't he skilled in lightning release and fire release? Both of them were somewhat perplexed. How about we go take a look? After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya suggested to Orochimaru. Both of them were not in very good condition, and the situation here was also not very good. But ultimately, the threat over there was also great, forcing them to pay attention. Just as Orochimaru was hesitating, a figure suddenly appeared not far from them. Kid, why are you here? Jiraiya asked Kazuki, who was still relatively neatly dressed, in a hurry. Where's Tsunade? And how is Hanzo? Hanzo has been defeated. Tsunade-sensei is treating Hanzo's injuries. As a condition, the Land of Rain will betray Sunagakure later. Kazuki explained softly, sizing up the two who were not in very good condition. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had fought Hanzo with Tsunade earlier, so their condition was not very good. Then they came here to fight ninjas from other villages. Even ants can kill an elephant. Without absolute strength, numbers can decide many things. Kazuki looked at the dense crowd of Omega-Kure and Sunagakure ninjas, his eyes flashing with excitement. He had finally gotten a chance to be on the battlefield, so he would kill to his heart's content. Hanzo had already become his stepping stone. He might as well take this opportunity to advance further. You defeated Hanzo. Jiraiya was stunned. The previous battle had made them clearly feel Hanzo's power, yet he was easily defeated by Kazuki. Was this Kazuki's strength? Even Orochimaru looked at Kazuki with a fervent gaze. If Kazuki relied on the power of the Sharingan, Orochimaru wouldn't think much of it. But Kazuki relied on Sage Mode and Ninjutsu, which made it different. He decided to thoroughly research Sage Mode afterward. Since Kazuki could do it, why couldn't he? At this moment, Orochimaru was completely convinced by Kazuki. This was nothing like a typical Uchiha. Yes. Sage Mode indeed strengthened me a lot. Kazuki looked into the distance, where there were still many Suna and AIM ninjas surrounding Konoha ninjas. However, these guys deserve to die, don't they? After saying this, Kazuki transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Before Jiraiya and Orochimaru could say anything more, Kazuki had already entered the battlefield, wielding the sword of the Thunder God to harvest the lives of the Suna ninjas. Since Hanzo had not yet spoken, AIM ninjas had not completely changed allegiance, and were still attacking Konoha ninjas, so it was reasonable for Kazuki to kill them. This speed. Jiraiya gulped, seeing this. Why did Kazuki seem more like a Raikage than the Raikage himself? Sage Mode seemed stronger than imagined. He has to train in Sage Mode even harder. Chapter 95, Madara becomes aware of Kazuki. He's certainly very strong. Orochimaru licked his lips. After the war, he definitely had to discuss Sage Mode with Kazuki. And, he also needed to research the situation at Ryuchi Cave. The great snakes of Ryuchi Cave are difficult to get along with, and those so-called sages are even harder to approach. Although Orochimaru is considered a successor of Ryuchi Cave, he has never actually entered Ryuchi Cave to see it. At the very least, he needed to wait until his strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Let's help too. We can't let Kazuki take all the glory by himself. Jiraiya mused for a moment, then invited Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't refuse when he heard that. The stronger Kazuki was, the more beneficial it was for them. After all, Kazuki was Tsunade's disciple, one of their own. As for the future, they would deal with it then. If one day Kazuki truly was more suitable to be Hokage than himself, Orochimaru would heartily congratulate him. This was a true genius. In the end, Kazuki was different from the future Minato. Orochimaru wouldn't believe he was inferior to Minato. At that time, from every perspective, Orochimaru was superior to Minato. Yet, Hiruzen preferred to choose Minato over him. How could the proud Orochimaru accept that? For Orochimaru, Hiruzen was no different from his father. But his father didn't approve of him. How could Orochimaru, who was already beginning to change at that time, accept that? It was like Indra. Many people knew Indra was excellent. Of the two sons, Indra was clearly the more outstanding one, and Indra himself believed this. If Hagoromo hadn't made a misguided choice, Indra and Asura would have continued to be harmonious brothers, which would have been a good thing for Ninshu. However, Hagoromo did not choose Indra. This was an act of distrust towards Indra. It would have been strange if Indra could have accepted it. Orochimaru couldn't accept those things, but if Minato was truly much better than him, Orochimaru would offer his blessings. But the problem was, in all aspects, Orochimaru was not inferior to Minato at that time. Aside from Minato's Flying Thunder God technique being troublesome, was Orochimaru really worse on the battlefield? On the main battlefield, it was Orochimaru leading the main forces in desperate fighting, while Minato's role was at most a detached force. But the power Kazuki was now displaying was far superior to Orochimaru's. Most crucially, he wasn't even using his Sharingan, he was using Sage Mode and various ninjutsu. This gave Orochimaru a sense of recognition towards Kazuki. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? Chiyo sternly rebuked Hanzo. Chiyo had actually arrived in the land of rain long ago, and recently she had been working on deciphering the salamander poison. Her negotiations with Hanzo were also something she had settled with him. Previously, she had not participated in the battlefield, primarily to let Hanzo personally kill Hiruzen's 3 disciples. This was to make Hanzo show sincerity and offer a pledge, and also to deplete the Land of Rain's military strength, hoping to watch the fight from the sidelines. However, Chiyo never expected that Hanzo would betray them. The AIM ninjas' counterattack dealt a severe blow to the Suna ninjas, resulting in heavy losses. Chiyo was enraged. Hanzo had gone back on his word. Did he really think Sunagakure was easy to bully? But upon seeing Hanzo, Chiyo's eyes were filled with an even more incredulous expression. Chiyo naturally knew how strong Hanzo was. He was a very powerful opponent. Even if she could resolve Hanzo's poison, if she were to truly fight him, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. His body flicker technique and Kenjutsu countered her. In the entire Sunagakure, only the Kazekage could contend with Hanzo. But Hanzo had now lost his right arm and had many injuries on his body, which caused even greater turmoil in Chiyo's heart. Could it be that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were really that strong? Or was it that Hiruzen, or that old hag Mito, had come to the land of rain? Chiyo, I lost. You are also doomed. There is no hope. The light faded from Hanzo's eyes. Kazuki had broken the spirit of this top-tier warrior. If it had been Hiruzen, Hanzo might have been able to accept it somewhat. But Kazuki was different, he was still so young. Who knew what level Kazuki could reach in the future when he matured to his peak? You. Chiyo instantly grew anxious, wanting to ask for the truth of the matter, but she saw Hanzo, with his sole remaining arm, holding a scythe and charging towards her. At the same time, the AIM ninjas, cooperating with the Konoha ninjas, began to deal with the Suna ninjas. Enemies who were fighting to the death just a moment ago were now united, fighting the Suna ninjas. One could only say that this world was truly amazing, anything could happen. Madara, Hanzo lost. White Zetsu reported to Madara with a panicked tone. Lost. Madara was stunned when he heard this. Although Hanzo was not held in high regard by him, he knew that for ordinary people, Hanzo was very powerful. But now White Zetsu was telling him that Hanzo had lost. Could it be that Mito had come to the front line? Undoubtedly, Madara was also involved in this alliance between Sunagakure and the Land of Rain. Neither the Land of Rain nor Sunagakure alone was a match for Konoha. Konoha hadn't even dispatched too many ninja yet, the war needed to be pushed further. If Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru died in the Land of Rain, Konoha would not be able to ignore it. As for how Madara would achieve this, wasn't it a simple matter? He wasn't completely immobile. If he wanted to, it would be easy to control Hanzo with his Sharingan without anyone knowing. Moreover, a slight influence with Genjutsu would be even more effective, making it impossible to guard against. Even if Madara didn't act, White Zetsu's ability to cause trouble was top-notch. Madara looked at Black Zetsu beside him and asked in a low voice, what exactly is going on here? It's a young man named Kazuki. He defeated Hanzo. Black Zetsu had already gathered information about Kazuki and was at a loss for words. Chapter 96, Black Zetsu's Thoughts. Black Zetsu felt he had to observe Kazuki again. Originally, Black Zetsu didn't think Kazuki would cause any trouble for his plan, he was just a slightly more talented Uchiha, and Black Zetsu had seen many such geniuses over the past centuries. However, Kazuki ultimately had no siblings, making it impossible for him to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan's bloodline had degenerated to the point where awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely difficult. Even if one awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, they would still need to consider completing their own eyes, which would involve fusing another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that perfectly matched their own. Kazuki actually had such a pair of eyes, those belonging to Kagami. But since this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was in Madara's hands, it was impossible for them to fall into Kazuki's possession. This meant that even if he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, and some contemporary Uchiha, with immense luck and talent, also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kazuki would still be unable to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although no one had ever tried, Black Zetsu was the most knowledgeable about the Uchiha in this world. If two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan were incompatible and couldn't complement each other, they couldn't form the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, at the very beginning, there was no such thing as the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki hadn't left Konoha much in the past 2.5 years, which prevented Black Zetsu from paying attention to him. Previously, he didn't know how far Kazuki had grown, but now that Kazuki had defeated Hanzo, Black Zetsu started to care. A 10-year-old Uchiha defeating Hanzo. Could he have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Also, he wondered if Kazuki was connected to Indra. His gaze subtly shifted towards Madara's eyes, thinking that after Madara's death, he might be able to guide Kazuki to obtain those eyes and then help Kazuki acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, making him a backup eye for the future. Kazuki was also a decent combat force. As for whether he could successfully trick Kazuki, wasn't that simple? With the Uchiha clan's intelligence, wasn't it always a sure thing when he tricked them? Indra himself was tricked by him back then, and Madara was currently proceeding according to his plan, so Kazuki would probably be easy to trick as well. Kazuki. Madara pondered for a moment but couldn't recall the name. Clearly, he genuinely didn't care much about Kazuki. Before Nagato matured, Madara had no intention of finding his own agent within the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu explained, He's Kagami's son, Tsunade's disciple, but he seems to have been taught by Mito. This time, he defeated Hanzo. As for how he defeated him, I need to go investigate. Alright, go take a look. Madara didn't care about Kagami's matters. In his opinion, he had merely obtained a good pair of eyes. As for Kagami, although he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he wasn't very intelligent, becoming a disciple of Tobirama. Wasn't that disgracing the Uchiha? Where was the Uchiha's pride? Moreover, Tobirama had killed Izuna. Could these Uchiha really let go of their hatred? Although Madara had also let go of his hatred for Hashirama back then, that was only the case for Hashirama, he still harbored hatred for Tobirama. Kazuki was Tsunade's disciple and was raised under the tutelage of Mito. Could he be another Kagami? This made Madara very uncomfortable. Perhaps he should eliminate this brat too. A teenager in his teens could defeat Hanzo. Could he have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't invincible, but some dojutsu were indeed powerful. Some so-called strong individuals could be finished off if caught off guard. Guided by White Zetsu, Black Zetsu saw Kazuki not far away, watching him wield the sword of the Thunder God, traversing the battlefield with sparks and lightning. Any ninja who encountered Kazuki would instantly lose their life. Black Zetsu fell silent. Kazuki wasn't using the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was clearly only a 3-tomo Sharingan. But looking at the aura around Kazuki, it seemed he had mastered Sage Mode. Black Zetsu was aware of Sage Mode, but he had never contacted the 3 Sage regions. The Otsutsuki clan and the so-called 3 Sage regions were almost in a death feud. At the same time, Black Zetsu was also very wary of the so-called 3 Sage regions. No one knew if they would discover him. If they could contact his elder brother, that would be terrible. He didn't believe that Hagoromo was truly dead. Before rescuing his mother, his identity absolutely could not be exposed or discovered. Black Zetsu had seen the power of Sage Mode on Hashirama, it was a very powerful technique. He hadn't expected Kazuki to have learned it. Most importantly, he felt a familiar aura on Kazuki, it was definitely Indra Chakra without a doubt. As Kazuki's strength further increased and his Sharingan enhanced, the aura belonging to Indra gradually became apparent. His guess was indeed correct. Indra Chakra had split himself. So, should he cultivate Kazuki? If not, then he needed to eliminate him as soon as possible. None of Indra Chakra's reincarnations were simple. If Kazuki were allowed to grow, no one knew what level he could reach. However, Kazuki was still worth investing in. If he were to lose his sight in the future, then he would have a chance to lead him into the abyss. Could the Uchiha clan also learn Sage Mode? This was the first time he had known this. And looking at Kazuki's current state, apart from Madara, there were probably very few ninjas in the ninja world who could challenge Kazuki. Madara, Kazuki has learned Sage Mode and also Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. After returning to the underground vault, Black Zetsu quickly reported to Madara. Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Madara frowned. Who would normally learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Chapter 97, Tobirama, you bastard. Back then, Tobirama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to kill Izuna, which was utterly despicable. Thinking of that damned Tobirama, Madara's eyes overflowed with killing intent. The Uchiha should never have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but now Black Zetsu was telling him that the Flying Thunder God technique had been mastered by Kazuki. This filled Madara with dissatisfaction towards Kazuki. How could an Uchiha learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Had they all forgotten Izuna's death? Thinking of this, Madara fell silent again. Not just Izuna, but even he, Madara, must have been forgotten by the current Uchiha, right? Thinking of how no one was willing to follow him when he left Konoha, he felt a pang of sadness. Izuna had asked him to take good care of the Uchiha, but ultimately he couldn't fulfill it. It wasn't that he betrayed the Uchiha, but that the Uchiha betrayed him. Madara's direct descendants, nonsense. When Madara invited us to defect from Konoha, we waited at the back gate of Konoha for a long time, but he never showed up. Folks, who understands this? You're defecting from Konoha, yet you walk out the main gate. And when you walk out the main gate, no one thinks you're betraying Konoha. Madara was filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha in Konoha had lost their Uchiha pride, they were caged lambs, no longer worthy of being called Uchiha. That kid is very strong. Madara became interested in Kazuki. He should be strong enough to defeat Hanzo, and his lightning release is incredibly powerful. Black Zetsu recalled Kazuki's previous battle. If he didn't know the other party was an Uchiha, he would have suspected it was the Raikage fighting. Kazuki's strength was definitely no less than that of the current third Raikage. Not fire release, but lightning release. Madara snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Kazuki, who wasn't a standard Uchiha. Has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? I don't know, probably not, but his physique is excellent, completely unlike an ordinary Uchiha youth. I can sense he has a lot of chakra. Black Zetsu wondered if Kazuki had experienced an atavism in his bloodline. At the very least, Kazuki's chakra reserves were significantly greater than Madara's at the same age. Wait, could Kazuki actually not be the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, but rather the reincarnation of Hagoromo? If so, everything would make sense. Hagoromo was definitely not truly dead, and Madara's previous awakening of the Rinnegan and summoning of the Gedo statue had very likely been noticed by Hagoromo, who then chose to reincarnate as Kazuki. As for why Kazuki's chakra wasn't as abundant as Hagoromo's, isn't that normal? Ultimately, Kazuki was just an Uchiha. Even Hagoromo could only slowly allow his bloodline to revert to its ancestral form. But what should he do now? Black Zetsu was somewhat bewildered. Should he assassinate Kazuki while he was young? But doing so would likely anger Hagoromo, causing him to intervene directly. Hagoromo was not Indra and Asura. Black Zetsu didn't believe he could only influence reality through chakra reincarnation. Once Hagoromo intervened directly, it would basically be game over. Most crucially, if he truly appeared, the infinite Tsukimi would have no chance of being realized. Madara's reason for wanting to achieve the infinite Tsukimi was also to realize the Sage of Six Paths' peace plan, but if Hagoromo exposed this, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? But if he allowed Kazuki to continue growing, who knew what he would become in the future? Damn it, as expected of Hagoromo, he is a troublemaker, a lineage-ending scoundrel. Is that so? Madara nodded thoughtfully. Then he immediately cursed, that damned Tobirama, he doesn't even spare his own disciples' children. He must have been experimenting on Uchiha children. Black Zetsu blinked in confusion, and then he quickly understood what Madara meant. You mean that Kazuki looks this way because he was Tobirama's experiment? 9 times out of 10, yes. That bastard Tobirama is a despicable scoundrel. He always targeted and suppressed the Uchiha, and now he's trying to change and pollute the Uchiha through other means. Madara cursed furiously. No wonder Konoha allowed Kazuki to grow, and Mito was even willing to personally mentor Kazuki. They probably all knew about this. Black Zetsu blinked. Genetic modification of Uchiha children before they were even born. In theory, this was possible, but in reality, it was impossible to achieve. He had spent the past 1,000 years trying to create a new pair of Rinnegan. From this perspective, he seemed to have to promote the union of the Uchiha and the Senju, and then let a child possess both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, and then he would find a way to cultivate them. But this was impossible. Not to mention whether the combination of these two bloodlines would create other possibilities, the fertility rate was minuscule. Just the Indra Chakra and Asura Chakra alone were not so easy to resolve. To awaken the Rinnegan, Senju bloodline and Uchiha bloodline were not the most crucial, it required Indra Chakra and Asura Chakra. This was the core for awakening the Rinnegan. But how easy was it to artificially cultivate a child to integrate these two chakras? They would probably die instantly. Kazuki was highly likely to be Indra's reincarnation. Of course, the possibility of him being Hagoromo now seemed greater. However, Black Zetsu then thought of another possibility. Perhaps Kazuki truly was the result of Tobirama's experiments, but this child would have been unable to survive on his own. He was targeted by Hagoromo and became the reincarnation of his chakra. If that were truly the case, then Tobirama, you truly deserve to die. Then, Madara, what should we do now? Black Zetsu asked cautiously. If it truly didn't work, then he would just wait until Kazuki's death, and then push forward the Eye of the Moon plan. Anyway, he already had the Rinnegan, so there was no rush. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 98, Resurrection is too difficult. Madara fell silent. If he could, he would naturally want to kill Kazuki. However, the other party possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily let the other party escape, and then the news that he was still alive would be exposed, which would definitely not be a good thing for his plan. As for using people the other party cared about to threaten him, Madara understood the Uchiha, but if something really happened and Kazuki awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? The current Madara did not have the Rinnegan. Of course, he was unwilling to admit that he was afraid of Kazuki. It was mainly because his condition was not very good, somewhat similar to Mito. He had the strength for one battle, but after that battle, he would probably be almost done for. He would not gamble on the life force within the Gedo statue to keep him alive indefinitely. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke, find a way to make the other villages send troops against Konoha, especially Kirigakure. They don't need to fight amongst themselves anymore. Just have them attack Konoha, no matter the cost. Even if we can't weaken Kazuki personally, we must weaken Konoha's overall strength. Actually, Madara wanted to have the Jinchuriki of the other villages control their tailed beasts to deal with Kazuki, but doing so would be somewhat putting the cart before the horse. They would need to collect tailed beasts in the future to implement the infinite Tsukimi plan. If those Jinchuriki became stronger, it would not be a good thing for their plan, unless he died and was then resurrected by Nagato through the Rinnegan. But now Nagato could not use Rinne Tensei, and the power required to resurrect him was not small. Madara even suspected that Nagato would not be able to resurrect him unless he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki or possessed a large amount of Ten-Tails chakra. The difference in difficulty between resurrecting an ordinary person and resurrecting Madara was not small. In the future Fourth Great Ninja War, when Madara was first resurrected by Edo Tensei, he initially thought he was truly revived and said that Nagato had grown. But he quickly noticed his condition. After that, he did not let Obito directly perform Rinne Tensei on him. Instead, he had Obito become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki first, seemingly not worried at all that Obito would cast him aside and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi himself. Only after Obito failed did Madara have Black Zetsu control Obito to perform Rinne Tensei on him. Even if Obito was in a normal state, he probably wouldn't have been able to resurrect Madara, and Nagato was no exception. And Madara after activating the Rinnegan was considered the strongest below the Six Paths, even a half-step Six Paths level. He probably needed Ten-Tails chakra to be completely resurrected. He hadn't found a proxy yet, so for both public and private reasons, Madara did not want to die. Yes. Black Zetsu agreed without hesitation. Also, try to find a way to escalate the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. Madara added after a long pause. Originally, he did not want to harm the Uchiha clan. After all, Izuna, before his death, wanted him to protect the Uchiha clan. Even after the Uchiha clan later betrayed him and became dogs with broken spines, Madara never thought of dealing with the Uchiha clan. That was the clan he had fought for half his life, how could he easily abandon it? In fact, if the Uchiha clan hadn't all betrayed him, and if anyone had been willing to leave Konoha with him, he would not have risked everything on the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. He might have attacked another village, established his own village, and then tried to find other paths to peace. He had foreseen that after his and Hashirama's deaths, the ninja world would fall into chaos and war would resume, and facts proved this to be true. Madara had always wanted to bring peace to the ninja world, but reality didn't allow it. Finally, he lost hope in the ninja world and placed his hope in the infinite Tsukuyomi. But now, with the appearance of a freak like Kazuki, and that despicable scoundrel Tobirama extending his hand into the Uchiha clan, Madara had no choice but to do something. Okay. Black Zetsu thought for a moment and agreed. Now that Mito was still alive, it was inconvenient for them to enter Konoha, but it wasn't impossible to do other things. On the other side, inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen had already put on his armor. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were all waiting there. Monkey, it's not time for you to go to the battlefield yet. Don't forget about Tobirama-sensei's instructions. Koharu reminded Hiruzen, Konoha, as it is now, cannot withstand the turmoil it went through back then. It was unclear whether Koharu was preventing Hiruzen from going to the battlefield for her own benefit or for the overall benefit of Konoha. Ultimately, their interests came from Hiruzen. Once something happened to Hiruzen, their Hokage faction could very likely face problems, or even collapse. At that time, what would happen to them and the clans behind them? Hiruzen frowned. He had gone to the battlefield during the previous war, but now that he was Hokage, he was subjected to various restrictions, which made him very dissatisfied. Thinking of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who were currently facing Hanzo, made him even more anxious and irritated. Aside from Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were different in Hiruzen's heart, he treated them like his own sons. Now that his sons were in trouble, how could he, as their father, stand by and do nothing? I'll go to the land of rain for you. After a moment of hesitation, Danzo spoke. If he could save those three, he would not only gain immense prestige but also the friendship of Tsunade and the others. For him, it was all beneficial with no harm. Moreover, the wood release plan had encountered some difficulties recently, and he wanted to invite Orochimaru to join. Of course, deep down, he also had some appreciation for their talents. You. Hiruzen looked at Danzo with suspicion. Didn't he know Danzo's capabilities? If he encountered Hanzo, wouldn't he be beaten badly? Tsunade wants to reverse summon Kazuki to the land of rain. What do you think about this? Hamura asked, gazing at Hiruzen. Chapter 99, Giving Kazuki a Promotion. Hiruzen glanced at Hamura and said in an undeniable tone, Kazuki has been training in Shikatsu Forest recently. When Tsunade encountered danger, she used the reverse summoning jutsu to summon him, which is reasonable. No matter what, Kazuki was his own person. If he were to make trouble over this matter now, it would be considered targeting Kazuki. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would all become disloyal to him. Both emotionally and logically, he had to complete the procedures for Kazuki. I wonder what level Kazuki's strength has reached after 2 years. Danzo asked with a hint of curiosity. 2 years ago, Kazuki seemed to possess strength comparable to a jonin. Danzo found it hard to believe then. So, what about after 2 years? Kazuki was still in a period of rapid growth. I don't know, but he shouldn't be weaker than Tsunade and the others, right? Hiruzen said with some uncertainty. Mito-sama sent him to Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode. I don't know if he can learn it. If he does, his strength might advance further. We cannot deny Kazuki's talent in learning. Danzo fell silent. If their learning ability was like Kazuki's, their strength might advance even further. After this matter is over, let Kazuki join the Umbu. This way, many things will be reasonable. Hamura had no intention of targeting Kazuki in this matter. If he did, Orochimaru would also become his enemy in the future. That works too. Hiruzen did not refuse either. Between letting Kazuki go to the battlefield, staying in the village, or performing hidden missions in the Umbu, Hiruzen decided to let Kazuki go incognito. There was no other way. Kazuki was simply too much of a prodigy. Just then, a white snake crawled into the office. Hiruzen immediately went to the white snake's side and extended his hand. The white snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. Hiruzen took it and looked, then was dumbfounded. Danzo and the others immediately came over and read it together, then exchanged glances. Hanzo lost. He lost a one-on-one battle to Kazuki, who had mastered Sage Mode. Then the Land of Rain turned, and together with the Konoha ninjas, they defeated the Suna ninjas. They were currently preparing to drive the Suna ninjas out of the Land of Rain. Hanzo had one hand crippled by Kazuki, which was enough to leave them speechless with shock. Monkey, can you do it? Danzo asked after a long silence. I can't. My strength is similar to Hanzo's. Hiruzen shook his head slightly with a complex gaze. If Kazuki's strength was truly like that, wouldn't Kazuki's strength be even above his own? What exactly was Mito thinking? Why did she let Kazuki learn Sage Mode? Of course, Hiruzen would not criticize Mito. Mito was cultivating talent for Konoha. Putting other factors aside, the stronger Kazuki became, the better it was for Konoha. He could understand Mito's intentions. Regardless of Kazuki's future attitude, after his strength increased, it would be more beneficial than detrimental to Konoha. Standing from Konoha's perspective, Hiruzen would also do the same. If Kazuki could truly grow to the level of Madara, as long as he still had Konoha in his heart, then he would willingly hand Konoha over to Kazuki. It seems this brat's strength is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Danzo felt a bit of a headache. It was he who had suggested freezing and handling Kazuki coldly. He originally thought that with time, Kazuki would fade into obscurity. No strong person grows up in a safe environment, but what was going on with Kazuki? Should they have made Kazuki continuously perform missions, with no time to rest, no time to get stronger, and no time to learn ninjutsu? Kazuki is an inheritor of the will of fire. There is no doubt about that. I am willing to trust him, trust Kagami, and trust Mito-sama. Hiruzen stated without hesitation. He was only worried that Kazuki becoming Hokage would affect the interests of the Sarutobi clan, but he would not deny anything else. As long as Kazuki did not become Hokage, he would not mind giving Kazuki as much prestige as he wanted. Even if the Uchiha made Kazuki feel annoyed, and Kazuki, in a fit of rage, wiped out the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen would not mind taking the blame for Kazuki and then letting him become Hokage. This would be good for Konoha and also good for the Sarutobi clan. Kazuki would have to acknowledge this favor. Now that Kazuki had grown up, Hiruzen would certainly not intentionally target Kazuki. Aside from power, he could give Kazuki anything. It seems you don't need to go to the battlefield anymore. Koharu glanced at Hiruzen, hesitated for a moment, and then said, the Uchiha clan hasn't been very quiet recently. It's time to release Kazuki's information. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Then let Kazuki and Fugaku and those people fight among themselves. Fugaku and the Uchiha clan head behind him were not enemies. Kazuki couldn't possibly solve everything with force, could he? This would be enough to tie up most of Kazuki's energy. They indeed needed to build momentum for Kazuki. Otherwise, no matter how excellent Kazuki's strength was or how great his reputation, the Uchiha would find it difficult to acknowledge Kazuki. It was not wrong for Uchiha to admire the strong, but the other party also needed to consider them, the Uchiha. Madara was strong enough back then, but wasn't he betrayed by Uchiha? Hanzo is dealt with, so I don't need to go. This time, let's promote Kazuki to Jonin. A 10-year-old Jonin. Hiruzen winced when he said this. Theoretically speaking, Kazuki's mission still hadn't been fully completed, but if a ninja stronger than himself couldn't become a Jonin, then what kind of ninja could become a Jonin? However, speaking of which, it seemed he had forgotten to promote Kazuki to Chunin before. Initially, he had planned to hold the Chunin exams before the war began, inviting other villages to participate, and then letting Kazuki display his strength. But later, things developed too quickly. Even now, Kazuki was still a genin. In the past 2 years, he had actually forgotten to promote Kazuki. Kazuki himself probably didn't care much either. Chapter 100, The Naive Jiraiya. With the Hokage's authority, promoting a genin to chunin is naturally quite simple, but promoting them to jonin requires various assessments. After all, a jonin theoretically possesses the qualifications to select and run for Hokage, and also have voting rights. Konoha has always restricted the number of jonin. Many ninjas, despite sufficient strength, still haven't become jonin. Hiruzen's decision to promote Kazuki to jonin at the age of 10. Its significance was certainly positive, indicating that Kazuki would not be suppressed due to his age. Later, if Kazuki is willing to join Anbu, he can be given a squad leader position, and when he's a bit older, a battalion leader position isn't out of the question, just like Kagami did back then. Danzo added. Danzo was actually somewhat covetous of the Sharingan, as Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan was very powerful back then. However, compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo was currently more interested in wood release. He is the one most dedicated to wood release experiments, and compared to wood release, the Sharingan is a bit lacking. Furthermore, Kazuki is following the path of the Senju clan, not developing the Sharingan, so he still needs to be suppressed. This is for the future Hokage position, but putting that aside, Danzo greatly admired Kazuki. If it weren't for others not allowing it, Danzo would dream of bringing Kazuki into root. I understand, and I believe Kazuki won't refuse. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and did not refuse, as he had already prepared Kazuki's future work, such as protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Mito, has an excellent relationship with Kazuki. It can be said that Kazuki was personally trained by Mito. He believed that Kazuki wouldn't refuse the task of protecting Mito. And the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is very likely to be Kushina, depending on whether their wood release plan can succeed. If the wood release plan succeeds, then the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will naturally not need to be Kushina, and Kushina can then be free. But if it fails, then Kushina will be the best candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, unless they can find other Uzumaki clansmen, and this Uzumaki can also suppress the Nine-Tails' chakra. According to Hiruzen, such a physique is very rare even within the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of Kushina, Hiruzen even had an impulse to let Kushina and Kazuki be together, and then have her become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This would give Kazuki the opportunity to contact the Nine-Tails, but in the current situation, can they really prevent Kazuki from contacting the Nine-Tails? If Kushina becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she will need to stay in the village and not leave, so Kazuki will also need to stay by Kushina's side to protect her. Isn't this a way to restrict Kazuki? Hiruzen felt that he was very smart, and he could also manipulate Kazuki, telling him that he was still too young and should slowly wait for his chance, that the future was his. When Kazuki gets older, he will tell Kazuki about the hidden dangers of the Uchiha clan, and that to become Hokage, he must solve the Uchiha problem, believing that Kazuki will eventually understand him. Kazuki is a ninja who has inherited the will of fire, and as a ninja, he needs to endure what ordinary people cannot. As for giving Kazuki some authority, it is also a necessary sacrifice. Putting aside the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen genuinely liked Kazuki. Danzo squinted his eyes. The wood release experiment must be pushed forward very quickly. The Land of Rain has already surrendered, so can he go to the Land of Rain to capture ninjas? Thinking of this, Danzo was eager to try. Where's Jiraiya? When Kazuki and Tsunade returned to the main tent, only Orochimaru was inside, and Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Hearing Tsunade mention Jiraiya, Orochimaru's expression wasn't very good either. He said, "When we were chasing a group of Sunagakure ninjas earlier, we encountered 3 children, and he decided to stay and take care of those 3 children from the Land of Rain." Mentioning this, Orochimaru was more or less frustrated. That idiot, Orochimaru, why didn't you stop him? The village is currently at war with Sunagakure. If something like this gets out, Jiraiya might be considered a deserter. Not only will he be in trouble, but even Sarutobi-sensei will be implicated. Tsunade was stunned. Although she knew Jiraiya was unreliable, she hadn't expected him to be this unreliable. During wartime, leaving the battlefield could barely be excused. After all, the commander on the battlefield was Orochimaru, an insider, who could turn a blind eye as long as the time wasn't too long. But Jiraiya went out to teach children from the Land of Rain. Will these children, once they grow up, be filled with dissatisfaction towards Konoha? Once they become a threat to the village, Jiraiya will have to bear the responsibility. Kazuki's gaze flickered slightly. Was it Nagato and his group? He hadn't expected Jiraiya to still make contact with the 3 of them. Kazuki had no intention of contacting Nagato. If anyone else were to contact them, Madara might accept it, but if he were to go, he might force Madara out. The current him might not be a match for the elderly Madara now. That scoundrel Jiraiya, it would be strange if he could be reasoned with. He probably feels that we are fighting in the Land of Rain, making it a battlefield, causing those children to be displaced, so he wants to make amends. As he spoke, Orochimaru fell silent again. Jiraiya was a bit too naive. What does the Land of Rain becoming a battlefield have to do with Konoha? Tsunade laughed in anger and said, if it weren't for Hanzo, being overly ambitious and starting a war with the Land of Iron, trying to provoke the daimyo's bottom line, we wouldn't be fighting in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain falling into this state, isn't it all caused by their own ambition? Those who make mistakes need to pay the price. Perhaps for Jiraiya, he believes that the common people below should not pay for the mistakes of those above. Kazuki spoke up at this moment. Chapter 101, Human Sage Mode. Jiraiya, that idiot. Orochimaru frowned. Jiraiya's way of thinking was unacceptable. First and foremost, he was a Konoha ninja, and he needed to have his own stance. Ultimately, those 3 children were not from Konoha, and if they grew up to be formidable, they might even become their enemies. Moreover, the Great War with Tsunade had already begun, yet Jiraiya chose this moment to run off. If it were for some important mission, it would be understandable, but now. Such behavior could definitely be classified as that of a rogue ninja. He certainly is somewhat foolish. Tsunade snorted, crossing her arms. Sure enough, he always messes up at the most crucial moment, he's never reliable. Kazuki raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. At critical moments, Jiraiya was actually quite dependable, just like in the future when he looked after Naruto, he was always very reliable. If it weren't for the intelligence Jiraiya obtained with his life for Naruto, it would have been extremely difficult for Naruto to defeat Nagato. It was just that in Tsunade's mind at this point in time, Jiraiya was surprisingly unreliable. However, upon closer thought, Kazuki could understand. After all, they had grown up together since childhood, and the current Jiraiya was indeed unreliable. Furthermore, leaving at this time, Jiraiya was indeed unreliable. With Jiraiya gone, their team would split up, and it was hard to guarantee that no troublesome enemies would appear in the future. From the looks of it, Jiraiya wouldn't be back for several years, and their 3-person team was pretty much going to completely disband. Oh, right, Kazuki, this is for you. As if remembering something, Orochimaru took out a scroll and handed it to Kazuki. Kazuki took the scroll and opened it, finding the corresponding mission scroll and village departure procedures. This way, Kazuki's departure from the village to the front line was legitimate. As for why no one knew about this before, it was due to concealing intelligence and information, giving everyone a surprise. This time, Kazuki became famous overnight. He defeated Hanzo, who was recently called a demigod, and then participated in the battle, madly slaughtering Tsunade ninjas. According to incomplete statistics, Kazuki killed at least over 300 Tsunade ninjas in this battle, including 6 special jonin, 3 regular jonin, and 1 elite jonin. Such a record was extremely terrifying. The total number of Tsunade ninjas in the Land of Rain was less than 2,000, and this was after they joined in later to target Konoha. Cooperating with the AIM and Konoha ninjas, this time, the Tsunade ninjas on the Land of Rain front line were considered defeated. Sarutobi-sensei is preparing to promote you to jonin. You've made such a great contribution, it wouldn't make sense not to promote you to jonin. I didn't realize before that you were still a genin. You've completed so many missions, yet Tsunade didn't think about promoting you all. Even Nawaki, before I left Konoha, I had already made him a chunin. Orochimaru then sighed helplessly. He wondered how Nawaki was doing now. Nawaki was over 12 years old and had already entered a period of rapid growth. Once the war stabilized a bit, he could bring Nawaki, Mikoto, and Hisashi to the front line to adapt. Hiding in the village to train was not a long-term solution, one still needed to adapt to the battlefield. War would not end. Even if this war ended, there would still be the Third Great Ninja War in the future. At that time, could Nawaki and the others still hide in the village? At that time, Nawaki would become a main force and core, just like himself now. Adapting to the battlefield early was very important. I forgot before, Tsunade-sensei didn't promote me. Kazuki glanced at Tsunade, who was beside him. In fact, Kazuki's 3-person team had completed quite a few missions. During that time, they almost did a D-rank mission every day, which boosted the number of missions for Kazuki's 3-person team. Later, when they went out on missions, Kushina's chakra pathway had problems, and Tsunade went to the front line. Their team was considered to have retired. Neither Kazuki nor Rinka had any intention of re-teaming with others. Instead, they went to Mito's place to train. However, his teacher was truly unreliable. It was likely that Tsunade had forgotten to help them apply for Chunin before. If Tsunade didn't do it, Hiruzen wouldn't promote them for no reason. This would be overstepping his bounds, so all of this was Tsunade's fault. Tsunade's gaze became evasive. This was indeed something she had forgotten, but it wasn't a problem. Although Kazuki wasn't the youngest Chunin, he was the youngest Jonin in history. Moreover, with Kazuki's strength, merely becoming a Jonin couldn't fully showcase his current power, but there wasn't much Konoha could give Kazuki anymore. Oh, right, Kazuki, let's talk about Sage Mode. Sensing Tsunade's embarrassment, Orochimaru changed the subject and asked. Sage Mode. What do you want to know? Ryuchi Cave also seems to have sage mode, right? Kazuki had no intention of continuing to embarrass Tsunade. This woman had always been unreliable, he wasn't unaware of that. At this stage, among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the most reliable of the three was Orochimaru. No wonder both Hiruzen and Koharu believed Orochimaru was the best Hokage successor. Yes, Ryuchi Cave does have sage mode, but their training method seems to be very special. Orochimaru nodded slightly. To be precise, it carries great danger. Sage mode is very powerful, it's mainly a kind of amplification. If you were to master sage mode now, you would also be able to directly enter the ranks of Kage. Kazuki chuckled. However, controlling natural energy in sage mode is naturally very difficult. In fact, whether it's Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, or Shikatsu Forest sage mode, they are all their own unique sage modes. Humans and their physical structures are different, even their cells are different. Therefore, what suits them may not necessarily suit us, and it also carries great danger. So humans need their own sage mode. Orochimaru suddenly understood. He felt this was the path he would take in the future. Chapter 102, Poor Minato. Orochimaru had the intention of asking Kazuki for some blood to research sage mode, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea. Besides mastering sage mode, Kazuki was also an Uchiha, and it would be very presumptuous to ask a ninja with a Kekkei Genkai for their blood. There were even ninjutsu in the ninja world that could curse others using blood. A ninja's blood and cells contained information about them. If someone asked him for his blood, Orochimaru would not agree, and would even turn hostile immediately. Orochimaru prided himself on having a good relationship with Kazuki, but it wasn't good enough to openly demand blood. Later, I plan to research sage mode. I'd appreciate it if you could provide some assistance. Orochimaru paused, then added, of course, if there's anything I need to pay for, you can certainly speak up. Kazuki said, my time is quite free, but researching sage mode is indeed difficult. One careless mistake can lead to death. Of course, I can help you avoid the risk of being backlashed by natural energy, but I'll also have to keep an eye on you. Kazuki did not refuse. He understood what Orochimaru meant. The two exchanged a smile, with a sense of unspoken understanding. This favor would not be easy to repay. At least in the future, when Kazuki asked Orochimaru to do something, Orochimaru would find it hard to refuse. At least at this stage, Orochimaru couldn't refuse. Kazuki also didn't mind cooperating with Orochimaru. This wasn't the later Orochimaru, he still had some humanity. Moreover, even if Orochimaru went astray in the future and wanted to obtain Sasuke's body, he helped Sasuke a ton. Kazuki strongly suspected that Orochimaru was actually manipulated. Itachi might have used genjutsu to guide Orochimaru, on one hand asking him to train Sasuke, but on the other hand, not truly harming Sasuke. Kazuki didn't mind having a good relationship with Orochimaru, even if it seemed that Orochimaru's strength was far inferior to his own and he wasn't qualified to cooperate with him. However, Kazuki's future enemies were not just these guys from the ninja world, but also the future Otsutsuki. It was very necessary to cultivate the strength of his own people. Without the incident with Nawaki, Orochimaru was clearly humane and very reliable to his own people. At least, Kazuki did not feel any malice from Orochimaru. If Kazuki had used his Sharingan to defeat Hanzo, then Orochimaru would probably have shown envy and jealousy, but Kazuki used ordinary ninjutsu and sage mode, which changed the situation. Then I'll trouble you. Orochimaru felt that this favor might be a very large one. He thought about what he could do for Kazuki. Could it be that in the future he would have to assist Kazuki in becoming Hokage? It didn't seem impossible, after all, Kazuki was Tsunade's disciple, one of their own. Orochimaru himself had no aversion to Uchiha, and Kazuki was not an ordinary Uchiha. Orochimaru acknowledged Kazuki's strength, and he had also saved his life. If Kazuki became Hokage, Orochimaru would not be unable to accept it. Moreover, if Kazuki became Hokage, the benefits he would gain wouldn't be small. Kazuki needed support, and he could provide help to Kazuki. The current Uchiha could offer limited help to Kazuki, so he was the best choice. Mikoto was his disciple, and they were related. He could become someone like Danzo. As for supporting Nawaki to become Hokage, there was no need to even think about it. Neither Mito nor Tsunade actually supported Nawaki becoming Hokage. He was not suitable. Thinking of the strength Kazuki had displayed earlier, and thinking of the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru felt that everything seemed worth it. However, it's a pity about Minato. If he knew that Jiraiya would rather teach strangers than teach him, he would probably cry. Immediately after, Kazuki continued to complain about Jiraiya. Indeed, Jiraiya was unreliable. During the Nine Tails incident in the future, Jiraiya was not present. If he had been there, perhaps Minato wouldn't have had to die. Later, Naruto didn't have a good life in Konoha. Hiruzen gave Naruto a considerable living allowance. In some fanfictions, to make Hiruzen appear more villainous, Naruto didn't even get any money. In reality, there was money, it's just that Naruto used it on random things, otherwise he wouldn't have had money to buy paint for mischief. The spoiled milk was simply because Naruto had no one to teach him. He had money, but sometimes he couldn't buy things. Sometimes, the cold shoulder is the most terrifying. But during this period, Jiraiya seemed to have never visited Naruto. Of course, you could also say that Jiraiya trusted Hiruzen, believing he could take good care of Naruto, and he was outside looking for a savior to change the ninja world. You could also say that Minato was Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya taught Minato. Ultimately, Minato owed Jiraiya, not the other way around. Jiraiya also had no obligation to raise Naruto. Didn't Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, also not take care of Naruto? However, this was indeed a bit too much. Minato. Orochimaru had a deep impression of Minato. He also came from a civilian background, seized an opportunity, and his strength significantly improved. He was very similar to himself. Unfortunately, Minato became Jiraiya's disciple. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't mind taking him as a disciple. Now, being delayed by Jiraiya like this, it was truly a bit of a pity. That's right. When we go back, I'll tell Minato about this, so he, as Jiraiya's disciple, can feel how unreliable his teacher is. Tsunade sneered. She had thought about having Jiraiya become Nawaki's teacher before. Now she was very glad that she chose Orochimaru for Nawaki instead of Jiraiya. Not a bad idea. Orochimaru sighed lightly, his gaze subtly looking at Tsunade. It wasn't that he had feelings for Tsunade, they were comrades who could entrust their backs to each other. He was more so reminiscing about the past. When Jiraiya left, the team they had been trying to maintain was almost disbanded. Logically, their team should have disbanded long ago, but all three had been trying to maintain it, and it turned out that Jiraiya, that idiot, was the first to leave. Unbeknownst to them, they had all grown up. New book. Naruto, getting stronger with intimate acts. Shun transmigrates to the Naruto world as Uchiha Shun with a system that makes him stronger with each session. Ding, host and partner, Tsunade engaged in an intimate act. Affection plus 12%, chakra cap plus 4, young affinity plus 0.01%. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the Kekkei incomplete Senju Sage mode. Ding, host and partner, Mikoto have engaged in an intimate act. Mangekyo Sharingan experience plus 50, chakra cap plus 3. As he gets stronger, he kills Danzo, forces Hiruzen to abdicate, eventually unifying the ninja world. Chapter 103, Famous in the Ninja World. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru grew up together. They all cared deeply for each other, but this time, Jiraiya's actions ultimately disappointed Orochimaru. There were some things Jiraiya wasn't unaware of, but even knowing the consequences would lead to the disbandment of their team, Jiraiya still did it. Even Orochimaru felt a little upset. However, they had grown up, and they knew this day would come sooner or later. They just couldn't accept that it was for such a ridiculous reason. Are you returning to the village now? Tsunade turned and asked Kazuki. Yes. You two should also leave the land of rain as soon as possible. Even though Hanzo surrendered to us, there's no guarantee he won't try something. Kazuki nodded slightly. The land of rain was too dangerous, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Who knew if Madara would suddenly appear? Hanzo is indeed very strong, but if we can't even defeat him now, then we're useless. Tsunade smiled confidently. She and Orochimaru were very powerful. Besides, didn't she have the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world? Inside a Sunagakure base, the third Kazekage questioned Chiyo, why is this so? You know I don't want to hear excuses. Chiyo's condition was not very good. This time, Sunagakure suffered heavy losses in the land of rain, and as the frontline commander, Chiyo found it hard to shirk responsibility. Hanzo turned on us at the last minute. However, he lost his right hand, so he must have lost in battle. I don't know who he lost to. Chiyo smiled bitterly. The third Kazekage immediately fell silent. Hanzo betrayed them, and most critically, Hanzo actually lost. The third Kazekage was very confident in his strength. Some even boasted him as the strongest Kazekage. He never acknowledged it, but he was still willing to hear others boast like that. Hanzo's strength was similar to his own, and Hanzo lost, so what about him? The third Kazekage quickly thought of Mito. Could it be that this old foggy was pushed too hard and entered the battlefield? Have the Umbu investigate this. The third Kazekage pondered for a moment and then spoke. He turned his gaze back to Chiyo in front of him and said, however, someone still needs to take responsibility for this matter. The village suffered heavy losses because of you. I think you should understand. I understand. Chiyo smiled bitterly. She couldn't escape her responsibility. Ultimately, it was because she hadn't won this war. What she felt bitter about wasn't having to take responsibility herself, but rather the heavy losses the village suffered due to her strategic errors. Report. At that moment, an Umbu placed a scroll in front of the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage took the scroll and opened it, his expression also turning ugly. He threw the scroll to Chiyo nearby and said, "Ha, a 10-year-old Uchiha actually defeated Hanzo and killed hundreds of Suna ninjas on the Land of Rain battlefield. You can't just make up stories like that. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. I don't know if Hiruzen has a grudge against this Uchiha and wants to make him an enemy, or if he's panicking because of the war and just saying random things to boost Konoha's confidence." Chiyo narrowed her eyes but didn't say much. A 10-year-old Uchiha defeating Hanzo. Could Madara have done that back then? Regarding Kazuki's great achievements in the Land of Rain, the Hokage office released the news immediately. This instantly caused the entire Konoha, and even the entire ninja world, to boil. Who was Hanzo? Many people in the village had learned by this time that he was a strong individual no less than their Hokage. Yet, he was defeated by a genius of the Uchiha clan and lost an arm. This reminded many that there seemed to be such a genius in the village. After all, for the past 2.5 years, Kazuki had been a bit too low-key. Even within the Uchiha compound, he was rarely seen. Tatsuya immediately found Mikoto and directly asked, "Did Kazuki awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan?" "No, he shouldn't have, at least I haven't heard him say so." Mikoto hesitated. Kazuki's dojutsu had always been very strong. She felt that Kazuki's dojutsu had even surpassed her father's. But whether he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto didn't know. At least, Kazuki hadn't told her himself. "He hasn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan." Tatsuya frowned. Hanzo was very strong. He himself was no match, yet Kazuki defeated Hanzo. It was most likely true. Yes, it should be true. Recently, Kazuki has been training Sage Mode in Shikatsu Forest. And, I heard that the requirements for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan are very high. Mikoto seemed to want to say more but held back. Before, Kazuki had told her about the Sharingan, saying that the Uchiha were a clan of love, and only by understanding love and losing love could the Sharingan evolve. For some talented Uchiha, the Sharingan could also evolve during emotional fluctuations. But Kazuki's emotions should have been very stable recently. However, it seemed Mito didn't want Kazuki to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto didn't know the specific reason and was a bit confused, but Mito shouldn't harm Kazuki. Yes, even in Uchiha history, only a few people have awakened those eyes. Tatsuya's gaze deepened. Currently, the clan doesn't know if anyone has awakened them. But if Kazuki awakens them, he will gain more say. I don't know about that. I only know that 3 years ago, he awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Recently, Kazuki has been training Sage Mode in Shikatsu Forest. Mikoto carefully chose her words and explained. What Kazuki had told Tatsuya before was just that he was going for special training. But he hadn't said he was going to learn Sage Mode. In fact, not many people in Konoha knew about Sage Mode, and even the Uchiha clan rarely knew about Sage Mode. Many people knew about the battle between Madara and Hashirama, but few had the qualifications to be involved. It seems his power has significantly increased again. I wonder what level he has grown to now. Tatsuya sighed with emotion. Chapter 104, The Confident Third Raikage. Tatsuya could be said to have watched Kazuki grow up, and likewise, Kagami as well. He alone witnessed the growth of both father and son. Initially, he placed his hopes on Kagami, but unfortunately, Kagami was not strong enough, ultimately allowing Hiruzen to become Hokage. Originally, after Kagami's sacrifice, Tatsuya thought it would be difficult for the Uchiha clan to maintain their relationship with the Hokage faction, but he hadn't expected Kazuki to inherit Kagami's political legacy so well, becoming Tsunade's disciple and a part of the Hokage faction. Later, he even received guidance from Mito, and Tatsuya knew that Kazuki now had the qualifications to compete for Hokage. Soon, Tatsuya discovered that Kazuki's strength was improving at an unimaginable speed. He had personally witnessed Madara's growth, and upon seeing Kazuki, Tatsuya was surprised to find that Kazuki was in no way inferior to Madara, and was even more outstanding than him. Such a thought, if spoken before, would have been somewhat laughable. After all, that was Madara, the strongest existence in the history of the Uchiha clan. Even if Kazuki was talented, he was not qualified to compare with Madara. At least Kazuki before the age of 6 was indeed no match for Madara. But as Kazuki grew older, Tatsuya witnessed something different. His growth rate exceeded his imagination. Now, he had even defeated Hanzo the Salamander. How could Tatsuya not be excited? The current Kazuki had probably become the strongest in the Uchiha clan, even the clan head was no exception. And the clan head's attempt to build momentum for Fugaku, in Kazuki's eyes, was probably no different from a clown's act. The Uchiha is a clan that respects the strong. If Kazuki's strength was sufficient, it would not be an easy matter for Fugaku to become clan head. Unless Fugaku could awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Once Kazuki returns, it will be time for him to hand over some of his influence to him. He already has the strength to do some things. I don't know either, but Grandma Mito once said that Sage Mode is a technique that the first Hokage once learned, and it greatly enhances one's power. Although it's somewhat dangerous, if one can master it, the boost to one's strength is immense. Mikoto pondered for a moment before speaking. Even though Kazuki might not have awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan yet, his strength should be no less than the clan head's. The first Hokage's combat technique. Tatsuya thought of the world-destroying battle between Hashirama and Madara back then. That was definitely a battle beyond ninja comprehension. Before that, Tatsuya had never imagined that ninjas could reach such a level. Could it be that Hashirama, besides would release, also possessed that so-called Sage Mode? Tatsuya felt that he might have grasped the truth, but it seemed to be no longer that important. Now, it was already theirs, the Uchiha's big brother. Inside the military tent near the Land of Lightning border, B was called in, looking at his elder brother, the third Raikage, full of guilt. How much do you remember about the Uchiha brat you fought earlier? The third Raikage asked. The other party had always been his right-hand man, always supporting him when he became Raikage. Therefore, the third Raikage was very satisfied and at ease with B. However, after returning to Kimogakure, the other party had changed somewhat, losing his former ambition and acting like a wimp, unlike a hero of Kimogakure. The Uchiha brat. I seem to have some memory, but I don't remember it very clearly. B covered his forehead in pain. No need to think. It seems that this brat is in your memory. It's just sealed, so you can't recall him. The third Raikage sighed faintly. Mito is too despicable and shameless to deal with you like this. He couldn't violently break the seal in B's mind. If he did, not to mention helping B recover, it would be good enough if B's brain didn't turn to mush. Sorry, I've disappointed you. I'm no match for Mito. B didn't remember how he was defeated, only that he was captured by Mito. This was difficult for B to accept. Although Mito was a renowned strong person, she was old after all. He couldn't even defeat an elderly Mito. It was simply a disgrace to Kimogakure. You don't need to feel guilty. Mito's strength is very great, even I might not be her opponent. After all, that's the Nine Tails. The third Raikage was a very confident and proud person. But he had to admit Mito's strength. He had fought the Eight Tails before, and although he defeated the Eight Tails also exhausted him to the point of collapse, so their strengths should be similar. Moreover, Kimogakure had initially ganged up on the Eight Tails. The Nine Tails inside Mito is far stronger than the Eight Tails, so it was normal for B not to be able to defeat Mito. That brat named Kazuki defeated Hanzo. The third Raikage looked towards the direction of Iwagakure. Inoki must be restless now, right? He had always been very wary of Konoha. Now that Mito was old, although she still maintained a certain combat power, he could still continuously wear down Mito and Konoha. As for Hiruzen and the like, the third Raikage didn't take them seriously. Although he admitted Hiruzen's strength was good, he still couldn't be his match. Could it be that Hiruzen could break his strongest shield? Even if Hiruzen attacked him without any restraint, he might not be able to break his defense. The third Raikage had absolute confidence in this. Hiruzen, are you looking down on me? If you push me too far, I'll let you experience the strength of the strongest Hokage and trade lives with you. B was startled upon hearing this. Hanzo is not weak. Yes, it's difficult to defeat Hanzo, but a brat managed to do it. I'm very curious how strong this brat is. Chapter 105, Inoki's Killing Intent. Sorry, big brother, if it wasn't for me. B looked at the third Raikage with an apologetic expression. If it wasn't for him, they could have made a move on Konoha and completely eliminated Kazuki before he had a chance to grow. Many people of their generation actually grew up hearing the legends of Hashirama and Madara. Ordinary ninjas didn't even know the difference between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They only knew that Madara was very strong and also used the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Kazuki grew to Madara's level, it would be dangerous in the future. It's fine. Although the Sharingan is powerful, it's not impossible to deal with. The third Raikage shook his head slightly. I once fought Kagami. As long as you don't look into his eyes, it's still possible to fight him, and even defeating him wouldn't be difficult. You have to believe in the legacy of our Kimogakure. Lightning Release Chakra mode is much stronger than you think. Ever since his younger brother was captured by Konoha, he had lost his sharp edge. Back then, they used to look down on everything, believing themselves to be invincible. But now, he had lost that sharpness. The third Raikage continued to explain, Inoki's side doesn't want to fight us to the death either. We just need to tie down part of Iwagakure for Konoha. As for the rest, it's up to Konoha themselves, consider it training. No matter what, it's good that you're alive. Big brother. B's voice was choked. He knew that the third Raikage was comforting him, and the other party had always taken good care of him over the years. However, it's time to advance our Jinchuriki plan. What we got from the land of whirlpools has mostly been consumed, but it's a pity we didn't get the core inheritances. In the end, Konoha took all the benefits. The third Raikage said, full of displeasure towards the end. Back then, Kumogakure had put in a lot of effort, but all they got were some ordinary members of the Uzumaki clan, and they didn't even get the core sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. The third Raikage estimated that if he didn't get it, other villages probably didn't either. Unfortunately, those Uzumaki clansmen didn't master much, and it seems not every Uzumaki is suitable to become a Jinchuriki. Be said with regret. We still haven't found anyone particularly suitable to be a Jinchuriki. The third Raikage nodded slightly. It would be great if we had Uzumaki who were truly our own. Those Uzumaki are unreliable. Do you need me to continue searching the ninja world for Uzumaki clansmen? Their features are very obvious. Their vitality is much greater than ordinary ninjas, and red hair is very easy to distinguish. Be suggested eagerly. For Kumogakure, if they didn't have something that others did, then they could just seize it. This point had already begun to show results, bringing them many benefits. At this, the third Raikage fell silent. He was somewhat tempted, but considering Konoha's attitude and Mito, he sighed. Mito should still have the strength to fight. I don't want her to vent her anger on us right now. Besides, at the end of the day, Konoha did let you go. We've given them that much face. B pursed his lips. It seemed he was wary of Mito. Inside Iwagakure, in the Tsuchikage's office, when the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, learned about Kazuki's situation, he couldn't remain calm. Uchiha, it's Uchiha again. Inoki thought back to when he had followed his teacher all the way to Konoha, hoping to form an alliance with Konoha. For this, they were willing to pay the price of almost becoming Konoha's subordinate, but instead, they were beaten up by Madara, who said that Iwagakure didn't even have the qualifications to be Konoha's subordinate. If Hashirama hadn't arrived in time, they might have been completely wiped out. Although he was grateful to Hashirama, the hatred and fear for Madara could never be dispelled. Now, due to interests and revenge for the past, Inoki had almost become a lifelong hater of the Uchiha, and also a potential enemy of Konoha. No matter how strong you, Madara, were, what of it? You were still flesh and blood, gone in an instant. I'm still alive, Madara is gone. In the end, I won. Inoki originally thought that after Madara's death, the Uchiha would no longer be a threat, but then Kagami appeared. Fortunately, although Kagami's strength was not bad, there was still a considerable difference compared to Madara. Then Kagami suddenly died. Although Inoki felt it was a bit abrupt, he almost celebrated. Served him right. There shouldn't be any strong individuals in the Uchiha. But now, Kazuki had appeared, and he had even defeated Hanzo. Seeing that the other party was only a teenager, this made Inoki unable to calm down. This child is terrifyingly powerful and must not be allowed to live. If he isn't dealt with quickly, he will definitely become another Madara. This was unacceptable to Inoki, whether from his own perspective or from Iwagakure's standpoint. He had to eliminate the other party before he fully matured, at all costs. Otherwise, if Kazuki grew to Madara's level, they would have no chance at all. Probably even 10,000 people wouldn't be enough for Madara to kill. They must declare war on Konoha as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Inoki's gaze became deep. During this period, the conflicts between them and Kumogakure were just minor skirmishes, at least compared to the First Great Ninja War, there was still some difference. Now, if he launched a large-scale war against Konoha, Kumogakure would probably choose to watch from the sidelines. They still needed to let Tsunagakure be the one to stick their neck out. Kazuki had no idea that he had already become a thorn in Inoki's side. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If it were an ordinary ninja, they might be wary of Inoki, but Kazuki was not afraid. The Flying Thunder God technique almost completely countered Inoki. Dust Release's power was strong, but it also had fatal flaws. Huge chakra consumption, and a long preparation time, which was enough for Kazuki to escape Dust Release's attack range. As for trying to wear him down like the third Raikage was worn down, that was just a pipe dream. Kazuki was not the third Raikage, who excelled in one-on-one combat but not in group battles. Chapter 106, Deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kazuki quietly returned to Konoha and immediately reported to the Hokage office. Looking at Kazuki, who had grown into a teenager and was now taller than him, Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, and his heart was a mix of emotions. How long had it been since Kazuki had grown to such an extent? The current Kazuki had probably surpassed him. This time, I have you to thank. Otherwise, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would have faced unimaginable consequences. Whether from the perspective of a teacher or a Hokage, Hiruzen was filled with gratitude towards Kazuki. If it weren't for Kazuki, he would have likely lost his 3 most cherished disciples. If there hadn't been the matter of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen would have absolutely welcomed Kazuki's growth. This is what I should do. Tsunade is my teacher, and my relationship with Orochimaru and Jiraiya is also good. There's nothing to be grateful for when they're in danger. Kazuki spread his hands. He finally had the qualifications to face Hiruzen directly now. Before, I didn't let you go to the battlefield, wanting to protect your growth, because, after all, you were still just a 10-year-old child. When first Hokage-sama created the village, he didn't want children to go to the battlefield. But now that your strength has grown to this point, it makes things a bit difficult for me. Hiruzen smiled helplessly. No matter what Hiruzen would become in the future, the current him was indeed a good inheritor of the will of fire. Kazuki had not seen any child under 10 on the battlefield, which showed that he had kept his promise well. However, in the future Third Great Ninja War, Hiruzen might have to break his promise. By that time, Konoha's combat power would be stretched thin, and even children who had just graduated from Ninja Academy would need to go to the battlefield. I will follow Uncle Sarutobi's arrangements. Kazuki did not directly address Hiruzen as Hokage, but rather as uncle, indicating closeness. Even though he was strong, he was still his nephew, wasn't he? Kazuki indeed possessed great strength, but he couldn't directly confront Konoha's overall power. At this time, Konoha was still quite powerful, not yet severely weakened by the consecutive Second Great Ninja War and Third Great Ninja War, nor had the Nine Tails incident caused Konoha heavy losses and its fall from the strongest ninja village. Many people said this was the result of infighting within the Hokage faction, but in reality, it was related to Hiruzen's lack of sufficient strength to suppress everything. Hiruzen was not as powerful as Hashirama and Madara, which made other villages feel hope of catching up to Konoha. They successively weakened Konoha's strength through the Second and the Third Great Ninja War. The Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha clan massacre further exacerbated Konoha's difficulties. Hiruzen felt a warmth in his heart when Kazuki called him that. This brat, it seemed he still respected him quite a bit. It was somewhat unfair to deliberately target him. I plan to have you join the Umbu as a squad leader, specifically responsible for looking after Mito-sama and protecting Kushina. I think you should already know Kushina's identity, right? Suddenly, Hiruzen looked at Kazuki with a serious expression. Yes, the backup Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kazuki did not hide it. After all, Grandma Mito is already old, and her previous actions have coincidentally proven that Kushina can use the Nine Tails as power. She is indeed the most suitable choice to become a Jinchuriki. Regarding whether Kushina would become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kazuki was not particularly concerned. On the surface, becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki would put Kushina's life in danger, as the Nine Tails, for ordinary people, had immense deterrent power. But for true strong individuals, it was no different from a pet. Having the Nine Tails enter a Jinchuriki's body was not about imprisoning the Nine Tails, but protecting it. Nine Tails, bullshit. Actually, if possible, I don't want Kushina to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once she becomes a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she will lose her freedom and live a life different from an ordinary ninja. Hiruzen paused and then continued, have Mito-sama and Tsunade mentioned the wood release experiment plan to you? I've heard a little about it. I heard that first Hokage-sama's wood release has a strong suppressive effect on tailed beast chakra. Kazuki nodded slightly. Is this for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Yes, there's that idea. Hiruzen did not hide it. If possible, I hope Kushina can continue to live as a Konoha ninja, not a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and at the same time, ensure the Uzumaki clan is passed down in Konoha. From the Hokage's perspective, it's truly a pity for the Uzumaki clan to be extinct like this. Besides that, there are too many hidden dangers in the ninja world, and there are strong individuals lurking in the shadows. Konoha urgently needs a strong individual who can protect Konoha to emerge. When I learned that you had learned Sage Mode, I was very relieved. I know that, if nothing unexpected happens, Konoha will be safe for the next few decades. Kazuki could feel Hiruzen's sincerity, and he sighed softly in his heart. The current Hiruzen still prioritized Konoha. He wondered what their relationship would become in the future. Also, regarding the Uchiha clan, I hope you can interact with them more. For various reasons, the Uchiha clan has always been somewhat independent of Konoha. I don't deny the contributions the Uchiha made during the early establishment of the village. Even the land we currently live on, the land where Konoha was built, was contributed by Madara back then. As Hokage, I sincerely hope that Konoha and the Uchiha clan can continue to coexist harmoniously. The Uchiha are also Konoha ninjas. Following that, Hiruzen continued, for this, I can provide you with some convenience in certain aspects. I hope there are Uchiha members in my squad. Kazuki pondered for a moment before speaking. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, the Uchiha are actually very eager to join the Umbu, at least for most people, joining the Umbu is a very honorable thing. Yes, that will help you gain renown within the Uchiha, but I hope you understand who can join and who cannot. I don't want what happens in the Umbu to be known by the entire Uchiha on the same day. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 107, Goal, 4th Hokage. I understand that. The Umbu belongs to the Hokage and the village. Kazuki nodded slightly. I just plan to add Mikoto, Rinka, and Nawaki to my squad. Mikoto, Rinka, and Nawaki. Hiruzen's eyelids twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Kazuki to provide such a list. The entry requirements for Umbu were not as high as imagined, many people were actually just chunin. The main thing was that these individuals had to be trustworthy and someone he could rely on. The 3 people Kazuki mentioned, although from 3 different clans, were all disciples of Tsunade or Orochimaru. They hadn't been going out on missions because Tsunade and the others were on the front line, which was to protect their safety. If no one was leading them, Hiruzen would absolutely not feel at ease letting them go out. But if it was Kazuki, it would be different. Although Kazuki was a bit young, his strength was not inferior to his own, and he also knew the Flying Thunder God technique. If even Kazuki couldn't protect them, then no one could. This squad didn't seem impossible. It was not impossible for this squad to rival the Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru squad in the future. The only concern was that these people would become Kazuki's foundation in the future, giving Kazuki the capital to compete for Hokage. After some hesitation, Hiruzen still chose to agree. Even if he prevented them from joining Kazuki, would their relationship with Kazuki worsen? It was better to do them a favor and also promote their growth. Konoha needed these people to grow up as quickly as possible. Alright, I agree. When Kushina graduates in the future, there's no problem with her joining your squad as well. Hiruzen thought for a moment and then added, I remember your relationship with Minato is quite good. Compared to Kazuki, Minato was actually the one Hiruzen admired more at the moment. Born a civilian, with excellent talent and good character, he was practically a second Orochimaru. No, to be precise, Minato had one aspect that was even better than Orochimaru. He was more optimistic than Orochimaru, which made it easier for people to like him. Hiruzen favored Minato to become the Hokage after Orochimaru. Of course, this would depend on the specific circumstances at that time. If Kazuki possessed strength comparable to Madara, then if he wanted to compete for the position of Hokage, he would have to be appeased. Otherwise, if he acted like Madara, Konoha wouldn't have a second Hashirama to counter Kazuki. Kazuki was definitely not some pushover. He had to at least be given fairness and justice on the surface, otherwise, he would definitely flip the table. Yes, our relationship was very good when we were in school, and recently we've occasionally trained together. Kazuki nodded slightly. He had roughly guessed what Hiruzen meant. That scoundrel Jiraiya is messing around in the land of rain and has abandoned his own disciple. I will arrange for Minato to graduate early, and he will also join your squad. I hope you can help guide him. Hiruzen paused and then added, once his strength is sufficient, I hope you can teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. It was difficult to prevent Kazuki from becoming the 5th Hokage, so he would try to interfere with the 6th Hokage. Minato would become Kazuki's subordinate, and it would depend on whether Kazuki would nurture Minato later. Alright. Kazuki thought for a moment and then agreed. Kazuki held no ill will towards Minato. He didn't even think Minato would have any impact on him. If anything, he was the one who had stolen Minato's spotlight. Of course, it was also because he himself was already outstanding enough. He understood Minato, he was definitely not the type to be ungrateful. In the future, if he were to become Hokage, given Minato's personality, it would be difficult for him to compete with him. Perhaps in the minds of others, he was competing for the position of 5th Hokage, but in reality, Kazuki was competing for the 4th Hokage. If Minato in the original history could become the 4th Hokage, why couldn't he? He could do it even better than Minato. Hiruzen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. That scoundrel Jiraiya's mess still had to be resolved by him. Kazuki was the most suitable person to teach Minato at the moment. Thinking about Konoha in the future, when Minato, Mikoto, Nawaki, and Rinka had grown up, Hiruzen felt a surge of delight. Alright, you are now a Jonin. It's time to take on some responsibilities and not evade them as you did before. Following that, Hiruzen hinted, I hope you can guide the Uchiha clan back onto the right path. Although he was very reluctant, he didn't have many options. From the perspective of Konoha and the Hokage, if Kazuki could solve the Uchiha clan's problem, then this achievement would be enough for Kazuki to become Hokage. But from the perspective of the Sarutobi clan, he did not wish for the Uchiha clan to rise completely. Forget it, he was still young. All of this was 20 years in the future, no rush. He still had many opportunities to maneuver for the Sarutobi clan. At worst, he would sacrifice some of the Shimura clan's interests. Anyway, Danzo didn't care about his own clan, so he believed Danzo would understand him. Normally, Danzo dedicated his time and energy to developing Root, rarely even paying attention to the Shimura VLAN. It was out of consideration for Danzo that they gave the Shimura clan extra care. Currently, the main force joining Root was the Shimura clan. Danzo had genuinely given up on his clan. Grandma Mito, I'm back. After leaving the Hokage office, Kazuki went directly to Mito's residence. As usual, Kushina and the others were receiving instruction from Mito. However, Kazuki also clearly sensed something different, such as the hint of admiration in Rinka's gaze towards him, more than usual. You're back. Mito, with a benevolent expression, gestured for Kazuki to sit down. She was aware of the matters on the front line, and she also knew about Kazuki's deeds. This child was even more outstanding than she had imagined. Chapter 108, What if Madara is still alive? Yes. Kazuki sat in his usual spot, took a bottle of water from Kushina's hand, took a delightful sip, and enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere in the courtyard. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, looking at Mito with disbelief. He clearly felt that Mito's vitality had significantly decreased compared to half a year ago, by at least about 1/5. This was a phenomenon that had never occurred before, and even the Ninetales' chakra seemed to be starting to overflow. Clearly, the Ninetales was not very well behaved during this time. It was probably taking advantage of Mito's aging, and its restless inner self began to stir. Just as Kazuki was about to say something, he was stopped by a look from Mito. He knew that Mito did not want to expose this in front of others. This forced Kazuki to swallow the words he was about to say, while inwardly sighing softly. Mito didn't want anyone to worry about her, even in the end. He knew that with Mito's vitality beginning to show a clear decline, her aging would continue, and he wondered how long she could last. Mito couldn't possibly wait until she was completely on the verge of death to transfer the Ninetales. She will transfer it when she is about to lose her ability to suppress it. And once she loses the Ninetales, Mito will die. Thinking of this, Kazuki felt a sense of sorrow. This elder had treated him like a grandson over the years. In his growth, Mito was the one who helped him the most. Soon, Kazuki thought of another matter. If he could retain some of the Ninetales' chakra from Mito, would she be able to live a few more years? As long as Mito was still alive, those troublesome figures in Konoha wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Even if Mito was on her last legs, everyone, including Danzo, wouldn't dare to stir up trouble. This wasn't a matter of strength, but because Mito was currently the only core elder who had founded the village, the wife of the first Hokage. She had once saved the village from a desperate situation. Kazuki, I heard you successfully learned Sage Mode and defeated Hanzo. Are you very strong now? Kushina asked Kazuki with great curiosity. Kazuki let out a light laugh and said, although Hanzo is called a demigod, his strength is not as great as imagined. Once the salamander poison is dealt with, his deterrent power will decrease significantly. My grandfather is called the god of shinobi. Hanzo boasts of being a demigod, isn't that trying to leech off my grandfather's fame? He isn't a match for my grandfather. Nawaki was quite bothered by Hanzo's title of demigod. How could Hanzo be worthy of being called a demigod? There's a big gap between him and the first Hokage. Kazuki nodded in agreement. Hashirama was qualified to be called the god of shinobi, not only because of his strength but also because he established the one country one village system. For the entire ninja world, Hashirama was a great person, there was no doubt about that. Even though the current ninja world had already proven that the peace Hashirama desired had failed, it was undeniable that the ninja world was relatively peaceful in normal times. As for strength, even 10 Hanzos combined couldn't defeat one Hashirama. Hanzo's most potent salamander poison posed minimal threat to Hashirama. The Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest could help its user become immune to most poisons. I knew it. Even my granduncle could probably defeat Hanzo very easily. Nawaki nodded in agreement, then looked at Kazuki. But speaking of which, now that you've learned Sage Mode, can your strength advance further? I wonder what level you've reached now. I don't know the exact level, but there should still be some gap from the first Hokage's peak. Kazuki said, then looked at Mito, who was close by. Mito's condition was not very good now, and her strength was definitely incomparable to before, but he should now have the confidence to fight her. Unbeknownst to him, Kazuki had grown to become one of the peaks of the current ninja world. Of course, this was based on the premise that those hidden old foxes did not emerge. You fellow. Nawaki looked at Kazuki with a complicated expression. From Kazuki's demeanor, it seemed he was very confident about catching up to his grandfather in the future. But for himself to catch up to Kazuki, that would be incredibly difficult. You're here. At night, in Mito's small courtyard, Mito did not go directly indoors to rest. Instead, she was waiting in the courtyard for Kazuki's arrival. I'm here, Grandma Mito. Kazuki sat down not far from Mito with a complicated expression. Your body. It seems you really noticed, but there's no need to worry about me. I'm already very happy that you can worry about this old woman's body. Mito looked at the night sky. For some reason, the stars were exceptionally bright tonight. Everyone from my era has already passed away. Hashirama is gone, Tobirama is gone, Uzumaki was destroyed, and my clan is also gone. I seem to have started to feel out of place with this world. If it weren't for protecting Konoha and suppressing the Nine Tails, I probably would have gone to find Hashirama long ago. Kazuki pursed his lips, but couldn't bring himself to speak. He didn't know how long he could live in the future. The Otsutsuki were quite long-lived, but what about Kushina and Mikoto? Before, I worried that once I was gone, there would be no one in Konoha who could suppress the Nine Tails. Outside the village, there were even unknown presences lurking, which forced me to live in this world. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. You are even more excellent than I imagined. Before Kazuki could say anything, Mito continued to ask, Kazuki, how much do you know about Madara? A man whose birth was accompanied by slaughter, and a very dangerous individual. In that era, no one except the first Hokage was a match for Madara. Perhaps all others combined might not have been a match for Madara. Kazuki's gaze deepened. Could it be that Mito had discovered something? If I told you that Madara is still alive, what would you think? Mito gazed intently at Kazuki. Chapter 109, First Meeting with Nine Tails. Madara. Kazuki knew that Madara was still alive, but how did Mito know? Logically, before Madara was resurrected by Edo Tensei, no one knew that he had awakened the Rinnegan and had clung to life for decades. Mito slowly recounted, in the history of the ninja world, no one has ever been qualified to achieve that step. I needed to rule out all possibilities, and Madara was one suspect. To prevent Tobirama from doing anything to Madara's body, Hashirama specifically asked me to collect and seal his body. But when I went to check, I found Madara's body was gone. Then could it be that someone took Madara's body? For example, second Hokage-sama, there's no way he would miss the chance to study Madara's eyes. After all, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan is not an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki asked. Tobirama. It shouldn't be him. Mito shook her head slightly. I recalled that the Uchiha clan has a ninjutsu that can reverse life and death. Perhaps Madara used that technique back then. Kazuki fell silent. Should he say it was expected of Mito? She actually guessed the possibility that Madara was still alive. It seems you also think this possibility is very high. Mito sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Madara never defeated Hashirama even once in his life. He was so powerful, yet Hashirama was always just a little stronger than him. I never expected that in the end, Madara would win that one time. Kazuki didn't know what Mito meant by, win that one time. Was she referring to Madara being alive while Hashirama died shortly after his desperate battle with Madara? Now, Madara was still alive, but Hashirama was already dead. If calculated this way, Madara indeed won. Moreover, at that time, Hashirama killed him by striking his back. But if Madara had used Izanagi to trick Hashirama at that moment, there might have been a slight hope. Of course, this was only theoretical hope. However, I've only told you that Madara is still alive, and I hope you can keep it a secret. Following that, Mito added, if Monkey and others find out that Madara is still alive, they will likely cast suspicion on the Uchiha clan, which would be bad for both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. They inherited Tobirama's vigilance towards the Uchiha clan. If it were me, I would probably also suspect the Uchiha. Kazuki sighed. Many people say that the Uchiha clan died unjustly, that they were harmed by Konoha, shaping an image of the Uchiha clan as innocent victims. But in reality, if Obito hadn't caused the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha wouldn't have ended up in complete opposition to the Hokage faction. Everyone could see the pair of Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes, and that was precisely when Minato became Hokage, shattering the Uchiha clan's Hokage dream once again. Moreover, it was the kind that gave the Uchiha clan no chance at all, so it's hard to guarantee they wouldn't do something. From the omniscient perspective of an observer, the Uchiha clan was innocent, and it was all Obito, that beast, who did it. But from the perspective of Konoha villagers, the Uchiha clan was utterly evil, and it would be very difficult to clear their name. Just ask if what was in the Nine Tails' eyes was indeed a Sharingan. Putting aside his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, during the Nine Tails incident, Danzo obstructing the Uchiha clan from providing aid was also reasonable. Who knew if the Uchiha clan was trying to cause trouble or even stage a coup to gain power in Konoha? Of course, from the Uchiha's perspective, the Uchiha were innocent, and Danzo deserved to die. Yes, but Madara's age is similar to mine. I'm already like this, and I estimate Madara is too. Even if he left some contingencies, there's no need to worry. I believe you can resolve all of this. Mito looked at Kazuki with eyes full of anticipation. This young man was even more outstanding than Madara and the others before him. It was a pity he couldn't awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, he would definitely surpass Madara in the future. Fortunately, he managed to master Sage Mode. Leave it to me, Grandma Mito. Even if Madara is still alive, I will defeat him. Kazuki's 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Your ocular power is already no less than your father's. Could it be that you have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Feeling the terrifying ocular power in Kazuki's eyes, Mito's face was filled with disbelief. No, I still have an ordinary Sharingan, just a bit special. Kazuki hesitated for a moment, then asked Mito, Grandma Mito, can I see the 9 tails? Mito chuckled and said, other Uchiha have to avoid suspicion, even your father wouldn't dare face me directly, yet you ask to see the 9 tails. Alright, I'll give you this chance. She knew that Kazuki was treating her as his elder, which was why he made such an impolite request. Just as Mito finished speaking, she felt a surge of ocular power, and Kazuki's consciousness had entered her body. Inside Mito's body, Kazuki looked in shock at the 9 tails, bound by various chains by Mito. On its limbs and 9 tails, there were also special nails pinning it down, and even its head was tied up. No wonder the 9 tails hated Konoha and Jinchuriki so much. If it were him, he would probably go mad too. Brat. The 9 tails immediately let out a huge roar upon seeing Kazuki's arrival. Quiet down, 9 tails. A terrifying ocular power flashed in Kazuki's eyes, instantly startling the 9 tails for a moment. Indra. I am not Indra, I am Kazuki. Madara is still alive. I advise you to behave yourself inside Grandma Mito's body, unless you want to be enslaved again. The 3-tomo Sharingan in Kazuki's eyes spun rapidly. Or, do you want to test if my Sharingan can control you? You. Damn Uchiha. The 9 tails instantly became enraged. That scoundrel Madara was still alive. Why didn't he know? Poor 9 tails, inside Mito's body, he couldn't see the outside world at all. But what did Kazuki mean? Did he want to control him again? Chapter 110, Chakra Quality. 9 tails, entering the Jinchuriki's body might actually be protecting you. I don't think you want to be summoned and enslaved by Madara again, do you? Kazuki's ocular power surged, and then he exited Mito's body. The 9 tails was left roaring loudly inside Mito's body, but before it could act recklessly, the chains that had already bound it tightened even further. This made the 9 tails even more depressed. Damn Uchiha, damn Mito. And that damn Madara. However, is Madara still alive? The 9 tails fell into deep thought, then snorted dismissively. Did you really think I couldn't tell that you are actually an Indra Chakra reincarnation? If Madara were still alive, how could the Indra Chakra be on you? Although I am a tailed beast, I am very smart. However, this generation's Indra Chakra reincarnation seems a bit off. It didn't feel the slightest malice from Kazuki, but rather a hint of goodwill. Soon, the 9 tails dismissed this thought from its mind. How could the despicable, shameless, and cruel Uchiha have goodwill towards a tailed beast? Even if they are also the Sage of 6 Paths descendants. With an Uchiha like that outside, the 9 tails felt its foxy life was difficult. Even if it outlived Mito, it still couldn't avoid being suppressed. The 9 tails had a premonition that Kazuki's Sharingan could control it. How does it feel? Mito was a bit confused about who this so-called Indra was, a name the 9 tails knew and Kazuki didn't seem surprised by, as if he had known it all along. Kazuki didn't say, and Mito didn't ask. Trusting the younger generation and trusting the children is the path she has taken. It is very powerful. Its chakra quality is much higher than that of humans. Kazuki nodded slightly. The stronger a person is, the higher their chakra quality. Hashirama cells have great erosive properties, which is actually a manifestation of high chakra quality. At the same time, when they use ninjutsu, using the same amount of chakra will greatly increase the power of the ninjutsu. Indra and Asura Chakra reincarnations, their chakra quality must be much higher than normal people. Similarly, the 9 tails is also very high, it is the closest to the 10 tails among the 9-tailed beasts. Chakra quality. This is the first time you've brought up this concept. Indeed, the 9 tails chakra quality is very high. Mito was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, but from the looks of it, your Sharingan seems to be able to control the 9 tails. Kazuki said after a moment of thought, an ordinary Sharingan should not be able to control the 9 tails, but my ocular power is much stronger than an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. If I find the trick, controlling the 9 tails shouldn't be very difficult. Kazuki remembered that Obito had easily controlled the 9 tails. Of course, the reason Obito could do it so easily was probably because Madara had left a contingency plan on the 9 tails. Otherwise, how could Obito, with just one Mangekyo Sharingan, control the 9 tails at will? Just because Obito was particularly evil and his ocular power was particularly strong. Of course, Kazuki's situation is different. Who knows what level his ocular power will grow to in the future? Controlling the 9 tails, he imagines, won't be difficult. Just like how the future Sasuke, with just one glance, instantly defeated the 9-tailed beasts. Is that so? Then it seems you are the most suitable to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Mito thought for a moment, then shook her head and chuckled. However, you are not suitable to be a Jinchuriki right now. When you become a Jinchuriki, your chakra will link with the Nine Tails, and it can influence your chakra through its own chakra, rendering your sage mode useless. The Nine Tails' chakra may not help you increase your strength much. It's better for you to slowly get stronger on your own. If it were merely about finding a vessel for the Nine Tails, Kazuki would definitely be the best choice now. Wood release can restrain the Nine Tails, and some special chakra from the Uzumaki clan can also do the same. She herself can do it, and Kushina's chakra can also do it. And Kazuki can directly control the Nine Tails with his Sharingan, so he is also suitable to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, for Kazuki, it's merely better than nothing. If Kushina becomes the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the future and masters the Nine Tails power, then with her cooperation with Kazuki, defeating Madara shouldn't be difficult. Yes, I know. Kazuki's lips curved into a smile. But Grandma Mito, can you give me some of the Nine Tails chakra for me to study? He wasn't Naruto, and he wasn't confident that the Nine Tails would cooperate with him wholeheartedly. Moreover, he had too many secrets to share a mind with the Nine Tails. He wasn't suitable to be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Besides, it's just the Nine Tails and the 10 Tails, isn't it? Sooner or later, he'll make them appear in the combat arena. If he were to summon another Nine Tails, or even the 10 Tails, that would be a bit ridiculous. Nine Tails chakra. Do you want it purified, or the original Nine Tails chakra? Mito didn't refuse. Kazuki was too much of a genius and always brought her surprises. Moreover, she felt that Kazuki's sage mode seemed even more perfect than Hashirama's back then. Perhaps in the future, Kazuki might become an even more outstanding ninja than Hashirama. After purification, please. I want to feel that chakra. A small amount is fine. Kazuki explained softly, mainly for the purpose of studying the Nine Tails power. The Nine Tails chakra mode is very strong, and he wanted to get a glimpse of it through this. All right. Mito placed her hand in Kazuki's, and a mass of golden chakra was infused into Kazuki's body. Seeing that Kazuki was not being corroded by the Nine Tails chakra, Mito thought, just as expected. Even if the Nine Tails chakra had been purified by her, its chakra quality was immeasurably higher than that of an ordinary ninja, and only in special circumstances could corrosion be avoided. Minato's Edo Tensei situation was special, it was no longer his own body. But looking at Kazuki, it seemed that his body could perfectly accommodate the Nine Tails chakra. Indeed, Kazuki's physique had already changed. Chapter 111, Reverse Engineering 10 Tails Chakra. Is this the Nine Tails' chakra? Kazuki absorbed the Nine Tails' chakra into his body and silently sensed it. Afterward, a faint golden light emanated from him, and the tomo on his clothing became increasingly distinct. Is that enough? If not, I can give you more Nine Tails' chakra. The Nine Tails' chakra is still abundant. Mito said with a chuckle. She was very interested in what Kazuki was going to do next. This tomo seemed to appear only after Kazuki learned its sage mode. She had already made some guesses before, that Kazuki might have been constantly maintaining the sage mode state, and now it seemed to be true. Could it be the tailed beast chakra is actually related to sage mode? Mito had a faint suspicion in her heart. No, I don't need more. This chakra is enough for my research. Kazuki put away the Nine Tails' chakra, but he hadn't used up this portion of the Nine Tails' chakra. Instead, he planned to try nourishing it with natural energy. He wanted to see if this Nine Tails' chakra could grow stronger. He remembered that in the future, there was a pseudo Nine Tails Jinchuriki named Sora at the Fire Temple, and the chakra within him seemed to subtly increase. He decided to nourish this portion of the Nine Tails' chakra with natural energy. If it could grow stronger, then he would have an endless supply of Nine Tails' chakra without becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He also planned to use the Nine Tails' chakra to reverse engineer the 10 Tails chakra. If he had the chance, he intended to contact other tailed beasts. Well, the future won't be peaceful. Only with great strength can you protect yourself and those around you. This old woman cannot protect Kushina and them for too long. The future depends on you. Mito then earnestly instructed Kazuki. Grandma Mito, Kushina is a very, very important person to me. I will protect her. Kazuki looked at Mito with sincere eyes. That's good. Mito let out a soft laugh. Others thought the Uchiha clan was difficult to get along with, but Mito knew that the Uchiha simply didn't know how to express their emotions. In reality, they cared more about emotions than anyone else, even more than the Senju. However, when the Uchiha lose their emotions, their demeanor undergoes a huge change. At that time, the Sharingan will give everyone a huge surprise. Mito hoped that Kazuki's mental state would remain stable and that he would never go crazy. Otherwise, there would be no one in the ninja world who could stop Kazuki. It wasn't a lack of trust in Kazuki. It was just that a crazy Uchiha was not a normal Uchiha. The next day, Kazuki arrived early at Mikoto's house, not to find Mikoto, but to find Tatsuya. There was no choice, this elder was anxious to see him, and perhaps it was time. I haven't seen you in half a year, and you seem to have grown taller. Tatsuya curiously observed Kazuki's still youthful face. Kazuki now looked like a young adult, nearly 1.7 meters tall. If nothing unexpected happened, reaching around 1.85 meters in the future would certainly not be a problem. Yes. Kazuki touched his hair. His hairstyle was quite similar to Sasuke's, but unfortunately, his face was somewhat different. He still had a bit of a baby face at the moment. Of course, he didn't have a large nose like Shisui. Overall, his appearance was quite high. How is your strength now? Have you awakened those legendary eyes? Tatsuya looked at Kazuki with full anticipation. Mangekyo Sharingan. No, I haven't, but my strength should have surpassed my father's. Kazuki covered his eyes and smiled confidently. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God Technique, Raiznon, Chidori Current, Kazuki felt quite powerful. Aside from not being able to summon a giant robot, he was generally very strong. However, if faced with Madara's hundreds of meters tall Susanoo, he would be helpless. Looking at Kazuki's three-tomo Sharingan and feeling the vast difference in his ocular power compared to his own Sharingan, Tatsuya fell silent. Indeed, Kazuki's ocular power was even greater than Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan. How could a three-tomo Sharingan have stronger ocular power than a Mangekyo Sharingan? Tatsuya's heart was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the three-tomo Sharingan was not inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan after all? But how could that be? Madara back then was already a ninja of another level. Or was it that Madara was strong, not the Sharingan? Your strength is a good thing, but for the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan is almost a belief. If you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, many people would follow you, but you are still at the three-tomo. Tatsuya said, frowning. You defeated Hanzo, and many people have started to praise you. Some are saying that you didn't rely on the Sharingan and didn't uphold the Uchiha's reputation. But I used the three-tomo Sharingan. Kazuki was speechless. Did he really have to show off his Mangekyo Sharingan? He knew that some people in the clan would definitely not ignore his affairs. Slandering and such would always be present. After all, the current clan head was a major opponent of Madara back then. They were traitors and opportunists. Can you go to the battlefield? Tatsuya explained, I can arrange some members for you. If the squad you lead becomes famous on the battlefield and establishes the Uchiha's prestige, I believe more people will support you. I promised Hokage-sama to join Umbu. The treatment is almost the same as my father's back then. Kazuki shook his head slightly. As for going to the battlefield, I might go in the future, but not leading an Uchiha squad. I have my own team, and Mikoto will also join Umbu with me later. You inherited your father's position and treatment. Tatsuya was delighted to hear this. Even Mikoto can join Umbu. Umbu still held special significance. It was an acknowledgement of strength and an affirmation of their status. However, before, no Uchiha except Kagami could join Umbu, but now Kazuki had achieved it, and even Mikoto was able to join. Chapter 112, Road to 4th Hokage. Mikoto is, after all, Orochimaru's disciple and a part of the Hokage faction. Her talent is also very outstanding. If it weren't for her age and current strength being insufficient, her joining Umbu would be a matter of course. Kazuki explained softly. Before, Hokage-sama was unwilling to let Mikoto and the others go out, as the current situation in the ninja world is too chaotic and dangerous. However, if I'm leading the team, then there are no such concerns. Not only Mikoto, but also Rinka and Nawaki will be under my command. In the future, this will also be the new generation of the Hokage faction. One Hyuga, one Senju, one Uchiha. Tatsuya was not ignorant. On the contrary, as the current elder of the Uchiha clan, he understood quite a bit about politics. Was letting Kazuki lead this team paving the way for Kazuki to become Hokage in the future? Thinking of Kazuki's potential to become Hokage, Tatsuya's heart surged with emotion. What Madara failed to achieve, Kazuki had hope of accomplishing. He believed many Uchiha would support Kazuki. After all, the Uchiha clan needs a Hokage born from their clan. From the first Hokage to the third Hokage, and now the fourth Hokage, they might not be without a chance. For me, this is a good thing. Kazuki smiled confidently. As long as I can solve the problems of the Uchiha clan, then for the fourth Hokage position, no one will be qualified to compete with me. It was still early, it will be at least 10 years until Hiruzen retires, and Kazuki himself couldn't guarantee how much he would grow in those 10 years. Perhaps he might even awaken the Rinnegan. At any rate, reaching the strength of Madara during the Valley of the End period should not be difficult. He also wondered if the combat arena could generate an Otsutsuki physique for him. There were still quite a few Otsutsuki on the moon, and their bloodline purity was much higher than that of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha in the ninja world. Of course, the bloodline concentrations of Asura Chakra reincarnations and Indra Chakra reincarnations were still quite high. These two chakras could enhance bloodline concentration, and their descendants generally had excellent bloodlines. Unfortunately, Madara did not marry or leave any descendants, otherwise his descendants would also have extremely excellent bloodline. Just like the future Sarada, who easily awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan. Her Mangekyo Sharingan's visual prowess would probably not be inferior to Obito's. Most importantly, her Mangekyo Sharingan would not go blind. Sasuke's bloodline must have played a crucial role in this. The Rinnegan is not awakened casually. The moment Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan, his bloodline had completed its atavism. It couldn't be that Kabuto left some of Hashirama's cells on Sasuke, causing Sasuke to have Senju bloodline, could it? The bloodline of Hashirama's son was actually quite good. His father was an Asura Chakra reincarnation, Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi, and his mother was Mito, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, whose bloodline was among the best in the Uzumaki clan. However, due to certain circumstances, he was usually not in Konoha but went to the daimyo's mansion. Later, he married the daimyo's daughter, and his bloodline concentration was diluted, yet he still had two children, Tsunade and Nawaki. Both of them had the potential to grow into Kage-level powerhouses. This shows how outstanding their father's talent was. If Kazuki could absorb the Otsutsuki physique of the Otsutsuki on the moon, then his strength would advance further, and it might even be possible for him to awaken the Rinnegan. After all, a physique like Tonari's awakened the Tenseigan, and what Kazuki currently lacked was Asura Chakra and a special physique. The physiques dropped by the combat arena allowed Kazuki to directly fuse with them, as if he was born with them. As long as the conditions were met, awakening the Rinnegan was not impossible. Not to mention the Rinnegan, Kazuki also had his sights set on Otsutsuki Kagaya, the fourth Hokage. If this matter is publicized, many people will surely support you, Tatsuya promised confidently. But Kazuki shook his head slightly and said, no, it's too early. After all, I'm only 10 years old, and the current Hokage is in his prime. If the Uchiha clan were to build momentum for me at this time, wouldn't the Hokage have other thoughts? He's not old yet, and I'm already so impatient. Perhaps in the future, I can become Hokage by virtue of my strength, but it's better to avoid some troubles. I don't want Hiruzen to become an obstacle to me. As long as he doesn't prevent me from becoming Hokage, for us, it's already a victory. We can unite with those who can be united to oppose those who cannot. Then will your teacher support you? Tatsuya thought of Tsunade. Although Tsunade's strength hadn't reached that level yet and she wasn't as strong as Kazuki now, her status was different. The first Hokage was her grandfather, the second Hokage was her granduncle, and the third Hokage was her teacher. No one else in Konoha had such a status. This doesn't even count Tsunade's mother's side of the family, her uncle is the current daimyo. If Tsunade is willing to support Kazuki and let her disciple also become Hokage, wouldn't Kazuki's position as Hokage be a sure thing? Kazuki thought for a moment and said, at a time like this, as long as there's no explicit opposition, it's fine. The Senju clan won't come out to hinder me either, after all, although I am an Uchiha, I have a huge connection to the Senju clan. Tatsuya fell silent upon hearing this. In this regard, Kazuki was actually more extreme than Kagami. Back then, Kagami only became Tobirama's disciple, but most of his training was actually completed under Tatsuya's guidance. However, Kazuki was guided and raised by Tsunade and Mito. Of course, facts proved that Kazuki's actions were correct. Although the Senju clan had disbanded, they still held immense influence in Konoha. If they came out to prevent Kazuki from becoming Hokage, Kazuki would find it very difficult to become Hokage. But Kazuki was raised by Mito. This alone made it impossible for the Senju clan to hinder Kazuki. Perhaps you are right. I hope that under your leadership, the Uchiha clan can walk the so-called correct path. Tatsuya said with a complex expression after a long while. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 113, Team Kazuki. I think so too. Kazuki smiled confidently. There was one thing he would not tell Tatsuya, and that was if the Uchiha clan still chose to side with Fugaku in the future, then he wouldn't be polite to them. What? I'm striving for the Hokage position, and you're constantly dragging me down from behind. When I was building my career outside, you didn't help. Now that I've made my career big and strong, you want to come and take advantage. Where in this world is there such a good thing? In his previous life, there were many so-called relatives who were like this, and did these relatives truly want you to do well? In fact, many of them didn't. It's not that Kazuki underestimated so-called kinship, but rather that human nature is inherently like this. Of course, for those Uchiha who are willing to follow him, he will naturally reuse them. The struggle between him and Fugaku is not just a factional dispute, but also a power struggle. The current clan head naturally hopes that Fugaku can inherit the position of clan head, allowing the Uchiha clan's clan head position to be inherited by their family. Anyone else who might threaten Fugaku will be a threat. Kazuki believed that if they had the chance, they would certainly not mind getting rid of him. It's just that they haven't had the opportunity. Similarly, he will not let them off easily. Recently, there have been many rumors about him within the clan. If those people weren't deliberately disgusting him, he would never believe it. Of course, it's impossible for him to do something as beastly as Itachi and Obito. After all, the Uchiha as a whole haven't wronged him. The former followers of Kagami, and the current followers of Tatsuya, consider Kazuki one of their own. Oh, by the way, it seems the clan head is arranging for Fugaku to go to the battlefield. As if remembering something, Tatsuya reminded Kazuki, he'll probably have some strong individuals assigned to him to help Fugaku gain merit. How can the battlefield be so easy to enter? Do they really think Tsunagakure is easy to bully? The more outstanding he appears now, the more others will feel he's just a clown when I go to the battlefield. Kazuki smiled noncommittally. He didn't know what Kirigakure was doing recently. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure seemed to be under Madara's control. If it is, with the strength he's recently displayed, Kirigakure will probably declare war on Konoha before long. He also wondered if Hiruzen would make the Uchiha clan go to war with Kirigakure. In that case, let's see him perform well. Tatsuya let out a sneer. Recently, the clan head has been making frequent moves, even wanting Mikoto to marry Fugaku. Hey, is Mikoto someone you can covet so easily? Tatsuya refused this matter without hesitation, and he didn't even tell Mikoto, just in case Kazuki, in a fit of anger, might run to the clan head's side and pick them off. For now, the Uchiha can have competition, but directly beating up the clan head, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Even if he succeeded, others in the village would have a bad impression of Kazuki. You can't just act recklessly because you're strong, can you? Before being able to easily crush the entire world, everyone hoped for someone who could operate within the framework to become Hokage. The reason Hashirama was able to become the first Hokage was, on one hand, because his popularity was far better than Madara's. On the other hand, Hashirama was willing to reason with you most of the time. If you were right, he would even smile and apologize to you. But Madara was the type to say, "Are you even worthy of reasoning with me? You'd better kowtow to me first, and then I'll consider whether to listen to your nonsense." Of course, from Madara's perspective, there was a reason for him to do so. After all, he was strong. Perform well from now on. If possible, gather more support from the Uchiha people, it will be beneficial for your future. Tatsuya further exhorted Kazuki. Yes, I understand. Time passed quickly. Kazuki's procedures for joining Umbu were soon approved. At the same time, Rinka, Nawaki, and Mikoto also successfully joined Umbu. Even Minato graduated early from Ninja Academy and joined Kazuki's squad. So, our team usually just trains. Minato blinked, asking curiously. Isn't that good? After all, our squad's mission is to protect Grandma. We usually don't have much to do, and we still get paid. Nawaki chuckled. Although he was disappointed about not being able to go to the battlefield, he was still very happy to be in Umbu. Moreover, Kazuki had said before that he would take them out on missions. Is that so? Minato blinked. He regretted not graduating earlier. How much salary had he missed out on? The key was that he had long stopped learning much at Ninja Academy. He didn't have the opportunity to constantly train like he could here. How much time had he wasted? Damn it, I went to Hokage-sama to apply for early graduation, but he refused. Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction indignantly. She had gone on many missions with Tsunade before, and she wasn't weak. She didn't think she was weaker than Minato. But now, Minato had graduated early, but she couldn't. How much double standard was that? Ha, Kushina, if you want to graduate, you need to learn all the basic knowledge from the textbooks, right? I admit your strength is good, but I remember you failed the theoretical exam last semester, didn't you? Nawaki mockingly teased Kushina, forgetting that he himself had crammed before the exam and barely passed the passing line. Perhaps, if it weren't for the teacher being lenient, he might not have passed the theoretical exam at all. Of course, it's not to say Nawaki was stupid, but many theoretical knowledge in the Ninja Academy were simply not used in daily life. Apart from anything else, even Kazuki's theoretical exam results were worse than Minato's. Chapter 114, Teaching Minato Reiznon. You bastard, Nawaki. Kushina clenched her fists. If Mikoto hadn't been holding her back, she probably would have punched Nawaki. There was nothing she could do. That bastard Nawaki was just too infuriating. So what if she failed the theory exam? Her strength would definitely surpass Nawaki's in the future. Just like with the Reiznon, Nawaki wasn't learning it as fast as she was. Moreover, she was already close to catching up to Nawaki's chakra reserves, and she was confident that she would be stronger than Nawaki in the future, even if chakra reserves didn't entirely determine strength. Minato looked at this scene with a hint of envy. There still seemed to be some distance between him and these people. He then turned his gaze to Kazuki, who was standing nearby. He had always known that Kazuki was very strong and talented. Previously, he believed that as long as he was given time and resources, he would definitely not be inferior to Kazuki. But now, Kazuki had already surpassed his teacher, Jiraiya, becoming a famous powerhouse in the ninja world, and he was only 10 years old. No matter how confident Minato was, he didn't think he could catch up to Kazuki anymore. You should already know about Jiraiya's situation, right? Kazuki said, looking at Minato with his arms crossed. During their academy days, Kazuki and Minato had a good relationship. For the past 2 years, Minato had also trained with him. He was Jiraiya's disciple, so technically, they were like fellow students, all from the same guild. They shared a common guild leader. He hadn't expected Hiruzen to arrange for Minato to be his subordinate. It seemed that Hiruzen wasn't as opposed to him becoming Hokage as he had imagined. Kazuki's gaze deepened. As long as there was no opposition, he wouldn't mind giving up some benefits. He needed to make Konoha bigger and stronger. The bigger the pie, the more everyone would get. Jiraiya-sensei, he. Minato was at a loss for words, unsure how to comment on Jiraiya. However, given his personality, he wouldn't hold a grudge against Jiraiya for this. After all, Jiraiya was his teacher, not his biological father, and wasn't obligated to take care of him. Moreover, Jiraiya had taught him a lot previously, and without his careful guidance, he wouldn't have grown so quickly. He's somewhat unreliable and didn't follow the rules and regulations of a Konoha ninja. If he weren't the Hokage's student, he'd probably be a rogue ninja by now. Kazuki sneered. He still couldn't understand Jiraiya's actions. Perhaps at the moment he saw Nagato, he was hypnotized by Madara's Rinnegan. This. Minato was even more unable to defend Jiraiya. After all, according to the theoretical knowledge he had learned, Jiraiya's actions indeed did not comply with the rules. Jiraiya-sensei really was a very unreliable person. Alright, next, I'll be taking you on missions. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'm quite confident in my strength. Kazuki continued, even if you want to learn Flying Thunder God technique and Reisnon, it's not impossible for me to teach you. Thank you so much. Minato hadn't expected Kazuki to be willing to teach him these things. He had heard of the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the Reisnon, he had personally seen Kushina use it. It was a ninjutsu with extremely great destructive power and an A-rank difficulty to learn, and it seemed to have been created by Kazuki himself. The moment he saw the Reisnon, Minato felt that this ninjutsu seemed to be fated for him, but he was too embarrassed to ask Kushina for the Rasengan's training method. He hadn't expected Kazuki to proactively offer to teach him. Kazuki didn't mind helping and investing in Minato. Currently, no one in the ninja world understood Minato's potential better than Kazuki. Moreover, the other party was not an ungrateful person. At worst, he could just train him to be the next Hokage. While Minato was still young, he could instill some of his own ideas. For example, the concept of peace. Achieving peace in the ninja world was the dream of countless people. Anyone who had witnessed the cruelty of war would mostly pursue such a goal. If Kazuki guided well, he could gather countless supporters. His goal was to make Konoha's conservatives feel that his radical ideas were too conservative. The Reisnon requires very high chakra control. I hope you can persevere. The chakra of ordinary ninjas is limited, and learning a ninjutsu requires a large amount of chakra, which becomes a hindrance to their learning process. Minato's chakra reserves were not much, but not little either. They are standard for an ordinary ninja. Kazuki just didn't know how long it would take him to learn the Reisnon. Days passed one by one, and when the combat arena refreshed, Kazuki was stunned. He hadn't expected that the combat arena would bring him out. Successor of the Sage of Six Paths, young Asura. He had previously thought that in the future, to awaken the Rinnegan, he would need to first defeat Hashirama or Naruto and obtain Asura Chakra from them. However, he hadn't expected to directly encounter young Asura. If he could defeat Asura and obtain what he wanted from him, would he be able to complete his bloodline? But, was he a match for Asura now? Kazuki was somewhat uncertain, but he had to defeat Asura, at all costs. Immediately, Kazuki ignored the other refreshed ninjas and entered the combat arena, preparing to fight Asura. Asura was not particularly outstanding from a young age, at least far inferior to Indra, but that doesn't mean Asura was weak. In terms of bloodline, Asura was definitely incomparable to future ninjas. As for who was stronger between Asura and Hashirama, it's a bit like comparing apples and oranges, as in the era of the Sage of Six Paths, people didn't really develop ninjutsu. Indra developed hand seals, and was even scolded by the Sage of Six Paths for it. But Asura's bloodline certainly surpassed Hashirama's. Of course, in Kazuki's opinion, Asura at his peak should be stronger than Hashirama. He had once received a gift from the Sage of Six Paths and could use Truth-Seeking Ball to fight. Asura in that state, even if he hadn't reached the Six Paths level, was at least half a Six Paths level, which Hashirama had never achieved. Chapter 115, Kazuki vs. Young Asura. Fortunately, it was only Asura in his youth. The tactical system of that era had not yet taken shape, and even with powerful stats, he might not have been able to perfectly unleash them. The tactical system was developed in the ninja world over thousands of years through continuous battles. When fighting people with similar stats, today's ninjas are definitely stronger than the ancients from 1,000 years ago. Kazuki wondered if Asura of that era could manifest a several hundred meters tall wooden statue. If so, he might not be able to defeat him at this stage. The Flying Thunder God technique is theoretically very strong, but in the combat arena, it will be greatly weakened. If it's a large-scale ninjutsu, he will be very passive, as the combat arena has limited range. Kazuki entered the combat arena and found that he had exited Sage mode. He immediately began to absorb natural energy, attempting to quickly re-enter Sage mode. At the same time, he silently sensed the aura of Asura opposite him, unable to help but click his tongue. Kazuki's chakra reserves were already very high, but Asura's chakra reserves were even higher than his, at least 10 times his own. What a terrifying number. This undoubtedly meant he had over 150 units of chakra. Perhaps only Hashirama in his peak would be qualified to compare chakra reserves with Asura. Even Naruto, before receiving the Six Paths power, and not counting the Nine Tails as chakra, couldn't compare to the youthful Asura. The key is that Asura doesn't seem to have reached his peak state yet. It seems that in terms of physique alone, Asura is superior to Hashirama. Big brother. No, you are not big brother. Asura on the opposite side was stunned when he saw Kazuki. He felt a familiar aura on Kazuki, something he would never mistake. But why didn't the other party look like big brother? Soon, he saw the three-tomo Sharingan in Kazuki's eyes. Wasn't that big brother's eyes? Could it be that someone was impersonating him? Thinking of this possibility, Asura leaped towards Kazuki, punching towards Kazuki's face. Kazuki was still absorbing natural energy and quickly raised his arms to block. The moment the fist struck his arms, Kazuki felt a surging force coming from his arms, pushing him back over 10 meters. What terrifying strength, truly a sage body. Kazuki prided himself on his physique already beginning to revert to its ancestral form, considering it a youthful Otsutsuki physique. But compared to Asura's sage body, there was still a huge gap. However, this makes it more interesting. Kazuki's face showed his excitement, and the tomo on his body appeared as he entered sage mode. So, do you also wish to dance? After speaking, Kazuki, enveloped in shimmering lightning chakra, charged towards Asura. Asura felt the killing intent on Kazuki's body and became even more certain that although the other party had the Sharingan and an aura almost identical to Indra, he was definitely not Indra. Indra could not possibly have such killing intent towards him. Immediately, Asura also erupted with powerful chakra and engaged Kazuki in battle. Kazuki, after entering Sage mode, was slightly inferior in strength to Asura, but due to the lightning release, his speed was far superior to Asura's. Kazuki was already very satisfied to be able to accomplish this. After all, he was only 10 years old, with 2 months left until he turned 11. But Asura looked to be 15 or 16 years old, so there was a clear age difference between them. Regarding this, Kazuki stated that he didn't cheat. He was able to achieve this entirely through his own efforts. Bang. 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 The sounds of their fists and feet clashing continuously echoed, and as their battle continued, the chakra bursts at the moments of their collisions quickly caused the ground of the combat arena to begin to crumble. But both Kazuki and Asura grew more invigorated as they fought. Thud. Kazuki kicked Asura in the abdomen, and Asura also landed a punch on Kazuki's chest. Both flew backward. After landing, Kazuki rubbed his chest, which was aching. If nothing unexpected, his ribs should be broken. But looking at Asura opposite, he noticed that he was clearly injured, but in no time, Asura recovered. Indeed, the sage body's recovery ability was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even Kazuki's current physique was not enough. Kazuki finally understood Madara's past misery. His strength was by no means inferior to Hashirama, and his destructive power was even subtly greater than Hashirama's. But any damage he inflicted on Hashirama, the latter quickly recovered from. He would expend considerable effort to inflict some damage on the opponent, only for the opponent to quickly recover. Who could understand such misery? Although the opponent's recovery required considerable effort, it ultimately could not compare to his own consumption. Indeed, the sage body is disgusting. However, it's time to fight a bit more seriously. Through the previous battle, Kazuki studied Asura's fighting style and found that while Asura's taijutsu was very strong, belonging to the ancient era, it wasn't as practical as it is now. Asura's fighting style could be studied, but there wasn't much worth studying. A sage art, wind release, Rasen Shuriken appeared in Kazuki's hand. Asura warily watched the ninjutsu in Kazuki's hand. This ninjutsu seemed very interesting, and he felt it would be very suitable for him to study it thoroughly later. However, if hit by this ninjutsu, even he would be in mortal danger. Yet, before Kazuki could get close, a special spatial fluctuation appeared in Kazuki's hand. Asura then felt another crisis approaching, as a space-time jutsu mark appeared from his chest, and a sage art, wind release, Rasen Shuriken suddenly appeared in front of him. Asura quickly retreated, trying to dodge the attack, but was still caught in the blast. Ultimately, he lacked a bit of combat experience. Kazuki admitted that Asura was the strongest person he had ever seen, but the other party had very little combat experience, probably having few life-or-death battles. This was different from a ninja. Asura couldn't even imagine a jutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, the wicked Tobirama was the most insidious. Asura, blame it on the naturally wicked old ghost Senju among your descendants. Chapter 116, Integrating Asura's Physique. Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken certainly couldn't directly kill Asura. Asura's vitality was immeasurably greater than that of ordinary people. Perhaps even peak Hashirama and Naruto couldn't compare to Asura. Moreover, Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken couldn't even defeat the third Raikage, so trying to take Asura's life wouldn't be so easy. Of course, the situations of the two were different. The third Raikage didn't withstand the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken with his body directly, but rather used Lightning Release Chakra mode. Asura, this time, used his body and Chakra Burst to forcefully endure the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. But even so, Asura was covered in wounds and looked very disheveled. Did he leave something on me? Asura didn't think the opponent could just attack anywhere. His grandma could do this, but others might not. Even his own father probably couldn't hit exactly where he aimed. Soon, Asura saw a special mark in front of him. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be related to this mark. The opponent had left this mark on him during the previous battle. Without hesitation, Asura tore off the flesh from his chest, then looked at Kazuki with vigilance. His condition was worse than ever before. If it happened again, he might truly be in danger. As expected of a sage body, is this enough? Kazuki's lips curved into a smile, and a Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, even more powerful than before, appeared in his hand. Then, this attack quickly vanished from his hand. Flying Thunder God Technique, Guiding Lightning. Asura's expression changed abruptly upon seeing this. He wanted to quickly flee the spot. He had already seen the previous ninjutsu, it was very powerful, but not entirely without a way to deal with it. As long as you were fast enough, you could dodge it. However, that previous attack had caused him serious injuries. Even though his physique allowed him to recover quickly, he still couldn't fully recover in a short time. Because of this, he could only try his best to quickly dodge into the distance. However, what he didn't expect was that as he tried to avoid the explosion vortex of the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, Kazuki's figure had already appeared not far from him. Wasn't he afraid of death? Once that ninjutsu exploded, it would also engulf him. Just as Asura felt panicked, a skeleton quickly materialized around Kazuki's body, and then, in the blink of an eye, the skeleton grew flesh. Before he could say anything more, the armored giant punched Asura in the face. Susanoo. Asura was very familiar with Susanoo. His father also had Susanoo, which was said to be able to contend with the Ten Tails. Although the Susanoo of the men in front of him couldn't compare to his father's, it was extremely troublesome now. With the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken behind him and the massive fist of the Susanoo in front, his escape route was completely sealed. Kazuki thought, you are a good person, but I must kill you here. Boom. The Susanoo's massive fist had slammed into Asura, knocking him into the explosion range of the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Whoosh. Two powerful ninjutsu in a row, especially the later Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, and precisely guiding them onto Asura, also consumed a lot of Kazuki's chakra. There was also the current overload use of Susanoo. Continuously using such power like this in a short period, he couldn't bear it. But to defeat Asura, all of this was worth it. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating young Asura. You have obtained Asura's physique. Do you wish to merge? It really was Asura's physique. Kazuki had been thinking about where to get Asura Chakra before, but if he had Asura's physique, who would want Asura Chakra? This was much better and more direct than Asura Chakra. Both Hashirama and Naruto became true sage body users because they possessed Asura Chakra. But with Asura's physique, who would still want Asura Chakra? Merge. Exiting the combat arena, as Kazuki silently willed the merge internally, he once again felt a bone-piercing pain. He felt that his body temperature might have exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and it was still rapidly rising. Although it was very uncomfortable, he could also feel his physique growing at a visible rate, and his chakra reserves were increasing with every breath. Fortunately, such pain came and went quickly. Although the combat arena couldn't allow him to merge with Asura's physique painlessly, the duration of such pain was quite short. Whoosh! Kazuki gasped for air, a smile spreading across his face. He clearly felt the changes in his body. With the integration of Asura's physique, Kazuki's physique was incomparable to before. The Uchiha bloodline plus Indra Chakra plus Asura's physique, coupled with the various bloodlines Kazuki had previously merged, allowed him to truly possess the physique of the Otsutsuki clan. Although it might only have reached a physique comparable to Hagoromo, and was still a bit short compared to those future aliens, it was already extremely powerful. At this moment, even without the combat arena, if Kazuki were to grow steadily, he would be able to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths in the future. His chakra was not like Asura's, which was around 150 units, but reached over 300 units. Clearly, Asura's physique gave him a qualitative leap. At the same time, Kazuki's ocular power also grew rapidly, driven by his physique. Previously, he needed the enhancement of Senjutsu chakra to enter the third stage of Susanoo, and if not for being in the combat arena, he would not have dared to use Susanoo rashly, as the burden on his eyes was too great. But now, he could easily use the third stage of Susanoo, and even the fourth stage of Susanoo was no longer difficult for him. If he entered Sage mode and worked hard, a complete Susanoo could also be achieved. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 117, Face Off against Uzumaki. Perhaps he was no longer Uchiha Kazuki, but Otsutsuki Kazuki. Right now, he was only 10 years old. If he were a few years older, he would probably be unrivaled in the current ninja world. The complete body Susanoo was already very powerful. Previously, Kazuki, due to his young age, had a body that couldn't keep up with his Sharingan, restricting its development. But after merging with Asura's physique, he discovered for the first time that his eyes couldn't keep up with his body. After all, he had merged with the physique of a 15 or 16-year-old Asura, while the Sharingan required his own development. In the future, this physique could continue to be developed, meaning Kazuki also possessed Asura's physique's future potential. Soon, he thought of another matter. If he worked hard, would release might not be impossible. If he, and Uchiha, were to use the first Hokages would release, who knew if the Senju clan, or even Konoha, would be in an uproar. Perhaps Mito would also be bewildered upon seeing him. It was even possible she might see the shadow of Hashirama in him. However, even if he could activate the complete body Susanoo, his eyes were still 3-Tomo Sharingan. Kazuki couldn't help but suspect that he might never be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in this life, which seemed a bit unreasonable. He naturally knew that the Mangekyo Sharingan was a special stage that only appeared after bloodline degeneration, but he coveted the special ocular ninjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mito had said that Madara's ocular ninjutsu could double the power of ninjutsu. Sasuke's Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi seemed ineffective, but they were actually incredibly powerful. Even Kagaya would be wary of Amaterasu. Obito's Kamui, Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami, hailed as the strongest genjutsu, and Hikari's almost cheat-like 8,000 spears, these were all ocular ninjutsu that were impossible to guard against. Sarada's Amaterasu was an even more cheat-like existence, incredibly powerful in all aspects. But for Kazuki not to evolve his eyes to Mangekyo Sharingan, meant he wouldn't awaken the corresponding Mangekyo Sharingan ocular ninjutsu, which seemed a bit unfair. He wondered what special abilities he would have after awakening the Rinnegan in the future, or if, as his ocular power increased, he would awaken his own ocular ninjutsu while still in the 3-Tomo Sharingan state. With his strength significantly improved, Kazuki turned his gaze to the remaining 3 options in the combat arena. Hozuki Suigetsu of the Hibi/Taka team. Konohamaru during Pain's invasion of Konoha. Tobirama's battle record, Uchiha Izuna. Looking at the remaining 3 slots, Kazuki's smile widened. He had previously focused all his attention on Asura, neglecting the latter 3. Izuna's strength was by no means low. If not for Madara, Izuna would have been the most suitable person to become the Uchiha clan head. Moreover, compared to his elder brother Madara, Izuna was actually more suited to be the Uchiha clan head. He was very strong and was considered a benchmark for ninja. Most importantly, Izuna, like Tobirama, was skilled in managing clan affairs, and many decisions were actually made by them. Madara and Hashirama served more as guarantors of combat power. This time, he had actually drawn Izuna, which made Kazuki eager to fight. Tobirama's battle record was truly mocking and quite humanized. Whatever Izuna dropped, it would likely be of some help to Kazuki. Konohamaru during Pain's invasion of Konoha was almost at his life's peak. In Boruto, Konohamaru was severely nerfed, but during the invasion arc, he defeated one of the 6 paths of pain, and by relying on Naruto's haphazard teaching, he actually managed to produce a Rasengan. Konohamaru's talent was excellent, probably on the same level as Kakashi. It was fine to criticize Hiruzen, and it was also fine to question why the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto, received far worse treatment than Konohamaru, but Konohamaru's talent was undeniable. As for Suigetsu, Kazuki simply ignored him. With a thought from Kazuki, his figure appeared in the combat arena, and Izuna, under 30 years old, came into view. Izuna's face bore a 60% resemblance to Mikoto's, which was understandable, as Sasuke resembled Mikoto, and Sasuke also bore some resemblance to Izuna. If one were to truly calculate it, Izuna and Tatsuya also had a kinship. Tatsuya's wife was Izuna's cousin. Brother. Kid, who are you? Izuna felt the aura emanating from Kazuki, and his eyes became filled with a cold glint. On Kazuki, he not only sensed an aura very similar to his elder brother's but also one similar to Hashirama's. What was going on? Me. Kazuki. Kazuki looked at Izuna with an indifferent tone. He was ready to extract some loot from Izuna. Tatsuya was an Uchiha from the Sengoku era, but there were many things he had never encountered before. Tatsuya hadn't encountered some ninjutsu, and even the current Uchiha clan didn't have the corresponding inheritance, but Izuna definitely did. After all, he was the younger brother Madara valued more than his own life. Kazuki. It seems you're from the Uchiha clan. I'll have to fight you, so be careful. As Izuna spoke, 5 kunai appeared in his hand and flew towards Kazuki. Kazuki also threw 5 kunai, acting as a counterattack, causing all 10 kunai to collide in midair and knock each other down. Kid, your strength is quite good. Now I'll get serious. Izuna quickly formed hand seals, inhaling a large amount of air into his lungs, and his chakra rapidly condensed. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Here it comes. Kazuki's 3-tomo Sharingan appeared, and he gazed intently at Izuna. This ninjutsu was excellent, it would be his later. Some might ask, why not copy it with the Sharingan? After all, fire release, great fire annihilation is only a B-rank ninjutsu. The Sharingan's copying isn't a perfect one-to-one reproduction. It can copy the form, but whether it can copy the essence depends on one's own ability. Kazuki knew the hand seals for fire release, great fire annihilation and how to use it, so he could naturally reproduce this move later. Moreover, fire release, great fire annihilation consumed a massive amount of chakra, and most Uchiha couldn't withstand such consumption. It was better to use the Great Fireball Jutsu instead. Chapter 118, Izuna's Ocular Techniques. For the vast majority of Uchiha, the Great Fireball Jutsu was actually sufficient. Sage Art, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kazuki also quickly formed hand seals, and a massive fireball was spewed out by him. Although it was only the Great Fireball Jutsu, in Kazuki's hands now, combined with Senjutsu Chakra, even the Great Fireball Jutsu displayed power not inferior to fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. The two flames collided, and for a moment, neither could overcome the other. As expected of fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Kazuki's lips curved into a smile. This ninjutsu has excellent power, it will be his from now on. Little did he know, Izuna's heart was also in turmoil. A mere Great Fireball Jutsu could actually rival his fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. How did the opponent do it? However, Izuna was, after all, known as a ninja with no weaknesses. While shocked by the terrifying power of Kazuki's Great Fireball Jutsu, he had already charged at Kazuki with his longsword, thrusting it towards Kazuki. Kazuki immediately drew the sword of the Thunder God, and it collided with the longsword in Izuna's hand. That despicable, shameless, vile bastard Tobirama's sword. Why is it in your hand? Izuna bristled upon seeing the sword of the Thunder God. The person he hated most in his life was Tobirama. From the moment he saw Tobirama, Izuna felt that the other party would be his natural enemy. It was as if from the moment they were born, they were destined to be mortal enemies, and even their strength had always been neck and neck. In fact, according to ninja world history, the strength of the clan heads of the Uchiha clan and Senju clan throughout history had always been similar, with neither being able to completely overcome the other. If not for the existence of Hashirama and Madara, who were beyond the norm, Tobirama and Izuna were the ones who should have become the leaders of their respective clans. To be precise, putting aside those two anomalies, Izuna and Tobirama were the normal state. Someone gave it to me. Kazuki chuckled lightly, constantly learning Izuna's kenjutsu during the battle. Although it was also Uchiha swordsmanship, Izuna's swordsmanship broadened Kazuki's horizons. In terms of kenjutsu alone, Izuna's was the most outstanding he had ever seen. The Uchiha clan's swordsmanship was used by Izuna with such mastery that it could even be said to have surpassed the inherent level of Uchiha swordsmanship. If one were to evaluate it, Izuna would probably be the Uchiha sword saint. Tobirama was also very skilled in swordsmanship. These two were truly rivals in brilliance. Kazuki was not in a hurry. Instead, he continuously studied Izuna's fighting style through his Sharingan, incorporating the opponent's kenjutsu and combat methods into his own tactics. When it came down to it, Izuna was the most standard Uchiha, fighting elegantly and cleanly. This was the Uchiha fighting style in Kazuki's mind, and also the fighting style currently lost by the Uchiha. Ever since Madara left the Uchiha clan no longer had such self-reliant ninjas. As for Kagami, his strength was not bad, but ultimately, he was a ninja trained after Konoha's establishment. His usual combat focused more on teamwork, unlike the ninjas of the Sengoku era, who pursued individual strength. In terms of individual strength, the strength of the ninjas in the Ninja Village era generally could not keep up with the Sengoku era, but in terms of overall strength and team combat, the ninjas of the Ninja Village era were more excellent. Izuna was the epitome of the Uchiha's limit. From him, Kazuki learned a lot. He felt that no matter what dropped from Izuna later, this battle with him was the most meaningful. Is that so? Izuna nodded thoughtfully, but the thought of an Uchiha descendant wielding Tobirama's weapon made him feel uncomfortable. Brat, your talent is very good. Have you ever seen the true power of the Uchiha clan? After speaking, the three-tomo Sharingan in Izuna's eyes rotated rapidly, quickly merging into one, transforming into the appearance of a Mangekyo Sharingan. A black skeletal figure appeared around him, and a ball of black flame shot out from the skeleton's hand towards Kazuki. Amaterasu. It seems there's also Kagetsuchi. Kazuki's eyes erupted with surging ocular power, and Susanoo also appeared around him, protecting him. In just an instant, the fourth form of Susanoo appeared around him. The black flames landed on the Susanoo, clinging to it like a persistent disease. Kazuki felt the Susanoo's condition and instantly understood the effect of Amaterasu. This was indeed a very troublesome dojutsu. Theoretically, it would burn everything it saw. The Amaterasu flames burned on the Susanoo, looking as if they were about to completely incinerate the Susanoo. Fortunately, Amaterasu was not without a solution. Kazuki's ocular power erupted, and the area where Amaterasu was burning, along with the flames, instantly peeled off, and then quickly regenerated. Susanoo. Even Izuna could not remain calm at this moment. He was very certain that Kazuki's eyes were only three-tomo Sharingan, but how could a three-tomo Sharingan use Susanoo? He could feel Kazuki's ocular power, which was even above his own and his older brother Madara's. Izuna felt a bit lost. Then let me show you the true Susanoo. Kazuki gazed at Izuna. The Susanoo, which was already in its fourth form, grew further, transforming into a 100-meter-tall Susanoo giant in an instant. Looking at the Susanoo holding a sword in one hand, clad in armor, and with wings on its back, Izuna became even more bewildered. Why did he feel that their Sharingan were almost a world apart? However, his battle instincts prevented him from showing any fear or panic, even when facing a Susanoo far more powerful than his own. He gritted his teeth and activated his Susanoo, bringing his Susanoo to its third form. For this, his eyes were filled with blood and tears. However, when facing Kazuki's perfect Susanoo, Izuna's Susanoo instantly fell into a disadvantage. Thud. With one sword strike, Izuna's Susanoo was half destroyed, and then the second and third strikes fell continuously. In an instant, Izuna's Susanoo dissipated. Farewell. You are a respectable strong individual. Kazuki's Susanoo's greatsword was raised high. Countless lightning bolts swirled around the blade, and then it slashed down towards Izuna. Chapter 119, Izuna's Kenjutsu. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Izuna, acquiring Izuna's Kenjutsu. Do you wish to fuse it? Is it just Izuna's Kenjutsu? Kazuki was somewhat disappointed. Although Izuna's Kenjutsu was excellent, to the point of being considered a Uchiha sword saint, Kazuki was more interested in his combat experience, ninjutsu, ocular power, and Mangekyo Sharingan. However, since it had already dropped, he couldn't complain much. Izuna's Kenjutsu was actually quite good. He wondered how Madara would feel in the future when he saw him wielding Tobirama's Sword of the Thunder God and using Izuna's Kenjutsu. After merging Izuna's Kenjutsu, Kazuki felt that this opportunity had not been wasted. His Kenjutsu was actually quite good, but compared to Izuna's, there was a world of difference. He mostly relied on his stronger physical abilities to compete with Izuna in Kenjutsu. After merging Izuna's Kenjutsu, he could better display his true strength. With this Kenjutsu, his formidable stats could be better showcased. This also greatly compensated for his lack of combat experience, as Izuna's Kenjutsu was honed through continuous slaughter. At this moment, Kazuki was certain that his strength had reached a level similar to Madara and Hashirama's during the Valley of the End. Surpassing those two was only a matter of time. As for the other two combat options, Kazuki easily defeated his opponents, gaining Water Release, Water Gun from Suigetsu and Konohamaru's ninjutsu talent. For the current Kazuki, these were just better than nothing. Before he gained access to the combat arena, Konohamaru's ninjutsu talent would have been a significant boost for him, but now he was progressing towards becoming an all-rounder, and Konohamaru's ninjutsu talent could no longer help him much. After getting stronger, Kazuki happily reported to Mito. The moment she saw Kazuki, Mito's expression changed dramatically. With her terrifying sensory abilities, she could clearly perceive Kazuki's current state. She quickly led Kazuki into her room before asking, "Has something changed with you? Why do I feel your aura has changed drastically? Your chakra reserves are much larger than before." She had previously felt that Hashirama had the largest chakra reserves she had ever seen, but Kazuki's current chakra reserves surpassed Hashirama's. Kazuki wasn't like this yesterday. What exactly happened? Some special changes have occurred, and I've also learned some secrets. Grandma Mito, would you believe it if I said that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were actually brothers in the very beginning? Kazuki looked at Mito with a complex expression. He knew that Mito would notice the changes in him. Although he was no longer afraid of Mito, he had already prepared the necessary excuses. Brothers. Mito frowned. I only know that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have been sworn enemies for generations, with their opposing relationship lasting for over 1,000 years. Because of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan's relationship with the Uchiha was also not good. However, there were rumors in the Uchiha clan that they were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Senju clan also had similar rumors. Both sides seemed to have fought for a long time at first because of this identity. Actually, the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki are all descendants of the Six Path Sage. Kazuki's three-tomo Sharingan activated, and Mito's eyes were filled with shock. Even though it was only a three-tomo Sharingan, she felt that Kazuki's ocular power was probably no less than that of Madara in his prime. She had seen excellent individuals, but never one like Kazuki. There was no need to wait for Kazuki to continue growing. His current strength was already enough to suppress the ninja world. In this era, there was no Hashirama to stop Kazuki. In the Uchiha clan, there is a stone tablet, rumored to have been passed down by the Sage of Six Paths. It contains the secrets of the Uchiha Sharingan, and the more the ocular power strengthens, the more one can see. It clearly records the origins of the Uchiha and the Senju clan. Indra, who inherited the Sage's eyes, was the Sage of Six Paths' eldest son, and Asura, who inherited the Sage body, was the second son. They fought for the succession of Ninshu, and this conflict continued through their descendants. Kazuki slowly narrated the origin of the ninja world. Mito was stunned by these revelations, but she listened carefully. She had not expected such a legend to exist in the ninja world. The Uchiha and the Senju clan, including their Uzumaki clan, were indeed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. This made Mito's thoughts complex. The 1,000-year blood feud between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had actually been fought over the succession of Ninshu. It was important to note that the clan wars during the Sengoku era also revolved around these two clans. In other words, the ninja world had not known peace for 1,000 years because of the Sage of Six Paths family matters. What a messed up noble circle. Wait, you said the Uchiha clan inherited the Sage's eyes, but wasn't the Sage of Six Paths eye the Rinnegan? How did it become the Sharingan? Mito quickly asked, as if she had discovered something. The final evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, but most people simply cannot awaken the Rinnegan. Even Indra back then did not awaken the Rinnegan. This not only requires Indra's eyes but also Asura's Sage body. The two must be combined, encompassing all creation, to awaken the Rinnegan. The stone tablet has such a record. Kazuki did not hide anything from Mito and explained directly. Since she hadn't concealed the fact that Madara might still be alive, Kazuki was willing to share more secrets with her. This was also to advance his plans later. Sharingan evolving into Rinnegan. This probably requires developing the Sharingan to a very high level, right? Wait, could Madara's goal be this? Suddenly, Mito's expression changed dramatically. Kazuki, you said this is recorded on your Uchiha stone tablet, right? Then can Madara also see it? As the Uchiha clan head and once the strongest, there's no reason Madara couldn't see it. Chapter 120, Sage of Six Paths Chakra Reincarnation. Is that so? Mito fell into contemplation. If that's the case, then many things can be explained clearly. Before, I was wondering why Madara hadn't taken any action all these years. After all, after Hashirama's death, there was no one in the ninja world who could stop Madara, and even I probably wouldn't be his match. Mito was self-aware. Even though many considered her the strongest in the ninja world at the moment, she was still a bit short of the Madara and Hashirama of the past. As long as Madara wanted to, he could definitely make a comeback, and Konoha simply couldn't stop him. But now, she felt she had found the truth. Perhaps Madara's situation isn't very good either. Kazuki pondered for a moment before speaking. In that battle, even the first Hokage was exhausted. Madara might have used his Izanagi to avoid the reality of death. But excessive chakra exertion is a huge burden on one's cells, and if not handled well, it can also lead to death. However, Mito shook her head slightly and said, under normal circumstances, that would be true, but that battle was not like that. Most of the chakra Madara used was the Nine-Tails's. The Nine-Tails' strength is inferior to Hashirama and Madara, and even its proud chakra reserves are no match for Hashirama. But it is not human after all. It doesn't need to extract chakra from its body like Hashirama, but can directly absorb natural energy and convert it into its own chakra. If you really consider it, the Nine-Tails' recovery speed is even better than Hashirama's. And most importantly, after that battle, a piece of flesh was missing from Hashirama's body. Looking at the wound, it seemed to have been bitten off by Madara. I'm afraid Madara's goal in that battle was to obtain Hashirama's cells. Hashirama might be the strongest ninja the Senju clan has ever had. If Madara wanted the power of the Senju clan, then Hashirama was clearly the best target. If nothing unexpected happened, Madara has most likely been working on awakening the Rinnegan all these years. It's just unknown if the difficulty of awakening the Rinnegan is great. I don't know that either, after all, I haven't awakened the Rinnegan. Kazuki spread his hands. But there's one guy who definitely knows. After all, that guy was also created by the Sage of Six Paths, and he's the Sage of Six Paths' favorite kid. Are you talking about the Nine-Tails? Mito suddenly realized, but her heart was still curious. Even if the Uchiha and Senju clan shared a common ancestor, what did that have to do with Kazuki? Could it be that Kazuki had a reversion to an ancestral form? Thinking of this possibility, Mito's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Mito had known before that Kazuki was no ordinary Uchiha. His physique was much better than that of the Uchiha before, and even compared to the Senju and the Uzumaki, his physique was far superior. And after learning Sage Mode, he seemed to have gotten a further opportunity. Could it be that learning Sage Mode helps the Uchiha so much? Did it help the Uchiha acquire a sage body? Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem impossible. Kazuki said meaningfully, yes, the nine-tailed beasts were all created by the Sage of Six Paths, and they witnessed the history of the ninja world firsthand. What they know is clearly much more than what we do, they just won't tell us. Mito nodded slightly, then gestured to Kazuki with her eyes, and then both of their consciousnesses entered the Nine-Tails' ceiling space. The Nine-Tails, originally bound tightly by Mito, became enraged once again upon seeing Mito. It had been sealed by Mito for so many years, but every time it saw Mito, its old and new grudges couldn't help but surge into its heart. It was all because of that damned old woman, Mito. But upon seeing Kazuki, the Nine-Tails' eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief. Before, the Nine-Tails had only thought Kazuki was Indra's reincarnation, and it didn't believe it would be wrong. After all, it was very familiar with both Asura's and Indra's chakra. But what was going on with Kazuki now? He not only had Indra's chakra but also Asura's chakra. How long had it been since the Nine-Tails last met Kazuki? His Asura chakra had appeared so quickly. And someone who possessed both of these chakras could definitely not be an ordinary person. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths' reincarnation? Thinking of this possibility, the Nine-Tails instantly became excited. It must be the Sage of Six Paths' reincarnation, or the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths' chakra. After all, both Indra and Asura were actually inheritors of a portion of the Sage of Six Paths' power, and their chakra were very similar. If it was merely a chakra reincarnation, there would be some differences from their actual selves. It not feeling it before seemed not entirely incomprehensible. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths reincarnated into the Uchiha, and used the Sharingan more before. As time passed, the chakra began to transform his physique, and then slowly manifested the Sage of Six Paths' physique, which also seemed reasonable. In just a blink of an eye, the Nine-Tails understood the truth of all this. Then, its expression became complicated. Regardless, there was a high possibility of Kazuki being the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths' chakra. However, chakra reincarnation made the Nine-Tails feel more affinity, but it wouldn't make it directly bow down. Just like how the Nine-Tails had a good relationship with Asura back then and later helped many Asura reincarnations, but when it encountered Hashirama, wasn't it still soundly beaten? It wouldn't blame Asura for being heartless. In fact, at the end of the day, they were merely chakra reincarnations and had no memories of their past lives. And Kazuki, on the other hand, made the Nine-Tails feel even closer. It hadn't expected that even the Sage of Six Paths' chakra would reincarnate. Could it be that something it didn't know about had happened? Nine-Tails, I want to ask you some things about the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Mito said. Then, she noticed the Nine-Tails was still in a daze, seemingly pondering something, so she continued to ask, are the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan descended from the Sage of Six Paths' two sons? Nine-Tails glanced at Mito, then at Kazuki, and then snorted softly, why are you asking these things? These are matters from 1,000 years ago. Just consider it giving face to the Sage of Six Paths Chapter 121, Madara has the Rinnegan. Madara obtained Hashirama's flesh and blood back then, and we suspect he used it for something, very likely to awaken the Rinnegan. Mito looked intently at the Nine-Tails. As expected, upon hearing Mito's words, the Nine-Tails bristled. What? Madara obtained Hashirama's flesh and blood? How could he obtain Hashirama's flesh and blood? Are you mistaken? With Hashirama's recovery ability, even if he lost a piece of flesh and blood, it would heal quickly, right? How do you know? No one understood the situation of Hashirama and Madara better than the Nine Tails. One was the reincarnation of Asura Chakra, the other the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. If Madara truly gained Hashirama's power, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thought of Madara possibly awakening the Rinnegan sent shivers down the Nine Tails' spine. That was the Rinnegan, and the one who might have awakened it was his most hated Madara. At this moment, it began to suspect that an ambitious fellow like Madara, after awakening the Rinnegan, would summon the Ghetto statue, then capture tailed beasts, and revive the Ten Tails. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths' chakra also sensed this, which is why he reincarnated. At this moment, the Nine Tails perceived the truth of everything. And the more it found the truth, the more horrified it felt. If that was truly the case, wouldn't it be in danger? Inside Mito's body, it could still live, but if it were absorbed by the Ten Tails, then it would truly be finished. The flesh and blood should have been bitten off by Madara in the later stage of the battle. At that time, Hashirama was already overexerting his chakra, and his self-recovery ability was insufficient, unable to recover quickly. Minor injuries were not worth Hashirama expending power to recover. Mito asked with complex thoughts, Nine Tails, I believe you are as wary of Madara as I am. I want to know if Madara has the possibility of awakening the Rinnegan. The Nine-Tailed gave Mito a deep look, then turned its gaze to Kazuki and said, the Uchiha and Senju are indeed descendants of Indra and Asura. Indra was the Sage of Six Paths' eldest son, inheriting the Sage of Six Paths' sage eye, while Asura, as the second son, inherited the Sage of Six Paths' sage body. Madara is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, and Hashirama is the reincarnation of Asura Chakra. When the two chakras merge, it is very possible to awaken the Rinnegan. He was also the most likely person to awaken the Rinnegan before. Now the Nine Tails had to admit that Mito was very likely protecting him. Given the current situation, it somewhat wanted Kazuki to become its Jinchuriki. If Kazuki could advance further and become its Jinchuriki, even if Madara awakened the Rinnegan in the future, they would still be confident of defeating Madara. The thought of fighting alongside the Sage of Six Paths Chakra reincarnation filled the Nine Tails with excitement. Indra Chakra reincarnation, Asura Chakra reincarnation. Mito felt as if she had uncovered some incredible secret. She remembered Hashirama once saying that Madara was like his own brother, so what the Nine Tails said was most likely true. In other words, Hashirama and Madara were indeed brothers to some extent. During the Sengoku era, various clans fought each other, and it turned out that for over 1,000 years, it was actually just the family affairs of the Sage of Six Paths descendants. Even the tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths. And these powerful individuals could actually reincarnate, but it wasn't the person themselves reincarnating, but their chakra. Mito then looked at Kazuki. What about Kazuki? A faint guess formed in her mind. If Madara truly obtained Hashirama's flesh and blood, through certain means, he can theoretically awaken the Rinnegan. At that time, his strength will surpass Hashirama at his peak. The Nine Tails snorted. It was annoyed with Mito and Hashirama, but even more annoyed with Madara. Is that so? Mito's gaze deepened. The more she thought about it, the more pressure she felt. Fortunately, Madara was already old, otherwise, their side might have no chance of winning. Kazuki's talent was great, but he needed time to grow. It would be even better if Madara could be dragged to his death. It seems that the reason Madara has been inactive all these years is probably because he was awakening the Rinnegan. We might encounter a more troublesome Madara in the future. Kazuki paused, then continued, the reason for the Uzumaki clan's rapid demise has not yet been found. If it was Madara, achieving that would not be difficult. My father was most likely killed by Madara as well. His Mangekyo Sharingan also fell into Madara's hands. But Madara doesn't need the Mangekyo Sharingan at all, it's useless to him. Could it be that his eyes were damaged because he used his Izanagi before? Mito questioned. She also believed that the events in Uzumaki were inseparable from Madara. They were very likely aimed at her, intending to lure her out, and Kagami might have been a stepping stone. But the Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have no use for Madara, right? Perhaps to absorb ocular power, or perhaps to prevent me from obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, I wasn't worthy of Madara's attention before. The greatest possibility, of course, is as a spare eye. Kazuki looked at the Nine Tails and said, Nine Tails, I think you should understand the power of the Rinnegan, right? This matter is also related to you, and I don't think you want to continue being controlled by Madara, do you? The Nine Tails was silenced by Kazuki's words. That damned Madara was indeed the Nine Tails' most feared existence currently. That was the Rinnegan, it could truly threaten it. If it wasn't careful, it would truly die. The Nine Tails fell into deep thought. It really didn't know much about the Rinnegan. Soon, it seemed to think of something and offered its guess, I know. Madara most likely wants to revive himself. The Rinnegan has the ability to bring the dead back to life. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 122 would release training notes. Does the Rinnegan have the ability to revive people? Can others withstand the Rinnegan? Mito was shocked by Kurama's words. The Rinnegan could revive people, which was beyond her expectation. If Hashirama could be revived. However, Mito quickly dismissed this idea. Even with the Rinnegan, reviving someone would likely not be an easy task, and might even require some sacrifice. Madara is no longer young. If he truly awakened the Rinnegan and then found a way for others to revive him, could he return to his peak state? I don't know about that. It should be even harder for ordinary people to accept than the Sharingan, right? However, a sage body should theoretically be able to withstand it. Kurama replied with some uncertainty. I generally understand what the truth is. Mito said after closing her eyes and remaining silent for a long time. A sage body definitely refers to Hashirama's physique. Ordinary members of the Senju clan and Uzumaki clan certainly can't reach that level, but if it's about enduring the Sharingan, the Uzumaki and Senju can still bear it. Tobirama had considered it back then. However, considering that it was the eyes of the evil Uchiha clan, Tobirama ultimately chose to give up. Among the few people who understood the Sharingan best, Tobirama could definitely be ranked highly. He understood the Sharingan better than most Uchiha. It is now difficult to find children with excellent bloodlines within the Senju clan, but the Uzumaki clan is different. Perhaps the Uzumaki clan was annihilated because of this. Madara might already be cultivating a pawn who can revive him in the future. Kazuki thoughtfully looked at Mito. Having an elder is like having a treasure. Mito was not like the future Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, who liked to flaunt their age and rely only on their seniority. Even when Naruto was Hokage in the future, Koharu and Hamura would still wander in front of Naruto. But Mito was different. She didn't meddle in affairs. At most, she would try to understand some things. Without major issues, she wouldn't leave her small courtyard. And when it came to helping the village cultivate excellent juniors, when the village was in danger, she would step up. Now, through some information from Kazuki and Kurama, Mito seemed to have discovered many things. Some things were inconvenient for Kazuki to say directly, but Mito was different. As for his current situation, there seemed to be no other reason besides atavism. He could not obtain Hashirama's cells. Mito thought of those white figures from before. Those were probably tools arranged by Madara to monitor Konoha and even the ninja world, or even products of Hashirama's cells that Madara had nurtured. Kazuki wondered what Mito would do next, and if she would tell Hiruzen and the others about these matters. To be honest, in Kazuki's opinion, even if Hiruzen knew about Madara, it would be useless. After all, with Hiruzen's strength, he really couldn't affect Madara. If Hiruzen knew that Madara was still alive, he would become paranoid and might even have different ideas about the Uchiha clan. At that time, Kazuki's situation would become awkward, and he was needed to fight against Madara. Presumably, with Mito's political wisdom, she might not tell Hiruzen and the others. As for the specifics, he couldn't be sure either. He could only take one step at a time. He had grown to this point, and he was strong enough to contend against the entire Konoha alone, and no longer needed to be too considerate of others. The main reason was that Mito was genuinely very kind to him. Mito pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and said to Kurama, "Ninetales, thank you for telling me this information. Please be a bit more obedient from now on. You should understand Madara's terror." Kurama hadn't expected Mito to speak to him in such a kind tone. When had this old woman, Mito, ever been so kind to him? Mito usually said, "We must get along well," and then bound him with chakra chains, and then constantly extracted his chakra. If he didn't cooperate, she would even whip him. It seemed that Madara had put a lot of pressure on Mito, and she wanted to get along well with him now. However, thinking that the person in question was Madara, Kurama didn't say much more, and even deliberately reined in its chakra, not actively causing trouble for Mito. It also didn't want to continue being controlled by Madara. Most importantly, it was also afraid of the Ten Tails. Mito gave Kazuki a look, then disappeared from the mental space. Then, until next time, Nine Tails. Kazuki nodded slightly to Kurama, and then also disappeared with Mito. Looking at the spot where Kazuki had been, Kurama felt a surge of melancholy. Kazuki called him Ninetales, not Kurama. It seemed that Kazuki was truly just a chakra reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and not the Sage of Six Paths himself. Kurama didn't know how to face Kazuki for a while. At least, Kazuki maintained goodwill when facing him, which was a good start. When Kazuki and Mito's consciousness returned to the outside, Mito asked Kazuki to wait for a while. She then got up and went back into the house. After a long time, she came out of the house with a box and handed it to Kazuki. "Grandma Mito, what is this?" Kazuki looked at Mito with slight suspicion. "This is Hashirama's would release training notes. According to the information Ninetales provided, your body is very likely experiencing an atavistic phenomenon. If you can learn would release, you will have greater confidence when fighting against Madara in the future. It's hard to imagine what level would release combined with the Sharingan would reach. Mito thought of the final battle between Hashirama and Madara. The two seemed to have fought since childhood but had never cooperated. After all, with the strength of Hashirama and Madara at that time, either one of them was enough to suppress other countries. There was no need for them to join forces. To be honest, Mito was somewhat looking forward to seeing what level Susanoo combined with what Golem could reach. Of course, Mito not wanting Kazuki to continue developing the Sharingan was also one of the reasons. Chapter 123, Mito's Investment. The Rinnegan must be incredibly powerful. Although Mito had never seen the Rinnegan, it seemed the Sharingan was merely a degraded product of the Rinnegan. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan was already powerful enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight Hashirama to a standstill. However, the Rinnegan seemed to be an evolved form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it provided a qualitative leap similar to the evolution from a normal 3-tomo Sharingan to a Mangekyo Sharingan, then confronting Madara would be extraordinarily difficult. Thinking that Madara could recover to his peak state at any moment, or even return with strength surpassing his peak, Mito's heart wavered. She wanted to find Madara quickly and disrupt his plans, but she also worried that her actions might pressure Madara to accelerate his death and subsequent revival process. Despite having a general idea of Madara's plan, she was unsure what to do for a while. And based on her own conjecture, Kazuki was very likely the chakra reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. If Kazuki continued his bloodline regression, it might not be impossible for him to awaken the Rinnegan. If Kazuki fully matured, he probably wouldn't be inferior to Madara in the future. Should she trust the younger generation and buy Kazuki time to grow, or should she try to cause trouble for Madara as much as possible? No matter what she did, it was difficult for Mito. She could only do her best to help Kazuki, as this was a path that couldn't possibly be wrong. You're giving me the would release training notes. Kazuki looked at Mito with surprise. The Senju clan didn't actually leave behind many things. Many good items were given to the village. Of course, most of the valuable inheritances were preserved by Mito, Tsunade, and Nawaki. However, ultimately, the Senju clan was nominally disbanded. For example, the Senju clan didn't preserve the Flying Thunder God technique. It wasn't that Tobirama didn't want to leave it for them, but rather that Tsunade had no talent for it. After disbanding the Senju clan, Tobirama later lived in the Hokage office, so it was reasonable for all the training materials to be left there. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if Tsunade were to ask the Hokage for the training secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique, would Hiruzen really refuse? There's a good chance you can learn it, so you can definitely try it. Mito looked at Kazuki with anticipation and said, your eyes have strong ocular power and combined with your genjutsu talent, when a normal ninja encounters you and sees your eyes, they will probably be instantly hypnotized. In this regard, you are very similar to Madara, but you don't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you can't use the special techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor can you use Susanoo. Kazuki said, cough, cough. Actually, Susanoo isn't something that can only be used after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. I could already use Susanoo after learning Sage Mode. Moreover, even without these eyes, one can still use Susanoo. The Sharingan might be a key to using Susanoo, but once the use of Susanoo is mastered, it's not absolutely necessary to have the eyes help to use it. Kazuki thought of the future Obito and Madara. Although Obito awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he only had one Mangekyo Sharingan and couldn't use Susanoo. But Madara, right after his true resurrection, didn't even have one eye, yet he still used Susanoo. And think about the future Kakashi. Even without his Sharingan, he was still able to use a perfect Susanoo with Obito's help. Kazuki was confident that even without his eyes, he could still use Susanoo, though such a Susanoo wouldn't last long. Of course, if someone else obtained his Sharingan, they wouldn't be able to use Susanoo. This was Kazuki's confidence. What? Susanoo doesn't require the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mito was utterly bewildered. They had conducted very thorough research on the Mangekyo Sharingan, especially Tobirama, who had studied the Mangekyo Sharingan for decades. After Madara and Izuna awakened those eyes, Tobirama researched the Mangekyo Sharingan whenever he had time. He researched the principles of Mangekyo Sharingan's birth, the various bizarre ocular techniques, Susanoo, and methods to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now Kazuki said that Susanoo didn't require the Mangekyo Sharingan, which Mito had never anticipated. Is this possible? Kazuki only has a 3-tomo Sharingan right now. But considering that Kazuki's ocular power is already comparable to Madara's during the Sengoku era, being able to use Susanoo doesn't seem entirely incomprehensible. But why hasn't Kazuki awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan when his ocular power has reached this level? Could it be that Kazuki's mental state is too stable? If his 3-tomo Sharingan is already like this, if something were to happen to Kazuki's mental state, and he were to suddenly awaken the Rinnegan, wouldn't that be a bit too exaggerated? A flicker of ocular power passed through Kazuki's eyes, and Susanoo vaguely appeared. Only then did Mito confirm that Kazuki already possessed Susanoo. Good heavens, so Kazuki had been hiding so much. Of course, Mito wouldn't be displeased with Kazuki because of this. After all, it's an instinct for a ninja to keep their information private. Besides, how long had Kazuki been learning Sage Mode? The fact that Kazuki was telling her this now, didn't it show his trust in her? To what extent can you activate it? Mito asked with a hint of anticipation. I should be able to activate the perfect Susanoo, yes, the true Susanoo kind. However, based on my understanding of Madara's information, my Susanoo's height still can't compare to his. Kazuki remarked with a slight regret. This is also based on me entering Sage Mode. That's already very impressive. You are still young, after all. A 10-year-old Hashirama and Madara couldn't compare to you, and even at 20, they couldn't compare to you. Mito quickly comforted him. Would release, if possible, you should focus on it, as I don't know if using Susanoo has any side effects on you. I understand. I also know the power of would release. Kazuki quickly said. Chapter 124, Fighting Clan. I am very pleased that you can use Susanoo while in the 3-Tomo Sharingan state. This greatly enhances your combat power. However, you must understand that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has many issues, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. With its awakening, the Uchiha's emotions become unstable, and their actions can even become extreme. Mito cautioned Kazuki, would release complements the sage body well. Of course, you also need to avoid some troubles. Don't drain your chakra like Hashirama. You are still young, and your talent surpasses both Hashirama and Madara. Even if you can't defeat them now, you will certainly surpass them in the future. I understand, Grandma Mito. Kazuki thought that would release and Sharingan might actually be inherited from the Ten Tails power, and even the Uzumaki clan's chains were inherited from the Ten Tails. If you really consider it, Hagoromo's power was mostly inherited from the Ten Tails, while Hamura's power was more like Kagaya's. This is also why the Nine Tails is restrained by the Uchiha, Senju, and even the Uzumaki clan's power. After all, those powers come from the Ten Tails, and the Ten Tails is the ultimate counter to these tailed beasts. Previously, even with Kazuki's exceptional talent, he had no confidence in developing would release, but now it's different. Now, he has the most authentic sage body and chakra of both water and earth attributes, which the previous Kazuki didn't use particularly well. But now, he has mastered them thanks to Asura's physique. Coupled with extreme yang release, would release is not a problem for him. If you really consider it, Kazuki now seems more like Hashirama. After all, his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu has not yet awakened. Of course, if you really consider it, he is still most like the Otsutsuki. Kazuki wondered if the Great Toad Sage would be startled if he saw the current him. Compared to Katsuyu, the Great Toad Sage clearly understands the Sage of Six Paths better. Given the aura on Kazuki now, it would be strange if the Great Toad Sage didn't become confused. Oh, right, are you willing to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? As if thinking of something, Mito asked Kazuki. Become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kazuki frowned. I have no ill will towards the Nine Tails. The Nine Tailed should more or less enhance my strength, but if the Nine Tails doesn't cooperate with me, it might become a burden. If the Nine Tails could cooperate with him, and he could then acquire the chakra of other tailed beasts, Kazuki was confident he could learn the so-called Six-Path Sage Mode. As for becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would not try it. Who knows if Kagaya left a hidden move there? Of course, he was more optimistic about the combat arena. If the combat arena could produce a Ten Tails that completely belonged to him, he wouldn't mind becoming the Ten Tails itself. You can go out now. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I need to think about how to deal with Madara. Mito pondered for a moment, then cautioned Kazuki again, also, for now, don't tell anyone else about Madara. Only you, I, and the Nine Tails need to know. Pausing, Mito continued to instruct Kazuki, oh, right, if you have time, you can go see Setsuna. Setsuna. Kazuki looked at Mito with a hint of surprise. Kazuki was not unfamiliar with Setsuna. Setsuna was quite dissatisfied with the second Hokage Tobarama's policy for governing the Uchiha clan, constantly desiring to reclaim sovereignty from the Senju clan. Later, his instigation of Uchiha clan members to rebel and cause trouble was discovered by Tobirama, and he was eventually arrested by the Umbu. That Umbu was actually Kagami. Given Tobirama's political acumen, if he was to arrest an Uchiha, he certainly couldn't let the Uchiha raise an issue. Therefore, Kagami was the best choice. Setsuna was arrested by his own Uchiha people, and it was voluntary, so he, the Hokage, cannot be said to be interfering in their family matters. Or are they Uchiha actually agreeing that Setsuna's words were inciting rebellion? Facing the assertive Tobirama, although the Uchiha harbored much dissatisfaction, they could not defeat Konoha. Before, they only fought the Senju clan. Now, they would have to fight all of Konoha. Where would they get the confidence? Konoha also had Mito. Within the Uchiha, there wasn't even one person who could contend with Tobirama. Of course, Kazuki actually harbored no strong ill will towards Setsuna. After all, from an outsider's perspective, Setsuna's viewpoint was correct. Tobirama's policies targeting the Uchiha were indeed disgusting. The so-called Konoha military police force domesticated the Uchiha clan. Of course, the current Konoha military police force holds considerable power. But are domesticated Uchiha still Uchiha? The Uchiha are a combat clan. Uchiha who don't go to the battlefield will see their combat power continuously decline. Of course, Kazuki would not stand up for Setsuna either, because ultimately, given his identity, criticizing Setsuna was a form of political correctness. In this day and age, there's no right or wrong. Taking the correct stance is what matters most. From Kazuki's current perspective, could he say that his father, Kagami, made a mistake? Was maintaining the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha a mistake? If Setsuna had truly started a rebellion, could the Uchiha clan still exist? If you want to rebel, you need to have enough strength, right? Tobirama, Mito, Hiruzen, how could the Uchiha fight these people? Setsuna might have had foresight in some aspects, but he lacked common sense. Did he think he was Madara? Mito said with a sigh, the Uchiha clan at that time was simply not capable of rebelling, yet Setsuna incited the hardliners to revolt. There must have been something fishy going on. Thinking back now, could it have been related to Madara? After all, Setsuna was considered a follower of Madara back then. I just don't know why, when Madara left Konoha, no one followed him. Chapter 125, Why was Madara alone? Was there really no one from the Uchiha clan willing to leave with Madara back then? Kazuki was curious about some past events. After he became sensible, Kagami was already gone, and Tatsuya usually wouldn't proactively bring up these matters with him. After all, Madara's affairs were not only a taboo for Konoha but also for the Uchiha clan. Even now, the Uchiha clan head is the most active in slandering Madara to legitimize his position. And with Mito, Kazuki, and the others rarely talked about internal Uchiha issues. Even Madara's matters, Mito rarely discussed them. After all, it was because of those events that the Uchiha clan and Konoha seemed somewhat out of sync. Speaking of which, if Hashirama and Tobirama hadn't successively become Hokage, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have turned out this way, would it? The best scenario should have been first Hokage Hashirama, and second Hokage Madara. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Tobirama. Indeed, Tobirama is the root of all evil. Many hidden dangers left in Konoha originated from Tobirama. Of course, if Tobirama hadn't integrated Konoha after Hashirama, transforming Konoha from its initial collection of clans into a village, then during the First Great Ninja War, Konoha probably wouldn't have been able to fight other villages with shared hatred, and might have fallen apart. Mito gently explained to Kazuki, this. Madara left directly through the main gate back then. Perhaps there were some rumors within the Uchiha clan, but both Hashirama and I thought that Madara and Hashirama had merely had an argument. Madara was just going out to clear his head. After all, who would defect by leaving through the main gate? Moreover, although Madara wasn't the Hokage, he was a founding elder of Konoha, the number 2 figure. Who would have thought that he would choose to betray Konoha? Madara was gone for several years. In the first few months, Hashirama and the Uchiha clan felt nothing, only thinking he was clearing his head and would return soon. But as 1 or 2 years passed, the situation changed. The Uchiha clan at that time was clearly at a loss. Later, Madara returned to Konoha with the 9 tails, which was completely unexpected by everyone. Neither Hashirama nor Tobirama expected it. When Hashirama and Madara began fighting, Tobirama kept a close eye on the Uchiha clan. If they had made any moves at that time, then the Uchiha clan would probably be no more. Kazuki nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if anyone from the Uchiha clan had colluded with Madara at that time, the Uchiha clan would probably be extinct now. Don't think that the Uchiha clan is invincible. If they were truly invincible, given the Uchiha clan's personality, they would have already made their move. Although the Uchiha clan is strong, the gap compared to the entire Konoha is significant. It's true that they have a chance to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is closely related to the Uchiha clan's bloodline and personality. Most people, even with sufficient stimulation, cannot awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, during the Uchiha clan's extermination night, some people would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is also why the Mangekyo Sharingan holds a special significance in the hearts of the Uchiha clan. If the Mangekyo Sharingan were common, it wouldn't have such a high status. Perhaps someone wanted to leave with Madara back then, waiting for Madara at other passages, but they also didn't expect that Madara, in defecting from Konoha, would actually leave through the main gate. Kazuki joked to Mito. At this, Mito fell silent. It seemed it wasn't impossible. Mito recalled that during that period, the Uchiha clan seemed somewhat unusual, as if they were gathering at a certain passage. However, considering the Uchiha clan's special status, they didn't think much of it at the time. Before Madara's defection, the Uchiha clan was nominally the second most prominent clan, and even Tobirama couldn't easily do anything to them. Looking at it this way, someone really might have wanted to leave with Madara back then, but what Madara did was beyond everyone's expectations. This is very Madara-like. Mito didn't feel surprised at all. Seeing Mito's reaction, Kazuki let out a soft chuckle. It seemed quite interesting. It appeared Madara had misunderstood. Then Kazuki turned and left. Watching Kazuki's departing figure, Mito's gaze deepened. At this moment, she thought it would have been better if she had died with Hashirama back then, so she wouldn't have to worry about Madara's problem. However, being able to nurture the next generation for Konoha, Mito was content. It was also time for her to start paving the way for Kazuki to become the fourth Hokage. If it were before, Mito would have envisioned Kazuki becoming the fifth Hokage, but now, time waits for no one. If Kazuki doesn't become Hokage by around 30 years old, someone will force him to take the position, and by then, Kazuki himself will have his own thoughts. Even though Kazuki has a good temper, he also has his pride. The strong have privileges. When a person whose strength far surpasses others appears in the village, sometimes people have no choice. Just like the future Naruto, his strength was unmatched in the ninja world, and Sasuke, the only one who could fight him, followed his lead. On the surface, Naruto was a hero who saved the ninja world and brought about peace, but in reality, it was just because Naruto was the strongest in the ninja world. The main reason was that other villages feared Naruto, and because of him, they had to maintain good relations with Konoha. So everything became well-deserved. Just like now, if anyone wants to compete with Kazuki for the Hokage position, they must consider if they are qualified. There is no second Hashirama in Konoha now. Kazuki didn't know Mito's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't care too much. After all, besides him, no one else was qualified to be the fourth Hokage. After saving Orochimaru once before, Orochimaru had actually hinted that if he wanted to compete for the Hokage position, he would not contend with Kazuki. As for Minato, not to mention whether he will have the ability to fight him in the future, by the time he grows up, Kazuki will probably already be 6 paths level. Even if Hiruzen forcibly promoted Minato, it would depend on whether Minato was willing, and Kazuki's Sword of the Thunder God. Chapter 126, would release in hand. Kazuki came outside. At this moment, Mikoto, Kushina, Minato, Nawaki, and Rinka were either training or sparring with each other. Seeing this, Kazuki nodded in satisfaction. These were his direct comrades in the future. He naturally hoped that the stronger these 5 people were, the better. Kazuki sat aside, opened the box, took out the wood release scroll, and carefully read it. Based on the water and earth chakra proportions for wood release on the scroll, a branch with 2 leaves appeared in Kazuki's palm in just a moment. In that instant, Kazuki knew that he could use wood release. Next, he would study these ninjutsu. Wood release, deep forest emergence, deep forest bloom, wood clone, advent of a world of flowering trees, wood dragon jutsu, wood golem jutsu, sage art, wood release, true several thousand hands. All these advanced wood release techniques were available here. This saved Kazuki a lot of effort, as he didn't need to develop these ninjutsu himself. Kazuki was actually quite fortunate. The Chidori series and the Reiznan series were waiting for him to develop, and now there was also the wood release series for him to learn. This was a happy problem. Anyone who could learn these things would become a strong person. Kazuki, what are you looking at? Kazuki's actions quickly attracted the attention of Nawaki and the others, who all looked over. Hee, it's a training scroll Grandma Mito gave me, just studying it. Kazuki decisively hid the branch. He didn't want to expose the wood release matter yet. An Uchiha being able to use wood release. The Senju clan might tacitly approve Kazuki's use of wood release due to Mito, since the scrolls were given by Mito, what could they say? But the Uchiha clan would definitely riot. An Uchiha using wood release would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. This would not only fail to make the Uchiha happy but would make them feel humiliated. Admittedly, Madara couldn't defeat Hashirama back then, but was the Sharingan really that inferior? The Uchiha's top genius using wood release instead of the Sharingan was absolutely intolerable to the arrogant Uchiha. They could accept not being able to defeat Hashirama, but they couldn't tolerate an Uchiha giving up on the Sharingan themselves. Training scroll. I wonder whose it is. Seriously, even when I want these things, Grandma usually won't let me see them. Nawaki muttered at the sight. Sometimes, Nawaki strongly suspected whether he or Kazuki was Mito's grandson. The difference in treatment was simply too great. Oh, right, even his sister didn't receive the same treatment as Kazuki. No matter how he looked at it, Kazuki's treatment seemed to be the best. Your grandfather's, it's mainly so I can continue to perfect sage mode with this. Kazuki put away the wood release scroll. In reality, his sage mode was already more complete than Hashirama's. However, he hadn't integrated Sage Art into his combat system yet. Sage Mode. Nawaki frowned. He had thought about learning Sage Mode before, but Mito had refused him. In Mito's words, your sister hasn't even learned Sage Mode yet. When you reach your sister's strength, then go study Sage Mode. In reality, this was cutting off Nawaki's path to learning Sage Mode. Although Nawaki's talent was good, he still couldn't compare to Tsunade. There was too big a age gap between them. It would take Nawaki a long time to catch up to Tsunade. Even if Tsunade stopped making any progress now, it would be difficult for Nawaki to catch up to Tsunade without 7 or 8 years. But would Tsunade really stop progressing? Impossible. You don't need to learn Sage Mode. The Raisnon can serve you for a long time. Kazuki gave Nawaki an annoyed glance, then a Raisnon appeared in his hand, followed by a big ball Raisnon. Then, to show off, Kazuki even brought out the ultra big ball Raisnon. This scene stunned everyone, including Kushina and Minato. As for Mikoto, she hadn't studied the Raisnon. She usually trained in Chidori, which was clearly more suitable for her than the Raisnon. And for Rinka, Gentle Fist was enough for her to learn. Neither Chidori nor Raisnon suited her. Raisnon, Big Ball Raisnon, Ultra Big Ball Raisnon. Nawaki and Kushina, you both have a lot of chakra, so you can develop the Raisnon based on that. As for Minato, the regular Raisnon is enough for you to use. Kazuki put away the Ultra Big Ball Raisnon and instructed them, once you've learned it, consider how to integrate the Raisnon into your combat system in your battles, how to form the Raisnon faster, and how to increase its destructive power. In reality, the same ninjutsu used by different people would have different power. Just like the Raisnon, when used by early Naruto, it was on a different level compared to when used by Jiraiya and Minato. Ultimately, early Naruto used the Raisnon by taking shortcuts. His chakra control was still a bit too poor, and the Rasengan's power was a bit lacking. Kazuki deeply understood this point. And for a ninja like Minato, who had a decent amount of chakra but not an excessive amount, they usually needed to fight carefully, and it was worth striving to increase the destructive power per unit of chakra. Yes, I will work hard. Minato nodded repeatedly. The Rasengan was the most difficult and most powerful ninjutsu he had learned so far. This was a ninjutsu developed by Kazuki himself, yet Kazuki directly taught it to him. It was impossible for Minato not to be grateful. When he asked Kazuki for ninjutsu instruction, Kazuki was generous with his teachings, holding nothing back. Coupled with the good relationship they maintained during their school days, this made Minato increasingly acknowledge Kazuki, even feeling an impulse to follow him. There was nothing he could do. Minato did want to become Hokage, but reality didn't allow it. Kazuki could defeat Hanzo one-on-one, and Hanzo was a Kage-level powerhouse, while Kazuki was only 10 years old. Minato felt that he might never be able to catch up to Kazuki. Living under Kazuki's halo, it was difficult for Minato to even feel a desire to compete. At most, he could compete for the Hokage position after Kazuki. Chapter 127, Kirigakuru's Initiative. Unbeknownst to Kazuki, he had already begun to win over those around him with his strength. He had a say in the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the now disbanded Senju clan. Minato was also a representative of the civilian ninjas. Given Kazuki's current assistance to Minato, if Minato were to compete with Kazuki for Hokage in the future, it would be ethically unacceptable. Although Kazuki and Minato were not in a master-disciple relationship, Kazuki usually taught Minato many things. It could be said that from the moment Minato began to be taught by Kazuki, he had already lost the qualification to compete with Kazuki for Hokage. Of course, unless Kazuki encountered some trouble that made him unsuitable to become Hokage at that time. From Konoha's or rather Hiruzen's perspective, it was most important for Orochimaru and Minato to become Hokage. Konoha had always been trying to defamiliarize itself. Even Hiruzen, who secretly supported the clans, was actually nurturing civilian ninjas. You could say he was bad, that he cared about power, but he truly invested resources in cultivating talented civilian ninjas who could be won over. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and now Minato, these were all cultivated by Hiruzen. At the same time, those without power or influence could only rely on the Hokage faction. It would be more natural to use people belonging to Hiruzen, and later, people from the Sarutobi clan. Just as Kazuki was about to continue guiding a few people in their training, an Umbu who had been stationed outside the Senju clan's territory burst in and made a gesture to Kazuki. Kazuki nodded slightly, then said to the others, "I'm going to the Hokage office. You all wait here." After speaking, his figure disappeared from the scene, appearing directly outside the Hokage building, and then walked straight towards the Hokage office. Since he was already an Umbu, the Umbu guarding near the Hokage office did not stop him. After confirming his identity, they let him in. After gently knocking on the door, Kazuki pushed it open and entered. At this moment, the office was already filled with smoke, and Hiruzen was holding his dry pipe, constantly puffing on it. Seeing Kazuki arrive, the frowning Hiruzen relaxed slightly and said, "Kazuki, you're here. Just now, the reason I called you here is that Kirigakure has declared war on Konoha." Kirigakure. Kazuki didn't find this strange. After all, Kirigakure was most likely in Madara's hands, and he couldn't just watch Konoha live a good life. Kazuki strongly suspected that Madara had his eyes on him. Now that Kirigakure had finally started a war with Konoha, in Kazuki's opinion, it was actually quite late. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Kazuki quickly adjusted his mood. If it had been a few months ago, he wouldn't have wanted to easily go to Kirigakure to cause trouble. After all, he was still too weak to be a match for the current Madara. That was the man who had almost overwhelmingly defeated the 5 Kage. Even if the current Madara wasn't at his peak and didn't have the Rinnegan, he was still Madara. But now he had leveled up again, and he was confident in facing the elderly Madara. Tsunade and Orochimaru are currently fighting Sunagakure on the front lines. Tsukumo and his team have also been dispatched by me, and Danzo has already gone to the border of the Land of Earth. Currently, you are the most suitable person in the village to go to Kirigakure for investigation. Hiruzen looked intently at Kazuki and said, "Before, I didn't want you to go to the battlefield because I didn't want you children to go to the battlefield, but now Kirigakure has also declared war on the village, and even Iwadakure could declare war on Konoha at any time. Now is the time the village needs you." "I can do it." Kazuki nodded slightly. "To what extent do you need me to go?" "To cause destruction behind Kirigakure." "That's not necessary. I hope you can go to the Land of Water for investigation." Hiruzen paused and continued, "At the same time, take Nawaki, Mikoto, Rinka, and Minato to the battlefield to adapt to war. The future is yours." Kazuki fell silent. Good heavens, taking these people to the battlefield. If he wasn't confident in his strength, he would suspect that Hiruzen was trying to trick him. If any one of Nawaki, Mikoto, or Rinka were to die, he would probably have a huge headache. Everyone else was fine, but Nawaki's personality was the most dangerous. Mikoto and Rinka were very cautious and wouldn't step on an exploding tag and die. If Nawaki accidentally died, he would be too ashamed to face Tsunade and Mito. "You don't need to have such a big burden. Your strength already surpasses mine, and you have the Flying Thunder God technique. Even in front of the Mizukage, you can protect their lives. If it weren't for you, I would never feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield." Hiruzen looked at Kazuki with a serious expression. Kazuki looked deeply at Hiruzen. He knew that regarding this, Hiruzen also had a lot of pressure. If an accident occurred, both Kazuki and Hiruzen would take the blame. "May I ask why you want them to go to the battlefield? After all, Nawaki and the others are only 12 or 13 years old." Kazuki thought for a moment and asked. "I have a premonition that this war may last a long time, perhaps 4 or 5 years, and it won't end." Hiruzen continued to add, "I mean it will continue for another 4 or 5 years. By that time, Nawaki will be 16 or 17 years old. If everyone else goes to the battlefield and he doesn't, it will have a bad impact. Similarly, you will all go to the battlefield sooner or later. Otherwise, even if you don't compete for Hokage, becoming a high-ranking official in the village will become a criticism. This is a good opportunity for you to build your qualifications. War is dangerous, but it is also a good place for you to establish your achievements." Hiruzen could no longer suppress Kazuki. For Konoha to simultaneously confront Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and the future Iwadakure, Hiruzen didn't have the confidence, nor could he ask Mito to fight to the death, so he had to release Kazuki. To what extent Kazuki could take advantage of this opportunity depended on Kazuki himself. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 128, Going to the Land of Water. "If necessary, I can go to the Land of Water and wreak havoc there." Kazuki pondered for a moment, then said to Hiruzen, "Kirigakure has many powerful individuals. I've heard they have the 7 ninja swordsmen, and each of them possesses the strength of an elite jonin. If they truly go to war with Konoha, they will likely come to the Land of Fire to cause destruction. Instead of waiting for them to cause destruction, I might as well go and cause it myself." Hiruzen's heart was stirred by Kazuki's words. He had great trust in Kazuki's combat prowess. After all, not only did he possess Sage Mode, but he also knew the Flying Thunder God technique. No one understood better than Hiruzen the destruction Kazuki could wreak on the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, no one in Kirigakure, not even the Mizukage, could defeat Kazuki. If a large number of powerful individuals were dispatched to gang up on Kazuki, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Frankly, it would probably be Nawaki and the others who would hold Kazuki back. Kazuki was best suited for solo combat. If he were to go berserk, Kirigakure might not be able to face his rampage alone. It was precisely because he was confident in Kazuki's strength that Hiruzen dared to let him lead the team, consisting of Nawaki, Rinka, Mikoto, and Minato. He would feel distressed if even one of them was lost. These individuals were the backbone of the Hokage faction in the future, and it was not impossible for them to become core members. They were also a bridge for communication between the village and the great clans, and absolutely nothing could happen to them. Especially Rinka, her status among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan was second only to Hayashi, the young clan head. As long as she remained close to Konoha, the Hyuga clan would not cause any trouble in the future. This time, he intended for Kazuki to gather intelligence and, incidentally, to take the younger ones to experience the battlefield. No, that won't do. It's impossible to expect you to subdue Kirigakure all by yourself. Hiruzen shook his head slightly after much consideration. Also, remember, although you have the Flying Thunder God technique, and may even be more proficient than Tobirama in its control, the Flying Thunder God technique has its limitations. I believe you understand this better than I do. You must handle everything with caution. Yes, I understand. Kazuki nodded slightly upon hearing this. The greater the distance, the greater the chakra consumption. Of course, Kazuki wasn't worried about chakra consumption, and his current sensory ability surpassed most people in the ninja world. If it were just himself, he could even go directly from the land of fire to the land of water, but if he had to bring many people, even he would feel a headache. Alright, this is your mission scroll. Leave the village directly through the Umbu passage. Hiruzen handed a scroll to Kazuki. Also, inform Mito-sama about this. I need to convene a meeting. Kazuki naturally understood what Hiruzen meant by the meeting. Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha was unexpected for Hiruzen. He needed the various great clans of Konoha to send some people. Konoha was in a critical moment. If you continue to hold back, don't blame me, Hiruzen, for being impolite. Some disobedient clans, be careful not to be thrown onto the Kirigakure battlefield by me. Kazuki went to Mito's house and explained the situation with Kirigakure to her. Coincidentally, Hiruzen had the same idea. Even if he didn't say anything, Mito would know sooner or later. In reality, despite the old woman not leaving her house, she would know about any major events happening in the village immediately. Kirigakure has started a war. Mito's gaze deepened, and then she said earnestly to Kazuki, be careful, the land of water is not peaceful. Since Mito knew that Madara was still alive, she naturally understood the purpose of Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha. It was probably aimed at her and at weakening Konoha. Of course, Kazuki was also very likely to have been targeted by Madara. If it were just Kazuki alone, she would not be worried. Kazuki's current strength was probably already greater than her own, and not inferior to Madara during the Valley of the End period. But this time, Kazuki was taking Nawaki and the others to the land of water, which made her worried. To be honest, putting aside the unstable factor of Madara, Mito was quite in favor of Kazuki taking the younger ones to the land of water battlefield. They would have to go to the battlefield sooner or later. Gaining experience on the battlefield was very suitable for their growth. Nawaki and the others needed to accumulate a lot of combat experience now, and Mito also highly acknowledged Kazuki's strength. But the key was still Madara. The destruction of Uchiha back then was inseparable from Madara, but on the surface, the main forces seemed to be Kirigakure and Kimogakure, with Kirigakure seemingly being the instigator. It was likely that Kirigakure had already fallen under Madara's control. Yes, I know. I will bring them back. Kazuki said confidently. In the current ninja world, well, if you counted some old foxes, he might not even make it into the top 5, but he was not weak. Those guys probably wouldn't rashly make a move on him. Wait, why can Nawaki and Mikoto go? Even the little blondie can go, but I can't. Kushina was dumbfounded when she learned that Kazuki was taking others to the land of water. At this moment, it was awkward for whoever was left out. Everyone else, including Minato, looked embarrassed. This time, Kushina was probably going to make a fuss for a long time. Kushina, you haven't graduated yet. I'll take you on a mission next time. Hokage-sama has already said that after you graduate, he will arrange for you to work in the barrier squad. Kazuki looked at Kushina with a serious expression. Actually, he was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Kushina was still a hot commodity at the moment, and it was best not to leave Konoha until she could protect herself. Of course, he could also protect Kushina, but he still hoped that Kushina could stay in Konoha. Her path was different from others. She would work in the barrier squad during the day to gain experience, and return home in the evening to receive instruction from Mito. Even now, Kushina had only learned the basics. She still had many things to learn. Chapter 129, Kushina is left out. Humph. Kushina glared at Kazuki in dissatisfaction. He wouldn't even speak up for her. Were they still her best friends? However, seeing that Mito also wouldn't allow her to refuse, she didn't say much, only cautioning Kazuki, Kazuki, when you go to the land of water, you must teach those Kirigakure ninjas a good lesson. Those guys are detestable. Kushina still held a grudge against Kirigakure. If she could, she wanted to personally seek revenge in Kirigakure, but she probably wouldn't be able to leave Konoha. I'll do my best. Don't worry, Kushina. As if remembering something, Kazuki said to Kushina, "Oh, right, when I go there, I'll see if anyone took the Uzumaki clan. If possible, I'll break into Kirigakure and rescue them for you." "Ah. You're going to break into Kirigakure?" Kushina immediately became anxious. "Kazuki, don't take risks. If something happened to them, it happened. If you can rescue them, then do so, but if you can't, then just let it be." Kushina did have feelings for the Uzumaki clan, but that was only a bloodline connection. Her direct relatives had all died in front of her during that war. If it came down to it, Mito, Tsunade, and Iwaki were her closest blood relatives at the moment. This point was actually somewhat similar to Kazuki. Kazuki didn't have much emotion for the Uchiha clan. Of course, if he could save the Uchiha clan, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Only when he became the Uchiha clan head would this force be considered his own. He needed a Uchiha who would work for him, not a Uchiha who would constantly drag him down from behind. In Kazuki's current situation, it wasn't about him being proud of Uchiha, but about making Uchiha proud of him. He was working hard in the front, but those guys did nothing and just wanted to reap the benefits. How could it be that easy? However, Kushina's words left Mito speechless. Some things, even if you know them, shouldn't be said aloud. Of course, Mito wouldn't be dissatisfied because of it. In her opinion, it was the best news that Kushina could move on. "By the way, Rinka, can you leave Konoha?" Kazuki then asked Rinka. "I can. They can't control me." Rinka naturally understood what Kazuki meant. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Rinka couldn't just leave Konoha whenever she wanted. The Hyuga clan valued the Byakugan greatly. The last time, the Hyuga clan almost went to the Hokage office to demand an explanation. This time, they were going to the Land of Water. Who knew what attitude the Hyuga clan would have? Of course, this couldn't change Rinka's determination to get stronger. She didn't want to end up like other Hyuga clan members, being bred like livestock. The main family certainly had a high status, but that wasn't the life she wanted, and besides, her own strength wasn't bad, was it? Good. Hearing Rinka's words, Kazuki said no more. He simply waved his hand, signaling them to prepare and then follow him to the Land of Water for the mission. As for Tatsuya, others would naturally be informed. Fortunately, there was everything in this small courtyard, including everyone's clothes and food, so there was no need to go back to their homes to pack. On the other side, Hiruzen had summoned the clan heads of Konoha's various clans and the high-ranking officials from various Konoha departments to the meeting room in the Hokage office. When Hiruzen entered the meeting room with Koharu and Hamura, the atmosphere immediately became quiet. Although most people didn't yet know about Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha, they knew that something big must have happened, otherwise Hiruzen wouldn't have called so many of them. Fortunately, Hiruzen didn't make them wait long. After sitting down, he spoke directly. "Just recently, Kirigakure declared war on Konoha." "What? Bastards. How dare they do that? Do they really think Konoha is easy to bully? Fight. We must teach Kirigakure a good lesson." For a time, the meeting room was abuzz with discussion. Although the village was still at war with Sunagakure, this was based on the fact that Konoha hadn't taken it seriously yet. Konoha's disdain for Sunagakure was well-founded. They were nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. Konoha hadn't even gotten serious yet and could already fight Sunagakure to a standstill. What did they have to fight Konoha? But now Kirigakure had come. Did they really think Konoha was easy to bully? Cough cough. Hiruzen let out a light cough. Since Kirigakure has declared war, Konoha naturally cannot ignore it. After speaking, Hiruzen scanned everyone present and said, "Konoha belongs to all Konoha people. I hope everyone here shows their commitment, rather than being greedy. What's the big deal? My Uchiha clan is willing to send 200 Uchiha ninjas to the battlefield." The Uchiha clan head was just looking for an opportunity to boost Fugaku's achievements. Fugaku's strength and talent might genuinely not compare to Kazuki's, but he was the Uchiha clan head, and the resources in his hands were incomparable to Kazuki's. He didn't believe that Kazuki alone could achieve more than half of the Uchiha clan combined. Could it be that Kazuki was already comparable to Madara? Very good. Hiruzen knew what the Uchiha clan head was thinking, but he didn't object. They would never know how strong Kazuki truly was. If Kazuki really wanted to gain prestige, he only needed to make a splash on the battlefield. At his current level of strength, he could obtain the power many people dreamed of. In fact, if it weren't for the first Hokage, Madara could have acted recklessly based on his strength. The Hyuga clan will send 200 ninjas. Since the Uchiha clan had made their stance, the Hyuga clan, which competed with Uchiha for the title of the top clan, naturally dared not fall behind. The Mito Kado clan will send 100 ninjas. The Utatane clan will send 100 ninjas. Ino, Shika, Cho will send 500 ninjas. The Sarutobi clan will send 300 ninjas. Chapter 130, Becoming the First Emperor. While Hiruzen was mobilizing the various Konoha clans, Kazuki had already led Minato and his group out of Konoha. This was Minato's first time leaving Konoha, and Kazuki constantly observed him along the way, finding that Minato didn't look around like others. Kazuki believed he would be interested in everything outside the village, but he consciously maintained the behavior of an excellent ninja outside. Then, Kazuki looked at Nawaki behind him. Nawaki had left Konoha more than once before, but his performance was far inferior to Minato's. The gap was not ordinary. No wonder many people say Minato is the most outstanding ninja. Normally, Minato was very amiable, like an optimistic, handsome boy, but when performing missions, he was a standard ninja. During the Ninetales incident in the future, Minato could have survived, but in the end, for Konoha's benefit, he not only made Naruto the Ninetales Jinchuriki but also actively sacrificed himself. Now you can relax a bit. Kazuki felt that Minato was too tense, so he reminded him, at least don't be so nervous, Minato. If you're like this, it might be difficult to fully exert your strength in combat. Of course, Nawaki is too relaxed. Kazuki was very confident in his sensory ability. In the current ninja world, almost no one's sensory ability was greater than his. And at this moment, the effect of him asking Mito for Ninetales Chakra earlier became apparent. Although that part of the Ninetales Chakra was not much and might not help him much in combat, it was enough to give him the ability to perceive good and evil. Just like the white Zetsu hidden nearby, Kazuki could clearly sense them and find them, which was the most important thing. Besides Kazuki, Rinka also possessed excellent sensory abilities. Coupled with the Byakugan, their team's intelligence-gathering capabilities were outstanding. Yes. Minato let out a slight sigh of relief, visibly relaxing a bit. Kirigakure's troops haven't reached the Land of Fire yet, but it's not guaranteed that they won't send some ninjas ahead to the Land of Fire to gather intelligence, or even to cause destruction. On the way, if we encounter them, we'll deal with them. Other than that, we need to go into the Land of Water to gather intelligence. If we encounter any supplies, destroy them as much as possible. Kazuki paused and then added, as for whether to attack ordinary civilians, that's up to you. Attack civilians. Nawaki's face turned pale. Thinking about attacking civilians, Nawaki found it difficult to accept. Even though Orochimaru had taken him to see blood before, killing civilians was different. Kazuki said in a low voice, ultimately, they are all people of the Land of Water. They create wealth and value for the Land of Water, and their taxes will become the development funds for Kirigakure. If it were them, they would also attack the civilians of the Land of Fire. So, in the end, it's always the civilians who suffer. Nawaki frowned. Civilians and ninjas, I suppose. As for the daimyo's mansion, besides the loss of wealth, it doesn't seem to be significantly affected. After all, it's the people below who die. Kazuki then added, however, as far as I know, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has made a lot of money in the past 2 years. Oh. At this, everyone else also looked at Kazuki. Especially Nawaki, the current daimyo was his uncle. With the war starting, his uncle should lose a lot of money, right? As far as I know, some time ago, the daimyo of the Land of Wind sent an envoy to the Land of Fire to purchase grain. They bought a large amount of grain at a price far exceeding the current market price. These grains are very likely purchased for Sunagakure. They will later become Sunagekire's supplies. Kazuki's gaze deepened. What? At this, everyone could no longer remain calm. You know, Konoha and Sunagakure had already started fighting, so how could the daimyo sell grain to the Land of Wind? Wasn't this a betrayal of Konoha? At this moment, even if it was a relative, Nawaki was somewhat dissatisfied. If he were in the daimyo's mansion, he wouldn't mind pointing at his uncle's face and accusing him. Of course, after selling the grain, the daimyo's mansion also allocated a lot more supplies to Konoha. Kazuki immediately added. Kazuki was usually with Mito and could know many things, and nothing could be hidden from Mito. It was just that she hadn't told Nawaki these things. Ever since Kazuki learned Sage Mode, Mito had been cultivating his political awareness, and she had already begun to train Kazuki in certain matters. This, won't Hokage-sama be angry? Nawaki quickly asked. With the daimyo providing supplies, even if he is displeased, he can't say anything. Kazuki sighed lightly. After all, this time it was the daimyo of the Land of Wind who actively came to purchase grain. The daimyo had to give some level of respect, and besides, the Land of Wind ostensibly purchased grain for its people, which was also reasonable. It's already quite good that they are willing to give Konoha some supplies. At least it's acceptable on the surface. Damn it. Nawaki was still deeply dissatisfied. Kazuki glanced at Nawaki. Indeed, he still didn't understand politics, and with this personality, he couldn't become Hokage. Of course, if it were Kazuki himself, if the daimyo dared to fool him like that to his face, he would directly use Susanoo and go to his mansion to cause destruction. You want to make money? I'll just make you lose your life. Go make money in the Pure Land. Kazuki is not yet Hokage, and there's no need to expose the idea of becoming the first emperor of the ninja world so early. Moreover, no one knows why the daimyos can be so fearless. Perhaps they have some kind of backing. Until he had enough strength, Kazuki would not rashly do anything too crazy. Who knows if Hagoromo has already set his sights on him? And there are other Otsutsuki in the ninja world, what if this is their scheme? Chapter 131, What is Hagoromo up to? Hagoromo outwardly seemed to be devoted to the ninja world, even sealing his own mother to protect this world. But in reality, no one knows what he was truly thinking. If he desired peace and wanted to spread love, then why did he tacitly allow the ninja world to be plagued by constant warfare? Why is it that every reincarnation of Asura Chakra could suppress the reincarnation of Indra Chakra? Some reincarnations of Indra Chakra could have suppressed the reincarnation of Asura Chakra, even coming close to winning, but were ultimately defeated when Asura Chakra's bearer suddenly grew stronger. This is what Katsuyu told Kazuki before. If Hagoromo wasn't manipulating things behind the scenes, Kazuki would never believe it. Hagoromo might not allow others to do as they please in his ninja world. Therefore, until his strength surpasses that of the Sage of Six Paths, Kazuki didn't dare to initiate reforms that would change the entire ninja world. Besides Hagoromo, there is also Ishiki, both of whom are existences he needs to be wary of. Madara once thought about unifying all 5 great nations, killing the daimyo, and then establishing a nation managed by ninja. Kazuki continued, his words shocking. But he was stopped by the first Hokage. What's interesting is that the second Hokage, Tobirama, who was always at odds with Madara, didn't step forward to stop Madara at that time. What? Kazuki's words left everyone else utterly stunned. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. That Madara, he's the Uchiha who founded Konoha with Grandpa, right? Nawaki quickly asked. Kazuki nodded slightly and said, yes, he and the first Hokage were both rivals and friends, and the founding of Konoha is related to them. At that time, either the first Hokage-sama or Madara alone was enough to suppress the entire ninja world. The so-called 5 Kage were nothing more than ants they could crush with a flick of their hand. They had already far surpassed the existence of Kage. Actually, at first, Hashirama wanted Madara to become Hokage, but he was blocked by the second Hokage, who allied with other clans. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan wasn't very good before. They were even enemies who had fought for thousands of years. It was inevitable for Tobirama to be wary of Uchiha, and Madara's personality did have a bit of a problem. It was very normal for him not to be acknowledged. Is that so? Nawaki's face furrowed, then he gave a hearty laugh. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fought for thousands of years, but in the end, they still united to found Konoha. Both Grandpa and Madara seem like great people. Kazuki said, you can say Madara was bad in this way or that, or even a bit insane, and that he was extreme in his actions, but you cannot deny his pursuit of peace. Both he and the first Hokage spent their lives pursuing peace. Kazuki's gaze deepened. For peace, he could do many things. Kazuki thought of the infinite Tsukimi plan. If he hadn't been completely disappointed with the real world, would Madara have endured such loneliness? And then stubbornly pushed forward the infinite Tsukimi plan. Madara. Grandma rarely talks about him. Nawaki sighed softly. Why wasn't the world unified back then? If it had been unified, would there have been no war? Minato, however, asked, his words equally shocking. Minato also pursued peace. Konoha had been in a state of war for over 2 years, and although it hadn't escalated into full-scale conflict, many ninjas had fallen on the battlefield. Minato had a neighbor who sacrificed himself on the front lines, and an elder who once mentored him lost a leg. Watching the forlorn figure of the other party after losing his leg, Minato felt heavy-hearted. War wasn't a good thing. Unification. Back then, everyone was only accustomed to conflict between clans. Everything after the establishment of the village needed to be replanned, and ninjas were not very good at governing a nation. Therefore, under the leadership of the first Hokage, the village and the daimyo collaborated to establish the one nation, one village system. Kazuki spoke eloquently. Moreover, while unifying all countries at once could suppress everything, it wouldn't lead to good governance. Where there are people, there is conflict. Even if the entire ninja world were unified, there would still be internal disputes. This is true even for the current village, and even within large clans, there are also disputes. Where there are people, there is conflict. Minato nodded thoughtfully. He felt that Kazuki's words made a lot of sense. Leaving aside other things, if Kazuki were to become Hokage in the future, he would inevitably have to compete with others for the position of Hokage. If he didn't acknowledge Kazuki, Minato would want to compete for the Hokage position, which is a form of competition. So what about between villages and villages, nations and nations? Minato then thought of the concept of peace that Jiraiya had once spoken of. No matter how he looked at it, Jiraiya's idea seemed a bit too naive. Alright, the main reason I brought you out this time is to let you experience the atmosphere of war and to improve your combat experience. Kazuki then ended the topic. Whether it was Minato or Rinka, they were actually Kazuki's future core group. He wanted to subtly influence them with his own ideas, and he hoped that when he reformed the ninja world in the future, these people would not stand against him. Sasuke was tragic. After sealing Kaguya, he wanted to reform the ninja world, but he encountered the conservative Naruto. In the end, he lost to Naruto and was forced to accept Naruto's ideology. In fact, Kazuki was very supportive of Sasuke's initial desire for change, but Naruto was too unreliable. In the end, Naruto didn't accomplish anything, not even helping the Land of Rain, even though he had promised Nagato he would take care of the Land of Rain. Ultimately, Naruto was nothing more than empty talk. He would always just talk, but never put it into practice. Kazuki wanted the people around him to follow him all the way. As if remembering something, Nawaki said with a sorrowful expression, "By the way, Kazuki, do you think Grandma will make a move in the end?" Chapter 132, Will Mito Be Okay? Nawaki was one of the few people aware of Mito's physical condition. His grandmother could no longer withstand the demands of a battle, and Nawaki, even if it meant his own death, did not want to see her forced into combat. However, what Nawaki didn't know was that currently, no one in Konoha wanted things to reach that point, not even Danzo. What if something happened to Mito and the Nine Tails could not be recovered? That won't happen. Kazuki said with a determined expression. He absolutely would not let Mito act. No one could stop him, not even Madara. He wanted to give Mito a better old age. Mito also didn't need to worry about the Nine Tails. Even if Mito couldn't suppress the Nine Tails anymore, wasn't he there? He could make Kurama suffer a bit. Nawaki's expression also became incredibly firm. He has to grow stronger as quickly as possible. And, Kushina, you absolutely must continue to underperform. As long as you perform a little worse, Grandma won't feel at ease leaving. Mikoto, Rinka, and the others were no longer the same as they were 2 years ago. Especially Rinka, her strength was definitely not inferior to Niji, who would later be hailed as the Hyuga clan's greatest genius, and she even surpassed Niji. At 13 years old, she subtly possessed the strength of a special jonin. Undoubtedly, if Kazuki hadn't been so dazzling, Rinka and the others would have long become household names as geniuses in Konoha. Bloodline, talent, heritage, perseverance, will, and opportunities, Rinka lacked none of these. Especially in terms of will, she was immeasurably stronger than Hinata. It almost seemed unreasonable for Rinka not to become a powerful ninja. Nawaki and Mikoto also possessed excellent talent, standing out among their peers. Minato, moreover, was learning at a visibly rapid pace. During the process of learning Reiznan, Minato made Kushina and Nawaki feel immense pressure. Although Minato's chakra reserves couldn't compare to theirs, his control over chakra was exceptionally good. He could meticulously use every bit of his chakra. Under Kazuki's guidance, Minato only took 3 months to learn Reiznan. Perhaps to some, it might seem that Minato taking 3 months to learn Reiznan was too slow. Naruto could learn it in a few days. In reality, Jiraiya took over a year to learn Reiznan. Reiznan is an A-rank ninjutsu after all. Moreover, Naruto's Reiznan was learned by cheating. Is it the same as how Minato learned Reiznan? Learning ninjutsu requires chakra consumption. The more chakra one has, the more times one can practice. For example, Minato's chakra is currently less than a tenth of Kushina's. This means that Kushina can practice Reiznan at least 10 times more often than Minato in a day. This is actually similar to how Naruto later used Shadow Clone to practice ninjutsu. Minato being able to learn Reiznan in such a short time was commendable. Minato himself is a speed-type ninja. He still has a significant gap to bridge before learning the Flying Thunder God technique, as he needs to learn a vast amount of fundamental knowledge. However, his speed among his peers is exceptional. This caused Kazuki, who had been observing Minato, to nod subtly. Before Minato learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he can be taught to use the Body Flicker technique, which can later connect to the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, from now on, Body Flicker Minato can be used to refer to Minato. 3 days later, Kazuki and his group arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. The atmosphere here had become incredibly solemn. The Konoha ninjas stationed here had already begun engaging the invading Kirigakure ninjas. Damn it, why has it come to this? Why must there be war? Aren't we all human? Nawaki murmured, tears welling in his eyes, after helping a group of Konoha ninjas repel some Kirigakure ninjas. He saw Konoha ninjas injured and dying. This was Nawaki's first time witnessing such a scene, and his deeply protected compassionate heart immediately acted up. Of course, it cannot be said that Nawaki's reaction was problematic. Peace has always been the pursuit of many ninjas. Kazuki, at least, felt that Nawaki like this was quite good. Alright, let's get ready. We're preparing to enter the Land of Water. However, there's no need to keep those Kirigakure ninjas alive. Remember, no matter what you think internally, when facing an enemy, you must always be resolved to kill them. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you don't kill them, they will come to kill you and your comrades in the future. Don't let your mercy cause your own people to sacrifice themselves for nothing. Kazuki scanned the area indifferently, simultaneously creating a shadow clone and sending it away with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kazuki did not directly kill the previous group of Kirigakure ninjas. Instead, he let Mikoto and the others handle them. As expected, Rinka, due to her previous experience, was able to kill the enemies with ease. Mikoto and Minato's performance also satisfied Kazuki, they adapted well to combat. In contrast, Nawaki, who was not weak in strength, held them back. Soon, Kazuki was relieved. Nawaki was just that kind of fool, wasn't he? Kazuki had already branded a Flying Thunder God mark on these individuals. The shadow clone he dispatched was sufficient to deal with them, and he could also check for any other information, such as the enemy's main camp. Yes. Seeing Kazuki's extremely serious demeanor, Nawaki shrank his neck. He wasn't foolish, didn't Hashirama also kill many people back then? In this regard, Nawaki was much more self-aware than Naruto. Sometimes, Kazuki couldn't help but wonder if Nawaki was the reincarnation of Asura Chakra. Tsunade's vision wasn't failing. Naruto and Nawaki were indeed very similar. These words are for Nawaki, and they are also for all of you. Kazuki then swept his gaze over Rinka, Mikoto, and Minato. This is war, there is no mercy. Yes. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 133, Madara's Potential Pawns. Madara, Kazuki, and his team have arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Black Zetsu quietly appeared beside Madara, his heart in turmoil. He hadn't met Kazuki directly, but according to the intelligence he had gathered through White Zetsu, Kazuki's aura had grown much stronger, and it was said that he had even learned Sage Mode, and his chakra had undergone a transformation. This made Black Zetsu extremely frustrated. Damn it, you're an Uchiha, how can you learn Sage Mode? Is this something you should be learning? Where is there an Uchiha learning Sage Mode? Even Indra didn't deliberately learn it back then, okay. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's insane mental state, how could they possibly learn Sage Mode? However, Kazuki had indeed learned it, which meant that his mental state was extremely stable. This was something even Indra would find difficult to achieve. Thinking of another terrifying possibility, even Black Zetsu began to panic. Previously, Black Zetsu was worried that Kazuki would cause him some trouble. At that time, he suspected Kazuki was the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, but now he suspected he had Hagoromo's chakra. As for the reason, it was probably because Madara had awakened the Rinnegan earlier, which made Hagoromo unable to remain calm, thus causing his chakra to appear in Kazuki. But what to do now? Should Madara eliminate Kazuki? Black Zetsu was very doubtful that once Kazuki died, his good big brother Hagoromo would jump out to stop Madara. For a time, Black Zetsu didn't know what to do. He just wanted to save his mother, why was it so difficult? He had finally managed to create a pair of Rinnegan, only for a variable like Kazuki to appear. Fortunately, even if Kazuki was Hagoromo reincarnated, he didn't know those histories. He also had to find a way to kill Kazuki before his peak, and him and Madara couldn't be the ones to make the move. Kazuki. Madara fell into contemplation. Should he directly attack Kazuki? At least not now. According to the intelligence he had now, Kazuki's strength was probably above that of ordinary 5 Kage, and not similar to the previous Kagami. Before, he had the Rinnegan and could easily deal with Kagami, but now the Rinnegan was not on him, and dealing with Kazuki was not an easy matter, especially since the opponent also had the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of Kazuki, an Uchiha, not focusing on the Sharingan but instead learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Madara gritted his teeth in anger. That despicable Tobirama. Why wasn't it Tobirama who died back then? Madara didn't mind dying, but he didn't want to die now. He hadn't found the executor of his will yet. Black Zetsu was his will, that was correct, but his strength was a bit lacking. That brat Kazuki is quite strong. If he continues to grow like this, he might even reach your former strength, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu said with some uncertainty. If it were a normal Uchiha, Black Zetsu would consider it rare for them to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if it was an Indra Chakra reincarnation, even if they awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, if they didn't have a sibling to provide a Mangekyo Sharingan, they would eventually go blind. In fact, besides Madara, it seemed that no Indra Chakra reincarnation had ever awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before. It's not that easy to reach my former level. Madara snorted, not taking Black Zetsu's words to heart. Although Kazuki was excellent, Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan was still in his possession. Without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, without eyes that wouldn't go blind, how could Madara have reached his former level? He really wanted to ask Black Zetsu, do you know my full strength? But considering that the other party was his own will, Madara didn't say much. There was no need to show off to himself. Have you found anyone for the person I asked you to look for? Madara turned to Black Zetsu and asked. There are a few candidates, the most outstanding of whom is the current young clan head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. His talent is excellent, his bloodline is outstanding, and he has hopes of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu respectfully introduced Fugaku. If Kazuki hadn't emerged out of nowhere, he would be excellent. Young clan head? Heh, since when did spineless dogs qualify to be called young clan head? Madara let out a cold snort. He was still full of dissatisfaction with the current Uchiha clan head. These guys had betrayed him back then and had been slandering him ever since. How could Madara accept that? But then again, Susanoo was quite good, just a bit foolish. He couldn't even stage a rebellion and was captured. Wasn't it a simple matter? Just kill them all, right? But he held back for a long time during the preparations, was finally discovered, and then there was nothing more. He had killed Kagami, which could be considered revenge for Susanoo. Unfortunately, at that time, Susanoo was unwilling to follow him. Susanoo, Madara, you're wrong. At that time, we were all waiting for you at the back door. Who would have thought you would leave directly from the front door? However, Fugaku's life is not easy. Kazuki is too outstanding, and it's not easy for him to inherit the position of clan head. Black Zetsu then added. Heh, the position of Uchiha clan head has always gone to the capable, and even if one's strength is insufficient, they must be the most talented. When did it become an inheritance system? Madara was amused and angered. Were the current Uchiha so useless? He somewhat understood why those people were unwilling to follow him and betrayed him. They had probably long set their sights on the position of Uchiha clan head, and during this period, Tobirama probably played a huge role. Such a thing, the despicable Tobirama was perfectly capable of doing. Just like how Tobirama had always spread bad rumors about him. As long as he left, and the Uchiha clan became dependent on Konoha, then those people could change the Uchiha, and the clan head would even become an inheritance system. Unfortunately for them, Kazuki appeared. Chapter 134, Madara's bad feelings towards Kazuki. Even when Madara inherited the position of Uchiha clan head, he did so relying on his own strength and the support of his younger brother, Izuna. After all, Madara himself was undeniably the strongest person in the Uchiha at that time, and as the second strongest, Izuna was also a supporter of Madara, so there was no one who could compete with Madara. Moreover, the Uchiha clan head at that time was not just a position of power, but also a responsibility. As the clan head, you had to lead the charge and fight on the front lines against the Senju clan, and the clan head naturally had to fight the clan head. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they ascended, it would only lead to death and disgrace. But now it's different. The Senju clan is gone, and as clan head, one seemingly doesn't need to perform missions regularly. In the past, a clan head would be replaced every 10 years or so, but now the current clan head has become the longest living clan head in the history of the Uchiha clan. In such a situation, Madara's heart was filled with anger at their lack of ambition. When did the Uchiha, which he and Izuna had fought to protect, become like this? These guys, perhaps, had long since colluded with someone like Tobirama. Damn Tobirama, he used the Konoha military police force to domesticate the Uchiha clan, and from then on, the Uchiha no longer needed to go out on missions, greatly reducing their mortality rate and diminishing the Uchiha clan's strength. Of course, the most crucial point was that these guys who had rebelled against him would control the power of the Uchiha clan in the future, and their descendants would inherit everything. Those at the top wouldn't need strong abilities, and those below would feel hopeless about promotion. With the passage of time, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be ruined? Did those people truly not see Tobirama's sinister intentions? No, many of them saw it, but for the sake of profit, for the benefit of their descendants, they chose to go along with it. Does that Fugaku have love in his heart? Does he have someone he cares about? Madara asked Black Zetsu. He wants to become the Uchiha clan head, but because Kazuki is too dazzling, he harbors considerable hostility towards Kazuki. If Kazuki were to die, I believe he would be happy. Furthermore, he cares deeply about his family. If we make his father fight Kazuki and die at his hands, Fugaku will definitely be locked in a death feud with Kazuki, and his chances of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan are extremely high. Black Zetsu said with full confidence. As for the death of Fugaku's father, Black Zetsu certainly wouldn't care, nor would Madara. After all, the other party was a betrayer himself, so his death was well deserved. Madara had already given up on the Uchiha clan, though, if unnecessary, he wouldn't actively target the Uchiha. Just the Mangekyo Sharingan isn't enough. Madara pondered for a moment, then spoke again. Has Ryoma awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? I don't know. Before he became clan head, he didn't seem to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor has he experienced any life or death crises or major emotional changes since. Black Zetsu said with some uncertainty. Madara sneered, then find a way to make him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, then leave that Mangekyo Sharingan to Fugaku, and inject him with some white Zetsu cells. That way, he should have the strength to contend with Kazuki, right? Black Zetsu began to analyze in secret. As for whether Ryoma, Fugaku's father, could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Black Zetsu wasn't sure, but it might be worth a try. If Ryoma could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, then could Fugaku awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Black Zetsu couldn't be certain if one could fuse the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without Indra Chakra. However, they not only had white Zetsu but also Hashirama's cells. With some effort to create an ultimate fusion monster, it should be able to cause huge trouble for Kazuki. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's heart was filled with eagerness. Not only Fugaku, he could also create more trouble for Kazuki, such as having white Zetsu impersonate Kazuki to attack the IWA and Kimo ninjas, and even the people of Konoha were not out of the question. At that time, Kazuki would stand against everyone, abandoned by all, and Black Zetsu felt a surge of delight just thinking about it. There was nothing he could do, who told the other party to be the chakra reincarnation of Hagoromo. Yes, let's do that. Madara's eyes brightened. Of course, the prerequisite is that Fugaku must feel betrayed by others. Kazuki must have everything, while Fugaku loses everything because of Kazuki. His family, the person he loves, his clan, his power, all gone because of Kazuki. And Kazuki killed his family, controlled the Uchiha clan, while Konoha supported Kazuki, making Fugaku utterly disappointed in his clan and village, and despair at the ninja world, to push forward the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. I believe that by then, to fight against Kazuki, Fugaku will be willing to do anything. Thinking carefully, it seemed Fugaku was indeed suitable for this, even if he was a descendant of a betrayer. Of course, Kazuki was actually also a good choice. Let Kazuki discover the darkness of Konoha, that Konoha could never truly trust an Uchiha, and then watch as Ryoma and Fugaku constantly target Kazuki. Then, abandoned by all, Kazuki would also betray Konoha. But Kazuki's growth speed was a bit too fast. It was said that he had been taught by Mito in Konoha, which made Madara suspect that Kazuki would be an enhanced version of Kagami. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Kazuki had actually learned Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. This made Madara extremely displeased with Kazuki. What? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan isn't good enough. He still needs to learn Tobirama's ninjutsu. Madara hated Tobirama the most. He would never forget the scene of Izuna dying in his arms. If he hadn't fallen into a state of suspended animation to awaken the Rinnegan earlier, Tobirama would have died long ago. Unfortunately, Tobirama did not die by his hand in the end. As for Sage Mode, Madara could barely accept Kazuki learning it, but he absolutely should not have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. In short, ever since Kazuki learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he had no good feelings for him whatsoever. This was another puppet raised by the Senju clan. Chapter 135, Fugaku's Dream. At this moment, Fugaku didn't know that he had been targeted by Madara, nor did he know that because of his existence, his father, Ryoma, had also been targeted by Madara. Originally preparing to head to the Land of Wind battlefield, he now led 200 ninjas of the Uchiha clan to the Land of Fire border due to Kirigakuru's sudden declaration of war. Recently, Kazuki's defeat of Hanzo had put considerable pressure on Fugaku. According to his father's private speculation, Kazuki had very likely awakened the Uchiha clan's legendary eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once these eyes were exposed, many people would probably follow Kazuki. Originally, Ryoma wanted to arrange a marriage between himself and Mikoto to gain the support of Tatsuya's faction. Then, Fugaku, having consolidated nearly two-thirds of the Uchiha clan's power, could naturally become the clan head. And after losing Tatsuya's support, Kazuki would become isolated within the Uchiha, to the point where even Kagami's old subordinates might not follow him. At that time, he would not only snatch Kazuki's backing but also his childhood sweetheart. He just hadn't expected that Tatsuya would directly refuse this suggestion. Clearly, he had full confidence in Kazuki. Soon after, Kazuki made Hanzo his battle achievement, and many began to suspect that Kazuki was already the Uchiha clan's strongest fighter. This left Fugaku so suppressed he couldn't speak. He was considered a genius of the Uchiha clan, having awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age. He believed himself to be no weaker than anyone, but Kazuki was simply inhuman. Why didn't he contract a Kekkei Genkai illness? To develop the Sharingan to such an extent at such a young age, if you don't die, who will? However, Fugaku still felt as if he had lived his entire life under Kazuki's shadow. This time, leading 200 Uchiha to the battlefield, many of whom were his father's old subordinates, was specifically to boost his achievements. For Fugaku, this was already the best opportunity. If he seized the opportunity, he might still become the clan head in the future, but if he failed, it would probably be very difficult to stop Kazuki. Kazuki had no idea of Fugaku's complex thoughts, nor did he know that Madara was cultivating Fugaku to contend with him in order to keep him in check. He was simply wandering through the land of water with Mikoto, Minato, Rinka, and Nawaki. If they encountered Kirigakure squads, he would take action to resolve them, which greatly increased the four's combat experience. Once injured, Kazuki would use his medical ninjutsu to treat them, preventing them from suffering hidden injuries at a young age that might hinder their future growth. All four had excellent talent. Becoming an elite jonin in the future was almost a certainty. If they were even better, reaching Kage level wasn't impossible. For example, if Kazuki suddenly passed away, Mikoto could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and reach that level. Minato, with his enhanced taijutsu, and future mastery of numerous sealing jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique, would also possess Kage-level strength once he mastered his future combat system. Rinka also had such potential. The Hyuga clan wasn't entirely useless. It was just that the branch house, no matter how talented, could never truly become strong. They were merely slaves, house servants. To better control the branch house, even with the caged bird curse seal, the main family didn't want them to be too strong. As for the main family, their talents were often not bad, and their training resources were far superior to the branch houses. Unfortunately, they were more like fragile glasses. During the Sengoku era, the main family would go to the battlefield, and many strong individuals emerged. But in today's Ninja Village era, those main family members have clearly become a bunch of parasites. Rinka was currently the Hyuga clan's only hope. Fortunately, Rinka proved herself worthy. Kazuki didn't know how far she could grow in the future, but he would certainly protect her. He then thought of the moon. The Otsutsuki clan still existed there, and he wondered if the war between the main family and the branch family had broken out yet. If he had the chance in the future, Kazuki wouldn't mind going up for a look. The Otsutsuki clan's heritage was clearly not bad, and it was something the Hyuga clan lacked. If Rinka could master the Otsutsuki clan's heritage, reaching the Kage level in the future would definitely not be a problem. He just didn't know if there was a way to make Rinka awaken the Tenseigan. As for Nawaki, his talent was good. His water release and earth release talents were both quite excellent, and his taijutsu was also decent. With effort, if he could learn Orochimaru's earth release, Tobarama's water release, and also learn Tsunade's chakra enhanced strength, his power wouldn't be far off. The strength of the few had significantly improved. What Kazuki didn't know was that while he marveled at their growth, Minato and the others were shocked by his strength. This guy, isn't he a bit too strong? Many times, they didn't know how Kazuki attacked or how he killed those Kirigakure ninjas. They were certain that Kazuki hadn't even used the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he had killed those who seemed like formidable enemies to them in the blink of an eye. Of course, Kazuki hadn't been idle during this time. He collected a large amount of intelligence on Kirigakure and sent it to the village, which wasn't a difficult task for him. With his sensory ability, covering the entire land of water wasn't a problem. Perhaps monitoring everyone wasn't feasible, but merely monitoring large chakra signatures was more than enough. For instance, the Three Tails and Six Tails had always been within his sensory range, and he would occasionally send their locations to Hiruzen via Katsuyu. For Hiruzen, this was sufficient. They weren't afraid of Kirigakure sending large numbers of ninjas and strong individuals to the front lines. Even the Mizukage going to battle was within their acceptable limits. However, if it were tailed beasts, Konoha would likely feel immense pressure. Currently, Konoha didn't have the Uzumaki clan as an ally who could dispatch numerous sealing jutsu masters to help seal tailed beasts. Mito couldn't be deployed either, and as for the Uchiha, Hiruzen couldn't rely on them at all. Chapter 136, Hiruzen's Rights and Wrongs. It is rumored that the Uchiha's Sharingan can control tailed beasts, but historically, only Madara has used his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails in battle. As for other tailed beasts, there seems to be no clear record of them being controlled. If an ordinary Sharingan could control tailed beasts at will, then during the Sengoku era, the Uchiha clan would have been invincible long ago. They would only need to find those tailed beasts and control them. How would anyone counter such a Uchiha clan? Even the Senju clan would not be able to defeat them. After all, although Madara was not Hashirama's match, he could still hold Hashirama back. And among the other Senju clan members, besides Tobirama, who else could contend with a tailed beast? Even with Mito, how many tailed beasts could they fight at that time? Therefore, Hiruzen never believed that ordinary Uchiha could control tailed beasts. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan could achieve it. But does the current Uchiha have the Mangekyo Sharingan? Perhaps Kazuki awakened it, but Hiruzen himself didn't know the specifics. He also didn't know if Ryoma had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is a group of unstable elements. He wondered when Kazuki would be able to take control of the Uchiha clan. The hidden danger of the Uchiha clan must be resolved as soon as possible, so that Uchiha can become Konoha's Uchiha. The battlefield in Kirigakure unfolded fiercely. To ensure the war progressed better, Hamura, an elder who had participated in the First Great Ninja War and made great contributions, was appointed as the chief commander of the Land of Water battlefield. To assist Hamura in better handling the situation in Kirigakure, Hiruzen had arranged the current head of the Nara clan, Shikahira Nara, to this area, along with the contemporary Ino, Shika, Cho trio. The combined combat power of these three was in no way inferior to that of a typical Kage-level expert. Coupled with the strong presence of Kazuki, who could reinforce the battlefield at any time, Hiruzen was relatively at ease regarding the situation on the Kirigakure battlefield. With my great general Kazuki, I can contend against an army of thousands. Comparatively, Hiruzen was more concerned about the situation in Iwagakure. According to the intelligence gathered by Danzo, the Iwagakure army was mobilizing. Although Kumogakure helped Konoha tie down some Iwagakure ninjas, this was just minor skirmishes. Facing such a situation, Hiruzen found it difficult to blame the Third Reikage for anything. At this point, it was already quite good that they weren't adding insult to injury. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before Iwagakure would also launch a full-scale war against Konoha. At that time, Konoha would be embroiled in 3 battlefronts. Of course, what frustrated Hiruzen the most was that he wanted to go to the battlefield, but Koharu constantly prevented him from doing so. The sudden sacrifice of the second Hokage nearly caused Konoha to collapse. If Mito had not stepped forward to turn the tide and supported Hiruzen to become the third Hokage and their small group didn't join forces, it would not have been easy for Hiruzen to become Hokage. Konoha might have even fallen apart. For this reason, on the battlefield in Kirigakure, Hamura would rather go to the battlefield himself than let Hiruzen go. Hiruzen could understand, but seeing Konoha's ninjas going to the battlefield one after another while he could only stay in Konoha, it made him feel lost at times. During the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama, he alone suppressed the entire ninja world. When Madara attacked, Hashirama personally confronted him. During the time of the second Hokage, Tobirama, he not only needed to coordinate from the center but also entered enemy battlefields during wartime, taking the lead. And during his time as the third Hokage, Hiruzen, he could only stay in Konoha and watch the village's ninjas go to the battlefield. What kind of situation was this? At least for now, Hiruzen felt quite stifled. As Hokage, shouldn't he be protecting his villagers? Many people complained that Hiruzen dared not go to the battlefield, but Hiruzen himself had his own difficulties. At least, he eventually tried to perish with Orochimaru, didn't he? In the official settings, there has never been a single bad word said about Hiruzen. Kishimoto even wrote that he was widely renowned, hailed as the ninja professor, and was the third Hokage who devoted himself to the construction and development of the village. The Book of Ninja refers to Hiruzen as gentle and tolerant, the benevolent father of Konoha. The Book of Combat describes him as the guardian of Konoha, illuminating the village with a calm smile. These are all praises for Hiruzen. Of course, in Kazuki's view, Hiruzen had selfish motives. For example, he did not disband the Sarutobi clan like Tobirama did. Instead, he allowed the Sarutobi clan to grow stronger under his leadership. Of course, Kazuki could understand this. After all, as Hokage, there were other competitors in Konoha, and even after becoming Hokage, not everyone had to obey him. Just like Danzo, it was fine if the other party cooperated, but if he didn't, under normal circumstances, without anything special, if Danzo hadn't done anything wrong, Hiruzen really couldn't do anything to him. In the end, even as Hokage, one couldn't do whatever one wanted. Hiruzen also needed a strong clan to support him. Just like Kazuki, even if he becomes Hokage in the future, or even the first emperor, he would still develop the Uchiha clan and make them his private army. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that under Hiruzen's governance, too many tragedies occurred in Konoha. Whether Hiruzen tacitly condoned them or was truly unable to prevent them, this was ultimately Hiruzen's problem. Now, he knows that the war will continue for a long time, yet he has no solution, only able to watch Konoha's vital forces being depleted. This is a sorrowful thing. Not just other villages, he even felt that the daimyo also wanted to weaken Konoha's combat power. After all, an overly powerful Konoha is not what the daimyo wants to see. The Senju clan was allied with the daimyo through marriage, not Hiruzen. Even if the daimyo strongly supported him now, providing money and food, a weakened Konoha was what the daimyo wanted to see. No, to be precise, the weakening of the 5 great ninja villages is the common goal of the daimyos of the 5 great nations. Some villages want to start wars, and some are pushed by the daimyo. And ordinary ninjas are merely consumables and tools. Chapter 137, Educating Minato. Regardless of the relationship between the village and the daimyo, it's understandable that the daimyo would want to gain more control and weaken the village. At least from the daimyo's perspective, they hope their country's ninja village can win battles, protect their country, and allow them to hold their heads high in front of their other relatives. After all, the daimyos of various countries are actually related to each other, and they maintain certain unwritten understandings, and weakening the ninja village is something all daimyos want to see. Konoha is simply too strong, it must be weakened. On this point, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire maintains this understanding. In the future, the daimyo even wants to interfere with the position of Hokage. It's important to know that, initially, although the Hokage and the daimyo maintained a balance and their statuses were equal, with Konoha's weakening, the daimyo gradually began to subtly lord over the Hokage. This is related to Konoha's decline, and also to Hiruzen's weakness in his later years. Kazuki couldn't control the daimyo's thoughts now. He wished the daimyo would do more to Konoha. One or two incidents might not seem like much, but if it happens many times, he could use it as evidence and reasoning in the future, and then naturally break free from the constraints of the one country one village system. Otherwise, if he wanted to reform arbitrarily, it would be difficult for the people below to genuinely follow him. Of course, the prerequisite is that Kazuki must be strong enough to suppress everything. Anyway, for now, just gradually collect the daimyo's criminal evidence. Kazuki used the kunai in his hand to slice the throat of a dazed jonin, then looked at Mikoto beside him. Mikoto, have you recorded the previous intelligence? Mikoto quickly handed the scroll in her hand to Kazuki. They were already familiar with such tasks. Kazuki would control the Kirigakure ninjas with his Sharingan, then interrogate them through hypnosis. They were responsible for recording, and then Kazuki would send the scroll back via Katsuyu. Rinka, on the other hand, looked at Kazuki with complex eyes. She had seen such scenes countless times, yet she was still shocked by this sight. Actually, the Byakugan can see through the chakra flow within the human body. No matter how profound the genjutsu, the Byakugan can see through it. This is the Byakugan's pride. When Danzo used Koto Amatsukami to control Mifune in the future, no one else saw through it, only Ao's Byakugan did. Even Koto Amatsukami, which is known as the strongest genjutsu, could be seen through, showing how excellent the Byakugan is. After all, it is an eye inherited from Kaguya. Even if it has degenerated countless times, its ability is extremely powerful. But it was precisely because she saw Kazuki's genjutsu that she could feel Kazuki's strength. She wondered if her Byakugan could resist Kazuki's genjutsu, if Kazuki were to use genjutsu on her. No, why would Kazuki use genjutsu on her? She and Kazuki were comrades who could entrust their backs to each other. At this moment, Minato asked Kazuki, it seems Kirigakure is mobilizing more and more military forces. Isn't this a bit off? Logically speaking, Kirigakure's resources shouldn't be enough to mobilize so many people. But they seem to want to perish with Konoha, suddenly deploying a force of over 8,000. Given Kirigakure's current situation, they shouldn't be able to sustain the consumption of such a large force. Not to mention needing to extract resources, they also need to transport them to the front line by sea, but Kirigakure simply cannot transport so many resources to the battlefield. Towards the end, Minato became hesitant. Kazuki let out a light chuckle upon seeing this. Say whatever you want to say. I feel like there's something wrong with this. At least Konoha couldn't do something like this. Does Kirigakure really not treat its ninjas as villagers? Minato hesitated for a moment, then still asked. The establishment of Kirigakure was actually related to Konoha at first. Many of their clans were actually driven out to sea by the first Hokage and Madara. Many of those clans originally came from the Land of Fire. This also led to Kirigakure having a large number of clan forces. In this regard, it has some similarities with Konoha, but also significant differences. At least the situation within Konoha became controllable with the dissolution of the Senju clan. But in Kirigakure, the struggle between the village and the clans is beyond your imagination. For Kirigakure, a clan's ninja is not necessarily the village's ninja. Not long ago, Kirigakure was still in a fierce internal struggle. Many of the ninjas who came out this time are actually ninjas from some major clans. Minato became even more confused. Since the relationship between the village and the clans isn't good, why would they obey the village's orders to attack Konoha? Isn't this just depleting their strength? Aren't they afraid that Kirigakure will target them, and their clans won't be able to resist Kirigakure in the future? Kazuki said, if they were going to attack other villages, these guys might hesitate, or even resist the village. But Konoha is different. Most of their clans were driven out to sea by the Uchiha and Senju clan. To say they don't want revenge is impossible. Kazuki paused, then added, moreover, the Land of Fire is simply too prosperous. If you really count it, Konoha has the largest population, and its economy can rank among the top. Among the ninja villages, Kumogakure is the most prosperous of the 5 great ninja villages. Because of certain historical reasons, the Land of Lightning gave a lot of benefits to Kumogakure to help them recover. But in terms of countries, the Land of Fire is indeed the most prosperous. If the daimyo was willing to cooperate, Konoha's ninjas' numbers could easily double. Everyone wants the wealth of the Land of Fire. Minato nodded thoughtfully. Now, in the Great Ninja War, they constantly talk about hatred, even using it as an excuse for war. But in reality, there are almost no wars truly fought out of hatred. That's just an excuse. In reality, it's for the sake of resources. Kazuki sighed with emotion and said, actually, many times, wars are just fought by those at the top for profit. Minato nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. Chapter 138, Nobles are the only safe ones. Kazuki would occasionally utter some lofty words and concepts, such as the problem of social resource distribution, where nobles and daimyo occupied too many resources, leading to those below having to contend for more resources. Ninja battles were more about seizing resources from other ninjas and plundering ordinary civilians, while those nobles and daimyo were generally unaffected. War would even allow them to earn more money and resources. At that time, only ninjas and ordinary people would die, while the daimyo and nobles would benefit. But why was this the case? Kazuki would not directly tell them the reason, but would subtly influence them with his own thoughts. It's not surprising that Kirigakure is waging war on Konoha. Those people who die won't cause Kirigakure any heartache, as these individuals are inherently unstable factors. You must understand that war itself is a continuation of politics. Kazuki explained to the group with a serious tone. Where are we going next? Rinka asked. According to intelligence, it seems more and more Kirigakure ninjas are coming to hunt us recently. They seem very interested in my Byakugan and your Sharingan. At the mention of this, a cold glint flashed in Rinka's eyes. She didn't know who leaked the information, but her identity as the main family's young lady had been exposed, which had driven the people of Kirigakure into a frenzy. They might not care about the Sharingan, but the Byakugan was different. In terms of strategic significance, the Byakugan was even above the Sharingan. However, most Byakugan were restricted by the caged bird curse seal, preventing them from obtaining it. This might be their only chance to obtain a Byakugan. Therefore, Kirigakure had become greedy. But for Rinka, this was a great humiliation. Those guys clearly treated her as easy prey. Did they really think she could be easily handled? Rinka was determined to teach them a good lesson. She, Rinka, was not someone to be trifled with. If they have the guts, then let them come. A cold light also flashed in Mikoto's eyes, and her three-tomo Sharingan faintly appeared. Awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at her age was extremely rare. She could be considered a genius. However, this also showed that Mikoto's talent was indeed excellent, especially compared to Sasuke, who would only awaken his Sharingan at 12 years old in the future. Well, Sasuke actually awakened his Sharingan when he was young, and then he developed it to the three-tomo within a few months. Sasuke's talent doesn't seem too bad either. However, when it comes to the speed of Sharingan development, it seems no one can compare to Itachi, except for the cheat-like Kazuki. And awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan too early led to Itachi's body gradually deteriorating. Our front line is at a disadvantage. We need to find a way to help the village. More than half a month of roughing it had made Nawaki grow considerably. At least he would no longer pity those Kirigakure ninjas. Now, regardless of the opponent's age, whether old or young, male or female, if they were on the battlefield, they were his enemies, and Nawaki would strike without hesitation. Initially, he found it difficult to act, but as time passed and more people were killed, Nawaki's heart gradually became numb, although he would sometimes still mutter absurdities like, "Why? We are all human, yet why do we kill each other?" This growth satisfied Kazuki. At least, this time outside, they had grown. Just like now, Nawaki still had to strive to eliminate the village's enemies. Just like Hashirama back then, to protect Konoha, he struck down his best friend, Madara. For Hashirama, anyone who wanted to destroy peace or Konoha was his enemy. Let alone a best friend, even his younger brother Tobirama, or his wife Mito, if they were to destroy Konoha, he would not let them off. Nawaki had a bit of a bleeding heart, possessing the love characteristic of the Senju clan, but these Kirigakure ninjas had begun to invade the land of fire and attack Konoha ninja, making them his enemies. What do you all think? Kazuki looked at Minato and Mikoto, wanting to hear their suggestions. Nawaki's combat power was quite good, and he was full of energy, but his strategic vision was far too lacking, which was very similar to the future Naruto. No wonder Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Orochimaru all thought Naruto and Nawaki were very similar. Unfortunately, Nawaki's bloodline was a bit inferior to Naruto's. Mikoto has the qualities of a good wife and helper, and she is also an all-rounder. Kazuki decided to cultivate Mikoto in this direction in the future. After all, he couldn't ignore Uchiha affairs. Someone would be needed to manage the Uchiha for him. Mikoto was the best choice. As for Rinka, in terms of individual strength, she was subtly stronger than Mikoto, but she didn't care much about matters outside of strength. She was a ninja who pursued individual power. The village's front line is at a disadvantage, and the Kirigakure forces outnumber us. We need to do our best to draw the attention of the Kirigakure forces in the rear. Mikoto stated. There was one point she didn't mention. Fugaku was currently leading 200 Uchiha ninjas on the Kirigakure front line, racking up achievements. Currently, the Uchiha clan was likely starting to build momentum for Fugaku, and Mikoto naturally wanted Kazuki to become even more famous. They couldn't provide Kazuki with 200 Uchiha, but their small squad was not weak. They absolutely had to earn more achievements for Kazuki. This would bolster Kazuki's influence, giving him more confidence when he contends for the clan head position in the future. Of course, Mikoto didn't believe Fugaku would be a match for Kazuki. I have no objections either. We can destroy more of Kirigakuru's supplies. If Kirigakuru runs out of supplies, they will at least slow down their offensive. Minato said, looking intently at Kazuki. In fact, he had mentioned this to Kazuki before, but Kazuki had still proceeded step by step. Supplies were being destroyed, but not intentionally. Then have you considered what they will do once they run out of food? Kazuki didn't let Minato answer, instead answering his own question. They will break through Konoha's defenses and enter the land of fire to plunder. Chapter 139, 7 Ninja Swordsmen. But even if we do nothing, they won't have enough food. Won't they take advantage of Konoha's unpreparedness and plunder the land of fire? Nawaki scratched his head, posing his question. Kazuki didn't answer Nawaki directly. Instead, he looked at Minato. Minato, what do you think? Think from a darker perspective. Minato fell silent. He was clearly just an optimistic young man, so why would Kazuki ask him to answer something dark? Could it be that Kazuki thought he had such potential? However, his mind quickly spun. After a long moment, he looked at Kazuki with complex thoughts, asking somewhat uncertainly, this might involve a disagreement between Hokage-sama and the daimyo. You said before that the daimyo sold grain to the land of wind. Although he also gave Konoha some supplies, it ultimately harmed Konoha's interests. Allowing Kirigakuru to partially plunder the land of fire doesn't harm Konoha's interests, but the land of fire's interests. This can be seen as a disguised retaliation against the daimyo's mansion. After all, it's understandable to have some initial losses. Even if the daimyo wants to blame Konoha, he won't find a reason, because the main force maintaining border security is usually the samurai from the daimyo's mansion. Kazuki looked at Minato with approval upon hearing this. As expected of the men who would become the fourth Hokage, even if he was a puppet in Hiruzen's hands, his ability was unquestionable. Presumably, Minato was unwilling to be Hiruzen's puppet, and befriending the Uchiha clan was his way to break the deadlock. The Uchiha were also willing to befriend Minato. If Minato hadn't died so early, he could have taken Itachi as his disciple, which would have solved the Uchiha clan's problems, and Minato would have had the Uchiha clan's support. Unfortunately, Obito was too much of a schemer. During the Nine Tails incident, he tricked the Uchiha, and later, he even worked with Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Ah. Why would they do that? Aren't they all on the same side? Nawaki was not wrong in saying this, after all, the daimyo was his uncle. Both the village and the daimyo were his comrades. Now, thinking that the struggle between the village and the daimyo might lead to harm to civilians, how could Nawaki feel at ease? Cough, cough, regarding such matters, it's enough for us to speculate. There's no need to speak of it outside. Therefore, we mustn't excessively damage Kirigakuru's facilities, otherwise, we'll push them to desperate measures. Kazuki lightly coughed, reminding them. Unfortunately, all the Kirigakure ninjas we found recently don't know any information about the Uzumaki clan. If we can find some Uzumaki clansmen, Grandma should be very happy, right? Nawaki clenched his fists, still bothered by Kirigakuru's previous attack on the Uzumaki clan. As Mito's grandson, Nawaki could clearly feel that Mito had become melancholic ever since the Uzumaki clan incident. She certainly will be. I think Minato will be very happy too. Kazuki said meaningfully, glancing at Minato. Minato's face flushed upon hearing this. He indeed had a particular fondness for red-haired girls. Initially, Minato would occasionally sneak glances at Kushina, but after realizing that Kushina cared deeply for Kazuki and often clung to him, he chose to give up, treating her only as a friend. Now that Kushina's heart was set on Kazuki, how could Minato choose to pursue her? However, Kazuki was too outstanding. Kushina's life might not be easy in the future, just like Mikoto, who was inextricably linked with Kazuki. Not just Mikoto, but Rinka was also unexpectedly friendly towards Kazuki. Don't be fooled by Rinka's usual cold demeanor towards everyone. While not particularly distant, she wasn't especially close either. Only Kazuki could make her smile. At least her attitude towards him and Nawaki was clearly different from her attitude towards Kazuki. Could it be that being handsome grants special privileges? But his looks shouldn't be too far behind Kazuki's, right? Cough, cough, after all, they are Konoha's allies, and we have a responsibility to rescue them from their dire situation. Minato quickly stated his position, wondering if he would meet a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Just as Kazuki was about to lead Minato and the others away, his expression suddenly became subtle. What's wrong? Mikoto's face tightened as she quickly asked when she saw Kazuki act like this. They were now deep within the land of water. If they were to be heavily encircled by Kirigakure, even with Kazuki, they would likely fall into danger. We've encountered some fairly strong individuals. If a battle breaks out later, I won't be able to look after you. Take care of yourselves. Kazuki instructed them. 7 strong chakra signatures. Conservatively estimated, 7 elite Jonin-level powerhouses. If nothing goes wrong, it's probably the current 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Everyone exchanged glances. During this time, they had been gathering intelligence on Kirigakure, and they were no strangers to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who were Kirigakure's elite unit, holding a much higher status than the Umbu or similar groups. Each elite Jonin is a pillar of the village. If they could eliminate all of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, it would severely cripple Kirigakure. These are the Mizuki's direct subordinates. What do you think would happen to Kirigakure if the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were to remain here? Kazuki's face showed a playful smile. Of course, he wasn't afraid that Kirigakure would split, because even if the opposing side collapsed, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, Madara wouldn't stand by and watch Kirigakure fall apart, he still needed Kirigakure's power. He would weaken Kirigakure's strength, but he wouldn't let it slip from his control. But are we their match? Minato asked somewhat uncertainly. Kazuki was very powerful, but even all of them combined might not be able to defeat a single elite Jonin. If those guys were truly as legendary as they seemed, together, even a Hokage would be in danger. That was a combination formed by powerful elite Jonin. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 140, a test for Kazuki's team. Everyone looked at Kazuki. They couldn't defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Even working together, they might not be able to fight one of them. If they wanted to confront these people, Kazuki would have to do it, but could he do it alone? It wasn't that they didn't trust Kazuki, but the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were very powerful. They hadn't truly seen Kazuki in action, so they didn't know what would happen. Leave the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to me, but I'll arrange for each of you to fight one of them. For you, this is a test. Kazuki crossed his arms, looking at the 4 with a playful expression. If you can truly fight one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, you'll be capable of dealing with most strong opponents. Hee, leave it to us. Nawaki said, eager to try. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. They seemed powerful, but they themselves were no longer weak ants. Rinka and Mikoto had already reached the strength of a special Jonin, or even a Jonin, and Nawaki was not far behind. Minato also had the strength of a Chunin. The 4 of them also cooperated very well, so they might not be unable to fight an elite Jonin, even if the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were the best among elite Jonin. Rinka's eyes turned cold as she said, I will prove to Kirigakure that my Byakugan is not to be trifled with. Being targeted by Kirigakure was an absolute humiliation in Rinka's eyes. Did they really think she was easy to handle? She clenched her fists. This time, she would prove to others that the main family was not necessarily weak. Strong individuals could emerge from it too. Then rest well and prepare. If you need to prepare exploding tags, prepare them yourselves. Kazuki thought for a moment, then pulled out 2 iron kunai and threw them to Minato and Nawaki. Take these 2 kunai. They have my Flying Thunder God mark on them. If you encounter danger, activate the Flying Thunder God mark, and I'll arrive as quickly as possible. For us. Why not for Mikoto and Rinka? Nawaki put away the iron kunai, then looked at Kazuki teasingly. We already have them, I found this iron for him. Rinka explained calmly. After all, activating the Flying Thunder God mark requires some special materials, unless he just wants to leave a mark on you. As she spoke, Rinka's expression became somewhat subtle. When she, Mikoto and Kushina went to the hot spring together, Kazuki had left Flying Thunder God marks on both of their shoulders. This meant that as long as Kazuki wished, he could appear by their side at any time. For Mikoto and Kushina, this was both a protection and a restriction. No matter where they went in the future, Kazuki would know their location and could instantly appear by their side. This meant that if Kazuki wanted to do something to them, Mikoto and Kushina would be unable to resist. Of course, what frustrated Rinka the most wasn't this, but why Mikoto and Kushina had them, but she didn't. At times like this, whoever was missing it felt awkward. Could it be that she was inferior to Mikoto and Kushina? Rinka wasn't in love with Kazuki, but merely very close to him. They were teammates, and possibly close friends. At least, Kazuki was her only true male friend. As for Nawaki and Minato, they weren't worthy yet. But she still had some gap compared to Mikoto and Kushina. This made Rinka a little unwilling to admit defeat. Why could they have it, but she couldn't? If this continued, her treatment from Kazuki would be the same as Nawaki and Minato. Is that so? As expected of chakra metal, it's much heavier than ordinary kunai. Nawaki played with the kunai for a bit, deliberately relaxing his mind. Minato held the Flying Thunder God kunai, his eyes flickering. Kazuki had previously said that he had a talent for learning the Flying Thunder God technique, and that he would teach him in the future, at which point his strength would experience a leap-like improvement. However, if he had to use this type of kunai, it seemed his small personal savings wouldn't be enough to use the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed he would have to work even harder on missions from now on. In the future, Minato would transform into a mission expert, all to avoid going bankrupt from using the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, even if he didn't use kunai specially made with chakra metal, there would be no problem at all. Also, many people say that Hiruzen deducted Minato's property, but what if Konoha's houses were inherently very expensive? Don't forget that in the future, Sakura will be a high-ranking official in Konoha, and although Sasuke is rarely in the village, he performs missions outside. Naruto, as his friend, couldn't possibly not give Sasuke mission subsidies. But even with such a frequency of missions and high-level treatment, they still had to worry about mortgage payments. Minato's home was in the center of Konoha. During the Nine Tails incident, it was destroyed by the Nine Tails. What if that house still had a mortgage? If that were truly the case, then Hiruzen not continuing to collect mortgage payments from Naruto would be something Naruto should be grateful for. This is just a theory, an anime theory. They're here. Kazuki watched the 7 individuals who had arrived not far from them, their arms crossed. Looking at the 7 special swords, Kazuki's 3 Tomo Sharingan involuntarily activated. Finally, some opponents with decent strength have arrived. So, do you wish to dance? An invisible, terrifying pressure erupted from Kazuki's body. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were a direct unit created by the first Mizukage, and they had changed generations several times. Kazuki didn't recognize any of this generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but that was no problem. He would deal with all of them himself. Kazuki was also curious about Same Hada. He certainly wouldn't use Same Hada, he didn't value its limited utility. But wasn't there someone in his team who was very suitable to use Same Hada? Nawaki's chakra was significantly more than a normal person's, and he had a lot of yang attribute chakra, which Same Hada liked. Same Hada could also enhance Nawaki's strength, and with Samahada's cooperation, it wasn't impossible for Nawaki to surpass Tsunade. Chapter 141, Kazuki's Team vs Elite Jonin. Kisame was skilled in water release, and Nawaki also possessed excellent water release talent. Kisame had a vast amount of chakra, and Nawaki likewise had a vast amount of chakra. Nawaki also had good taijutsu talent. No matter how he looked at it, Kazuki felt that Kisame was an excellent learning template for Nawaki. As is well known, the second Hokage, Tobirama, used water release better than the Mizukage. If Nawaki, who inherited from Tobirama, could obtain Same Hada, he might genuinely grow to Kisame's level. Thinking of this, Kazuki's eyes became fervent. The other 6 swords were dispensable to Kazuki, but Same Hada was different, it was meant for Nawaki. Throughout this journey, both Tsunade and Mito had taken great care of him, and Kazuki didn't know how to repay them. Ensuring Nawaki could survive was his responsibility as a friend. Since Nawaki had joined him and become his subordinate, guaranteeing his safety was also his responsibility. Nawaki regarded him as a friend and trusted him, so he couldn't disappoint them. Since he had found a weapon suitable for Nawaki, there was no problem in giving Same Hada to Nawaki. Perhaps Kirigakure would negotiate to reclaim Same Hada, but sometimes, he didn't need to give them any face. If Same Hada acknowledged Nawaki, and Hiruzen demanded Same Hada back and sent it away, then he would become alienated. What's more, if it weren't for the hidden danger of Madara, Kazuki wouldn't need to pay any attention to a mere Kirigakure. Indeed, there's an unexpected big fish here. Kazuki, who defeated Hanzo, and the young lady of the Hyuga clan. If we keep them here, Mizukichi-sama will reward us handsomely. The man carrying Kubikurabocho on his shoulder surveyed Kazuki and his group with a sinister smile. Information about Kazuki had long since reached the hands of various ninja villages. At the very least, everyone knew that Kazuki had defeated Hanzo, and furthermore, they knew that Kazuki, who defeated Hanzo, was only a little over 10 years old and was Kagami's son. Because of this news, they were filled with disdain for Hanzo. Is that all? Hanzo even prided himself as a demigod, yet he was ultimately defeated by a brat. Even if the opponent was an Uchiha, Kagami's son, it was no excuse for Hanzo to lose to a brat. It seemed Hanzo's reputation was likely exaggerated. Relatively speaking, Rinka was more eye-catching. After all, her smooth forehead clearly told them that this woman was from the main family of the Hyuga clan. As long as they captured Rinka, they would possess a pair of Byakugan. They could even capture her and make her continuously bear children, giving birth to ninjas with Byakugan for Kirigakure. Don't think they are cruel, isn't this how ninjas truly are? Kirigakure is like this, and Kumogakure is no different, is it? For something with strategic value like the Byakugan, wouldn't the more the merrier? It was fortunate that these people didn't know Nawaki's true identity. If they did, they would probably be ecstatic. After all, the first Hokage, Hashirama, and his wood release were very influential throughout the ninja world. Fortunately, Nawaki's identity was not only a secret outside but also within the village, where few knew his true identity. Nawaki was not like Tsunade, who grew up under the spotlight from the beginning. After being taken as a disciple by Hiruzen, Tsunade's identity, even if they wanted to hide it, couldn't be concealed. I'll leave this guy to you. I'll handle the rest. Kazuki pointed at the user of Kubikurabocho. Well, he didn't know the other party's name, so he just referred to him as Kubikurabocho. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist themselves used their swords as code names. All right. Rinka responded coldly. She could feel the other party's contempt for their group, which she found even harder to accept. Did you hear that? He actually wants a bunch of brats to deal with us. Kubikurabocho heard Kazuki's words and immediately mocked the others. Ha ha ha, deal with us. Brats, watch closely. All right, let's make the first move. According to the intelligence, this brat named Kazuki is not weak. Everyone be careful. Just as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were preparing, Kazuki had already drawn the sword of the thunder god, transforming into a streak of lightning and charging in, entering the midst of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had originally planned to assign a few people to deal with Kazuki and have the others deal with Nawaki and the rest. Especially Rinka, if she escaped, they would definitely regret it immensely. There was once a pair of Byakugan placed before them, which they did not cherish, so they absolutely could not miss out now. Moreover, after dealing with the others, they could plunge Kazuki into pain. For powerful and talented individuals like Kazuki, they needed to be destroyed not only physically but also mentally. However, Kazuki directly charged into their midst with such swift attacks that they were stunned. They had no choice but to jointly attack Kazuki, otherwise, they might be killed. So strong. This was the first time Kazuki had displayed Kage-level strength in front of them. After all, before this, Kazuki would appear and disappear swiftly, then easily kill his opponents. But now, Kazuki was wielding the sword of the Thunder God, displaying his strength to the fullest. Even when facing 6 elite jonin, Kazuki moved among them with ease. Kazuki himself felt no pressure, while the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, on the other hand, felt immense pressure, as if they might die if they were even slightly careless. We can't hold him back. Let's go. Rinka and Mikoto exchanged glances, then cooperatively charged towards the user of Kubikurabocho. This was the opponent Kazuki had prepared for them, an elite jonin, certainly worth their effort. Moreover, with Kazuki watching nearby, there was no need to worry. Rinka had already seen that Kazuki had a shadow clone in the distance observing the situation, ready to act whenever they encountered danger. Chapter 142, Kazuki vs 6 Ninja Swordsmen. Just as Kazuki said when he met the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, do you also want to dance? Kazuki was like a colorful butterfly among the crowd, constantly flitting among the 6, instantly drawing all their firepower. These 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist could clearly feel that their rhythm had been taken over by Kazuki. Some of them wanted to go and eliminate Mikoto and the others first, but they were entangled by Kazuki. They found it impossible to break free from Kazuki's control. This sense of pressure and being led by the rhythm was unexpected for them. Kazuki's strength was far greater than imagined, living up to his reputation. Even relying solely on his Sharingan, his taijutsu, and his current swordsmanship, Kazuki could easily suppress the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He hadn't even used his full strength yet. On the other hand, Mikoto and the others were caught in a tough battle. The 4 of them were quite strong, and their teamwork was excellent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to contend with the current user of Kubikurabocho. If their coordination hadn't been good, they might not have been a match for Kubikurabocho, but there was no shame in that. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he was a renowned master in the Kirigakure, and certainly no worse than the future Zabuza. For the 4 of them to perform to this extent was already quite impressive. Especially Rinka, who displayed exceptional strength when facing Kubikurabocho. She took on the role of the main attacker, along with Mikoto. Mikoto had learned Kenjutsu from Kazuki. Although the Senju clan's Kenjutsu wasn't suitable for Mikoto, Kazuki, after learning Izuna's Kenjutsu, also taught these sword techniques to Mikoto. What's more, Izuna's light and agile Kenjutsu was very well suited to Mikoto, which significantly enhanced her strength. Nawaki also periodically cooperated with the others, launching attacks and harassing Kubikurabocho. Of course, the most important was Minato. His strength wasn't particularly great, in fact, he was the weakest among the 4, but in terms of combat awareness, he was the most talented and had the most potential. His strength was also steadily improving. Minato continuously cooperated with the others during the battle, bringing out all of his limited strength. The battle between Kazuki's group and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist naturally didn't escape the eyes of some people, such as Black Zetsu, who wouldn't miss such an opportunity. However, upon seeing the situation, Black Zetsu was stunned. This Kenjutsu, he seemed somewhat familiar with it, it looked like Izuna's. But where did Kazuki learn it from? Could it be that Izuna had passed down his Kenjutsu back then? Upon careful thought, it didn't seem impossible. After all, Izuna was different from Madara. He cared for the Uchiha clan. Aside from listening to his older brother, Izuna lived for the Uchiha clan. But Madara still had Hashirama on his mind, and sometimes, for Hashirama's sake, Madara would act impulsively. This was different from Izuna. If he hadn't possessed absolute strength, and if Izuna hadn't consistently supported him, then Madara might not have been the Uchiha clan head. It seems Kazuki has obtained Izuna's kenjutsu. It's unknown how much of the other legacies Kazuki has obtained. Even Black Zetsu had to admit that Izuna was a very excellent Uchiha. Aside from strength, he was superior to Madara in all aspects. In fact, even in terms of strength, the Izuna of that time wasn't much weaker than Madara. His strength had always been on par with Tobirama. If not for the sudden flying thunder god slash, Tobirama would have had almost no chance of killing Izuna. However, the aura emanating from Kazuki filled Black Zetsu with dread. Some things, others couldn't sense, but Black Zetsu could feel them clearly. Previously, Black Zetsu had only sensed the aura of Indra Chakra on Kazuki. At that time, he suspected that Kazuki might be related to Indra Chakra. But this time, he also sensed Asura's aura on Kazuki. Possessing both Indra's and Asura's auras, yes, this was definitely Hagoromo's aura. Could it be that someone could simultaneously possess these two auras? Indra and Asura couldn't possibly reincarnate into the same person at the same time. Only Hagoromo could achieve that, and Kazuki also seemed to have the aura of Sage Mode. So, how to deal with Kazuki? If Madara regained his Rinnegan, perhaps he could deal with Kazuki. Black Zetsu had full confidence in Madara. Throughout history, in the ninja world, aside from Hagoromo, Madara should be considered the strongest ninja. If it were Madara before he obtained Asura Chakra and awakened the Rinnegan, he might not have been able to compare to Indra. But Madara with the Rinnegan definitely surpassed Indra. It's just a pity that Madara is already old, and the Geto statue needs nurturing. Even the Rinnegan needs nurturing, otherwise he would have already been pushing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. So how to deal with Kazuki? Kirigakure alone is not enough. Other villages must also unite. As for Madara, he can only be deployed after the plan is implemented. Fugaku, whom Madara mentioned before, is a good choice. Also, it seems some people within Konoha don't have a particularly good impression of Kazuki, especially that Danzo. If he remembered correctly, when Kagami died, he was somewhat betrayed by Danzo, wasn't he? If Danzo hadn't constantly instigated Kagami to stay behind and cover their retreat, it might not have been easy for Madara to kill Kagami. If he were to use this matter to threaten Danzo, Danzo might not be able to escape. Moreover, Danzo also seems to have many grievances against the Uchiha clan. If he were to stir things up a bit more, Danzo might not refuse to act against Kazuki. A stab in the back from within is the most fatal. Besides that, he still has some people he can use. If they can't be found in the ninja world, then what about outside the ninja world? Chapter 143, Black Zetsu's plans for Kazuki. Looking at Rinka, who displayed impressive strength, Black Zetsu thought of another group of people. Hamura had once gone to the moon, and it was likely that some of his descendants had remained there. Compared to Hamura's descendants in the ninja world, Black Zetsu felt that those on the moon probably had a more complete lineage. If so, he could arrange for Kazuki and them to fight each other. He could give Kazuki some false ideas, portraying the Otsutsuki on the moon as great demons who want to destroy the ninja world. Then, he can also portray Kazuki as a villain who wants to annihilate the Otsutsuki on the moon. Thinking about Hagoromo's chakra reincarnation fighting the Otsutsuki on the moon, Black Zetsu felt quite pleased. You united to seal Mother, you all deserve to die. Everyone must die. Black Zetsu had already decided internally to target Kazuki as soon as possible. However, what Black Zetsu didn't know was that the moment he appeared, Kazuki felt a strong sense of malice and fear from him. Had he misunderstood something? Nevertheless, as long as Madara didn't appear, Kazuki wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Black Zetsu could scheme against Madara, but that didn't mean Black Zetsu was powerful. Undeniably, Black Zetsu's abilities were quite troublesome. Even Six Paths Naruto could only choose to seal Black Zetsu, not completely eliminate him. It was hard to say if the current Kazuki could truly deal with Black Zetsu. However, their performance is quite good. Looking at the four-person team fighting Kubikurabocho evenly, Kazuki felt a wave of relief. They were still in a rapid growth phase. After returning, he could arrange for Rinka and Mikoto to become special Jonin. As for Nawaki and Minato, they could be promoted to Chunin. Nawaki could even strive to become a special Jonin if he worked hard. Then, I will also start to get serious. Kazuki's eyes sharpened, and the sword of the Thunder God in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. His speed increased further, and for a moment, slashes rained down. Dull. Severance. All evils, be cut down. Chaos, collapse. Powerless. Ridiculous. Absurd. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist all expressed that they had never encountered such a talkative person. Moreover, considering his tone, he seemed to disregard them, as if they amounted to nothing. Very good, you have pleased me, so I will get serious. Old fellows. Kazuki suddenly became serious. His figure continuously darted, his entire body enveloped by terrifying lightning, and even the Nine-Tails' chakra within him was utilized. Currently, Kazuki was attempting to utilize Sage Mode and a portion of the Nine-Tails' chakra in battle. For some reason, the Nine-Tails' chakra directly went to Kazuki's hair. Although Kazuki didn't have much of the Nine-Tails' chakra, it still turned his black hair golden. Actually, he quite liked this mode. It would be even better if it could make his muscles more developed. Towering golden hair, lightning emanating from his body, wasn't this a Super Saiyan? As an old anime fan, who wouldn't long to become a Super Saiyan one day? Not to mention, he even learned instant transmission. Facing Kazuki fighting at full power, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist instantly lost their composure. Originally, they could barely parry Kazuki, but as Kazuki began to exert himself, they started to suffer. The first to suffer was Kiba. This lightning-infused blade lost its advantage instantly when it met the sword of the Thunder God. The lightning, which was usually effective, had no effect against the sword of the Thunder God. In fact, Kazuki, combined with the lightning from the sword of the Thunder God, quickly overwhelmed Kiba. The wielder of Kiba was caught off guard by this situation. He had always been Kirigakuru's most skilled lightning release user, but now, facing Kazuki, he was instantly overwhelmed. The difference in their lightning release was too great. And in the instant Kiba was distracted, Kazuki quickly seized the opportunity. The sword of the Thunder God pierced through Kiba's chest. Thus, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist died at Kazuki's hands. This sudden turn of events shocked the other 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Fortunately, they were ultimately ninjas who had experienced countless battles and wanted to seize this opportunity to launch an attack on Kazuki. However, Kazuki showed no signs of slacking. He kicked Samehada, and the terrifying speed and power nearly made Samehada fly out of its wielder's hand. Kazuki's attacks continued to fall on them like a fierce storm. At this moment, Kazuki displayed the demeanor of a genuine powerhouse. Not long after taking down Kiba, he elbowed Shibuki. The terrifying force sent the other party flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, his figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind Hiramakerii. Before the other party could react, the sword of the Thunder God pierced through their heart. In just a brief moment, Kazuki had killed 2 of the 6-7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and fractured the bones of another. The remaining 3 were terrified at the sight. This was simply too strong, wasn't it? How could someone be so strong? Even the Mizukage felt immense pressure when facing them and couldn't easily overwhelm them. On the other side, Kobikarabocho felt immense pressure. The fact that he couldn't take down 4 brats was an absolute disgrace to him. Who would have thought that 4 inexperienced brats could achieve such a feat? So, should he take this opportunity to escape? However, it was already too late for him to run now. Kazuki's figure continuously flickered, displaying his kenjutsu and speed to the fullest. After expending some more effort, he killed the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Achieving this was nothing more than a warm-up for Kazuki. He wouldn't become complacent because of it. In the future, Madara, under Edo Tensei, easily overwhelmed the 5 Kage at the time. Most crucially, he was merely toying with them. Chapter 144, Giving Samehada to Nawaki. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were powerful, they were insignificant in front of true powerhouses. Not to mention others, even Inoki and the 4th Raikage, who were defeated by Madara, might be able to take on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone. However, Madara, resurrected by Edo Tensei, single-handedly fought the 5 Kage. Moreover, there was a feeling that even if the number of the 5 Kage increased tenfold, they might still not be a match for Madara. To put it bluntly, among all the Kage who had ever existed before the 4th Great Ninja War, with the exception of Hashirama, all the Kage combined would not be a match for Madara. As for Hashirama, at that time, he was not a match for Madara in a one-on-one fight, but if so many Kage cooperated with Hashirama, Madara would probably be in trouble. Kazuki exuded a powerful sense of oppression, which the other 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had not expected at first. After all, Kazuki was just a 10-year-old brat. Although he would be 11 in a few months, an 11-year-old child hadn't even fully matured yet, so how could he threaten them? Even Madara and Hashirama of the past were far from this strong at that age. At this moment, even they, who were accustomed to killing without batting an eye, began to panic. If they had known Kazuki was so strong, they would not have provoked him. And then there was no then. Kazuki seized the opportunity to strike while they were down, continuing his assault, quickly taking their lives. After everything was over, Kazuki took out a storage scroll and put the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist inside. These were powerhouses from Kirigakure, and they must contain a lot of intelligence. Moreover, this was his battle record. Even if Fugaku continued to achieve meritorious deeds on the front lines, he could not achieve such a battle record. These 6 alone were enough to offset several years of Fugaku's efforts. Then Kazuki took out another storage scroll and put away the other ninja swords. Then he looked at Samehada, which was trying to escape. Are you sure you want to run away? Care to test if I will destroy you? Apparently, same hada was a sword with its own intelligence. Upon hearing Kazuki's words, it shivered, but still obediently lied on the ground, allowing Kazuki to pick it up. Kazuki picked up same hada, and felt a surge of chakra coming from it, clearly trying to curry favor with Kazuki. Humph, I don't need your chakra, and the master I'm finding for you isn't me. Kazuki snorted lightly. Behave well from now on. Kazuki then looked at Kubikurabocho not far away. The user of Kubikurabocho was almost fighting for his life at this moment. There was nothing he could do. He had seen Kazuki's strength. If Kazuki wanted to kill him, he would instantly die. Running away was impossible, and surrendering was even more impossible. Given the Mizuki's personality, if he knew he had surrendered, he would definitely come to kill him immediately. So the only option for him was to drag as many of these people down with him as possible, and kill as many as he could. If he killed one, he wouldn't lose anything. If he killed two, he would profit. Are you going to fight for your life? But that's enough. Kazuki wanted to let the few of them experience a life or death crisis, but such a battle was too dangerous. The previous battle had already given them some tempering, and if they continued to fight, they would really die. Nawaki and Minato were tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, so Kazuki felt nothing about them getting some injuries. But if Mikoto and Rinka got injured, he would feel a little heartache. Kazuki's figure vanished from where he stood, and in an instant, he appeared near Kubikurabocho. Just as its user was raising Kubikurabocho high to slash down at Rinka, Kazuki quickly kicked Kubikurabocho away, and the sword of the Thunder God in his hand swiftly sliced across the other party's neck. From the moment Kazuki disappeared from his original spot and then reappeared beside them, resolving the Kubikurabocho user, probably less than 2 seconds had passed. Too strong. Seeing their opponent resolved by Kazuki, the four young ones collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. During the previous battle, their adrenaline had surged, and now that the opponent was dead, they were naturally extremely exhausted. Even Mikoto and Rinka had lost all their strength at this moment. Kazuki first walked over to Rinka, who was more seriously injured, and observed her injuries. Since Rinka was the main force fighting the opponent head-on, her injuries were the most severe. At least 3 ribs were broken, and there were many slash marks on her arms and hands. I'll set your bones for you, all right? Kazuki hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Rinka's ear and quietly asked. After all, her ribs were broken, and some contact would inevitably occur during the process. Even the usually cool-faced Rinka had a faint blush on her face, but she still barely whispered, "Mm." Mikoto's eyes flickered at the sight, but she had no intention of stopping them. Rinka was indeed seriously injured, while she herself was almost unharmed. However, speaking of which, Nawaki also had many injuries, but from the looks of it, Kazuki seemed to have no intention of treating Nawaki at all. Nawaki, I'm giving you this same hada. You can interact with it yourself. Kazuki seemed to have thought of something, throwing same hada from his other hand to Nawaki. Oh, and you guys use storage scrolls to collect the people and Kubikurabocho. After speaking, Kazuki picked up Rinka and vanished from the spot with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the past few days, he had left many Flying Thunder God marks in the Land of Water as backup resting places. Now he needed to perform a simple surgery on Rinka. As for Mikoto and the others, his shadow clone was there watching them, so there was not much danger. Hey, how could he just leave like that? Nawaki's arm hung limply. During the previous battle, his arm had been dislocated. He had originally wanted Kazuki to treat him, but the other party had just run off. How about I put it back for you? Seeing Nawaki's miserable state, Minato volunteered, and then curiously looked at same hada not far away. Chapter 145, Nawaki and Samehada's Harmony. Thanks, Minato. Nawaki grimaced, gripping same hada, which Kazuki had given him earlier, with his healthy hand. Out of trust in Kazuki, Nawaki directly picked up same hada, and then he felt a surge of chakra from same hada enter his body. His previous injuries were alleviated by Samehada's actions. Whoa, this sword is amazing. It can restore my chakra and even alleviate my injuries. Nawaki quickly blurted out the discovery. At this moment, Minato had helped a little with Nawaki's arm. As for further treatment, that was beyond his capabilities. He curiously examined same hada and said, "This sword seems to have a life of its own." Nawaki lifted same hada and scrutinized it. It really does seem to have a life. There was one thing Nawaki didn't say, the sword seemed a bit ugly. However, same hada was, after all, helping him recover from his injuries. Wouldn't it be too shameless to speak his mind? Nawaki was just a bit simple-minded, not truly foolish. But if it can keep restoring my chakra and injuries, this sword is pretty powerful. Nawaki then joked. Mikoto said as she put away the corpses, "This sword is same hada. Kazuki told me about same hada before. It can absorb the opponent's chakra during battle to restore yours." According to Kazuki, same hada is the most special and powerful of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist swords. Actually, Mikoto was thinking of another ninja sword, Kiba. Her current path followed Kazuki's, lightning release Chidori series, Sharingan usage, and Uchiha Kenjutsu. If she had an excellent long sword, it could significantly enhance her strength. Clearly, Kiba was the most suitable. With Kiba, her strength would undoubtedly reach special Jonin level. Of course, she was more concerned about Rinka. Rinka's injuries were not light at all, and she wondered if Kazuki could heal her. As for whether anything would happen between Kazuki and Rinka, that was not Mikoto's concern. Being able to follow Kazuki was Mikoto's current thought. Of course, it would be even better if she could go further. She needed to get stronger so as not to hold Kazuki back, and at the same time, she needed to handle things Kazuki was usually too lazy to do. She intended to become Kazuki's right hand and his wise helper. So this is same Hada. I didn't expect it could also absorb other people's chakra. It seems really suitable for me. A smile appeared on Nawaki's face. He felt that same Hada was a perfect match for him, and perhaps in the future, he could use same Hada to develop his own fighting style. Indeed, such a weapon is unattainable for others. But then again, Kazuki seems to be growing stronger and stronger. The formidable enemies we struggled to fight are enemies he can casually eliminate. Minato sighed with emotion. The gap between them seemed to be more than just a little. Only a powerhouse like Kazuki can truly protect Konoha. Minato then looked at Mikoto, who was writing a mission report. This was something Kazuki should have written. However, Kazuki wasn't very keen on such matters, often letting Mikoto handle them, and she always did an excellent job. So what was his role in this squad? Rinka had the Byakugan for detection and observation. Mikoto could handle various tasks, and her strength was also quite good, at least not weak within the squad. Nawaki was tough and resilient, and now with same Hada, his strength would significantly increase. As for himself, he still had to proceed step by step. Of course, Minato would not blame Kazuki for not helping him get stronger or anything. Kazuki had already helped him enough, and he felt nothing but gratitude towards Kazuki. Kazuki taught him much more than Jiraiya. Minato wasn't ungrateful, how could he blame Kazuki? He came from a civilian background, his foundation was the weakest, and he was the youngest. Not everyone was Kazuki and could achieve this level. Most people needed to get stronger gradually. Overdrawing on his future potential to quickly get stronger was unwise. This left Minato temporarily unsure of his position. Of course, if Kazuki were excluded, his combat analysis ability seemed to be the best in the squad. However, he was too weak, and he didn't have the corresponding authority. Even if he wanted command, he was too weak. Moreover, his combat experience was insufficient, and talent was merely talent. To truly apply it in actual combat, he still had a long way to go. He still needed to get stronger as much as possible. However, the fight against Kubikurabocho today was truly exhilarating. How long do we need to wait here? The battle here must have attracted Kirigakuru's attention. If they send a large army to encircle us, we'll be in danger. Feeling mostly recovered, Nawaki hoisted same Hada onto his shoulder. And surprisingly, aside from its slightly unappealing appearance, same Hada was a very formidable weapon. Not only could it absorb the opponent's chakra, but it could also restore his chakra and heal his injuries. The barbs on same Hada could also make opponents lose a layer of skin, even if they didn't die. Nawaki lovingly stroked same Hada. What a good item, truly a good item. Rinka's injuries are not light, but if it's just simple treatment, it shouldn't take long. As long as her ribs are set, it can be resolved in at most half an hour. As for other Kirigakure forces, we don't need to worry too much. In this situation, probably no one will dare to come over rashly. Mikoto scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, after all, Kirigakure probably doesn't believe we can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Mikoto's words made Nawaki and Minato slightly relieved. After all, they were still behind enemy lines, which was too dangerous. Chapter 146, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shock. Besides, don't we still have the Flying Thunder God Kunai? If we encounter danger, Kazuki can come over at any time. Mikoto said, taking out a Flying Thunder God Kunai. Fortunately, those Kirigakure ninjas did not come to investigate for intelligence. Perhaps no one in Kirigakure believed that anyone could still be alive after the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist made their move. About 20 minutes later, Kazuki and Rinka reappeared. Kazuki silently sensed his surroundings and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It seems you didn't have any battles after that. I don't know why, but after you left, they didn't launch an attack. Nawaki said, scratching his head. He then pointed to same Hada on his shoulder. And said, Kazuki, this great sword is amazing, it can even heal me. Kazuki instructed Nawaki, after all, it's the most special great sword. You should get along well with it from now on. This thing is very powerful. If you use it well, it's not impossible to surpass your older sister in the future. The 7 ninja swords might be demanded back by Kirigakure after the war ends. But I will help you keep it. Kirigakure has no right to demand it back. He intended to keep Samehada, and no one could stop him. Kazuki didn't believe that after Kirigakure's defeat, Hiruzen would have any reason to demand Samehada from Nawaki. Rinka, are you okay? At this moment, Mikoto handed a scroll to Kazuki, then looked at Rinka with concern. As a meticulous girl, Mikoto could clearly sense that Rinka's clothing had changed, and there was a hint of unnaturalness on her fair, cold face. No. I'm fine. Rinka quickly replied, though her tone was a little unnatural. The image of Kazuki treating her earlier was something she simply couldn't forget. She was completely defiled in front of Kazuki. She desperately wanted to tell herself that Kazuki was only trying to save her and didn't do anything excessive to her, but she had to admit that she seemed unable to maintain her original feelings for Kazuki. It was fortunate that Kazuki didn't know Rinka's thoughts. He was only trying to save Rinka. Given Rinka's condition, a bad move could have caused her ribs to injure her internal organs. Moreover, Rinka wasn't that old, was she? Mikoto looked at Rinka suspiciously, but didn't say much, though her sixth sense told her that Rinka's feelings for Kazuki seemed to have changed quite a bit. Alright, let's leave this place first. We need to find a place to adjust. Kazuki then said to the others. He first summoned Katsuyu and handed over the mission report and the storage scroll containing the 7 corpses to Katsuyu. As for the remaining ninja swords, Kazuki kept them. After all, these were his spoils of war, and he was entitled to deal with these ninja swords. Even the Hokage would need to offer something in exchange to take the ninja swords from him. After doing all this, Kazuki hesitated slightly, picked up Rinka in a princess carry, and then walked ahead, signaling the others to follow. When Hiruzen learned from Katsuyu that Kazuki had annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he was stunned. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist before. If he encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone, even he would be in danger. If he didn't handle it well and was held back by them, he might even face a life-threatening situation. Yet, after encountering Kazuki, these guys were annihilated. This left Hiruzen speechless. He had known before that Kazuki was very powerful, and he had guessed that Kazuki had already surpassed him, but he was still surprised and it seemed that Kazuki had even surpassed him by a great margin. At least he couldn't easily annihilate the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kazuki truly couldn't be stopped. Hiruzen thought of Fugaku, who had been constantly achieving merits on the front lines recently. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. He must start building momentum for Kazuki. The matter of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist could not be concealed. Moreover, compared to letting Fugaku become clan head, Hiruzen needed to support Kazuki both emotionally and logically. After all, Kazuki was Kagami's son and one of their own. If he chose to suppress Kazuki at this time, the Hokage faction would fall into disarray. Even Danzo would do this. If he doesn't help his subordinate, but instead supports his political enemy, then who would be willing to follow him in the future? Then, Hiruzen took Mikoto's mission report and read it twice. He pulled out his pipe, and took 2 puffs, giving an order with complex thoughts. Thus, the news that Kazuki's squad encountered and annihilated the elite Kirigakure unit, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, while scouting for intelligence in the land of water, quickly spread throughout Konoha. First defeating Hanzo the salamander, then annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kazuki's reputation spread, and it also brought significant morale to Konoha, which had to fight on 2 fronts. If defeating Hanzo the salamander initially might have been with the help of Tsunade and others, as Hanzo had first fought with the 3 of them, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had significantly depleted Hanzo's strength, allowing Kazuki to defeat Hanzo, then this time, Kazuki's annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was a solid achievement. It should be noted that the members of Kazuki's team were Genin Minato, Nawaki, Mikoto, and Rinka. Perhaps their strength was decent, but they should still have some gap from Jonin. Thus, Kazuki's reputation grew even more prominent, and some even began to speculate, who was stronger, Kazuki or Kagami? Had he already surpassed his father? To what extent would Kazuki grow in the future? Meanwhile, Koharu, a member of the village's elder council, tacitly approved of this matter and even revealed Kazuki's experiences to the younger generation in her clan. Chapter 147, Koharu's Preparations. Koharu was never a fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in her current position. If it were other Uchiha, she would certainly not empower them. In fact, she would become a vanguard against them. After all, these people, even without considering their own and their clan's interests, would oppose the Uchiha. They were all disciples of Tobirama, and they often heard Tobirama's frequent remark, the Uchiha are inherently evil. It's worth noting that Tobirama always had this phrase on his lips. Even when facing Kagami, Tobirama would speak it without reservation, presenting facts and reasoning, and highlighting some of the problems with the Sharingan. Even Kagami sometimes doubted himself, wondering if the Uchiha clan was truly an inherently evil clan. Of course, Tobirama also told Kagami privately that the Uchiha clan was also a clan of love. It was precisely because their love was too intense that it led to them becoming extreme. Combining this with his own situation, Kagami himself felt that the Uchiha clan indeed had significant problems, and for Konoha, they seemed to be an unstable factor. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura were also deeply influenced by Tobirama. However, Kazuki was different. He was Kagami's son. If that were his only identity, then he could only be considered half an insider. If it came down to it, he wouldn't even be qualified to compete for Hokage in the future. But he was also Tsunade's disciple and was usually taught by Mito, making him Mito's de facto disciple. If one were to consider it from Mito's side, Kazuki was actually of their generation. With Mito's endorsement, the Uchiha influence on Kazuki was weakened to a negligible extent. The only concern was whether Kazuki becoming Uchiha clan head, or even Hokage in the future, would affect their interests and the interests of their clans. After some thought, Koharu decided to do Kazuki a favor. After all, she herself was not averse to Kazuki, which was different from Hamura. Recently, Hamura had been on the land of water battlefield, and he had often assigned arduous tasks to the Uchiha, which put considerable pressure on Fugaku. Of course, Hamura was also full of dissatisfaction with Kazuki, but Kazuki's squad was specifically under Hiruzen's direct command. Although Hamura was an elder, he had no authority over the Hokage's direct umbu. Hiruzen usually wouldn't meddle in these affairs, and he could turn a blind eye to Hamura and Koharu's interactions with the umbu. If Kazuki ignored Hamura, no one could say anything, as he was an umbu, and theoretically, Hamura had no jurisdiction over him. But Fugaku and the others were in trouble. They couldn't deal with Kazuki, but Fugaku. Kazuki, the hot pot is ready. Mikoto called out to Kazuki from inside the house. They had already returned to an island to rest. There are many islands within the land of water, and even Kirigakure cannot govern all of them. Sometimes, Kazuki would think that if his strength wasn't already sufficient, he would choose to wage guerrilla warfare within the land of water, adhering to the strategy of enemy advances, we retreat. Enemy camps, we harass. Enemy tires, we attack. Enemy retreats, we pursue. This place was too suitable for establishing rear bases. Kazuki sat down and looked at the pot full of seafood, sighing softly, I wonder when I can stop eating seafood. Indeed, I'm tired of seafood. I don't know how long it's been since I had fresh vegetables, beef, or lamb. Nawaki, who was originally bonding with Samehada, heard Kazuki's words and agreed enthusiastically. Speaking of which, Kazuki, can't you use the Flying Thunder God technique to go to some towns and buy some meat? It's always the taste of sea fish. I feel like I smell like fish now. Do you think it's safe here? Kazuki didn't mind making a trip, but Mikoto, Rinka, and the others wouldn't be safe. Putting aside Kirigakure ninjas, there's also Madara and Black Zetsu. They were the most dangerous. Even the current Kazuki didn't think he could definitely defeat the current Madara. If the opponent were to attack Mikoto and the others while he was away, to threaten him, what would he do? Alright, Nawaki, let's go catch more different kinds of seafood later. Minato quickly comforted Nawaki. Unlike Kazuki and the others, Minato was very adaptable to this environment. After all, his background was the worst among them, and he didn't usually eat particularly well until he was taken in as a disciple by Jiraiya. Minato's life gradually improved after that. Now, working in the umbu, Minato had a good salary, and his life had gotten better. Being able to eat various sea fish and seafood now, Minato was very satisfied. It was all high protein, which was good for physical growth. Ah, alright, consider it water release practice. Nawaki gave a wry smile. I've been studying Lord Second's training scrolls. Besides various forbidden jutsu, he usually researched water release the most. It said that one year, Lord Second researched water release by the sea for 2 years, and from then on, his water release underwent earth-shattering changes. If my water release could reach his level, I'd probably die laughing in my dreams. The second Hokage was the Hokage most like a Mizukage. Kazuki's face showed a playful smile. I heard a joke that every time the second Hokage created a ninjutsu, the first Hokage would ask him if it was a water release ninjutsu. If it wasn't, he would demand that it be written into a forbidden jutsu scroll and forbid him from using that ninjutsu. There's such a thing. Nawaki was dumbfounded. He immediately believed it. After all, Kazuki usually studied with Mito. He could usually hear information he didn't know. Perhaps his grandmother really told Kazuki this. Of course, I'm kidding. Most of Lord Second's water release jutsu were created before the village was founded, mainly to target the Uchiha, especially Izuna. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 148, Distributing the Spoils. Targeting the Uchiha. It seems the Uchiha are most skilled in fire release. Nawaki looked at Kazuki and Mikoto with a subtle expression. There were 2 Uchiha in their squad, after all. Rinka sat silently beside Kazuki, eating. Despite her injuries, as a descendant of aliens, she wasn't afraid of inflammation. For Rinka, replenishing energy and protein as quickly as possible was the best course of action. Indeed, for a period, the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clan wasn't very good. Kazuki didn't shy away from the topic. Then his expression turned serious as he said to the others, "What do you plan to do next? We've already eliminated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, so Kirigakure will likely make a move. However, I can guarantee I can protect you. You took out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist all by yourself, what else is there to fear?" Nawaki grumbled, "Even if the Mizukage came, he probably wouldn't be your match." As he spoke, Nawaki looked at Kazuki indignantly again and said, "Damn it, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strong? How am I supposed to compete with you for the Hokage in the future?" Nawaki had now more or less passed his original fate. Perhaps at this point in the original timeline, he would have been killed by an explosive tag. This could be considered saving Nawaki, and it wasn't in vain for the care Mito had shown him. "I'm not afraid of the Mizukage, but the ninja world is far more complex and dangerous than you imagine. Even I cannot claim to be the strongest right now." Kazuki chuckled lightly. "However, I am very interested in the 3 tails and 6 tails. I wonder if Kirigakure will send 2-tailed beasts to deal with us." "Those are tailed beasts." Nawaki didn't know how to even begin to retort Kazuki. His grandma was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, so he naturally understood the power of tailed beasts. Even if other tailed beasts weren't as strong as the 9 tails, the power gap shouldn't be too significant, right? "I'm still very interested in it." Kazuki's gaze deepened. "The 9 tails chakra has enhanced me significantly. If possible, I wouldn't mind collecting all the chakra to research them, but unfortunately, achieving that goal is currently difficult." Then Kazuki said to Nawaki, "You should try to build a good relationship with Samehada in your daily life, using your chakra to connect with it. Samehada seems quite interested in your chakra. The better your relationship, the more it can help you in the future. Even some dangerous ninjutsu, Samehada can block for you. Later, we can research ways to use Samehada more. When I fought them earlier, I noticed that Samehada isn't meant for slashing, but for shaving, which is different from other ninja swords." "To shave?" Nawaki immediately deflated. He wasn't skilled with weapons, he couldn't even use a regular longsword well. If he had to use Samehada to shave, he would need to study it thoroughly. Kazuki said, "I remember the first Hokage had a great sword. Perhaps he also used such a weapon before. You can ask Grandma Mito when you return. Perhaps she can give you some pointers. I have high hopes for Samehada, it's much stronger than you imagine." Kazuki didn't mention that if Nawaki mastered Samehada, his future strength could reach a peak where he could suppress a tailed beast. After all, tailed beasts are still somewhat out of reach for most people right now. And for Nawaki, tailed beasts were all like the 9 tails, far beyond what his small arms and legs could contend with. "Oh, right, Mikoto, this sword is for you." As if remembering something, Kazuki opened his storage scroll and pulled out Kiba, handing it to Mikoto. Mikoto was walking a path similar to his own. No, to be precise, her path was very similar to Sasuke's future path. And Kazuki could train Mikoto in this direction. Kiba. Mikoto took the long sword, her face lighting up. She had long coveted the sword of the Thunder God, but it belonged to Kazuki, and was once Tobirama's weapon, so Kazuki found it inconvenient to give it to her. Kiba was an excellent substitute for the sword of the Thunder God. But is this really okay? Immediately after, Mikoto looked at Kazuki with hesitation. She wasn't like Nawaki, completely ignorant of politics. Konoha and Kirigakure were likely to negotiate peace in the future, and Kirigakure wouldn't just abandon the 7 ninja swords. If they let them regain control of the ninja swords, who knew what the future would hold? Konoha would also be in a very difficult position. You don't need to worry about that. The defeated have no right to make demands. What face do they have to reclaim these ninja swords? We can just set an exorbitant price then. Perhaps for Kirigakure, the cost of forging 7 new ninja swords would be cheaper than that price. No matter what, we'll profit. Kazuki's face revealed a knowing smile, except for Samehada, which cannot be handed over, something like Kiba isn't untradeable. We can also forge a weapon more suitable for you later. Mikoto listened to Kazuki's words. If a ninja sword could truly be custom-made for her, it would definitely be more suitable than Kiba. I remember there was a Kusanagi sword, right? Orochimaru-sensei has several. Nawaki said weakly, "You could ask Orochimaru-sensei." Mikoto gave a helpless smile. She was indeed Orochimaru's disciple, but her status couldn't compare to Nawaki's. If it were Nawaki, he might really be able to obtain a Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, but Mikoto felt she didn't have that qualification. We'll talk about that later. Kazuki then turned his gaze to Minato and said, "Minato, you still need to train systematically. I will help with your body flicker technique later and see if you can integrate it into your combat system. Yes. Minato was delighted to hear this. He had been wondering how to get stronger. Now that Kazuki had proposed to give him advice, it perfectly resolved his dilemma. Kazuki was truly a good mentor, much more reliable than Jiraiya-sensei. As for Rinka. Kazuki then looked at Rinka beside him, recalling the scene of healing Rinka earlier. He had to admit, he felt a bit of a stir. Chapter 149, Proud Tsunade. Kazuki could previously guarantee that his relationship with Rinka was that of pure and innocent good friends. Rinka was a trustworthy partner, and with her relationship, the Hyuga clan would not obstruct him from becoming Hokage in the future. After all, in the future, Rinka is destined to become a high-ranking member of the Hyuga clan. With her mediating, the Hyuga clan will at least not become an obstacle to him. It should be known that the relationship between the Hyuga and the Uchiha clan was not very good back then. To be precise, most clans did not have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan. Almost no one wanted an Uchiha to become Hokage. However, imperceptibly, a special situation seemed to have arisen between him and Rinka. Girls develop early. However, Rinka and Hinata are somewhat similar. He wondered if it was because of their kinship. Or do all the girls of the Hyuga clan develop so well? Do you still plan to practice taijutsu after this? Kazuki asked with a hint of curiosity. Rinka nodded slightly and said, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan has an ancient and mysterious legacy. Its lower limit is very high, and its upper limit is also very high. I believe I can grow by relying on the Hyuga clan's legacy. Rinka clearly recalled the previous situation. While injured, there was no hint of impropriety, but after the treatment ended, the situation changed. Kazuki nodded slightly. And said, according to my intel, the Hyuga clan also has an ancient heritage, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths brother. As for the specifics, I'm not particularly clear. If you need anything, let me know anytime. There isn't much he can do to help Rinka right now. Unless he can encounter Tonari and obtain the Otsutsuki's legacy from him, he cannot help Rinka much. The Hyuga's legacy is most suitable for Rinka. The upper limit isn't that high, but the lower limit is truly high. However, how to make Rinka grow to the Otsutsuki level is something Kazuki needs to ponder. Descendants of the Six Paths Sage's brother. Rinka's eyes trembled slightly. It seemed there was indeed such a legend within their Hyuga clan, but this legend was only fragmented. She didn't expect them to truly be related to the Sage of Six Paths. She also wondered what strength the Six Paths Sage's brother possessed. The specific information isn't very clear, but it should be correct. It might be related to those special eyes. Kazuki hinted meaningfully. Rinka nodded thoughtfully. If she thought about it carefully, it seemed truly possible. After returning to Konoha, she would have to study the clan's books more. Perhaps those legendary eyes might be related to this. No one expected that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be annihilated when ambushing Kazuki's squad. This news quickly caused a huge stir throughout the ninja world. Not to mention how complicated Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure were, and how much they wanted to eliminate Kazuki. The atmosphere in Kirigakure made everyone feel suppressed. However, what surprised everyone was that the third Mizukage did not take any action because of this. It should be known that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were an important force under his command, yet they were annihilated by Kazuki's squad. The impact this had on the Mizukage's power was not insignificant. Fortunately, at this time, those clans were all eager to invade the Land of Fire, plunder its land, and retaliate against Konoha. Otherwise, Kirigakure might have fallen into civil war. Within the Land of Rivers, as the country between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers' existence seemed to be merely a buffer zone for when Konoha and Tsunagakure went to war. Currently, over 3,000 Konoha and 5,000 Suna ninjas were engaged in chaotic battle within the Land of Rivers. Orochimaru excitedly arrived at Tsunade's tent and, seeing her studying something, asked, "Still haven't figured out the antidote?" Chiyo's poison is very potent. It will take some more time to decipher it." Tsunade didn't even lift her eyelids, continuing to study the poison. To be honest, Chiyo's poison is even more troublesome than Hanzo's poison. Conditions on the front line are limited. If I were in Konoha, I should have already developed the antidote. Chiyo's poison was extremely tricky, but she was not weak either. This feeling of having a fated rival made Tsunade very attentive. Is that so? After all, puppet jutsu requires poison to go with it. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Intelligence from the village reports that not long ago, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist ambushed Kazuki's squad, but were ultimately counter-killed by Kazuki. The entire 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were annihilated. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were annihilated. Tsunade immediately lost her composure. In the past, when carrying out missions, Tsunade had fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Even she had to admit that defeating even one of them was somewhat stressful. Those individuals were all elite jonin, and some were even top-tier elite jonin. Yet, even when combined, they were annihilated by Kazuki alone. Was it an attempted encirclement that turned into being encircled instead? Tsunade could imagine Kazuki facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and shouting, "The 7 of you are surrounded by me." After all, considering the scene where Hanzo was crushed by Kazuki, it wasn't so hard to understand Kazuki annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. As expected of my disciple. Tsunade was very proud. As for whether Kazuki would become Hokage in the future, that was not something Tsunade could control. Anyway, she never thought of becoming Hokage. The ones who should be having headaches are Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Her grandfather was Hokage, her granduncle was Hokage, her teacher was Hokage, and if even her disciple becomes Hokage in the future, then who could possibly compare to her? It would make her status even more legendary. But Orochimaru was to be pitied. His dream of becoming Hokage would likely be shattered. However, becoming Hokage was not Orochimaru's initial dream. It was just that everyone thought he was suitable to be Hokage, and his teacher was Hokage, which is why Orochimaru was striving for the Hokage. Yes, those 7 ninja swords were all confiscated by Kazuki. Among them, same hata was given to Nawaki. According to Kazuki, this sword is very suitable for Nawaki and can enhance his strength. Orochimaru was very interested in same hata. He threw a scroll to Tsunade, which Hiruzen had specifically sent them earlier. Chapter 150, Tobirama's Obvious Reputation. Tsunade said indifferently, "Same hata." Since Kazuki said same hata is suitable for Nawaki, it should be suitable, right? We don't need to worry too much about that. As for the things from Kirigakure, if we took them, we took them. They were his spoils of war. It's their honor to be noticed by Kazuki and taken by Nawaki. However, she was very curious about what role same hata played that Kazuki valued it so much. Ordinary weapons would not be valued by Kazuki, and she trusted his judgment. As for Kirigakure, even if they were dissatisfied, what then? It's an honor for them that we use their weapons. Seeing Tsunade's nonchalant expression, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched as he said, "But this will make Nawaki a target for Kirigakure. Even if the war ends, he will still be targeted by Kirigakure afterward." However, Tsunade said even more carelessly, "Isn't Kazuki still watching over him now? My disciple should be invincible now, right? First, he defeated Hanzo, and then he wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Besides my grandmother, no one can compare to him. Even Sarutobi-sensei is probably no match for Kazuki anymore. As for my grandmother, she treats Kazuki better than she treats me and Nawaki." Towards the end, Tsunade was more or less a little jealous. She and Nawaki were clearly her biological grandchildren. Perhaps Mito-sama thinks highly of Kazuki. And Kazuki certainly hasn't disappointed her. If he hadn't emerged so suddenly, this war wouldn't have been so easy to fight. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. Was Mito not good to Tsunade and Nawaki? With Tsunade's usual behavior, how could Mito be good to her? If Mito hadn't stopped her, Tsunade would probably have sold all the Senju clan's ancestral property to gamble. Mito not directly killing Tsunade was already the greatest forgiveness for Tsunade. As for Nawaki, isn't Kazuki leading him now? As long as Kazuki is by his side, Nawaki is relatively safe. Even Orochimaru had to admit that Nawaki was much safer with Kazuki than with him. Perhaps. Tsunade pursed her lips noncommittally. However, when Nawaki can stand on his own in the future, it will be troublesome. Orochimaru then said, making a shocking statement. Tsunade was stunned, then smiled freely and said, "By that time, Nawaki won't be a child anymore. Since he can stand on his own, he has to face the troubles he deserves. Both you and I went through that. However, you, as his teacher, have taught him too little." Orochimaru was speechless. As a teacher, he felt he had put in a lot of effort. Whatever problems or troubles Nawaki had, he would send them to him through a small snake, and then he would convey his thoughts. Orochimaru prided himself on being a good teacher. Look at what Jiraiya was doing. He left Minato in the village, ignoring him completely. Now, Kazuki, who was leading the team, was teaching him ninjutsu and everything else. In the eyes of discerning people, Minato was no longer Jiraiya's disciple, but Kazuki's disciple. It was fortunate that Jiraiya was Hiruzen's disciple, otherwise, given what Jiraiya had done, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be labeled a rogue ninja. To put it more harshly, if Konoha wasn't short of people in the future, Jiraiya would probably have lost his qualification to become Hokage. This was a black mark that Jiraiya could not erase. Who could accept their village's Hokage being a traitor and deserter on the battlefield? As for Tsunade, having taught such a genius as Kazuki made Orochimaru speechless. Having too excellent a disciple was a happy burden for Tsunade. However, was Kazuki really taught by Tsunade? It is true that Kazuki could use Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength and some medical ninjutsu, but Kazuki seemed to learn those things with little effort. Besides that, Mito was teaching Kazuki. Tsunade seemed to only provide Kazuki with that one layer of identity. As for others, whether it was Kushina or Rinka, they all had their own inheritances. If you really count it, he, as a teacher, is much better than Tsunade. Of course, Jiraiya is definitely the most useless. He even claimed he could teach a child of prophecy. Even if he found one, he wouldn't be able to teach him well. Forget it, but you should know about the recent movements in the village, right? Tsunade asked Orochimaru while studying Chiyo's poison. About Kazuki's reputation. Orochimaru's gaze deepened, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Tsunade, I think you know me. My goal has never been to become Hokage. Moreover, there is no conflict between Kazuki and me. On the contrary, our relationship is very good. He even saved my life. Learning various ninjutsu. Tsunade was stunned, recalling Orochimaru's past. It seemed that becoming Hokage had never been Orochimaru's goal. He was just being the Orochimaru that others wanted him to be, so as not to disappoint Hiruzen. But if it was Kazuki, then he was indeed the optimal solution now. Yes. Kazuki's talent in ninjutsu development is the greatest I've ever seen. Do you know? When I first learned that he developed Chidori, I felt like he was another person, the second Hokage, Tobirama. He is the ninja I admire the most. Even now, I still regard the second Hokage as my life idol. When mentioning Tobirama, Orochimaru's eyes became fervent. My granduncle. But many of his ninjutsu are messy. When mentioning Tobirama, Tsunade frowned. If you ask to study those things, I'm afraid Sensei and the others won't allow you to do that. Before the village was established, my granduncle's research was unrestrained. Almost the entire ninja world was research material for him. When Tsunade was a child, she liked to be with Tobirama. That old-fashioned granduncle was very kind to her. Tsunade had also read a lot of Tobirama's research materials. Tobirama even wanted to research a forbidden ninjutsu that would curse a clan through their bloodline, exterminating anyone related to that bloodline. There was no need to think, this was clearly intended to curse the Uchiha. When it came to targeting the Uchiha, Tobirama was extremely serious. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 151, Orochimaru's desire to become a sage. It was fortunate that Kazuki did not know about Tobirama's research into bloodline curse, otherwise he would surely complain that Tobirama almost killed him and nearly wiped out all the descendants related to the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this seemed to be something Tobirama alone could not achieve. After all, if the Uchiha clan were to be traced back to their origins, they would lead back to Otsutsuki Kagaya. With Tobirama's abilities, how could he possibly achieve such a feat? Even if Kagaya was forgotten, there was still Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. If Tobirama could truly curse Hagoromo, Black Zetsu would probably wake up laughing from his dreams. The more Tsunade understood her granduncle, the more she realized how uninhibited he was. If her grandfather hadn't been there to rein him in, no one would know how far he would go to deal with the Uchiha. It wasn't that Tsunade was slandering Tobirama, she just didn't want her friend Orochimaru to become like Tobirama. Even if he couldn't become Hokage, he shouldn't give up on himself. On one hand, Tsunade hoped Orochimaru could become Hokage. With the position of Hokage, Orochimaru could be restrained. After all, Tobirama's behavior became increasingly humane after becoming the second Hokage. Of course, Tsunade was also worried that Orochimaru, with power in his hands, might use the Hokage's authority to do all sorts of chaotic things. If a Hokage were to become a rogue ninja, Konoha would be a laughingstock, and the Kages of other villages would probably die of laughter. Tsunade understood her old friend quite well. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't pay attention to Tsunade's emotions. His gaze deepened. In fact, compared to other things, he was most interested in Sage Mode right now. According to recent investigations and analyses, the Sage of Six Paths indeed learned Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku, but he didn't completely copy Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. It's highly probable that he developed his own Sage Mode, meaning that the so-called Sage of Six Paths actually learned a Sage Mode unique to humans. It's just that this Sage Mode was lost in a long river of time. Even the Sage Mode of the first Hokage or Kazuki isn't perfect. At least, there's a significant gap between theirs and the Sage of Six Paths Sage Mode. So, if he can reverse engineer the Sage of Six Paths Sage Mode, he might become the second human Sage Mode user. To be fair, Orochimaru's idea wasn't entirely without merit. After all, both Hashirama's Sage Mode and Naruto's own Sage Mode had differences from Hagoromo's. The so-called Six Paths Sage Mode indeed had Sage Mode as its foundation. If Orochimaru could master Six Paths Sage Mode, he could boast about being the second Sage of Six Paths. As for becoming a Six Paths level powerhouse through the Ten Tails, that would be considered cheating, though it still held significant reference value. Orochimaru felt that Sage Mode was an extremely powerful force. He needed to constantly overcome its difficulties. Surely, if the so-called three sages could learn it, humans wouldn't be unable to do so, right? Moreover, the sages seem to have lived for a very long time, which is probably also greatly related to the so-called sage mode. Orochimaru wanted to become a sage. The mere position of Hokage was no longer in his eyes. If Kazuki truly wishes to become Hokage, I can cooperate with him. Immediately after, Orochimaru stated his position to Tsunade, with our support, I believe Kazuki can become Hokage. In fact, when his strength is no longer on the same level as others, it will be difficult for him not to become Hokage. It's just hard to guarantee that someone won't do something to him in the dark. You mean? Tsunade put down her research at this moment. An open spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. She had great confidence in Kazuki's strength. Even without Sage Mode, the current Kazuki had already surpassed her. Moreover, from her understanding of Kazuki, he probably had other hidden powers. For a ninja, this was a very normal thing. Isn't everyone hiding their own information? There are quite a few people in the village who want to become Hokage, and some don't want an Uchiha to become Hokage. Orochimaru hinted, Hokage represents not just a position but also a change in power. Once Kazuki becomes Hokage, the village's factions will undergo a major reshuffle. Tsunade fell silent. As a woman taught by Tobirama and Mito, how could she not understand what this meant? However, as long as Sarutobi-sensei tacitly approves him becoming Hokage, and we support Kazuki, the problem shouldn't be too big. Orochimaru then added, of course, it's hard to guarantee that some people won't resort to desperate measures. I'm afraid they might set traps for Kazuki, leading him to the same fate as Madara. I've investigated some intelligence previously and found that Madara had a good chance of becoming Hokage back then, even the first Hokage supported him. However, due to the various actions of the second Hokage, Madara not only didn't become Hokage but instead became an existence feared by everyone in Konoha. The Uchiha threat theory was also put forward by the second Hokage. He used public opinion to cut off Madara's possibility of becoming Hokage, and even created a rift between Madara and everyone else. Tsunade fell silent upon hearing this. These matters were indeed the handiwork of her granduncle, there was no need to verify. Any dirty deeds targeting Madara were almost certainly done by Tobirama. Sometimes, reputation is just that solid. If someone said her grandfather wanted peace in the ninja world and to protect the ninja world, everyone would believe it. Likewise, if someone said Madara wanted to destroy the ninja world, others would also believe it. Are you talking about Danzo and those people? After a moment of hesitation, Tsunade asked. Yes. While Mito-sama is still around, they might not make any moves, but once she is gone, it's hard to guarantee he won't do something. When it comes to targeting the Uchiha, Danzo has always been very high profile, and Sensei might not be able to suppress him, as there are many people standing behind Danzo. And you know Sensei's personality. Orochimaru didn't tell Tsunade that Danzo had already started contacting him. Chapter 152, a few months later. Hearing Orochimaru's reminder, Tsunade's pupils slightly constricted. In Tsunade's view, even if Kazuki didn't want to become Hokage, countless people would push him to become Hokage. After all, Kazuki's current strength has already surpassed that of others in the village, and this is only during his growth period. It is believed that it won't be long before Kazuki's strength will completely pull away from everyone else. If he reaches Madara's level, perhaps the entire Konoha together won't be Kazuki's match. Under such circumstances, not allowing Kazuki to become Hokage would be targeting him. It's not that the strongest person must become Hokage, but when one's strength reaches a terrifying level, that is the only choice. However, upon closer thought, Kazuki wanting to become Hokage seems to have quite a few troubles, such as the Uchiha clan's perennial problem. How can Kazuki become the clan head without resorting to violence? During this period, it's hard to guarantee that Danzo and others won't do something messy. Perhaps she needs to do something. Tsunade had said at first that she would not explicitly help Kazuki become Hokage, but now the situation has changed. She can't just let Kazuki be targeted by everyone, can she? I understand. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru meaningfully. Orochimaru let out a light chuckle. He knew that Tsunade understood what he meant. On the contrary, Orochimaru saw that Danzo was full of ambition, an ambition for the Hokage seat. Orochimaru had a premonition that Danzo's ambition was constantly growing. For the Hokage seat, Danzo could do anything, and he would be devoured by his own ambition sooner or later. Danzo actually wanted him to conduct would-release experiments, and was willing to give him the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama, and those cells called White Zetsu. Little did he know, he was no longer interested in Hashirama. He was going to research the power of the Sage of Six Paths. As for White Zetsu, it wasn't as if he had no opportunity to research it. He had researched White Zetsu before, and Tsunade also had White Zetsu. He could clearly ask Tsunade for White Zetsu, so why would he ask Danzo? Were their relations that good? Moreover, Orochimaru believed he had seen through Kazuki. Although Kazuki was usually easygoing and seemed approachable, if he truly felt targeted, he might be forced to overturn the table. How could Danzo be a match for Kazuki? As for those in the village who didn't want Kazuki to become Hokage, as if Kazuki cared about them that much. Since Tsunade understood what he meant, his goal had been achieved. He was increasingly curious to what extent Kazuki would grow in the future. In the following months, Kazuki continued to cause trouble within the Land of Water, usually carrying out intelligence-gathering missions, striking at the Kirigakuru's troops, destroying supplies, and so on. His life was quite good. With Kazuki's guidance, coupled with continuous bloody battles, Mikoto, Minato, Nawaki, and Rinka's strength grew at a visible rate. On the other hand, Kazuki, who had previously drawn Asura and Izuna, seemed to have used up his luck. For a full 6 months, he didn't refresh any good opponents. The most valuable one was Otsutsuki Kagaya, and what's more, it was Kagaya who had just descended into the ninja world, seemingly easy to defeat. After all, that was Kagaya who hadn't eaten the chakra fruit. If he could defeat Kagaya, could he get a power-up like when he defeated young Asura? Would his strength be further improved? But the facts proved that Kazuki was overthinking. Even Kagaya who hadn't eaten the chakra fruit was not someone he could contend with. She didn't have that almost invincible strength, nor terrifying chakra, but an Otsutsuki was an Otsutsuki after all. Anyway, Kazuki was beaten quite badly. At the same time, he also recognized the reality. He couldn't even defeat Kagaya in her weak state, let alone Kagaya in her complete state in the future. He still needed to continue working hard. In addition, the combat arena only refreshed some Chunin and Jonin. By defeating them, he only got some ninjutsu and special abilities, which actually didn't bring him much growth. During these 6 months, the benefits that the combat arena brought to Kazuki were not as good as the benefits brought by his current Otsutsuki physique. Half a year was enough to increase his chakra by 30 or 40 units, and his strength also increased, especially his ocular power, which also grew. With the integration of Asura's physique, the Indra Chakra that Kazuki had previously obtained seemed to have been fully activated. His ocular power increased almost every day, but the Mangekyo Sharingan was still a long way off. Currently, Kazuki no longer held any expectations for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, he focused his attention on developing combat tactics and helping others grow stronger. On this day, Kazuki finished training the few of them, and then once again turned his attention to the combat arena, wondering who the opponents would be this time. Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Hamura's Ascendant, Otsutsuki Hanaki. Land of Snow, Kazuhana Doto. Seeing these 4 options, Kazuki was silent for a moment, and then his heart was filled with joy. Goodness, a decent opponent finally appeared. Itachi appeared again. Kazuki had encountered Itachi before, but at that time, Itachi bullied him when he was young and weak. Now that another Itachi has appeared, how could Kazuki not be excited? Kazuki was never an Itachi fan. Some people preach that Itachi can seal everything with the Totsuka blade, which is definitely impossible. But it cannot be denied that aside from being somewhat ruthless, Itachi is definitely powerful in combat. Chapter 153, Kazuki vs Itachi. You never know what Itachi can pull out. For instance, everyone initially thought his Mangekyo Sharingan only granted him Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, but then Itachi suddenly revealed Susanoo. Later, to deal with Orochimaru, he even brought out the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror. Then, after being summoned with Edo Tensei, when everyone else was expected to be indistinguishable from others and controlled by Kabuto, Itachi declared he wouldn't follow the usual path. While others were controlled, he wouldn't be. Koto Amatsukami, ever heard of it? Through Koto Amatsukami, Itachi reverted to being the Itachi who protected Konoha, breaking free from Edo Tensei's control. Also, due to Edo Tensei, he didn't have to worry about his physical ailments. He could use his Mangekyo Sharingan however he pleased, seemingly having gained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in a roundabout way. This granted Itachi immense power. He sealed Nagato with Naruto and then, facing Kabuto, who had learned Sage Mode, he further displayed his excellent combat intelligence and a special ability, Izanami. It's worth noting that before, no one seemed to have anticipated the existence of Izanami. If one were to say who was truly devious, it would be Itachi. If Kazuki had to pick the most devious Uchiha, he would absolutely cast that vote for Itachi. Thinking more maliciously, Itachi doesn't resemble an Uchiha at all. What normal Uchiha would constantly plot the destruction of their own clan? Itachi might be Tobirama's curse on the Uchiha clan. In terms of combat philosophy, he and Tobirama are also quite similar, ahem. However, Itachi's combat intelligence is beyond doubt. As Sasuke's cheat, besides giving Sasuke the biggest pay-to-win item of his life, in the later stages, he was essentially Kishimoto himself intervening. For the current Kazuki, Itachi is no longer much of a threat. Tobirama was also a very powerful ninja. Kazuki had previously defeated a younger Tobirama. Theoretically, Tobirama, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, was very tricky. In many people's eyes, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique meant invincibility. But that's not the case. At least when facing the Gold and Silver brothers, Tobirama stumbled. Moreover, Kazuki was very familiar with the combat arena, its area is only so large. However, he needs to be wary of Tobirama's almost impossible to defend against methods targeting the Uchiha. He didn't know if Edo Tensei would be used, nor if Tobirama had any means against would release. That's right, Kazuki has been secretly researching would release all along, even Nawaki and others don't know. With Asura's physique, he can naturally control would release with ease. Kazuki didn't know why Naruto didn't delve into would release in the future, or if he could have developed it if he had tried harder. But Kazuki, possessing Asura's physique, indeed developed it. Outside, it is inconvenient for him to use would release, but in the combat arena, it's another case. Kazuki was quite looking forward to it. Otsutsuki Hanaki, Hamura's descendant, he must be one of the Otsutsuki on the moon. However, it could also be Hamura's descendant, or even his direct child. As for the other one, Dodo, Kazuki simply ignored him. To be honest, putting him with the previous three is a bit too much for him. Kazuki's thoughts stirred, and he entered the combat arena. Itachi, wearing the Akatsuki's battle robe, once again appeared before Kazuki. Kazuki clearly remembered how disheveled he was when he had faced Itachi before. So, how to fight Itachi? More precisely, how to avoid Itachi using Izanagi. Kazuki was very wary of Izanagi. Even though this is just a combat arena, he cannot recklessly believe that Izanagi would be useless against him. As for Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan, he wasn't too worried. Although Koto Ematsukami is powerful, it's not invincible. When mental strength reaches a certain level, resisting Koto Ematsukami is possible. If Koto Ematsukami could truly control anyone, then as soon as he obtained Koto Ematsukami, he could just run into the combat arena, directly use Koto Ematsukami to control his opponent, and then win. Once outside, Koto Ematsukami's cooldown would reset. Wouldn't that make him invincible? Use Koto Ematsukami to control Kaguya. Kazuki's thoughts stirred, and he clapped his hands. Instantly, a surge of natural energy poured into his body. He entered Sage mode at an extremely fast speed. Using the life-draining mode was fine, after all, he was in the combat arena, couldn't he enjoy himself? An Uchiha. Itachi's gaze was incredibly sharp. According to his memories, besides himself, Sasuke, and the mysterious Madara, there were no other Uchiha. Is he here for revenge? He must be kept here, otherwise, he might go seek revenge on Konoha. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to harm Konoha. Itachi's eyes sharpened, and several kunai appeared in his hand, which he threw towards Kazuki. Kazuki did not dodge. Instead, he clapped his hands, and a row of wooden pillars emerged from the ground in front of him, forming an arched barrier to protect him. Would release. Itachi was momentarily stunned. The opponent was clearly an Uchiha, but why could he use would release? However, he was a top-tier combat genius, and he quickly plunged into battle. Kazuki quickly formed hand signs. Would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. In an instant, a large number of vines and branches rapidly emerged from the ground, then grew and expanded at high speed, attacking Itachi. Seeing the wood release sweeping towards him, Itachi's pupils sharply contracted. Chapter 154, Amaterasu. Previously, Itachi only knew that wood release was the ninjutsu the first Hokage used to pacify the chaotic world. He had also encountered a ninja who used wood release in the Umbu, but that ninja's strength wasn't particularly impressive. However, when Itachi encountered Kazuki's wood release, even he felt immense pressure. He wanted to dodge, but facing the overwhelming vines, he gritted his teeth and used Susanoo. The orange-red Susanoo giant immediately pulled out the Tatsuka blade and quickly slashed at the vines and branches. Indeed, you don't know, do you? A smile appeared on Kazuki's lips. The characteristic of wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees isn't just this, its poison is the most lethal. Of course, if it were Kazuki and Tsunade, dealing with these poisonous powders wouldn't be a problem. Back then, Madara had fought against Hashirama, and Hashirama had used wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, but did the poison affect Madara? To put it bluntly, if Itachi's Susanoo could be a bit larger, he wouldn't have to worry about the poisonous powder. If one can't create a Susanoo tens or even hundreds of meters tall, they wouldn't dare call themselves Uchiha. Well, there's nothing Itachi can do. Itachi was quite satisfied with his actions. Although those wood release constructs were very sturdy, and an ordinary Susanoo might not be able to destroy them, he had the Tatsuka blade. Even wood release wasn't indestructible. Kazuki understood Itachi very well, but Itachi didn't understand Kazuki much. He was trying to probe Kazuki's information, though the cost might be a bit high. The Tatsuka blade is indeed powerful, but what will you do next? Kazuki clapped his hands, and an incredibly surging chakra burst forth. With a rumbling sound, a massive wooden golem quickly emerged from the ground. Soon, this wooden golem transformed into a 1,000-handed statue. The statue, easily over 1,000 meters tall, stood before Itachi, making him look utterly bewildered. Is this ninjutsu? Is this something a human can achieve? Even Susanoo, when facing this move, was like a child. Perhaps this was the power of a god. However, how did Madara manage to fight Hashirama back then? Itachi felt that Madara wasn't worthy. Perhaps he had no choice but to use that move. As sage art would release, true several thousand hands fully formed, Kazuki manipulated the titanic statue to crush Itachi. He took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and began the attack. Looking at the statue, whose fists were almost larger than his Susanoo, Itachi admitted that he was afraid. He gritted his teeth and forcefully controlled Yata Mirror, attempting to block Kazuki's attack. Rumble. The Yata Mirror lived up to its reputation as the strongest defensive equipment. It actually withstood several blows, each of which was strong enough to make the Ninetales miserable and then die. However, the wooden statue had too many fists. The fists continuously rained down on the Yata Mirror like a storm, simultaneously causing Itachi's Susanoo to constantly dissipate. Indeed, the Yata Mirror's defense was high and seemed capable of withstanding many attacks, but ultimately, it needed Susanoo as a vessel, and Susanoo also needed Itachi to maintain it. Each attack required him to consume ocular power to sustain. But Itachi did not possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so he naturally couldn't maintain the Susanoo indefinitely. After just a few punches, he couldn't hold on anymore. Looking at the fists continuously smashing towards him, despair flashed in Itachi's eyes. Can Izanagi withstand this? He himself wasn't sure how long his Izanagi could last. Just as he was about to use Izanagi to take a gamble, his movements stiffened. Am I poisoned? When did this happen? Itachi quickly thought of the previous flower buds. Could it be that those pollens were poisonous? If that's truly the case, what should I do? It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that the opponent's strength far surpassed his, and he had calculated against him in various ways. Under the continuous bombardment of the wooden statue, in just a moment, the already crumbling Susanoo completely dissipated, and then the attacks continued towards him. Kazuki's eyes flickered slightly. It's a bit of a shame. If I had used Susanoo while using true several thousand hands, how awesome would that be? Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Itachi of the Akatsuki. You have obtained Amaterasu. Do you wish to fuse it? I gained Amaterasu. Kazuki wasn't too disappointed by this. After all, he himself didn't have Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu, and with the combat arena, he could compensate for his shortcomings. As long as he had enough time and good enough luck, he could extract almost all Mangekyo Sharingan ocular jutsu. In fact, what he coveted most wasn't Itachi's various Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, nor was he particularly envious of the Yata Mirror and Totsuka Blade. He didn't believe that what he couldn't deal with, the Totsuka Blade could. Could the Yata Mirror even seal Kagaya? Moreover, he should be able to find the Totsuka Blade in reality anyway. He had plenty of time and could slowly search for it later. Since Itachi's could find it, why couldn't he? Itachi's greatest asset was actually his combat intelligence. He was a ninja who fought with his mind. However, since it was Amaterasu, it was better than nothing. Fuse. Kazuki chose to fuse, and then his gaze fell upon Tobirama. It was time to fight this inherently evil old ghost of the Senju clan. Uchiha. Tobirama's eyes sharpened when he saw Kazuki. Despite having a student like Kagami, his view of the Uchiha hadn't changed. And when it came to fighting Uchiha, he, Tobirama, was a professional. Even if the opponent activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was confident he could win. Humph, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, I'll kill you right now. Only a dead Uchiha is a good Uchiha. Chapter 155, Battling the Anti-Uchiha. Even with a student like Kagami, Tobirama still harbored prejudice against the Uchiha clan. He didn't know that Kazuki was actually Kagami's son, but none of that mattered anymore. As Tobirama's thoughts stirred, Kazuki felt himself plunged into darkness. Bringer of Darkness technique, a ninjutsu specifically researched by Tobirama to counter the Uchiha. Of course, Kazuki also knew this ninjutsu and was not unfamiliar with it. Naturally, he had also considered how to face it himself. After all, those who knew this ninjutsu were all very troublesome. Of course, Kazuki was no ordinary Uchiha. Even without a Sharingan, his sensory abilities were now among the best in the ninja world. Suddenly, a sense of threat came from not far away. Kazuki pulled out the sword of the Thunder God from his back and met Tobirama head-on. In the mere instant of their clash, Tobirama was again taken aback. The feel of this sword, there was no mistaking it, this must be his sword of the Thunder God. How could his sword of the Thunder God fall into the hands of the inherently evil Uchiha? This was a defilement, and a blatant slap in his own face. What on earth was going on? Afterward, he grew increasingly shocked as he fought. From Kazuki's kenjutsu, he saw traces of the Konoha-style kenjutsu he had created, and even some of his own kenjutsu. Of course, the most crucial part was Izuna's kenjutsu. If Hashirama and Madara grew up in a love-hate relationship, then Tobirama and Izuna had truly fought countless battles to the death. Tobirama prided himself on understanding Izuna even better than Madara. This inherently evil Uchiha before him was definitely Izuna's successor. However, the more Tobirama fought, the more alarmed he became. He found that this Uchiha brat's strength exceeded his imagination, which reminded him of Madara. This Uchiha in front of him would likely be even more dangerous than Madara in the future. He absolutely had to eliminate this inherently evil brat completely before he grew any stronger. Suddenly, Kazuki felt a spatial fluctuation. Familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly understood that the despicable old Senju ghost was going to use the Flying Thunder God technique against him. But when it came to the Flying Thunder God technique, he was even better than Tobirama. As Tobirama's figure rapidly flickered, Kazuki positioned the sword of the Thunder God to block Tobirama's attack trajectory. Clang, clang, clang. The sword of the Thunder God and Tobirama's short blade continuously clashed, filling Tobirama's heart with confusion. Why could the opponent always pinpoint the traces of Flying Thunder God? If his reaction speed hadn't been fast enough, he might have been counter-killed. How did this damned Uchiha achieve such quick reaction speed? Right, and this was when he was under Bringer of Darkness technique, and the opponent hadn't even used his Sharingan yet. Just as Tobirama was pondering how to deal with Kazuki, perhaps by letting him taste some explosive tags, Kazuki's figure flickered and vanished from Tobirama's sight. No, this spatial fluctuation is the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama instantly recognized it. After all, he had researched it for a very long time to develop the Flying Thunder God technique. He had originally thought that no one else could learn the Flying Thunder God technique except for himself, not even Hiruzen, who had extremely great ninjutsu talent. However, after confirming that Kazuki was using the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama broke down. Good, good, good. Using my sword of the Thunder God, employing the Konoha-style swordsmanship I improved, and now even using the Flying Thunder God technique against me. Tobirama expressed that he couldn't hold it together anymore. He had seen bullying, but never bullying to this extent. However, he quickly noticed something else was off. This brat's Flying Thunder God technique was even better than his own. Can't you handle just this much? You wicked old Senju ghost, then how will you deal with this move? Kazuki said, clapping his hands together. Immediately, a giant wood golem was formed. Wood release, wood golem jutsu. At the same time, Kazuki quickly performed hand signs again, and another giant wooden dragon emerged from the ground. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Tobirama felt like he was dreaming. Wood release. Even this is out now. This must be the inherently evil Uchiha pulling him into a genjutsu. Only the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan could create such a realistic hallucination for him. It must be in a genjutsu, otherwise no one could achieve this step. What a joke, even wood release has appeared. If the opponent had used Susanoo, he might not have realized this was a genjutsu, but now. Humph, let me break this genjutsu. A cold sneer appeared on Tobirama's face. Kazuki clearly sensed Tobirama disturbing his own chakra, and his expression became subtle. Good heavens, that inherently evil old Senju ghost, he couldn't possibly think this is a genjutsu, could he? But it doesn't matter. Kazuki clapped his hands, and the wood golem and wood dragon attacked towards Tobirama's location. Just as the wood golem's massive fist was about to land on Tobirama, Tobirama's figure flickered, and he used the Flying Thunder God technique with lingering fear to dodge the wood golem's massive fist. He looked at Kazuki in disbelief, confirming that disturbing his chakra couldn't make him leave this genjutsu. This made Tobirama feel incredulous. Under normal circumstances, his genjutsu immunity was extremely strong, as he was a ninja who had fought Izuna back then. But now his methods were ineffective. Was this not a genjutsu? But how could that be? Even the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu wasn't like this. Tobirama continuously analyzed the current situation. If he fought with all his might, he might be able to escape this genjutsu, but what if this wasn't a genjutsu? Tobirama was unwilling to gamble with his life. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is truly this evil. Kazuki wouldn't give Tobirama time to strategize. His figure flickered, and he quickly arrived near Tobirama, thrusting towards him. 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 156, Tobirama's ninjutsu talent. Damn it. Tobirama desperately dodged Kazuki's attacks. This kind of battle made him feel like a cat playing with a mouse, and the most crucial thing was that he was the one being toyed with. His opponent's physical attributes were superior to his own, his application of the Flying Thunder God technique was superior, his chakra was superior, and even his kenjutsu was superior. The wood golem and wood dragon were still continuously attacking him, which meant that while battling him, his opponent still had enough leeway to use other methods against him, and it was clear that the Wood Golem and Wood Dragon were forcing his movements. Just as Tobirama was contemplating how to break the deadlock, his consciousness wavered for a moment. Not good, I've fallen into a genjutsu. Just as Tobirama prepared to break the genjutsu, the sword of the Thunder God had already pierced through his chest and it came from his back. Kazuki deliberately mimicked the previous battle between Madara and Hashirama. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Tobirama. You have obtained Tobirama's ninjutsu talent. Do you wish to fuse it? Hearing the prompt from the combat arena, Kazuki revealed a satisfied smile. As expected, Tobirama, that old geezer, was good. Every time he encountered Tobirama, he could always get good things. The first time he encountered Tobirama, he obtained his sensory abilities, which allowed him to use the Flying Thunder God technique more effectively. This time, he got Tobirama's ninjutsu talent. In the minds of others, Kazuki was a genius, and his talent in creating ninjutsu was even more outstanding. The Chidori series and the Reiznan series were all created by him when he was less than 10 years old. In the hearts of Hiruzen and Mito, he was someone whose ninjutsu creation talent surpassed Tobirama's, but Kazuki had self-awareness. How could he be Tobirama's match in ninjutsu creation? Nearly 2/3 of the jutsu in Konoha's Scroll of Seals were created by Tobirama. Without Tobirama, neither the Edo Tensei nor the Flying Thunder God technique would likely have been created. Kazuki prided himself on his excellent ninjutsu talent, but compared to that inherently wicked old ghost Senju, he still had a considerable gap to bridge in the future. However, with Tobirama's ninjutsu talent, it would be much easier for him to create ninjutsu in the future, and perhaps he could even create ninjutsu that were more suitable for himself. The moment he merged Tobirama's ninjutsu talent, Kazuki felt his mind become much clearer. As long as he wished it, as long as he had an idea, the possibility of him perfecting it became much simpler. Regarding some things he had been researching, he already had many insights, just like Sage Mode. Kazuki felt that the so-called Sage Mode was not perfect enough. He had never seen the Sage of Six Paths Sage Mode, but that didn't prevent him from wanting to research a stronger Sage Mode than the one he currently possessed. No, to be precise, he planned to embark on another system outside of the chakra system. Kazuki felt that if the sages in the 3 sage regions could achieve longevity, then he could also study them and achieve longevity himself. Of course, with the combat arena existing, it wasn't difficult for Kazuki to increase his lifespan. After defeating Kaguya in the future, and then getting a chakra fruit, wouldn't he be invincible? At the same time, he also hoped to focus on Kekkai Genkais, especially truth-seeking orbs. This was something he absolutely had to research. Kazuki temporarily suppressed the thought of continuing to research ninjutsu and turned his gaze to Hanaki. If nothing unexpected happened, Hanaki would be the most troublesome among these people. Kazuki prided himself on his strength being no weaker than that of Madara and Hashirama in the past, but Hanaki should not be an ordinary person either. It was not impossible for him to possess the Tensogen. Of course, for the current Kazuki, the stronger the opponent and the higher their potential, the better. Just like Asura back then, didn't he defeat him too? No matter how strong Hanaki was, he should be similar to Asura, right? At this moment, Kazuki had forgotten that the Asura he had defeated earlier was merely a young Asura. Kazuki took a deep breath and entered the combat arena once again, this time facing Hanaki. Hanaki arrived in the combat arena, sensing everything around him, and then looked at Kazuki not far away. Asura. Indra. No, are you granduncle? He recognized Asura and Indra, and even called the Sage of Six Paths Sage granduncle. A hint of realization flashed in Kazuki's eyes. So Hanaki was indeed a descendant of Hamura. He just didn't know if he had awakened the Tensogen. A wary look flashed in Kazuki's eyes. Even if his opponent had the Tensogen, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Didn't Naruto, after losing the Six Paths power, defeat Tonari? If Naruto could do it, why couldn't he? His configuration was even better than Naruto, right? Kazuki gazed at Hanaki, while simultaneously beginning to absorb natural energy, entering Sage Mode as quickly as possible. At the same time, Ninetail's chakra surged into his hair, turning his hair golden. Seeing that Kazuki did not speak, Hanaki's eyes narrowed slightly. He began to form hand signs, and in an instant, his entire body was filled with green chakra, and his aura underwent a significant change. Just as expected. Kazuki took a deep breath. This somewhat resembled Tensogen chakra mode, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be different. This special mode did not have truth-seeking orbs. Hanaki's eyes were not Tensogen, but Byakugan. Of course, his Byakugan was immeasurably more powerful than the ordinary Byakugan of the Hyuga. Even Hinata, whom Kazuki had encountered before, did not have the same concentration in her Byakugan as Hanaki. As expected of Hamura's direct descendant. However, it was still within Kazuki's acceptable range. The reason Tonari could awaken the Tensogen was partly because his physique itself was excellent. Coupled with a Byakugan of extremely high purity, and the help of the giant Tensogen, he awakened the Tensogen. In Hanaki's era, the giant Tensogen did not exist yet. Chapter 157, Otsutsuki Hanaki. The giant Tensogen was formed by combining the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki on the moon. Hanaki's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared beside Kazuki, attacking him at an extremely fast speed. This speed. Kazuki felt that Hanaki was much faster than the Asura he had encountered before. Of course, this didn't mean Asura's talent was inferior to Hanaki's, but rather that he had encountered a young Asura, while this Hanaki was already at the peak of his prime. Bang. 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 Kazuki and Hanaki engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat. Kazuki could feel Hanaki's immense strength. Fortunately, he was no longer a normal human. He was, after all, a half-finished Hagoromo. Hanaki's bloodline was somewhat degraded. At least, he didn't possess the Tensogen, which Kazuki could understand. Just as Hamura and Hagoromo represented a degradation of Kagaya's bloodline, so too did Asura and Indra relative to Hagoromo. The Senju and Uchiha, if one doesn't consider the reincarnation of Indra Chakra and Asura Chakra, their bloodlines were actually continuously degrading. Even if their tactical systems constantly improved, their actual strength might not have truly increased. Hanaki's taijutsu taught Kazuki many things, very similar to the Hyuga, but the Hyuga clan's inheritance and purification level couldn't even reach 1/10 of Hanaki's. The Hyuga clan was truly weak. They had good things but failed to pass them down, even creating divisions like the main family and branch family. They were simply frogs in a well. During his battle with Hanaki, Kazuki continuously studied Hanaki's combat system. While Hanaki was inferior to him in ninjutsu, Hanaki still had many areas worth learning from, which were inherited from Hamura, and even Kagaya. It belonged to the true Otsutsuki inheritance. Understanding this, Kazuki naturally cherished this opportunity, attempting to learn more from Hanaki. Your things are very good, they will be mine soon. Kazuki's learning ability was excellent. His talent was inherently high. The combination of Sharingan and Tobirama's talent for ninjutsu allowed Kazuki to record all the combat details, even thought he was unable to learn all of Hanaki's techniques at once. After he returned, he planned to study them thoroughly. Kazuki was not sure if defeating Hanaki would grant him Hanaki's inheritance, so he needed to take advantage of this opportunity to observe more. At this rate, he could fight Hanaki for a whole day. The battle between Kazuki and Hanaki lasted a very long time. This was the first time Kazuki had fought for such an extended period in the combat arena. Ninja battle usually don't last for a long time. Even the Fourth Great Ninja War didn't last for several days, battles were usually resolved quickly. Kazuki and Hanaki were different, they both possessed a relatively pure Otsutsuki physique. A day and a night of fighting did make them feel tired, but it was still barely acceptable. However, as the battle continued, Kazuki could clearly feel that Hanaki's condition was becoming difficult to sustain. The green chakra swirling around him had faded considerably. Fortunately, Kazuki's Sage Mode was different from Naruto's Sage Mode and could not be maintained for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to outlast Hanaki. For Kazuki, this was enough. Hanaki also noticed the change in his condition, he needed to end the battle quickly. Hanaki swiftly distanced himself from Kazuki. Hanaki quickly formed hand signs, and a giant stone statue emerged from the ground. Hamura's statue. However, it didn't seem as powerful as imagined. Kazuki's eyes widened, an incredibly terrifying chakra surged from his eyes, instantly transforming into a 100-meter-tall Susanoo giant. As time passed, under Sage Mode, the perfect Susanoo no longer posed any pressure for Kazuki. In fact, if he wished, he could even make his Susanoo larger. Clang. As a long sword several tens of meters long was drawn and slashed towards Hamura's statue, Hamura's statue quickly retaliated. However, when the two collided, Hamura's statue was easily destroyed. This sudden change clearly startled Hanaki for a moment. Soon, he was relieved, this was not inside the moon. The statue he had summoned was not blessed by Hamura's power, this was merely a statue he had created, having its form but not its essence. By the time Hanaki reacted, the Susanoo's long sword continued to cleave towards him. He quickly dodged, but faced with the continuous attacks, Hanaki was helpless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Otsutsuki Hanaki, obtaining Otsutsuki Hanaki's physique. Do you wish to fuse? After expending considerable effort, Kazuki defeated Hanaki. Upon hearing the prompt from the combat arena, Kazuki's breathing quickened. Hanaki's Otsutsuki physique. This was different from Asura's physique. According to Kazuki's conjecture, Hagoromo inherited more of the Tentail's power, while Hamura inherited more of Kagaya's power. They were not a direct fragmentation of Kagaya's power, but if these powers were combined, it would cause Kazuki to increasingly revert to Kagaya. The power of Hagoromo alone was no longer enough for Kazuki. He needed to revert to Kagaya, the progenitor of the ninja world. Of course, if possible, Kazuki wanted to advance towards the so-called Otsutsuki god. As for the so-called Sage of Six Paths, he would sooner or later exclaim, "You're weak as hell." Kazuki, aware of future formidable enemies, clearly knew that tattoos would be the mainstream in the future. Chapter 158, Awakening the Rinnegan. From the moment Kazuki integrated the Otsutsuki physique, he clearly felt his physique growing at a visible rate. This growth rate was no less significant than when he previously integrated Asura's physique, which was a huge help to him. Thump. 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 Just as Kazuki felt a significant increase in his vitality, chakra, and even strength, he suddenly heard his own heartbeat. At the same time, his Sharingan transformed into the three-tomo state, and the fluctuation of his ocular power was faintly discernible. The three-tomo Sharingan rotated rapidly, then purple ripples appeared. Not long after, his eyes transformed into Rinnegan. As the Rinnegan awakened, Kazuki covered his eyes, feeling his strength had significantly increased once more. Previously, he considered himself one of the top beings in the ninja world. Even against Madara and Hashirama during the Valley of the End era, he believed he had the strength to contend, and they should be on the same level. However, after awakening the Rinnegan, Kazuki's strength saw another massive improvement. He now felt terrifyingly strong, but he still couldn't get ahead of himself. He wasn't sure if he had reached the Six Paths level yet. Even if he did, he would be at the weakest tier. At least, he didn't believe his current self was a match for Hagoromo. Besides Hagoromo, Ishiki was also someone he needed to be wary of. And then there was Otsutsuki Shirbai, the strongest within the Otsutsuki clan. No one knew if everything happening in the ninja world was part of Shirbai's schemes. That was an existence that transcended dimensions and the concept of life and death. Shirbai was different from other Otsutsuki, and Kazuki wanted to surpass him. In just a moment, Kazuki understood the unique ocular techniques of his Rinnegan. Besides being able to control the abilities of a normal Rinnegan, his left and right eyes each controlled two distinct ocular techniques. His left eye's technique was Takamikazuchi, which allowed him to control all lightning on the entire planet. This was different from Sasuke's Kirin, which required specific environmental conditions to use. Once Takamikazuchi is used, he essentially becomes the true god of this planet. His right eye's technique was Enmasatsu. This ocular technique was specifically for souls, or more precisely, specifically for the Otsutsuki. With this move, Kazuki could completely eradicate the souls of the Otsutsuki. Of course, Enmasatsu had a huge toll on Kazuki. It not only consumed a large amount of ocular power and chakra but also required creating an opportune moment. If a powerful enemy was still alive, even if Enmasatsu cursed them, it might not succeed. But if the opponent's physical body was destroyed, then cursing them would become effortless. It was a pity that killing the opponent through a curse didn't yield benefits. Otherwise, Kazuki would genuinely want to curse Shirbai to his death. Shirbai had abandoned his physical body and was currently only in a soul state. Unfortunately, even killing Shirbai would be of no use. Otherwise, Kazuki would want to give it a try. He didn't know why, but logically, the ocular techniques born from both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan were named after Japanese gods. For example, Takamikazuchi is also the name of the thunder god, and it is said that Sasuke's prototype was Takamikazuchi. Regardless, his Rinnegan was quite useful. It was just a pity that it wasn't a Tomo Rinnegan. Compared to a regular Rinnegan, Kazuki clearly preferred Sasuke's 6-tomo Rinnegan. At first, Kazuki considered whether to concentrate all his ocular power into one eye, but after careful thought, he decided against it. Who knew if the 6-tomo Rinnegan could be deactivated? Even if it could, Kazuki wanted both of his eyes to evolve into the Rinnegan. His inability to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan had already displeased him. He had missed out on 2 Mangekyo Sharingan ocular techniques. Thankfully, the Rinnegan didn't disappoint him. At least in the future, when he confronts the Otsutsuki, he won't need so many reservations. Wait, he didn't seem to need to fear Hagoromo and Hamura anymore. After all, his Nailhead 7-arrow book was specifically designed to counter souls. Perhaps their strength might be greater than Kazuki's, but his ocular technique seemed to naturally counter them. So, did he still need to continue hiding? Or should he just stop being human? Soon, Kazuki put the thought off his mind. Hiding or not hiding, it actually didn't matter. Getting stronger was enough. Kazuki, are you alright? Just as Kazuki was about to deal with someone like Kazuhana Dodo, who he could easily handle with a single glance, Mikoto and Rinka rushed into his room. What's wrong? Kazuki looked at Mikoto and Rinka with slight confusion, only to find both women staring at him in a daze. That was the Rinnegan. Both Mikoto and Rinka were descendants of long-standing clans. The Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan were known as the 3 great dojutsu. The Rinnegan was almost a legendary eye, belonging to the Sage of Six Paths. As for the Sharingan, with Madara's past existence, its power was also demonstrated, placing it on par with the Rinnegan, which seemed understandable. Regarding the Byakugan, if it was a common Byakugan, it seemed unqualified to be on par with the Sharingan and Rinnegan. However, Rinka knew that the Hyuga clan possessed special methods to unleash terrifying power from the Byakugan. Although the side effects and backlash were immense, once done, the power of the Byakugan was visibly clear. However, these things were only known by core members of the main family like Rinka. In the eyes of outsiders, the Byakugan's power couldn't compare to the Sharingan and Rinnegan. But why did Kazuki possess the Rinnegan? For some reason, Rinka looked at Kazuki with complex emotions in her eyes, seemingly with a hint of longing. Chapter 159, Kazuki, there are still many stronger than me. Rinka admitted that she still had a slight fondness for Kazuki. At least from her perspective, Kazuki was different. Before, she didn't have that feeling, but this time, she felt that Kazuki seemed to have become different from others. Her body seemed to crave Kazuki, as if he possessed something she needed. Rinka forcibly suppressed her impulse, but still looked at Kazuki curiously. Could it be that Kazuki was truly the successor of the Six Path Sage? No, to be precise, was he the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Otherwise, why would Kazuki awaken the Rinnegan? Logically speaking, the Uchiha should only have the Sharingan, and even if it mutated, it would be the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before, there were many people in the village who were curious as to why Kazuki, despite being so strong, hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan like other powerful Uchiha. Now, it was fine. Although Kazuki hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had awakened the Rinnegan. Your eyes. Mikoto opened her mouth and spoke. She had previously heard some remarks from Kazuki regarding the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan. The two clans, who fought fiercely during the Sengoku era, were actually descendants of two brothers, and their struggle was merely over the inheritance and recognition of Ninshu. And their father was the legendary Sage of Six Paths. I just had a breakthrough. Kazuki covered his eyes, successfully retracting the Rinnegan and returning to his original appearance. Breakthrough. Mikoto's eyelid twitched. Sure enough, Kazuki was different, he had even awakened the Rinnegan. If Grandpa and Grandma Mito knew about his situation, they would probably die with a smile, wouldn't they? Yes, this counts as a breakthrough. Kazuki rubbed his eyes, then softly cautioned the two. Don't speak of the Rinnegan for now. Why? You should be invincible in the ninja world now, shouldn't you? Rinka frowned. She realized that she wasn't entirely without feelings for Kazuki. But ultimately, she was from the Hyuga clan, even if she was the main family's young lady, she couldn't let him act recklessly. Those old fuddy-duddies of the Hyuga clan would not allow the Hyuga bloodline to flow outside, especially to an Uchiha. Unless the other party was the Hokage or something, even then it wouldn't be easy, and besides, there were still Mikoto and Kushina. Rinka felt it would be difficult to compete with them, not because her bloodline, talent, or looks were inferior, but because she couldn't be like them. But if Kazuki became truly invincible in the ninja world, then the situation would change. Even the Hyuga clan would choose to befriend Kazuki. At least if she followed Kazuki, her family wouldn't have much to say, after all, that was the Rinnegan. The second sage of Six Paths in the ninja world. Rinka had heard before that the Hyuga clan's inheritance might have come from the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. If that were truly the case, then their Hyuga and the Uchiha clan were actually relatives, so it wouldn't count as an outflow of bloodline, right? Invincible. Kazuki's gaze deepened. My strength is indeed quite good, but it hasn't reached the point of being invincible. There are still many people stronger than me. Moreover, I can clearly feel that I still have room for improvement. After all, he was only a teenager Otsutsuki. His current talent had probably surpassed Hagoromo by a long shot, as he not only possessed Indra Chakra but also Asura's physique, and now had fused with the pure physique of the Otsutsuki from the moon. It seemed quite normal for his physique to have surpassed Hagoromo's. There are still many stronger than you. Rinka's eyelid twitched. Kazuki was already very powerful, leading them in and out of the land of water numerous times. Even when a large number of ninjas from Kirigakure came to encircle them, Kazuki easily broke through and killed his way out. Moreover, Rinka could clearly feel that Kazuki hadn't used his full strength yet, and even the legendary power of the Hyuga clan might not be a match for Kazuki. Now, he had awakened the Rinnegan, and his strength had probably increased tremendously. This was a bit too terrifying. The ninja world is much larger than you imagine. Even the former Hashirama was only the strongest on the surface, the true powerhouses haven't made their move yet. Then, Kazuki said to the two with profound meaning, and the matter of Hashirama and Madara might very well be a part of destiny. Mikoto and Rinka exchanged glances upon hearing this. What did he mean? As for the first Hokage and Madara, having trained under Mito for a long time, they naturally knew about the love-hate relationship between Madara and Hashirama. The two had reconciled to establish Konoha, then Madara betrayed Konoha and fought a great battle with Hashirama, ultimately leading to Hashirama's premature death. If it was truly destiny, then it was too tragic. Moreover, one must know that the strength of Hashirama and Madara was unparalleled in the ninja world at that time. Kazuki even joked that with Susanoo combined with true several thousand hands, the two could destroy 4 nations. Mito had also heard this statement at the time. Mito's expression was incredibly subtle, merely telling Kazuki not to talk nonsense, saying that Hashirama wouldn't do such a thing, but she didn't say that the two couldn't achieve this feat. It was clear that with Susanoo combined with true several thousand hands, they truly could destroy 4 nations. As for why it was 4 nations and not more countries, well, that's because there are only 5 great nations in the ninja world, and small countries don't even have the power to resist, and one of the great nations is the Land of Fire. But if even their destinies were controlled, what about them? What about Kazuki? So, before I truly grow up, I don't want to expose my real strength. Of course, if I really encounter danger, I won't truly hold back. Kazuki showed a confident smile. What needs to be done now is to help you two get stronger. Your talents are good, and your futures won't be too bad. Kazuki wasn't bragging. He was confident in his ability to help them get stronger, even if Kushina were included. Chapter 160, Rinka's Craving. Kazuki was confident in temporarily boosting the strength of his close ones, much like how Hagoromo could grant power-ups to Naruto and Sasuke in the future. Of course, the reason they could directly receive power-ups was due to the Indra Chakra and Asura Chakra within their bodies. Hagoromo mostly just stimulated their original latent powers. After all, what's wrong with a father passing power to his son? As for Mikoto, Rinka, and Kushina, they were all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, with quite high bloodline purity, considered top talents in their respective clans. Mikoto's bloodline was actually quite pure, her ancestors had produced Mangekyo Sharingan before, and both her grandfather and parents were very strong. It could be said that among the younger generation of Uchiha, Mikoto's bloodline potential ranked among the top 5. Now, with Kazuki's guidance, Mikoto's strength was improving rapidly, not at all inferior to Nawaki, and even subtly stronger than him. Mikoto had now also awakened her Sharingan to the 3-tomo stage, which was quite remarkable for a 13-year-old. If she were any younger, Mikoto's body might not be able to keep up. Rinka's talent was among the best in the Hyuga clan, possessing one of the purest Hyuga bloodlines. The main family couldn't all be useless. In fact, their bloodlines were superior, and combined with the Hyuga clan's heritage, Rinka might very well reach Kage level in the future. As for Kushina, she was essentially a young Mito. Even Mito herself admitted that Kushina's talent was no less than her own. As long as Kushina steadily got stronger, her future was promising. If she could become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the future, with Kazuki's assistance, controlling the Nine-Tails power would likely be much easier than it was for Mito. After all, Kurama now posed no threat whatsoever. For true powerhouses, Nine-Tails offered some amplification. The future Naruto, relying on half of the Nine-Tails and some chakra from other tailed beasts, along with the Sage of Six Paths gift, could become an overwhelmingly powerful statistical anomaly. Honestly, the more one thinks about Naruto's performance in his battles against Kaguya and Madara, the more they feel that Naruto is truly powerful. As for Sasuke, he was more of a tactical fighter, but he encountered Kaguya, who was stronger than him, so his performance was mediocre. Once outside, after his Susanoo absorbed the chakra of the tailed beasts, he gained the power to contend with Naruto. This means that during the battle with Kaguya, Sasuke was very likely not Naruto's match yet. Kazuki felt that he might need to research how to help Kushina, Mikoto, and Rinka with their bloodline powers. If he could enhance their bloodline, or even enable them to revert to their ancestral forms, their future strength would be limitless. Actually, if possible, Kazuki didn't want Kushina to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, even though becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would make Kushina a top-tier existence below the Six Paths. Of course, the prerequisite for everything was that the Nine-Tails could cooperate with Kushina, but becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would cause Kushina to be targeted by the Otsutsuki. Not just the Otsutsuki, Madara was also not someone Kushina could easily contend with. Even with the Nine-Tails cooperation, it would be no exception. Kazuki could indeed help Kushina, but he couldn't protect her all the time, could he? As for the so-called Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, do they even stand a chance against Madara? Isn't that something that can be resolved with a single glance? For the true wielder of the Rinnegan, the Nine-Tails holds little significance. However, with his current pure Otsutsuki bloodline, if he possessed the Byakugan, could he awaken the Tenseigan? Or could he merge the powers of the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan? Or perhaps an eye could open on his own forehead, just like Shirbai, who had the Byakugan, Rinnegan, and Black Eye. Kaguya had the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead. This thing seems to be related to the Ten-Tails, but Kazuki wouldn't know since he hadn't eaten the chakra fruit. You seem to have undergone some changes. I feel a strong craving for your chakra. Rinka said, hesitating for a moment before looking at Mikoto beside her, then at Kazuki. As for Kazuki's chakra, Rinka usually didn't look at it. Looking too much made her eyes hurt, she had never seen anyone with so much chakra. This was simply not the amount of chakra a normal person should possess. Kushina and Nawaki's chakra was already quite abundant, but it was probably less than 1% of Kazuki's total chakra pool. Speaking of which, perhaps even the Ninetales chakra wasn't as much as Kazuki's. Chakra. Kazuki raised an eyebrow. This was something he hadn't considered. He knew this might be related to the Otsutsuki clan's physique. It's an instinctive craving. I can't describe the specific feeling. Rinka said, looking at Kazuki with a subtle expression. I'm afraid the Hyuga clan will have a different feeling when they see you from now on. It might be related to the bloodline, right? I just awakened the Rinnegan, and my bloodline has undergone some changes. The Hyuga clan is descended from Hagoromo's brother, Hamura, and the eyes he possessed were essentially a mutated version of the Byakugan, Tenseigan. Theoretically, it's on the same level as the Rinnegan. Kazuki pondered for a moment before sharing this information with Rinka. Tenseigan. Is it that eye? Rinka frowned, quickly thinking of the legendary eyes in her clan. It should be. I heard Grandma Mito mention this before. It's highly likely that some methods were used to create the Tenseigan, but due to poor physical constitution, it led to a backlash. Just like our Uchiha clan, awakening the Sharingan too early isn't always a good thing. If the body can't keep up with the eyes, it will drag the body down. Many Kekkai Genkai illnesses come from this. Kazuki nodded slightly. Even if the Tenseigan is weakened, it's not something an ordinary Hyuga can withstand. Rinka fell silent, and upon careful thought, it indeed seemed to be the case. Those were eyes on par with the Rinnegan. Chapter 161, Planetary Consciousness. Oh, where did Minato and Nawaki go? Having awakened his Rinnegan, Kazuki felt much more confident, no longer needing to be as timid as before. Madara was no longer a threat to Kazuki. Even if Madara regained his Rinnegan, Kazuki was confident he wouldn't lose, and might even be stronger than him. And after activating his Rinnegan, Kazuki's understanding of Sage Mode and Yin-Yang release also improved significantly. Next, he planned to research the so-called Six Paths Senjutsu and truth-seeking orbs. They went fishing. Ever since he got Samehada, Nawaki has been practicing water release more and more frequently. For some reason, he's been clamoring about wanting to sign a contract with the ocean recently. Then he took Minato diving in the sea. Mikoto said with a subtle expression. Sign a contract with the ocean. Kazuki's expression became subtle. He remembered a previous rumor that Tobirama had signed a contract with the ocean, which was why Tobirama was more like a Mizukage than the Mizukage himself. Regarding this, Kazuki had asked Mito, as Mito was, after all, Tobirama's sister-in-law, and Tobirama held Mito in great respect. But when Mito heard Kazuki's question, her expression became subtle, though she did not directly deny the possibility. Perhaps even Mito herself didn't know if Tobirama had signed a contract with the ocean. Such a thing might be impossible for others, but if it happened to Tobirama, it was entirely possible. He hadn't expected Nawaki to seemingly remember his teasing words and want to sign a contract with the ocean. Of course, this planet actually has a consciousness. Kazuki believed this, just as the birth of Hagoromo and Hamura was also related to the planet's consciousness. Kaguya couldn't possibly look favorably upon the natives of the planet. Hagoromo and Hamura were born from Kaguya through a blessing. Of course, it's also possible that it was an excess of the chakra fruit's energy, and Kaguya's digestive capacity was insufficient, so she separated the excess energy into the two brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura. But if there was the planet's self-preservation involved, it doesn't seem incomprehensible. Kazuki could vaguely sense the existence of some so-called planetary consciousness, but the other party remained unfathomable to Kazuki. He needed to study it thoroughly later. By the way, can this really be done? Mikoto asked with great curiosity. I don't know, but theoretically, it should be possible. As for whether Nawaki can do it, I also don't know. Kazuki paused, then added, there are also gods in this world. Kazuki thought of his ocular technique, Takamikazuchi. With this technique, Kazuki could be considered the thunder god of this planet. So what did that make him? A man who signed a contract with lightning. Gods. Are they sages like the slug sage? Rinka quickly thought of the three sage regions. Probably not, but there's no big problem with Nawaki training in the sea. With Nawaki's talent, perhaps he has found a path suitable for him. Kazuki mused and spoke. Originally, Kazuki thought Nawaki would follow the path of a miniature Tobirama, as his water release talent was excellent, and he had a good amount of chakra. It's just that his combat intelligence was far inferior to Tobirama's. Kazuki had fought Tobirama in his prime and clearly knew how troublesome he was. When it came to annoying people and targeting the Uchiha, Kazuki would declare Tobirama the strongest. Nawaki still had a gap between him and Tobirama. But Kisame was different. Kisame had excellent water release, and Nawaki would not be inferior to Kisame. Kisame had vast chakra, and Nawaki's chakra was also considerable. With the help of Samehada, Nawaki's chakra might not actually be less than Kisame's. Water Release Master, Tailed Beast Without a Tail, these titles could all be applied to Nawaki in the future. No one would think that Tobarama's water release inheritance would be worse than Kisame's, right? Be careful not to be caught up by Nawaki later. Kazuki then chuckled lightly, reminding them. Mikoto and Rinka fell silent. They had witnessed Nawaki's recent growth, and he might truly be on the right path. Not to mention Nawaki, even Minato's progress speed exceeded their imagination. Indeed, some geniuses are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After Minato solidified his foundation, his learning talent became apparent. Aside from Kazuki, Minato was the most outstanding in terms of learning. Fortunately, his physical talent was somewhat inferior to theirs. Otherwise, in the future, they might actually be caught up by Minato. Thus, Kazuki and his group, besides training, occasionally went out to gather intelligence, cause some trouble for Kirigakure, and disrupt the land of water supplies. They were living quite well. And their team caused huge trouble for Kirigakure, but Kirigakure had no way to deal with Kazuki's team. If their numbers were small, they couldn't defeat Kazuki. If their numbers were large, Kazuki could take the others and leave using the Flying Thunder God technique. Kazuki usually researched Yin-Yang release, and indeed, the previously obscure Yin-Yang release had become much simpler for the current Kazuki. At least, he could easily create those black rods, but creating truth-seeking orbs was quite difficult. Suddenly, Kazuki received a scroll from Katsuyu. When he saw the intelligence on it, his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Mikoto instantly grasped Kazuki's emotions and quickly asked. Iwagakure has declared war on Konoha. It's no longer the minor skirmishes from before, they've dispatched an army of 10,000 towards the land of fire. Kazuki said with a heavy tone and a complex gaze. An army of 10,000. At this, both Mikoto and Rinka, among others, became anxious. That was an army of 10,000. Konoha was already at war with Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Previously, Kirigakure had mobilized tens of thousands of personnel, which greatly consumed Konoha's active forces. So, what about the Iwagakure battlefield? Chapter 162, Kumogakure's future comeback. The village and Iwagakure should have already started fighting, right? Nawaki looked at Kazuki with some uncertainty. They had been in the land of water for over a year. During this year, Nawaki's demeanor had undergone a drastic change. Not only had his strength transformed, but most importantly, his temperament had become much more composed. It could be said that Nawaki was now beginning to mature. Kazuki shook his head slightly. Before, it was just a small-scale sparring match. This kind of engagement, even during so-called peace times, actually happens occasionally between various villages. It's just that this time, the sparring lasted a bit longer. Previously, Danzo and the others caused considerable damage to Iwagakure. Sometimes, Kazuki had to admit that Danzo was capable. At least when it came to being disgusting, he was formidable. At this stage, Danzo was not yet the master of internal strife who constantly yearned to become Hokage. At the very least, Inoki was indeed disgusted by Danzo. It was a pity that Danzo could no longer continue to cause trouble like a rat in a gutter. He couldn't fight head-on with Inoki. What about Kumogakuure? Rinka remembered that they had previously captured B from Kumogakuure, and in order to get B back, Kumogakuure had formed a wartime alliance with them, needing to hold back Iwagakure for them. But now Iwagakure had still declared war on Konoha, with tens of thousands of ninja troops, which somewhat made Nawaki feel pressure. They are probably choosing to watch from the sidelines. After all, ostensibly, they did hold back some of Iwagakure's troops for us, didn't they? A strange light flashed in Kazuki's eyes. You must remember that even allies are unreliable. Kumogakuure, in the end, is nothing more than a group of bandits. Over the years, they have been collecting secret techniques and bloodlines from various clans throughout the ninja world. Previously, they also set their sights on the Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga, and even the Senju clan. It seemed that in Kumogakuure, the value of the Hyuga clan was even higher than that of the Uchiha clan. There was no way around it. Setting aside combat power, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan indeed had a higher strategic value than the Sharingan. Upon hearing Kazuki's words, Rinka, Mikoto, and Nawaki all felt some indignation. They were somewhat aware of these things. Especially Rinka, whose eyes flickered with cold light, said in a cold tone, "It wasn't just the time we encountered B. When they came to redeem B, they were loitering near our Hyuga clan's territory, probably scouting. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit." By the end of her sentence, Rinka's eyes were filled with coldness. The Hyuga clan members who could be targeted were the children and members of the main family. For Rinka, this was a humiliation. If possible, she wouldn't mind fighting her way to Kumogakuure, but her strength was still insufficient. So they planned to watch us and the other villages suffer mutual destruction. Nawaki said coldly, indignantly. After spending more time on the battlefield, Nawaki was no longer as naive as before. At least when facing enemies, he would not show mercy. No one can destroy their homeland. Let them watch. Because of that rebellion back then, Kimogakure's strength is relatively weak among the current 5 great ninja villages. After so many years, they probably haven't recovered. A playful smile filled Kazuki's lips. Who would have thought that in the future, Kimogakure would become one of the top nations in the ninja world, while Konoha's military strength would become one of the lowest in the ninja world? Keep in mind, Konoha was currently at war with so many ninja villages simultaneously. Then what should we do? Do we need to go to Iwagakure? Minato looked at Kazuki with some concern. They all knew that with Kazuki's strength, it was impossible for him to perform these missions within the land of water for a long time. To put it bluntly, Kazuki staying here was more about babysitting them. But the battlefield needed Kazuki more. If it weren't for age restrictions, Kazuki could become a commander of a battlefield, or at least a high-end combatant, a main force. Only on a large battlefield could Kazuki's strength truly be displayed. No, I don't need to. Kazuki shook his head slightly. Hokage-sama wants us to create a bigger commotion in the land of water. Kazuki's 3-tomo Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. The battlefield here in Kirigakure has lasted too long. We need to teach Kirigakure a good lesson. As for whether it will make the Kirigakure ninjas on the front line desperate, that's not something we need to worry about. As for Iwagakure, there are others to deal with them. Kazuki had to admit that Hashirama and Tobirama had left Konoha with an exceptionally strong foundation. Even after the First Great Ninja War, Konoha was still powerful, fighting Sunagakure and Kirigakure with ease. Later, the conflict with Iwagakure might incur huge costs, but it was not unacceptable. He thought about Konoha in the future. It not only experienced the Second but also the Third Great Ninja War. Perhaps in many people's eyes, this was due to the Konoha higher-ups being inhumane and persecuting all the experts. But in reality, Kage-level experts are indeed formidable, but on the battlefield, Kage-level experts are not that important. 1 or 2 Kage-level experts cannot decide the outcome of a battlefield. If one wanted to hold back a Kage-level expert, 5 or 6 elite jonin could easily block them, just like the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist before. When they united, even Kage-level experts would feel threatened. In reality, there were problems with Konoha's mid-level combat power, especially the stronger Chunin and Jonin, who suffered massive losses and even experienced a generational gap during the continuous wars and the Nine Tails incident. There was no way around it. Who told Konoha to fight with other villages? As for the current Konoha, the foundations of the various clans had not yet been fully utilized. However, the problems were not limited to Konoha. In fact, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure all had issues, and everyone was recuperating. It's just that Kimogakure seemed to have preserved the most strength, which made them appear to be the strongest village. 2 perfect Jinchuriki had a huge impact. Of course, some internal strife within Konoha in the later stages was indeed very disgusting. Then how do we need to cooperate with you? Minato looked at Kazuki with burning eyes. Chapter 163, Minato, the Killing Machine. Currently, Minato is still the weakest in the team, but his speed of improvement and talent are visible to the naked eye. The others didn't believe that Minato wouldn't grow in the future. In fact, in terms of overall perspective and tactical analysis, Minato is the most outstanding in the team besides Kazuki. If Minato's strength wasn't a bit too weak, Kazuki wouldn't mind letting him lead this team in the future. Of course, given Minato's current state, he isn't particularly suited to leading a team in the future, which is very similar to Kazuki. Kazuki's strength is too great. He can challenge everyone alone now, using Susanoo to cut down others, so he doesn't seem to need teammates much. As for Minato, he will definitely take the path of the Flying Thunder God technique in the future, and to fully utilize the mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, he is destined to walk a solitary path. His strength might not be the greatest, but his destructive power is definitely among the best. As for Mikoto, Nawaki, and Rinka, they are the most suitable for coordinated combat. As their combat experience rapidly increases, with Kazuki's guidance and their bodies beginning to develop, the 4 of them are improving quite quickly in strength. They even possess the strength of ordinary Jonin, and in any village, Jonin are extremely valuable resources. Given their talent, Kazuki was confident about training them to be elite Jonin within 5, or even 3 years. As for Minato, he needs to learn the Flying Thunder God technique first, and he has too many fundamentals to build. After all, he is only 11 years old now. Among his peers, Minato is definitely a standout. It would be difficult to find a ninja under 12 years old, besides Kazuki, who could be his match. Even the current Kushina might not be stronger than the current Minato, as their growth after entering the battlefield is incomparable to Kushina, who stayed in the village. And as long as Minato learns the Flying Thunder God technique, his strength will significantly improve. The Flying Thunder God technique is very powerful and can significantly enhance the user, and some even boast that Minato instantly killed 50 Jonin using the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, that's just hearsay. Kazuki wouldn't deny that Minato was a headhunter. He was definitely an executioner during the Third Great Ninja War. Many conspiracy theorists say that Hiruzen only exposed Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and not as Minato's son, believing that Hiruzen wanted to control Naruto or something. In reality, there is indeed such a reason to some extent, but the real reason is that Minato's deterrent power was simply too great. A killing machine attracts too much hatred. A team battle can be lost, but they must die. Everyone knows that Minato's child might not learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but what if? What if even such talent was inherited? Once he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, won't he become another killing machine? During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato killed many people, even eliminating some talents before they could grow. Haven't you seen that after more than 10 years, Iwagakure still hasn't fully recovered? There aren't many strong individuals left, weren't they harvested by Minato before they could grow? Between Minato's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Minato's son attracts more hatred. Those killed by Minato have relatives and friends, wouldn't they want revenge? Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, the number of people Minato killed probably exceeded the combined total of the other top 10 during that period. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's not that easy to kill. Not to mention the Nine-Tails popping out at critical moments. Even if the Nine-Tails dies, Konoha can find a new Jinchuriki afterward. Of course, if there were another Nine-Tails incident, then the two sides would be in an unending conflict. However, if you can attack my Jinchuriki, then I can also attack your Jinchuriki. If you move against my Jinchuriki, we will move against your Jinchuriki. Moreover, who would expose their own Jinchuriki's information like that? The Jinchuriki of other villages are all protected in various ways. How could it be like Naruto, who wasn't even fed enough? Aren't they afraid that the Jinchuriki will be dissatisfied with the village? Of course, if it were a normal person, with Naruto's childhood experiences, not thinking of destroying Konoha would already be quite good. You might be busier from now on, Kazuki said in a deep voice. Before, I took you on many missions, and you've been tempered enough. Now, I'm going to start getting serious. As for you, I will still keep you fighting, but it won't be like before. Actually, Kazuki wanted to let them return to Konoha, but if they left him, they would be somewhat in danger. After all, Madara is still lurking in the background. If he isn't watching, who knows if Madara will make a move and abduct them? Why not go directly to the front lines? After a moment of thought, Minato suggested to Kazuki, for you, no matter how many enemies there are, it won't make much of a difference, right? Go directly to the front lines. Kazuki slightly shook his head, rejecting the idea. Indeed, for me, the more people there are, the greater my destructive power, but the Hokage's order requires us to harass them within the land of water. Don't forget, ninja are supposed to complete missions, and anything outside of the mission, usually it's fine, but if someone catches you doing something wrong, it will be very troublesome. One thing Kazuki didn't mention was that the current commander of the land of waterfront is Hamura, and he is not very friendly towards him, unlike Hiruzen and Koharu, who have already given up, and are even gradually starting to build momentum for Kazuki. As for Hamura, Kazuki didn't care much. On one hand, he wanted to rule independently and become the first emperor of the ninja world, but he also didn't want to disappoint those who supported him. If he really did that, Mito would probably be very disappointed, right? 40 advanced chapters on. Chapter 164, Only Two Sannin. Kazuki was not a heartless person. On the contrary, he was someone who valued emotions greatly. Kazuki could feel that Mikoto and Kushina were both very good to him, held affection for him, and both liked him. He couldn't bear to abandon either of them, so he chose to want both. Considering Mikoto's situation, if Kazuki were to tell her that he chose Kushina, wouldn't Mikoto be so enraged after gaining and then losing love that she would awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan? Even though Kazuki hadn't been in the village for almost a year, Kushina would occasionally send him letters and also relay news of what was happening in the village to him. Although Kazuki wasn't in the village, nothing that happened could be hidden from him. After all, his main source of information was Kushina, who in turn received her information from Mito. Mito wasn't usually interested in this information, but she had plenty of ways to obtain it. Hamura still didn't have a good impression of him, and Danzo was even preparing to thwart his bid for Hokage. Kazuki, who knew these two well, naturally wouldn't let them off easy in the future. A new emperor brings new officials, and they still want power. Dream on. Of course, without a justifiable reason, Kazuki would not completely eradicate them, even if the other party was Danzo. After all, the current Danzo didn't seem to have done anything against Kazuki. If he were to persecute Danzo merely for political struggle, what would be the difference between him and Danzo? However, based on his understanding of Danzo, if he really became Hokage, he would definitely cause a lot of trouble, and then he could take action against Danzo. With Kazuki's strength, he could naturally suppress everything, and he could even attack Danzo for merely walking into his office with his right foot, but doing so would have a somewhat negative impact, and the morale of the entire village would scatter. For such matters, it's better to find evidence. Even if Kazuki could suppress everything, ultimately, he was not a tyrant. He didn't want to be defined as a despot or anything of the sort. Actually, over the past year, we've already killed quite a few people, but next, we will ensure that Kirigakure has no reserve forces left. I want everyone to know one thing. Those who offend Konoha will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Kazuki scanned everyone, his tone icy as he spoke. Kazuki was actually happy to see village-to-village warfare, as he had gained a lot of prestige through war. Within the land of water, his reputation had even reached the point where it could stop crying children. And the worse Kazuki's reputation was in the land of water, the better it was in Konoha. Coupled with Hiruzen not stopping him, and even secretly fanning the flames, his reputation grew even larger. After all, the village was already at war with 3 villages simultaneously, Mito was old, and many people were somewhat panicked. At this time, the emergence of a war hero was very important. Initially, Hiruzen wanted to promote Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, as these 3 were his students. The better they performed, the more glory it brought to him and the more stable his position would be. Didn't Hanzo call the 3 of them the Konoha Sannin? Hiruzen felt that this name was quite fitting. The origin was a bit humiliating, but it was very useful, and Hanzo's strength seemed quite formidable before. Being named by a strong person was an honor for many, but for Orochimaru and the others, it was a humiliation. But who would have thought that Hanzo's demigod status was now in jeopardy, shattered by Kazuki, and his spiritual stability would likely be affected afterward. If it were just like this, Hiruzen would still choose to promote them, but who would have thought that Jiraiya was such a scoundrel, directly deserting? If he hadn't helped suppress and conceal it, Jiraiya would definitely have been condemned as a rogue ninja by certain interested parties, and even Hiruzen might have to take the blame. Under such circumstances, how could Hiruzen still promote the Sannin? In the future, when people boasted about the Sannin, they would only remember Tsunade and Orochimaru. 1, 2, Where's the third person? Where's that scoundrel Jiraiya? This would make Jiraiya's matter even more troublesome. Of course, Hiruzen couldn't not promote Tsunade and Orochimaru. In fact, both of them did very well. On the Land of Wind battlefield, Tsunade saved countless lives, and Orochimaru, as the front-line commander, also performed admirably. Now both of them were famous. However, the most famous was Kazuki. His battle reports constantly reached Hiruzen, and when he continuously compiled that intelligence, he couldn't remain calm, even at one point thinking that Kazuki might be exaggerating his achievements. What? Kazuki destroyed at least 10,000 tons of food and supplies in the Land of Water. Over 1,500 Kirigakure ninjas died at Kazuki's squad's hands. Moreover, Kazuki also provided a large amount of intel on the Land of Water, and after subsequent investigation, almost all of this intel was confirmed to be true. It's no exaggeration to say that Kazuki was the greatest contributor to the Kirigakure battlefield, no, to the entire Second Great Ninja War so far. Konoha's military strength on the Kirigakure side was lower than Kirigakure's, but due to Kazuki's presence, they still stood against Kirigakure. Not only Kazuki became famous, but Mikoto, Rinka, Nawaki, and Minato also became famous. Admittedly, Umbu members needed to maintain secrecy, but given Kazuki's actions, secrecy was no longer possible. Moreover, Hiruzen had always been monitoring the growth of these individuals. Putting aside Kazuki's nearly invincible strength, the growth rate of the others was by no means slow, not lower than Jiraiya and the others back then. These were all his students and grand students, and they absolutely had to gain fame. Kazuki became a celebrity, one who virtually deterred the entire ninja world. It was even rumored that some people were already comparing Kazuki to Madara. Within the Uchiha clan, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. The Uchiha clan had produced a genius, and a super strong one at that. This was a good thing. But this strong individual didn't use the Sharingan, but rather lightning release and wind release, and was trained by Mito and Tsunade, which made some old conservatives unable to remain calm. Chapter 165, Mikoto's Advice. If Kazuki had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and become invincible, then the Uchiha clan would have regarded Kazuki as the hero of the clan, but what about Kazuki now? It is said that he hasn't even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet, only using his Sharingan. He has been studying with Tsunade and Mito since childhood, and hasn't received much of the Uchiha clan's education. Undoubtedly, this Uchiha has followed the path of his father, Kagami. Now, Kazuki's achievements are unable to bring honor to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, aside from giving Kazuki the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, has no idea how much sense of belonging Kazuki truly has to the clan. Ryoma naturally didn't want to see his son suppressed by Kazuki in various ways. They certainly couldn't beat him in a direct fight, but they could use some underhanded tactics. Currently, there are still some within the Uchiha clan who are resentful about the Hokage position, and even want to make Konoha the territory of the Uchiha clan. Some people are even clamoring that since Kazuki is so strong, he should obey the clan's orders, work for the clan, and become a tool for the clan. Don't think this is absurd. In reality, there are many people within the Uchiha clan who truly believe this, and it's even an old tradition of the Uchiha clan. You can see this from the story of Uchiha Hikari. Even after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, she still had to become a killing tool for the Uchiha clan. In the future, even as the young clan head, Itachi still had people bossing him around, demanding he do this and that. This is a very contradictory clan, and also a very self-centered clan. Just like now, some people have already begun to build momentum, claiming Kazuki is a super genius comparable to or even surpassing Madara. But the more this is true, the more they hope Kazuki becomes a loyal dog of the clan, a qualified tool. They even believe that since Kazuki is their junior, it is only right for him to listen to them. There are indeed many old geezers in the clan who try to assert their seniority, thinking they can control Kazuki based on their so-called blood ties and seniority. But in reality, to Kazuki, they are nothing more than strangers. If the Uchiha clan is truly so incompetent and self-defeating, then such a clan is better off without. Of course, Tatsuya and Kagami's former subordinates are willing to support Kazuki. In the end, this is the result of internal political struggle. Kazuki sometimes even suspected that Ryoma and his faction might have already colluded with Danzo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. If Kazuki were to truly move against Ryoma and his faction, Danzo would be applauding. In that case, no matter how strong Kazuki was, he would lose popular support and theoretically lose his right to inherit the Hokage position. Perhaps Kazuki could become Hokage through sheer power, but he would definitely be unpopular. Perhaps one day in the future, the Otsutsuki will descend and even help the people of Konoha overthrow Kazuki's tyrannical rule. When Mito taught Kazuki, she didn't just teach ninjutsu and sealing jutsu, she also taught him many political strategies that a Hokage should possess. Of course, the political strategies of the Hokage here aren't particularly dark. Before his transmigration, Kazuki regarded the instructor's sayings as golden rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained so much popular support. Kazuki can challenge Ryoma through his strength, gain the support of the peace faction, and the recognition of the neutral faction, becoming the Uchiha clan head. As long as he displays formidable strength in Susanoo, the Uchiha will naturally be willing to follow him. Even if Ryoma awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be useless. Hiruzen is currently working to establish Kazuki as a hero of Konoha, and the number of people who admire him is growing. At the very least, his approval rating in the village is very high. Some information about Kazuki was also exposed. The son of Kagami, a student of the second Hokage, Tsunade's student, who is the granddaughter of Hashirama and a student of the third Hokage, Hiruzen. It is said that Kazuki was also trained by Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. In this way, Kazuki is as legitimate as one can be. Kazuki's reputation has now surpassed Orochimaru, gaining more recognition from the people in the village. It's hard to imagine what the situation will be like when Kazuki returns to the village after the war ends. If he displays power comparable to the Sage of Six Paths when he returns to Konoha, he might even be directly crowned Hokage. Hiruzen would also disregard his age and abdicate. He values his reputation, and if he abdicates gracefully, Kazuki will ensure his dignity. Kazuki's words made Minato and Nawaki feel their blood boil. Although Nawaki advocated for peace, he hated those who invaded Konoha even more. In these past few years, too many people have sacrificed themselves. Those invaders deserve to die. Then why don't we invade Kirigakure? At this moment, Mikoto raised her hand and said in a faint voice. Mikoto had some idea of how powerful Kazuki was. He had already awakened the Rinnegan, and his strength surpassed that of Madara in the past. As long as those old geezers Kazuki was wary of didn't appear, he could probably destroy Kirigakure by himself. Invade Kirigakure? Kazuki's eyes flickered slightly. The current third Mizukage was most likely controlled by Madara. If he were to break into Kirigakure, Madara would probably jump out. At that time, if he and Madara had a big battle, his own affairs would likely be exposed. But upon closer thought, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. The battlefield in Kirigakure was almost over. He hadn't seen Mito in almost a year, and if he remembered correctly, Mito only had a few more years left. It's time to end this battlefield. I heard that the Sharingan can control tailed beasts. I wonder if it's true or false. If it is, we could control the tailed beasts of Kirigakure to destroy Kirigakure. Rinka said, shocking everyone with her words. This. Nawaki and Minato exchanged glances. This idea was terrifying. If they did that, no one knew how many people would die. But if they did that, perhaps the war could really end in a short time. It might be worth a try. Control the 3 tails and the 6 tails. Kazuki's eyes flickered slightly. It didn't seem impossible. Run, it's Kazuki's squad. In the land of water, several Kirigakure squads instinctively tried to flee when they encountered Kazuki's squad. Mikoto and the others quickly followed. Chapter 166, Kirigakure Crush Plan. A momentary daze appeared on the faces of the Kirigakure ninjas who were trying to escape, and their movements stagnated. This gave Mikoto and her group an opportunity to easily deal with these Kirigakure ninjas, and they succeeded even though the enemy outnumbered them. Kazuki, your genjutsu is too powerful. Nawaki said, looking at Kazuki with a complicated expression after killing his opponent. With just a glance, Kazuki had controlled dozens of Kirigakure ninjas with his genjutsu. In the past year, his strength had improved rapidly, but Nawaki had a premonition that if Kazuki wanted to deal with him, it would probably only take a single glance. He wondered what level Kazuki's strength had reached. Just average. Kazuki looked at the Kirigakure ninjas who were controlled by genjutsu and left behind by the group. His figure flashed, and he patted the opponent's shoulder, leaving a flying thunder god mark on him. Then, this Kirigakure ninjas hurried towards Kirigakure not far away. Is this enough? Minato asked Kazuki with a slight worry. Yes, theoretically, it's enough. I've already sensed the Three Tails location. As for the Six Tails, it's not in Kirigakure. Kazuki's eyes were blood red. This time, he was going to give Kirigakure a huge surprise, freeing the Three Tails. Let's see how you, Madara, handle this. Will you intervene to control the Three Tails and prevent Kirigakure from suffering losses? Or will you stay hidden? Madara, I'm really looking forward to it. If it really comes down to it, Kazuki wouldn't refuse a fight with Madara. At worst, he'd turn the world upside down. He had already awakened the Rinnegan, why should he be afraid of Madara? Even if he couldn't win, could he not escape? What he was wary of was the Otsutsuki hidden within the ninja world. Why did Boruto have to happen later? Is just one Three Tails enough? Mikoto asked with some uncertainty. Kazuki had told them about the differences between the tailed beasts before. Even though the Nine Tails was first controlled by Madara and later dealt with by Hashirama, and even Mito could bully the Nine Tails afterward, in reality, the Nine Tails was very powerful. It was with the Nine Tails' help that Mito became the strongest person on the surface of the ninja world at that time. If the Nine Tails were to unleash its full power, the other eight-tailed beasts combined wouldn't be its match. This meant that the Three Tails might not even have 1/8 of the Nine Tails' strength. Could Kazuki use the Three Tails to destroy Kirigakure? What if the third Mizukage appeared and the Three Tails immediately cowered? That would be embarrassing. Maybe they should find the Six Tails too, and then have the Three Tails and Six Tails destroy Kirigakure together. The Six Tails isn't nearby, there's no time. Kazuki paused, then added, we've been monitoring the tailed beast's movements. Three Tails has always been in Kirigakure. As for Six Tails, we found it in another location before. However, there's a good chance it was taken to the front line. When the front line was mentioned, Kazuki's gaze deepened. During this time, Fugaku and his group had been making quite a stir. Putting aside their differing stances, Kazuki had to admit that Fugaku was indeed a genius, and his talent was on par with Mikoto. With the support of other Uchiha, Fugaku had recently earned the title of Wicked Eye Fugaku. Actually, if their positions weren't different, Kazuki had no prejudice against Fugaku. He wasn't a good husband or a good clan head, but he was definitely a good father. He sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan for the sake of his children, just to give Sasuke and Itachi a chance to survive. Moreover, as a clan head, he wasn't strong enough, couldn't contend with the village, and couldn't suppress the voices within the clan. No matter how you look at it, Fugaku was a failed clan head. If you really wanted to talk about it, Fugaku could be considered the eternal sinner of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was annihilated afterward. Itachi died, Obito was gone, Sasuke was still alive and later became sealed. Only Sarada remained. In terms of talent, Sarada was not bad, she probably wasn't inferior to those other overpowered Uchiha. However, just because of Boruto's matter, she was directly stimulated to awaken her Mangekyo Sharingan. If the other Uchiha knew, they would probably cry. However, Sasuke only had Sarada as his one daughter. Sarada would most likely be with Boruto later, which meant that the Uchiha clan would be completely finished. Fugaku was a sinner of the Uchiha clan. Even though Kazuki himself wasn't interested in the position of clan head, he didn't want Fugaku to be the clan head. Even a pig sitting in that position couldn't do worse than Fugaku. Kazuki's feelings for the Uchiha clan were limited, but since he had Uchiha blood flowing in him and there were many people within the Uchiha clan who supported him, he naturally didn't want the Uchiha clan to be buried with Fugaku. Fugaku had gained quite a reputation, and Hamura seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pushing their actions. Many dirty and arduous tasks were actually given to Fugaku and his group. While this caused significant losses for the Uchiha, as a combat clan, many of their members saw their strength increase, especially with the deaths of comrades leading to Sharingan upgrades, causing Fugaku's group to become stronger instead of weaker. Hamura intended to deplete the Uchiha, but he also genuinely gave Fugaku considerable prestige, he was promoting him. Perhaps this was to create some trouble for Kazuki. If he couldn't even lead the Uchiha, how could he be Hokage? Thinking that the Six Tails was very likely to go to the battlefield, Kazuki thought for a moment and then felt relieved. If other villages encountered a tailed beast, they would find it troublesome, but if it were Konoha, they might actually provide some warmth to the Uchiha clan. If Fugaku and his group were pushed to the brink and awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan, then it would be interesting to see how the Six Tails would respond. After thinking for a moment, Kazuki added, also, the Mizukage isn't in the village. Chapter 167, I will avenge you. The Mizukage isn't in the village? Didn't they say the Mizukage was always in the village? Minato frowned. If the Mizukage wasn't in the village, would he have gone to the front line? If the Mizukage reached the front line, it was likely that many strong Umbu from Kirigakure would also come to the front line. Who would be the Mizukage's match then? At least in a one-on-one fight, it seemed no one was the Mizukage's match. Of course, this didn't include Kazuki. I indeed haven't sensed the Mizukage's chakra signature. Kazuki pressed his fingers to the ground, and confirmed it again. Then he shook his head slightly and said, perhaps he has something to do. Later, I'll bring all of you into Kirigakure to search for the abducted Uzumaki clan members. Is that all right? Mikoto and the others wouldn't be of much help to Kazuki this time. Facing a great ninja village, let alone a few jonin, even Kage-level powerhouses might not be able to cause massive destruction within the village. It was still the same saying. Unless one reached the level of Hashirama or Madara, or at least the standard of Mito and the future Nagato, then numbers were useful. The third Raikage was also a top-tier ninja, but in the end, he was exhausted to death by Iwagakure's tens of thousands of troops surrounding and intercepting him. Keep in mind, the third Raikage was capable of fighting the Eight Tails to a standstill. However, while Kazuki was openly causing destruction in Kirigakure, they could fish in troubled waters within Kirigakure. Moreover, Kazuki wasn't neglecting Mikoto and the others. He had painstakingly nurtured them, so how could he allow them to do overly dangerous things? His clone would always be watching Mikoto and the others. Where should we look? Nawaki weakly raised his hand to ask. I've roughly found their location. Their situation isn't very good. Once we enter Kirigakure, we'll split up and act. Kazuki quickly smiled again and said, all right, that guy has already entered Kirigakure, we should go in too. It's right here. Entering Kirigakure was not difficult for Kazuki. Even if someone discovered them, Kazuki could control the person with just a glance. He easily found the location of the Three Tails Jinchuriki. However, upon seeing this Three Tails Jinchuriki, even the current Kazuki couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his mind trembled. Kazuki had killed no small number of people now. In the entire ninja world, currently, only Madara had killed more people than Kazuki. As for others, they probably couldn't compare to him. He considered himself quite hard-hearted, but seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but ache. This was a woman whose hamstrings and Achilles tendons had been severed. Her hair was completely white, though faintly tinged with red. She was emaciated, to the point where her bones were faintly visible. The woman's eyes were blank. Even upon seeing Kazuki arrive, she showed no reaction, and her eyes held no light whatsoever. This was a woman of the Uzumaki clan. Kazuki recognized her identity immediately, which made him clench his fist. He wasn't familiar with the Uzumaki clan. If one were to truly count, the relationship between the Uzumaki and the Uchiha clan wasn't very good. During the Sengoku era, even if they weren't completely estranged, the Uzumaki clan frequently helped the Senju clan against the Uchiha clan. One could even say they were generational enemies. As Konoha was established, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan publicly shook hands and made peace, putting aside their hatred. But the Uzumaki clan was different. The Uzumaki clan was an ally of the Senju clan, and later became an ally of Konoha, but their relationship with the Uchiha clan had never eased, it was just that they wouldn't fight with real weapons. However, Kazuki had a pretty good relationship with the two prominent Uzumaki clan members currently. Kushina was his very, very good friend. She even wanted to become his best friend, the kind who would bear his children. And Mito, to the current Kazuki, was more like a grandmother, her usual care for him was beyond words. Regardless of Mito's initial intentions when teaching him, in reality, Mito was genuinely good to him. Although Mito hadn't said anything before, Kazuki could feel her sadness upon learning of the Uzumaki clan's destruction. But for the sake of Konoha, she chose to endure it. At that time, if Mito had made a move, it would have dragged Konoha into war, and moreover, she would likely have died. It wasn't that Mito was afraid to die, but rather she wanted to better protect Konoha. Once she dies, Konoha won't have a suitable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and at that time, there will be no one strong enough to protect Konoha. Mito could only endure it. Later, when the time was right, she asked Hiruzen and the others to do their best to find the Uzumaki clan members scattered throughout the ninja world. However, shortly after they began searching, the Second Great Ninja War began. Even if Konoha wanted to help search for Uzumaki clansmen, they had no manpower to do so. This matter has remained unresolved to this day. One of the reasons Kazuki came to Kirigakure this time was to find those Uzumaki clansmen. Kazuki wanted to give Mito a happy old age and also wanted to find some clan members for Kushina. But now, seeing this Uzumaki clan member who was tortured to the point of wishing for death, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Kirigakure, it seems, should be destroyed. Even if she wanted to die, she couldn't. The chakra pathways in her limbs were severed, and her teeth were pulled out, likely to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. Living like this, it would be better to die. Of course, in the ninja world, such things don't seem entirely incomprehensible, as there are many disgusting things within the Umbu. But when such a thing happened to someone who had some connection to him, Kazuki found it hard to remain calm. The ninja world needed to change. At least, such things shouldn't happen. Sigh. Kazuki walked up to her. He could save her, but there was no need. Her heart was already dead. He spoke in a low voice, "Don't worry, I will avenge you, and I will avenge the Uzumaki clan."